Introduction. With the arrival of Long Quan, the world is at his feet. Traversing the seas, who dares to contest his supremacy? He has returned to a once familiar place, where everything has changed. Are you? Me? Volume 1. Shattering the Calm. Chapter 1. Experiencing the moment. Knock, knock, knock. The urgent and resonant sound of knocking gradually reached Qin Hao's ears as he lay in a deep slumber. Qin Xiaojia, stop sleeping. Hurry up, wash up, eat breakfast, and get to school quickly. Don't delay my good fortune. An old man outside the door shouted, as if a great opportunity awaited. I know, stop shouting. I'm getting up. Qin Hao, as if summoned by a specter, suddenly sat up, hastily putting on his clothes. He casually glanced at the clock beside him. What the hell, it's only 5:30. Barely finishing his words, he quickly slipped on his well-worn sneakers, grabbed the clock, and dashed out, shouting at the old man watering the flowers. I say, old Qin, it's only 5:30. Why are you waking me up so early? Is it time for square dancing, or has Widow Lu next door changed her schedule? As he stretched and yawned, Qin Hao sluggishly prepared to retreat to his bedroom. Hey, wait a minute, Qin kid, don't you want your pocket money? The old man, still watering the flowers without turning around, tempted him as if he held a vast fortune waiting for Qin Hao to uncover. Money, what money? Qin Hao muttered to himself, rubbing his eyes and yawning. Pocket money, pocket money, pocket money, ah. Money, of course I want pocket money. Ha ha ha. Old Qin, do you really have pocket money? Qin Hao suddenly exclaimed with shining eyes, as if he had just won 5 million in the lottery. Of course not. Where do I get you pocket money? The old man retorted. Yet you speak as if you have millions. Qin Hao looked at the old man with disdain. Don't rush, I don't have any, but others do. I found you a good job. At Xiaoyang supermarket, moving things from 6 to 7 in the morning and 6 to 7 in the evening, for a friendly price of 50 yuan. The old man changed his tone and turned around with a smile. 50 yuan for 2 hours and you call that a good job? Qin Hao murmured under his breath. Are you going or not? If not, it'll give them a heads up. The old man continued watering the flowers. Of course I'm going. Qin Hao thought to himself, you rarely give me a penny, and if I don't make some money, how will I support myself? However, this incident further solidified what the old man had once told him. Qin Hao was picked up by the old man from a garbage heap. When he was young, Qin Hao had often asked the old man where his parents were. At that time, the old man would gently pat Qin Hao's head and say, silly child, you have no parents. You were found by me while scavenging in the trash. Initially, Qin Hao was skeptical, but as he grew older, hearing the same answer each time he asked, he learned not to press the issue further. Until he reached high school, when the old man ceased to provide for him and insisted he earn money during his spare time. Because of this, Qin Hao had gone on hunger strikes and even run away from home, but the old man continued his square dancing and remained utterly unfazed. Thus, Qin Hao abandoned such petty tactics. The money he earned during summer and winter breaks barely covered his tuition and various fees, and he still had to work part-time during his 9 to 5 hours to scrape together a meager income, sometimes even having his wages docked by the old man. Finish your meal and hurry over to report. If you're late, someone else might snatch that job, the old man said, setting down the watering can and bringing out the prepared meal. All right. I'll eat quickly. I wouldn't want to delay your romantic endeavors with Aunt Xiaohua. Qin Hao quipped, his eyes twinkling with mischief. Aunt Xiaohua was Widow Lu from next door, who had lost her husband in middle age and was brought to the city by her son. The old man often visited her to mooch food, and truth be told, her cooking was far superior to his. The old man seemed to blush at being called out, retorting, mind your own business, focus on studying and earning money. Ha, it's all good. If you and Aunt Xiaohua hit it off, I'd be quite fortunate too. Seeing the old man's reaction, Qin Hao continued to tease. You're just making fun of me, don't expect any more of my cooking. The old man adopted a serious expression, feigning sternness. All right, enough of that. Noticing the old man's seriousness, Qin Hao decided to keep his mouth shut, but suddenly remembered something and spoke up. Hey, old man, I just recalled something I wanted to ask you for days, but kept forgetting. Now I suddenly remember. What is it? You didn't find 100,000 yuan, did you? Such money is not something we should covet. One must not tarnish their conscience, the old man said, suddenly pausing and glancing sideways, adding, if you really find it, you can entrust it to me for safekeeping. He'll turn it in to the police. Qin Hao felt a surge of exasperation, berating the old man in his mind. If I found money, I wouldn't need that job you found for me. Qin Hao replied, exasperated. After some contemplation, the old man found this reasoning quite valid and gestured for him to continue. For the past few nights, I've been having the same dream, a vivid sensation as if I were experiencing it firsthand. At first, the dream was hazy and indistinct, full of colors, but in recent days, it has become clearer, and I remember more upon waking. What? Full of colors? I say, you're not going through a phase, are you? Full of colors indeed. Ha. And you just mocked me. The old man interrupted with a chuckle. Qin Hao felt speechless, thinking not everyone is like you. Glancing at the clock, he noticed it was nearly 6:55. It would take at least 3 minutes to reach the supermarket, and quickly said to the old man, "Old man, do you still want to hear this? If not, he'll rush off to earn some money." The old man hurriedly urged him to continue, unable to bear the suspense. In this dream, I saw a group of tall, colorful figures surrounding and attacking 3 or 4 others, equally tall and colorful. I heard the former demanding something from the latter, something called. What was it again? What? Rights? The old man's laughter ceased, and his expression grew increasingly grave as he fixed a piercing gaze on Qin Hao, though his demeanor quickly settled, his fists gradually tightening, fingers unconsciously digging into his palms, as if pondering something. Qin Hao was absorbed in recalling what the term was, momentarily oblivious to the old man's unusual gaze. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, he exclaimed, "I remember. It's called dragon rights. Ha. I'm quite the clever one." Qin Hao grinned mischievously. Indeed, a wave of intense unease surged within the old man. Yet he masked it beneath his composure, suppressing his inner turmoil, and abruptly said, "What is this about rights and powers? True authority comes only from the ability to earn money otherwise. It is utterly meaningless." Qin Hao couldn't help but feel a twinge of disdain within himself. As expected, the conversation always circled back to money. A glance at his watch made his heart sink. Goodness, it's already 6 o'clock. I'm doomed. I must hurry over, or my pocket money will vanish. As soon as he finished speaking, he dashed to his room to gather his belongings, only to be abruptly halted by old man Qin. "Qin lad, wait a moment. Aren't you supposed to have a mock exam today? Here, take this necklace I had blessed at the Dragon Temple in the south a few years back. It is said to enhance one's fortune, luck, and—" Old man Qin paused, feigning a mysterious smile. "And your romantic prospects?" Qin Hao rolled his eyes internally, thinking that this old man never had any good intentions for him. This was probably just something that Aunt Lu next door had deemed too cheap to keep. Old man Qin noticed the disdainful look on Qin Hao's face and chuckled. "Oh, I see you think you're invincible now that the sun is shining and the rain has stopped. Don't kid yourself. I'll save it for later when I need a little extra cash for a bottle of liquor and some peanuts." Qin Hao was momentarily taken aback, then quickly insisted, No. I want it. How could I not want such a wonderful thing? I'll wear it right away. Ha. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Hao swiftly snatched the necklace from old man Qin's hands, fearing the old man might reclaim it. Look, isn't it beautiful? Ha. Qin Hao thought to himself, grateful for his quick reaction. Although small, it was still a complete treasure. Perhaps he could take it to an antique shop later and see how much it could fetch. Once he donned the necklace, he glanced at his watch. 6:02. He cursed under his breath. That old man just knows how to waste time. He quickly grabbed his bag and bolted out the door. Old man Qin, as if seeing through it all, let out a cold laugh, thinking to himself, "You believe that once it's on, you can take it off?" Suddenly, his expression turned serious, his gaze lingering on the spot where Qin Hao had just departed, as if pondering something profound. After taking a deep breath and exhaling slowly, he murmured, "What is destined to come will ultimately arrive." Volume 1, Breaking the Calm, Chapter 2, Pursuit. In the blink of an eye, it was 7 o'clock. Thankfully, Qin Hao had hurried, allowing him to keep his part-time job intact. Humming a cheerful tune, he made his way towards Longxing Community, eager to meet his childhood friend, Lin Baozi, the class flower, to head to school together. It was curious how fate had intertwined their paths ever since they were children. Qin Hao and Lin Baozi had attended the same school, and remarkably, the same class. However, Qin Hao had never met Baozi's parents. Whenever he inquired, she either remained tight-lipped or claimed they were working in another city. This mystery only deepened his protective instincts towards her. As he arrived at Baozi's apartment, excitement bubbled within him as he rang the doorbell. Ding, 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 the clear sound of the doorbell echoed, and soon he could hear footsteps descending the stairs. Qin Hao unconsciously rubbed his palms together. "Is that you, Brother Qin Hao?" A gentle voice chimed just as the bell ceased ringing. "Indeed. Hey, Baozi, have you eaten? If you have, let's get going." Qin Hao, despite his usual bravado, couldn't help but show a bashful smile, while old man Qin would likely drop his jaw in disbelief. "Yes, I'm full," came the response from within. With a soft click, the door swung open, revealing a petite girl before Qin Hao. With delicate features, a charming demeanor, and captivating eyes, she had a cherry-red mouth and enchanting hair. Though it was not his first encounter with Baozi, Qin Hao still found himself swallowing hard at her beauty. "Let's go, brother Qin Hao," the little girl said, looking up at him with gentle eyes. "Oh, right. Let's head out." Qin Hao quickly snapped back to reality, thinking about who would be fortunate enough to win her heart in the future. The Longshan community was 2 streets away from the school, making for a 10-minute walk. "How prepared are you for the mock exam today, little Baozi?" Qin Hao inquired, feeling a bit bored as he walked beside the lovely girl. "Well, I haven't prepared much. I've just been playing at home these past few days. It'll probably scrape around 700 points, Baozi replied with a casual air. Wow, considering 700 points as not prepared, the world of the academically gifted is indeed different from ours. Hee, brother Qin Hao, I'm sure you're all set, right? She turned back and smiled sweetly. I can't compare to you. If I perform consistently, I might score around 600, but hey, I have something special. Qin Hao awkwardly scratched his head, suddenly grinning as he prepared to tease Baozi with old man Qin's necklace. Oh, brother Qin Hao, do you have something good again? Show me, show me. The innocent Baozi was easily lured in, eager to see what he had. All right, just a moment. I'll take it off for you. As soon as he spoke, he reached for his neck, thinking that old man Qin's worthless necklace might not fetch much, but perhaps it could win him some affection. As Qin Hao entertained this thought, his excitement grew, and his hand moved towards his neck. Wait, what he had imagined would be a smooth and elegant motion turned into an unexpected disaster. The necklace was gone. What? How could it be gone? It didn't matter if it was lost, but he had boasted about it to Baozi. If he couldn't find it, wouldn't his image in her eyes vanish? Not that he had much of an image to begin with. As these thoughts raced through his mind, he grew increasingly anxious, almost tearing off his shirt to search for it, but reason held him back. Noticing that Qin Hao was taking too long to produce the item, Baozi turned to him, her brow furrowing slightly in annoyance. However, seeing his frantic search, she gently asked, What's wrong, brother Qin Hao? Did the good thing you mentioned get lost? Is it important to you? The necklace was a gift from old man Qin. He said it was blessed at some temple and would bring fortune, luck, and romance. I wanted to give it to you, but I thought I had it on. Where could it have gone? I must have dropped it while working this morning. Qin Hao lamented with a frown. It must be said, when it came to weaving tales, Qin Hao was quite adept. Oh, so it was a gift from Grandpa Qin. A flicker of something unusual crossed Baozi's eyes before vanishing. I intended to give it to you, but now I can't find it. Little Baozi, you won't hold it against me for bragging, will you? I truly had it, but I don't know where it went. Qin Hao spoke awkwardly, feeling utterly at a loss. It's all right, brother Qin Hao. You being by my side every day makes me very happy. You don't have to give me anything. Baozi smiled warmly, tilting her head towards him. Okay, let's hurry to school. The exam is soon. We'll check them all later this evening. Perhaps he'll find it. Sound good? Baozi replied, her serious expression flickering briefly before they shifted topics, laughing and chatting as they made their way to school. Before long, Qin Hao and Baozi arrived at school. Since they were in different examination rooms for the mock exam, they parted ways at the entrance. Longshan High School encouraged students to save time for studying, providing a cafeteria for lunch, which meant most students were half-day scholars. Of course, Qin Hao and Baozi were no exception. Before departing, Qin Hao instructed little Baozi to wait for him at their usual spot in the cafeteria during lunch. After a moment's hesitation, she agreed. The morning swiftly passed, and soon it was noon. Qin Hao leisurely arrived at the cafeteria, and from his demeanor, it seemed he had performed well on his exam. After purchasing his meal, he settled into the second-to-last position in the back row, only to find it peculiar that Baozi had not yet arrived. Typically, she would be there by this time, and he mused that no one could be slower than himself. Perhaps she had finished and left early due to some engagement, he thought. Regardless, he decided to eat first. He plopped down and consumed his meal with remarkable speed. Just as he was about to leave, he overheard a lively discussion at the adjacent table. Out of curiosity, he leaned in to listen. Hey, did you hear? Just now, Lin Baozi from class 31 finished her exam and was approached by 2 classmates, both boys, one student remarked. Huh, I know exactly who they are. One is Zhongjin Liu, the other is Du Ziding. They both look quite peculiar, another student replied with a thick northeastern accent. I heard those 2 come from wealthy families. A girl like Lin Baozi, who excels academically and is a beauty, wouldn't be interested in them, said a third student. I doubt it. Lin Baozi usually eats with a guy named Qin Hao around this time. Did you see him eating alone just now? I reckon she left him behind. Hey, here he comes. Let's stop talking. Qin Hao approached, rolling his eyes in exasperation. He thought to himself, Perhaps it would be believable if she were with someone else, but with those two? Never. Du Zeding lived up to his name, stomachache, spending a significant portion of his day in the restroom. With a rotund physique and an innocent appearance, he conspired with Zhang Jinlu, who looked like a stick with a face full of pimples. They seemed to be his natural adversaries. Sometimes, Qin Hao pondered what offense he had committed to incur their wrath. Perhaps it was simply his good looks that provoked them. As for Zhang Jinlu, he was as thin as a pole and bore an unsightly pockmarked face, making him and Du Zeding an odd pair, reminiscent of the legendary duo in folklore. Ha! Qin Hao chuckled heartily. Discussing these quirky classmates over meals was indeed a delightful diversion. He approached the cafeteria's fast food counter, assuming Baozi had yet to eat, and purchased her favorite cabbage buns, placing them in his bag. Afterward, he strolled out of the cafeteria, intending to revise in the classroom. Noticing Baozi had not returned, he placed the buns in her locker and took a brief nap before resuming his afternoon exam. As the sun swiftly descended, it was soon 5 o'clock. Qin Hao hurried to the school gate to wait for Baozi, who appeared shortly after. Upon seeing him, she expressed her apologies. "I'm sorry, Brother Qin Hao, during lunch." "Oh, there's no need to apologize. Everyone has their own affairs. Did you eat the buns I bought?" Qin Hao interrupted with a smile. "Yes, I did." "Thank you, Brother Qin Hao," she replied. "That's good enough. If you keep thanking me, I might not buy them for you next time." He feigned annoyance, pouting. All right, I won't thank you anymore. Is that okay?" She giggled. With a smile, Baozi turned her head, yet for some reason, her small hand unconsciously clenched tightly in her sleeve. "Well then, shall we go? I have a side job at the mall, and I need to hurry. Perhaps I can find that necklace," Qin Hao said with enthusiasm, cherishing even the smallest opportunities. "Yes, let's go," Baozi agreed. The two strolled leisurely, their laughter echoing along the way until they reached the neighborhood where Baozi lived. As they parted ways, Qin Hao reminded her to wake him up early the next morning, to which she sweetly responded with a soft "mm." The moment they separated, Qin Hao glanced at his watch. Oh no, it's 5:50. With 3 kilometers to the mall, walking would be impossible. Today, I truly realize the essence of time being money, he thought, as he watched the trees flash by. Soon, he spotted the 5 characters he had longed for, Chuyang Grand Mall. As he crossed into the warehouse area of the mall, he turned a corner and spotted 2 familiar figures, Zhang Jinlu and Du Zeding. What a twist of fate to encounter these two once again. Just as Qin Hao was about to deliver a sarcastic remark, Zhang Jinlu made the first move. He heard Du Zeding caution him, "Test the waters, we've been instructed not to go too hard." "Understood," Zhang Jinlu replied with slight irritation. "You think you can go hard with those skinny arms and legs? Are you trying to star in a martial arts drama?" Qin Hao laughed. "Oomph, you'll regret this," Zhang Jinlu sneered. Dark forbidden phoenix breath. Golden energy swirled around Zhang Jinlu, slowly converging in his hand and gradually amplifying. With a gasp, Qin Hao ceased his laughter, feeling a heavy and burning pressure on his chest, as if a colossal stone were weighing him down. "Break!" With a commanding shout, a brilliant stream of dark golden energy surged from Zhang Jinlu's hand, shooting towards Qin Hao like a laser. "What the hell is this? This is incredibly cool," Qin Hao exclaimed, thrilled to witness something he had only seen on television. As the golden energy collided with his body, the pain in his chest suddenly turned icy, causing him to involuntarily fly backward, crashing into a row of bicycles and tasting blood in his throat. "Is this kid the one sent from above? He doesn't seem different at all." Zhang Jinlu frowned, turning to Du Zeding. Uncertain, the instructions were to confirm his identity. "If he is, we take him back. If not." As the last words hung in the air, Du Zeding made a gesture across his throat. "Oomph. This kid thought he was something special, opposing us. To me, killing him is easier and more enjoyable than squashing an ant." Zhang Jinlu scoffed disdainfully. "Enough talk, we can't delay the mission. This is beyond what either of us can afford," Du Zeding cautioned. At the mention of their orders, Zhang Jinlu shivered, refraining from further comments. He approached the nearly unconscious Qin Hao, preparing to end his life. Aware that death was imminent, Qin Hao instinctively shut his eyes. He thought, is it truly the end for someone as unremarkable as me, pursued with such intent? Would I perish without ever marrying? Alas, if there's a next life, I wish to be reborn as a wealthy man, marry a lovely wife, and have several children, living a life of comfort. It would not be in vain to have graced this world. I haven't even had the pleasure of celebrating with old Qin and Aunt Xiaohua. But why is Zhang Jinlu taking so long? Why the hesitation in killing? "Who are you? What do you want?" Du Zeding stammered in fear. Qin Hao thought his words had intimidated them, and was about to open his eyes to continue his bravado. However, upon opening them, he was met with a scene that left him utterly stunned. Volume 1. Breaking the Tranquility, Chapter 3. The mysterious man in black robes. As Qin Hao opened his eyes, a beam of dark golden light erupted from behind Zhang Jinlu. In an instant, Zhang Jinlu was sent hurtling backward from Qin Hao's right side, landing with a thud, silent and motionless, his fate uncertain. Qin Hao, with an air of indifference, turned his gaze away from the seemingly lifeless Zhang Jinlu and focused on the source of the golden light. The sight nearly left him slack-jawed. The origin of this dark golden light appeared to be a figure, towering nearly 3 meters tall, enveloped in a flowing black robe, from which a multitude of ominous dark energy emanated, creating an atmosphere akin to a frigid winter in the height of summer, sending chills down one's spine. Du Zitong, in a state of panic, stared at Zhang Jinlu lying on the ground as if he had gone mad, tremblingly shouting, Who are you? Are you from over there? It's impossible. The people from over there cannot come here. It cannot be. It cannot be. Du Zitong muttered to himself, his voice a desperate scream. Qin Hao did not comprehend the significance of over there. But Du Zitong understood that the appearance of this figure could potentially disrupt their plans. His immediate course of action was to hastily inform his superiors, as the situation had escalated beyond the control of a mere minion like himself. Gradually, Du Zitong regained his composure, silently awaiting the next move of the enigmatic figure in black, for he knew that a mere gesture or glance from this mysterious being could seal his fate. Meanwhile, Qin Hao quietly observed the actions of both men. Although this towering figure seemed more friend than foe for the moment, Qin Hao was acutely aware that any hostile action could lead to his imminent demise. The fate of Zhang Jinlu served as a stark reminder, and Qin Hao did not consider his own physical prowess to be superior. A cacophony of raspy sounds emanated from the mysterious figure's head. Du Zitong appeared to grasp the implication, quickly expressing his gratitude for being spared, and with remarkable swiftness, he hoisted Zhang Jinlu's body and fled in disarray. Qin Hao felt a twinge of anxiety. The two who had appeared so formidable moments ago had fled in haste. Realizing he was of no consequence to the mysterious figure, he decided to make his own escape from this perilous place. Facing the mysterious figure, and seeing no sign of aggression, Qin Hao swiftly retreated. Before long, he reached a corner, and beyond it lay a bustling shopping mall. He believed that once there, even if the mysterious figure wished to act, it would be hindered by the throngs of people. With this thought in mind, he glanced back cautiously. A pang of anxiety gripped Qin Hao as he realized the figure cloaked in black had vanished, or more accurately, had disappeared entirely. There were only 2 exits moments ago, and it was inconceivable that the dark figure could have fled through the alternate passage chosen by Qin Hao in such a brief span of time. Could it be that the figure had taken flight? The mere thought of the ominous black mist that had emerged sent shivers down his spine, filling him with dread. He decided to make a hasty retreat, pouring every ounce of strength into his legs as he stumbled towards the shopping mall. Before long, he was greeted by the jubilant sounds of passers-by, their laughter echoing merriment that seemed to exceed the joy of receiving 50 yuan. 50 yuan, a mere 50 yuan. Qin Hao lamented internally, feeling as if his heart were bleeding. To trade 50 yuan for a life, such a grim bargain. Yet, he consoled himself, recognizing that it was not without its merits as he made his way back to his residential complex. The black-clad figure, the swirling black mist, the flamboyant black lasers. Did he think he was in a martial arts drama? Upon returning home, Qin Hao recounted the day's bizarre events to Old Man Qin. Rather than expressing concern, the elder burst into hearty laughter. Observing the old man's unabashed delight, Qin Hao silently hummed a tune about the irreplaceable love of a mother. Even as uncertainty lingered over whether he had ever known such a figure. Noticing that Qin Hao had ceased engaging him, Old Man Qin clamped his mouth shut, striving to suppress his laughter. Seeing the elder's face redden to an almost comical hue, Qin Hao couldn't help but join in the laughter. And soon the house resonated with their joyous banter. Suddenly, a series of knocks resounded at the door. Old man, who could that be at this hour? Qin Hao queried, bewildered, considering it unusual for anyone to visit at such a late time. A flicker of anxiety crept in as he recalled the day's unsettling occurrences, prompting him to suggest, Old man, I'm feeling a bit unwell. Perhaps you could answer the door? Huh. I'll go, who's afraid? Old Man Qin winked playfully, his nose tilted in defiance. Xiang Xiaohao, it's me. I've brought over 2 portions of dumplings that I just made. Came a familiar voice from outside, the widow Lu Xiaohua. Upon hearing her voice, Old Man Qin hastened to open the door without hesitation. There stood a tall, slender woman, elegantly aged yet still possessing a captivating grace. holding a steaming platter of fragrant dumplings. Upon hearing her voice, Qin Hao rose to greet her. "Aunt Xiaohua, you've come. Please, come in and make yourself comfortable," he exclaimed, eager to usher Lu Xiaohua inside. It must be noted that Qin Hao exhibited remarkable courtesy, perhaps heightened by the absence of a mother figure throughout his childhood, making such gestures of affection particularly precious to him. "Xiaohao, you're becoming increasingly considerate. However, I must decline. I still have more cooking at home. Please, enjoy your meal," Lu Xiaohua replied with a warm smile. "Very well, Aunt Xiaohua. I shall return the plate to you first thing tomorrow morning," Old Man Qin responded, accepting the platter with a cheerful demeanor. "Very well, I shall take my leave now. Farewell, Auntie." As Lu Xiaohua's words faded, he exited the room. Qin Hao closed the door, only to turn around and find that the old man had vanished from sight. Turning back, he could not help but express his frustration. "Oh, you old rascal. Once again you indulge yourself in the treats Aunt Xiaohua brings. Save some for me. It serves you right for not answering the door. You deserve this. The kitchen has my cooking. Go feast on that instead. You know how much I adore dumplings." With a mouthful of dumplings, the old man replied nonchalantly. Qin Hao felt a wave of despair wash over him, fully aware that he had no chance of savoring those 2 plates of dumplings. With a final glance at the remaining quarter and the old man devouring them ravenously, he silently turned away and headed to the kitchen to prepare the old man's daily meal: radish strips, steamed cornbread, and millet porridge. He began to eat contentedly. After dinner, Qin Hao lay flat on his bed, staring at the ceiling, meticulously contemplating the day's events: part-time work, exams, lunch, more exams, school dismissal, a robbery encounter, and finally returning home. As he pondered, a peculiar and audacious thought struck him. Was there, perhaps, an unseen connection among all these occurrences? Furthermore, within the day's happenings, there were elements he had unconsciously overlooked that may have played a significant role. Though Qin Hao appeared foolish and carefree, he possessed a bold yet meticulous nature, activating his sensitive neurons to scrutinize every detail of the day's events, exploring the lost points of awareness. Meanwhile, at the edge of the city in an abandoned factory workshop, 2 individuals knelt trembling on the ground, the inky moonlight illuminating their faces, revealing beads of perspiration. Had Qin Hao been present, he would have recognized them as the injured Zhang Jinlu and the frightened Du Ziding. Before them sat 2 figures, flanked by 2 rows of individuals, seemingly ensuring their safety. "Are you saying your skill struck him, yet he merely sustained injuries and did not perish?" A voice, ethereal and profound, emanated from a mysterious figure seated to the left. "Indeed, my lord. When I unleashed my skill upon him, although he was sent flying and appeared battered, he did not die, and I felt no ripple of power emanating from him." "Oh, that is quite peculiar. If no power was employed and he merely withstood it with his physical form, do you think I am easily deceived? When did the human body become so resilient?" The esteemed leader suddenly paused, his tone firm and questioning, as if anticipating that without a comprehensive and credible response from the 2, they would face dire consequences. "My lord, there is no need to press them further. Beyond the existence of that mysterious figure in the black cloak, there must be aspects we are aware of yet have inadvertently overlooked," spoke the individual seated to the right of the leader. "Are you suggesting there are other factors at play?" The individual referred to as the advisor remained silent. His eyes closed as he pondered the intelligence reported by the 2 men. Zhang Mozi and Du Zitong were filled with trepidation, quietly awaiting and praying for the advisor's response. Qin Hao finally opened his eyes, as if thoughts were bubbling forth like a spring, and slowly spoke. "The necklace. It is indeed the necklace." Simultaneously, the advisor turned his head and, with measured composure, addressed the chief, stating, "We have consistently overlooked the factor of the necklace. According to their accounts, it was lost by that young man after he donned it. If the figure in the black robe is indeed that old man, I surmise this necklace was passed down to the young man by him, and I suspect it has not been lost, but rather has fused with the young man." The advisor stroked his chin, methodically analyzing. If it truly is that old man, then this necklace is likely the legendary. Cough, cough. The advisor coughed awkwardly a couple of times, using the moonlight to glance at the chief, who seemed to realize something. After a moment of contemplation, a sense of dread washed over him, prompting him to quickly amend his statement. "We are merely a part of the execution inspectors for this plan. If that object comes into play, the situation will be beyond our control. Thus," the advisor continued, "I shall personally visit tomorrow to observe the young man's condition. Should it prove to be untrue, we shall maintain our observation. Once we confirm our suspicions, we will promptly report back on this matter." The chief considered the implications and cautiously turned to the advisor, stating, "For now, let us proceed with utmost care." No sooner had he spoken than the group vanished into thin air, leaving behind 2 empty chairs and the serene, starry sky. Qin Hao incorporated the necklace into the events of the day, as if certain mysteries began to unravel. For instance, despite being struck by Zhang Mozi's flamboyant attack and being sent flying, his chest bore no pain whatsoever. Rather, it felt warm. Driven by curiosity, Qin Hao removed his shirt, revealing his robust physique. However, there was no time for admiration, for etched prominently upon his chest were 2 golden characters, elegantly inscribed, Tianquan. Through the mirror, he also beheld 2 equally sized characters, Zhu Li, Tianquan, Zhu Li. Tianquan, Quan. With his torso exposed, Qin Hao slowly sat on the bed, deep in thought. Could this be connected to the dreams he had experienced days prior? Volume 1. Breaking the Tranquility Chapter 4, Mirror Pursuit. The enigmatic old man Qin. After much contemplation, Qin Hao resolved to visit the room of the old man Qin, as the necklace was a gift from him. Glancing at his watch, he noted it was 11:37 in the evening. He opened the door quietly and made his way to the old man's room. The sounds of snoring and grumbling resonated through the door like thunder, reaching Qin Hao's ears. Qin Hao rolled his eyes in exasperation, contemplating the heartlessness of the old man who could sleep so soundly. He surmised that there was no waking him tonight. Perhaps it would be better to address the matter in the morning. Reluctantly, Qin Hao returned to his room. Lying on his bed, he reflected on the plethora of events that had transpired that day, mulling over each incident until sleep overtook him unexpectedly. A night of silence passed, and soon the dawn's light gently unveiled the night's veil, revealing a soft, radiant morning glow. The incessant ringing of the alarm clock by Qin Hao's bedside shattered the tranquility, nearly provoking him to curse aloud. He thought to himself, after such a tiring day yesterday, can I sleep a little longer? Must you continue this incessant clamor? Extending his hand to silence the alarm, he was startled when, upon contact, a loud bang erupted, nearly causing him to lose his composure. He straightened up, wide-eyed, staring at the clock, which now only displayed the hour and minute hands. What the hell? My alarm clock! He exclaimed. Wait, hold on. Have I truly discovered some extraordinary ability? The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became. The shattering of the clock momentarily faded from his mind. Quickly dressing in his clothes and donning his worn-out sneakers, he dashed out of his room, eager to impress the old man and inquire about the necklace. Typically, that old man would berate him for his shortcomings, but today, Qin Hao was determined to show him that even a salted fish could turn over. As he pushed open the door and stepped into the living room, the peculiar sight of Qin Hao seemed to freeze in midair when he discovered that the old man was not at home. A hint of embarrassment washed over him as he glanced around, only to find a note penned in flowing script left on the table. Young Qin, I have stepped out to meet an old friend and may return late. There's food in the kitchen. The temporary worker has been cancelled. Just eat well and head straight to school. Given how frightened you were yesterday, you should stick to places with more people. Ha ha ha. Signed, Old Qin. After reading the note, Qin Hao couldn't help but chuckle to himself, thinking, off to meet a dance partner, is he? More like off to a rendezvous. Casting a glance at his watch, he noted that there was still time. After finishing his meal, he grabbed his backpack and exited the community. Initially intending to browse the mall, he felt a strange unease from yesterday's events. After some contemplation, he opted to walk past the mall's main entrance, taking a few extra loops around the bun shop, where there had been a crowd earlier for safety. As he continued past the mall, he noted the time was around 6:40 a.m. It was summer, and there should have been more people around, yet only a few souls lingered. As Qin Hao approached them, he sensed an oddity. Each person's facial expression seemed eerily identical. What on earth is going on? He muttered to himself. Qin Hao unconsciously quickened his pace. He noticed that everyone around him wore the same expression, and as he glanced up, he made eye contact with each person he encountered. Something felt amiss, he thought to himself. After the events of yesterday, he suddenly felt a profound change within him overnight. Just before reaching the next bend, he sensed a chill in his chest, prompting him to accelerate and swiftly turn the corner. As expected, not far from him stood a familiar figure, Du Zitong. Go down and test this kid, but remember, do not hold back, commanded a mysterious figure draped in a purple-black robe, hovering 20 stories above Qin Hao. It was none other than the chief from the previous night. Beside this figure floated another adversary of Qin Hao, Zhang Jinlu. Yes, chief, Zhang Jinlu acknowledged, eager to seize this opportunity to redeem himself, perhaps even garnering the chief's favor. Suddenly, a chill crept down Qin Hao's back. He turned abruptly to find Zhang Jinlu slowly approaching him. This kid indeed possesses some acumen. His instincts are surprisingly sharp. The chief remarked in astonishment at Qin Hao's rapid advancement. Kid, Having narrowly escaped yesterday, why aren't you hiding at home? Do you really think you're invincible? Du Zitong taunted mockingly. Yesterday, you were fortunate to have a benefactor. Otherwise, do you truly believe you could stand against us? You're nothing but an ungrateful fool. Zhang Jinlu added, seizing the moment to belittle Qin Hao, shifting the blame for their previous failures onto him. The task assigned to the two by the chief was clear. First, to provoke Qin Hao with words to discern any hidden tricks he might possess. If nothing unusual emerged, they were to eliminate him. If he displayed any signs of being an aberration, the chief would personally handle the situation. Well, aren't you two prepared to summon that cloaked figure? Ha ha ha, oh, come on, you two, enough with the chatter. Zhang, have you forgotten how you looked like a dead dog yesterday? And you, Du Zitong, are you sure you've taken your medicine today? Yesterday, you were the one who went mad, running around like you were on adrenaline. Qin Hao countered defiantly, refusing to rise to Du Zitong's bait and instead mocking them. His reasoning was twofold. First, he wished to test whether he would experience the same sensation of pain from those flamboyant skills that had previously been unleashed upon him. Second, he sought to understand the transformations his body had undergone since the peculiar events of last night. From the emergence of celestial powers to the shattering of his alarm clock that morning. Thirdly, the question remains whether the enigmatic figure in the black cloak will make a reappearance, though his previous performance left much to be desired. Had it been possible to ascertain a shared allegiance, Qin Hao's myriad doubts could have been unraveled by this mysterious entity. Despite the inherent danger, Qin Hao was willing to take a bold gamble. Indeed, Zhang Jinlu and Du Zitong found themselves outmaneuvered by him. As the saying goes, one should not expose another's wounds or speak of their shortcomings. Even in conflict, one ought not to strike the face. Qin Hao's words were akin to a resounding slap, rubbing salt into their wounds. This sharp-tongued rascal was about to unleash the dark forbidden seven-kill fist upon them. How outrageous. Prepare for your demise, dark forbidden phoenix breath. Zhang Jinlu and Du Zitong had never endured such mockery, even in their own ranks. They were among the 5 leading captains. Previously, Qin Hao had concealed his strengths, and they had tolerated his taunts. Now, knowing they were at a disadvantage yet still provoking the situation, they were clearly courting death. If they could endure this, they would be nothing short of turtles retreating into their shells. The dark golden energy swirling around Zhang Jinlu gradually coalesced into his hands, feet, and crown, slowly forming a blood-red golden phoenix, the very skill that had previously assailed Qin Hao. Last time, he had only unleashed half his power to test whether Qin Hao was the one sought by the higher-ups. Now, in a fit of rage and humiliation, he seemed intent on leaving Qin Hao in no state to survive. Conversely, Du Zitong gathered the purple-black energy around his arms, crossing his hands in an X shape, slowly forming a massive black fist, brimming with power. Prepare to die, boy. Next year on this day will mark your funeral. At last, the moment had arrived. Qin Hao felt no fear, but rather a flicker of excitement, as if he had once wielded such an attack himself. The skill tore through the very fabric of space, darkening the sky with tendrils of black mist. Boom, boom, boom. Their simultaneous strikes collided with Qin Hao, creating a cacophony of destruction that shook the earth and filled the air with dust. At the epicenter of the explosion, a faint golden light glimmered. This flicker of illumination resonated with the chief in the skies above, revealing an immense and fervent power. I have finally found you. The chief's lips curled into a sly smile as he teleported behind Zhang Jinlu in a single bound. Step aside, you are no match for him. Zhang Jinlu felt a sudden jolt of fear and quickly retreated, his face a mixture of confusion and disdain. No match. Chief, you must be mistaken. This boy has already been defeated by Du Zitong and me combined. No matter how he pretends, without the aid of that mysterious figure, he is nothing. Du Zitong cast a glance at the chief and then at the sight of the explosion, as if realizing something, and silently moved aside, choosing not to speak further. The chief cast a disdainful glance at Zhang Jinlu, contemptuously declaring, with your pathetic abilities, do you truly believe you can vanquish the one who defies the heavens? You are merely a fool desperately attempting to inflate your own worth, unaware of your impending demise. Having uttered these words, he disregarded Zhang Jinlu entirely and strode 10 paces toward the epicenter of the explosion, leaving Zhang Jinlu in a state of shock and confusion. The chief placed his right hand over his heart and his left hand at his waist, bowing respectfully as he spoke. Greetings, esteemed Lord Defier of the Heavens. This is the highest form of reverence that signifies acknowledgement of power. As the dust began to settle and the faint golden light slowly faded, Qin Hao's gamble proved correct. It was indeed these 4 words that shielded him. As the explosion drew near, his body suddenly erupted with a brilliant golden radiance. The two attacking forces seemed to encounter something terrifying, veering away from Qin Hao and colliding in a tumultuous explosion. Throughout this blast, a transparent barrier remained between him and the explosion, allowing him to evade harm from the two assaults. Who are you? Qin Hao, bewildered by being referred to as the defier of the heavens, felt perplexed, suspecting that the individual before him was mocking him. You are the one who defies the heavens. Your entire family does. The chief, equally confounded, thought to himself that had anyone else dared to utter such words, he would have dispatched them without hesitation. Yet, given the circumstances, he felt compelled to reconsider. You do not know? You are called the defier of the heavens? The chief inquired tentatively. If you mean to say that my charm with women is extraordinary, then you may call me that. But who are you? You have yet to introduce yourself. And why do your subordinates repeatedly target me? Qin Hao pondered, recognizing this as his only advantage. The chief's expression darkened. He now comprehended two things. Either the person before him was not who he presumed, but possessed a fragment of power, or he had lost his memory. However, one thing was certain. This individual posed no threat now. Humph, I shall be the one to end your life. The chief's expression suddenly shifted, coldly scoffing. How swiftly your demeanor changes. Just as Qin Hao intended to retreat, he found himself immobilized. Ah, surrender. Perhaps in the past you would have scorned me, but now, you are like a plucked duck, unable to soar, for this is my domain. The chief sneered, as he reached to seize Qin Hao by the neck. He unexpectedly grasped at air. Realizing something was amiss, he hastily retreated, but was a moment too late. A massive hand, engulfed in swirling black energy, tore through the space before him and struck his chest, sending him hurtling away. Meanwhile, Qin Hao was teleported 100 meters away from the battlefield. Oh, the Knight family's young scion, it seems you are well. The injured chief heard this voice, his eyes turning a blood-red hue as he roared at the dark mist gathering above, gradually forming a figure. Indeed, it is you, old fool. Even in death, you cannot remain still. Watch as I capture you and present you to the seat of authority. Ah, now this is rather intriguing. Otherwise, it would be quite dull if a conflict were to arise. The figure coalesced into a humanoid form, revealing the enigmatic figure in a black cloak who had rescued Qin Hao yesterday. The elder remarked, "Watch closely his eye." But before he could finish his sentence, his voice was abruptly silenced, his body pierced by a hand of deep black mist hovering ominously above. This was a display of absolute dominance stemming from unparalleled strength. Huh. Ah, why must you be so sluggish? Oh, I forgot to inform you. This is your realm, not mine. The mysterious individual yawned as he spoke, seemingly overwhelmed by fatigue. You too, keep your distance. Guard your master's body. As for the soul, I shall entertain myself for a couple of days. Once I've had my fill, I will release him. He lifted the lifeless form of the chief from the ground, savoring the moment, and added, As for that young lad, should he dare provoke me again, I shall not hesitate to show my ruthless side. As he spoke, the mysterious figure gestured toward the distant Qin Hao, threatening Zhang and Du. Yes, rest assured. Senior, we shall not disturb that young man. No, we shall not provoke your esteemed son. The two were already terrified, realizing that even their formidable chief was no match for this individual, let alone themselves, who were mere novices. Begone. The mysterious figure articulated the very outcome Zhang and Du had longed for, and they quickly acquiesced. Yes. We shall leave at once. Before they could finish their words, they hastily lifted the chief's body and retreated in haste. Humph. As he watched the two retreating figures, the mysterious figure scoffed disdainfully and instantly appeared behind Qin Hao. Throughout the immobilization by the chief, Qin Hao had been observing everything unfold. Had he not been restrained, he might have felt compelled to ask the mysterious individual for an autograph. The display was simply too ostentatious, too striking. When the chief was slain by the mysterious figure, Qin Hao's vision began to blur, as if the very fabric of his surroundings was collapsing, gradually isolating him from the world. The mysterious figure seized Qin Hao's head, exclaiming, Qin lad, awaken. It is time to rise. It seemed Qin Hao sensed something, abruptly sitting upright as his vision gradually cleared. A familiar room, a familiar doorframe, a familiar old man. Old man. Qin Hao gazed at the elder standing beside his bed, as if encountering a specter. Gahaha, you're awake, Qin lad. How do you feel? The elder chuckled mischievously. Is this a dream? It felt so real, indistinguishable from actual events. Hee, this is a mirrored pursuit. A unique ability possessed solely by the Yi family, the elder explained with a smile. Oh, the unique powers of the Yi family. The Yi family, with its singular abilities. Yi family powers? Old man Qin, you. Qin Hao stared wide-eyed in disbelief at Old Man Qin. As soon as the words left his lips, Old Man Qin's stature gradually increased, enveloped by swirling dark energy that intertwined around him, the mysterious figure in black reappearing. In truth, I would prefer you to call me Old Man Jai. You are saying that the chief's mirrored pursuit was thwarted by that mysterious figure last time, and he was effortlessly slain in a single strike? The advisor gazed at the chief's lifeless body on the ground, turning to address Zhang Jinlu and Du Ziding, who were kneeling. Yes, my lord advisor, that old man is quite formidable. The chief was pierced through in one blow. Zhang Jinlu spoke with a trembling voice. The advisor narrowed his eyes slightly at the two of them, pondering for a moment before speaking. Lift the chief. We shall depart for headquarters at once. Volume 2. A Glimpse of Brilliance Chapter 1. Another world? A different continent. Qin Hao stood in stunned silence, gazing at the old man before him, whose dark aura gradually dissipated, shrinking into the form of Old Man Qin. For a moment, he was at a loss for words, his mind burdened with an overwhelming multitude of questions, unsure of how to articulate them. Noticing Qin Hao's peculiar gaze directed at him, Old Man Qin felt a twinge of unease and couldn't help but chuckle. Hee, I say, Qin lad, you aren't daft, are you? Don't you recognize me? It's not that I don't recognize you, it's that I dare not acknowledge it. Who would imagine that a solitary old man, who dances in the square, waters flowers, and frequently disturbs the widows next door, could also be the one to obliterate a deity with a single punch, scaring others away with just a few words? Qin Hao lamented, his expression a mixture of disbelief and resignation. Old man, am I still dreaming? A dream within a dream, a double dream? Of all the figures to dream about, you had to be that mysterious person. To be honest, just a few days ago, I idolized him. Who would have thought? What's the matter? Why can't I be the mysterious figure you speak of? I'll let you in on a secret. I am indeed that mysterious person. The one who saved you yesterday, and the very same one you encountered in your dream moments ago. Little did you know, there's much more you remain unaware of. Old Man Qin replied with a smirk, adopting the demeanor of a playful elder. Qin Hao took a moment to collect his thoughts and gradually came to a realization. Who else but his own old man would come to his rescue? Thus, he began to accept this truth. Old man, are you suggesting that I was just dreaming? And I distinctly remember that the person you killed referred to me as something like the one who defies the heavens. What is the story behind that? Do you know? Do you recall that dream you once shared with me? Seeing the perplexed expression on Qin Hao's face, the old man Qin chuckled and retorted. Even if I do not divulge the intricacies to you, you must have sensed some changes within your body, haven't you? Are you referring to that thing called power? Qin Hao pondered momentarily before inquiring. It is the dragon power. The old man Qin stated solemnly, causing Qin Hao to be taken aback. Such an expression from the old man was rare indeed. The individuals you have encountered in the past few days, the events that transpired, the techniques you witnessed, as well as the dreams you have experienced, all of these, including the dragon power, stem from another spatial dimension. One could even describe it as an alternate world, where the inhabitants refer to it as. The old man paused, slightly raising his head, his aged yet ethereal gaze directed towards the sky outside the window with reverence, the otherworldly continent. Observing the old man's veneration, Qin Hao envisioned the grandeur of that distant realm, yet he also grasped its inherent ferocity. As he gazed at the old man's silhouette, he contemplated the resplendence of that world. After a lengthy silence, the old man turned back to Qin Hao and continued. It can be said that this world differs from our current existence. Modes of transportation, daily necessities, and lifestyle diverge greatly from those on Earth. The manner of living is utterly distinct. Here, individuals learn, seek employment, and toil for survival and advancement, while in that world, they pursue but one thing: power. Power is not merely a crucial medium for the inhabitants of that realm, but also a symbol of authority and status. Consequently, in the mortal domain, various positions have emerged, defined by power: power masters, alchemists, even forgers. Mortal domain. In response to Qin Hao's query, the old man contemplated briefly before explaining. The otherworldly continent is divided into 2 tiers and 3 realms. The primary realm, known as the Zero Realm. The primary realm encompasses the mortal domain, while the Zero Realm includes. The old man paused, casting a discreet glance at Qin Hao, who still appeared bewildered yet earnest, and continued. The divine clan and the demon domain. However, due to the enigmatic nature of the Zero Realm, the majority of those living in the mortal domain do not acknowledge its existence, perceiving it instead as an ethereal legend. Only a select few are aware of its reality. With a bemused smile, the old man remarked, I have grasped the general idea. though there are several questions I do not comprehend. For the queries you have, I can assist you with only one at most. The time is not yet ripe. Knowing too much may not be beneficial for you," the old man stated, gazing into Qin Hao's eyes, as if anticipating his inquiries. Very well, could you perhaps enlighten me?" Observing the obstinate old man, Qin Hao voiced the question that had lingered in his mind for days. "What is dragon power?" The old man fixed his gaze on the ceiling above, lost in contemplation as he sought the echoes of ancient memories, and after a considerable pause, began to recount a tale. In the course of that world's historical evolution, there emerged an immensely powerful supreme being who stood atop the continent, drawing ever closer to the legendary pinnacle known as the Void Mirror. This unparalleled entity, revered by the people as the Dragon Emperor, possessed a rare constitution that was half demonic and half divine. Not only did this Dragon Emperor use his formidable strength to quell the chaos across the three realms, instilling fear in the hearts of all factions, but he also made significant political contributions. He delineated the dominions of the mortal realm, the demonic realm, and the divine realm, appointing lords for each domain and establishing the currency exchange methods and survival standards among them. Among the most prominent of these regulations was the establishment of opposing strongholds for gods and demons, forbidding their arbitrary passage into the mortal realm to prevent disruption of human existence. Thus, the divine realm, the demonic realm, and the mortal realm thrived in harmony, entering an era of unparalleled strength and prosperity, known as the Era of Great Peace. Old Qin paused for a moment, taking a few steps forward to the window, gazing into the distance, his expression complex as he remarked, the unpredictability of fate. This Dragon Emperor, after years of stagnation in his progress, ultimately fell into chaos, his consciousness thrown into disarray, leading to his descent into madness. This turmoil culminated in the infamous Dragon Emperor War, where he allied with the lords of the divine and demonic realms against the mortal domain. In that epic confrontation, the three lords, exerting their utmost power, exhausted their divine authority to seal him within the divine realm. A millennium later, the seal within the divine realm had nearly dissipated. Although the Dragon Emperor was no longer present, the remnants of his identity, status, and power, the dragon's sovereignty, emerged anew. Old Qin's expression grew stern, his tone resolute. Upon hearing this, Qin Hao gasped, as if something within his mind had broken free, causing him excruciating pain. "My head aches terribly," he groaned, pressing his hands against his temples. Observing this, Old Qin furrowed his brow in contemplation, slowly raising his right hand. Dark energy gradually coalesced in his palm, forming a small dark purple seed. Approaching Qin Hao, he held the seed aloft, and with a swift motion, it darted from his hand, vanishing into Qin Hao's skull. With a throbbing headache, Qin Hao closed his eyes, seemingly entering an enigmatic realm. "Dad, are you really that powerful?" "Of course. Just look at who your dad is." "Haraha." A young boy joyfully rode on the shoulders of a towering man with bronze skin and bulging muscles, the two of them laughing and playing together. Suddenly, the scene shifted to an expanse surrounded by the sea, a vast landscape filled with vibrant colors and towering figures encircling 4 or 5 individuals. This is the dream. This time, it feels so real," Qin Hao murmured to himself, his gaze fixed intently ahead. That man. The second one on the right. Wait, isn't that the old man?" Qin Hao caught sight of the man who had been frolicking by the seaside moments ago, but now he was covered in blood and bruises. Glancing to his left, he was startled to see a towering figure, clad in dark purple, urging the nearly unconscious man before him. "Captain, why cling to your delusions? Surrender the dragon authority, and we shall grant you a path to survival." The man offered no reply to the towering figure's inquiry. Instead, he suddenly wore a mysterious smile, his confident gaze shifting to a tall youth garbed in crimson, whose features remained obscured. "Hey, brat, do you remember the technique I spoke of back then?" As his words lingered in the air, the man turned to face the approaching crowd, reciting, "The imperial power rises, dark forces covet, the wise gather, yearning to persuade. Yet you strike deceitfully. Shall we heed this? Shall we heed this? You wish to harm me? Dare you, wretch? A dragon has its reverse scales. To touch them is to face death." With a resounding declaration, he invoked divine power, a brilliant white light emanating from him, radiating outward like sunlight, leaving nothing but desolation in its wake. Tears streamed down Qin Hao's cheeks, dripping onto his chin, as he touched his heart and murmured, "Why does my heart ache so?" Volume 2, A Glimpse of Brilliance Chapter 2, Another World? The Continent of Another Realm. "Qin, wake up, quickly." Gradually, Qin Hao opened his bleary eyes to find an elderly man beside him, gazing intently. How do you feel? Is it any better? Much improved. I was in excruciating pain earlier, but it has subsided after a while. Seeing the elderly man's anxious demeanor warmed Qin Hao's heart. He refrained from sharing the visions he had during his headache, preferring to unravel them on his own. The towering youth in crimson, the opposing forces, the old man's past. And that man. What shall we do next? Given the current circumstances, it was evident that continuing his tranquil studies on Earth was no longer feasible. I must take you to the continent of another realm. The old man slowly clenched his fists, speaking deliberately. After exhaling a heavy sigh, as if releasing a burden from his heart, he continued, Qin, our time is limited. I can tell you with certainty that both you and I once hailed from there. With that, the old man moved towards the door, looking back to say, so, if you wish to understand your origins and why you, an old fool like me, ended up in this desolate place, ponder it well once you have made up your mind, come find me. As the last words echoed, the old man exited, gently closing the door behind him, leaving Qin Hao alone to reflect. Could I possibly be connected to that battle? Qin Hao would never forget the scene that unfolded in his dreams. Although he prided himself on not being heartless, he was hardly a sentimental soul. Over the years, despite his silence on the matter, life had proven to be quite a struggle for him. As a child, he often saw other children being greeted by their fathers and mothers after school, while he was invariably met by the old man, Qin. He had once fantasized about a day when his own parents would stand at the school gate among the throngs of other parents, eagerly awaiting his release from class. It was only later, when he met Lin Baozi in class, that he began to navigate these years with a companion. Now, his only concern lay with that innocent, lovely, and kind-hearted girl next door, Lin Baozi. Rising from his seat, Qin Hao approached his bookshelf, opened the bottom drawer, and retrieved a small piggy bank. He smashed it open and pulled out the crumpled bills within. Then, he took an envelope, along with a piece of paper and a pen, and began to write. Dear little Baozi. Sincerely, Qin Hao. Before long, he had completed the letter, neatly placed it in the envelope, and stepped outside. Goodness, old man. What on earth are you doing? Qin Hao stared in disbelief at the old man before him, who was drawing bizarre shapes in the dust with ash. Oh, you finally made a decision. I'm sketching a teleportation array. How else do you think we'll return? Fly back. Qin replied nonchalantly. Aren't you worried I might refuse to go? Qin Hao questioned, observing the old man engrossed in his work. Not at all. What is there to fear? If you choose not to come, you can just stay here and wait to perish. They already know of our existence, and when they come next time, I might not even be able to fend them off. The old man regarded him as if he were a simpleton. By the way, have you made up your mind? Are you going or not? If not, I'll go alone, he asked without concern. Yes, of course I'm going. I still need to uncover the truth about my origins. However, I wish to send something first. I want to mail this letter, along with the extra pocket money I've saved over the years to Baozi. Her family is often away, and she has no one to keep her company. I fear that if I leave, she may run out of money. Qin Hao explained, holding the envelope aloft as a gesture. Huh, who would have thought you were such a romantic? This is easy enough. Just hand me the envelope. The old man grinned wickedly, reaching out to snatch the envelope from Qin Hao's grasp. What are you doing? I can handle it myself. Qin Hao exclaimed, suddenly anxious, fearing that the old man intended to obliterate the last vestige of his connection to Earth, and he hurriedly attempted to reclaim the envelope from the old man's hands. I will send it over to you. Huh, who cares about your broken envelope? If I lacked even this little bit of cunning and still wished to take you back, it would be akin to a fool's dream. The old man Qin gazed at his own eyes, speaking disdainfully. Oh, very well, haha. Is the address written correctly? Yes, it's all set. I appreciate your efforts, old Qin. He scratched his head, expressing his gratitude with a hint of embarrassment. You little rascal. Don't be so polite with me. Humph. Keep your eyes peeled. Do not disturb me until I have completed my task, the old man Qin huffed, giving a stern warning. All right, Qin Hao responded with a grin. Before long, the old man Qin began to gather dark energy in the hand that held the envelope, which twisted and coiled around. Suddenly, as if by magic, the envelope vanished. Qin Hao, who had been watching the envelope intently, was left dumbfounded, marveling at the display. Truly, he thought, this is my old man. Indeed impressive. Such a remarkable skill of sending items across great distances must be something I will seek to learn from him. Suddenly, Qin Hao noticed the old man frowning slightly, as if something were amiss. However, he dared not act, for while the disappearance of the envelope was a minor concern, any trouble befalling his old man would be a significant issue. After a moment, he observed the old man relaxing, and he too gradually felt a sense of relief. This is intriguing. After 2 or 3 minutes, the old man Qin opened his eyes and spoke with a mysterious smile. What's wrong, old man? Are you all right? You looked troubled just now. Qin Hao inquired eagerly upon seeing the old man awake. You still have a bit of conscience, I see. Do not worry. I am fine. I simply sensed a minor disturbance. Oh, by the way, I have delivered your items to your little girlfriend's house. We must tidy up and set off quickly. The old man Qin felt a warm surge in his heart upon noticing that Qin Hao had not brought up the matter of the envelope. All right, I have nothing much to pack. You've said that the lifestyle there is entirely different, so I shall travel light. Qin Hao felt a weight lifted off his shoulders at the news of the envelope's delivery, excitement bubbling within him at the prospect of venturing into an unknown world. Before we leave, I must tell you two things. First, I will require your assistance for this journey. Second, the old man Qin paused, his gaze complex as he continued. What you see before you is but a fragment of my lingering soul. My true essence resides in another realm. Our separation necessitates my most fundamental powers. Once we arrive, I will temporarily reside within the necklace you wear around your neck. I may not be able to assist you promptly, so heed my words. First, do not truly trust anyone you encounter. Second, do not speak of or inquire about our relationship until your strength has reached an extraordinary level. Furthermore, if you face adversaries more formidable than yourself, remember this, in times of great importance, patience is key. A gentleman avenges not in haste. 10 years is but a fleeting moment. This was the first time Qin Hao had received such earnest counsel from the old man Qin, and he silently committed the words to memory, nodding heavily in acknowledgement. What should I do? Qin Hao fixed his intense gaze on the old man Qin, inquiring about this crucial matter. You need not do anything. Merely endure the pain akin to that which you feel in bed, a torment difficult to bear. However, if you can withstand it for a moment, it shall pass. Certainly. Qin Hao replied resolutely. It was no jest. Ever since childhood, he had never been one to yield, especially not to a mere headache. Particularly after his grandfather had made such tremendous sacrifices. Ha ha ha, splendid. Let us not delay, for time is of the essence. Let us commence, the old man declared with grandeur. Returning to the other world was not merely Qin Hao's desire, but also a long-held aspiration of his own. Volume 2, The Emergence of Brilliance, Chapter 3, The Cycle of Time? The otherworldly Qin Hao. After escaping from that continent, a fragment of his soul arrived on Earth. And the old man Qin had never regretted participating in that great battle. Even as a corpse in a foreign land, his spirit torn asunder, he bore no resentment towards others. If given the chance to choose again, he would make the same decision. Yet, he was not devoid of emotions. He constantly worried about the friends and family he left behind in that other world, wondering if they were suffering due to his absence. The other world. The Yi family. I, Zhai Tianxiao, shall not return empty-handed. The old man Qin exclaimed, the very ground beneath him trembling with his fervor. The prospect of returning to the other world stirred not only Qin Hao's trepidation and yearning, but also a fervent anticipation within the old man. Observing the old man's heightened emotions, it was not difficult for Qin Hao to fathom the profound enmity he bore towards the Yi family. He silently etched the name of this family into his memory. Gradually, the old man calmed his emotions and turned to meet Qin Hao's gaze. In each other's eyes, they beheld expectation, resolve, excitement, and longing. Young Qin, we are prepared to begin. The transmission. The old man inhaled deeply, speaking to Qin Hao with barely concealed excitement. All right, Qin Hao echoed in agreement. Stand at the center of the formation I have drawn. Understood. Qin Hao responded succinctly, akin to a soldier awaiting orders from his commanding officer. I ask you one final time. Are you ready, young Qin? The old man inquired, his tone leaving no room for doubt, as he found himself worrying for Qin Hao at this critical moment. Oh, old man Qin, why must you be so tedious? Let us battle if we must. If we are not satisfied, we shall fight. Come, I am ready. Ha ha ha, a splendid spirit. I shall count down from 3, and you will experience an agonizing headache, enduring at most 2 minutes. All right, here we go. Qin Hao's eyes blazed with determination as he fixed his gaze on the old man. I shall begin. 3, 2, 1. As his words fell, the old man's fingertips swiftly unleashed a stream of black light, which instantaneously surged into Qin Hao's mind. In an instant, Qin Hao felt as if the world was spinning around him, an explosion of pain radiating from his mind to all corners of his being, even surpassing the agony he had previously endured. It felt as though the veins and arteries within him had ruptured, his kidneys displaced and deformed, a sight too gruesome to behold. After a few seconds of excruciating pain, it seemed to dissipate. He was uncertain whether it was due to the intensity of the pain subsiding or the numbness that had overtaken him. Or perhaps it was a steadfast belief that kept him upright, refusing to succumb or surrender. At the very moment the dark energy enveloped Qin Hao's body, the old man Qin sprang into action, fully aware that time was of the essence. He began by rubbing his palms against the ground, moving in an enigmatic manner. As the dark energy within him stirred to life, gradually coalescing into a circular formation. Suddenly, a stream of white light flowed from Qin Hao's head, merging slowly into the circular array. The black and white energies moved at the same pace, but in opposite directions until they connected seamlessly, forming a Tai Chi Bagua formation at the center where Qin Hao stood. As the black and white energies coursed through the area, a brilliant radiance erupted, soaring skyward. The old man Qin swiftly appeared behind Qin Hao, back to back, closing his eyes and intertwining his hands in a rotating motion, chanting, "Devil." Separate from the duality of yin and yang, transcending the cycle of reincarnation. No sooner had his words left his lips than he opened his eyes wide, swiftly extending one hand to shoot forth a stream of black light into Qin Hao's mind, while the other hand continuously infused the array with a dark purple gas. Gradually, Qin Hao began to sense a wave of pain surging through his entire being, starting with his head and then radiating to every part of his body. He surveyed the internal state of his body with a sense of bitter amusement, veins ruptured, liver displaced, and he questioned whether he would survive this ordeal. Suddenly, he felt an overwhelming force within his consciousness yearning to break free, akin to a tumultuous sea that could not be contained. Finally, it shattered the confines of his awareness, surging from his head like a wild stallion, racing outward. As he beheld the continuous streams of white, tinged with red, he found himself perplexed. When had his body acquired such phenomena? He was uncertain if his body, already so ravaged, could withstand further destruction, and decided to relinquish control, for it was beyond his grasp. Where the white beams passed, the surroundings vanished from view, as though a veil obscured his sight of what lay ahead. Before long, Qin Hao realized that his entire being was enveloped by this radiant white with a hint of crimson, gradually alleviating the pain that had begun at his head and dissipating throughout his body. As the pain faded, a profound sense of relief surged within him, indescribable in words, compelling a soft moan from his lips. This sensation surpassed even the most clandestine pleasures he had experienced in the solitude of night, a euphoric release that was utterly intoxicating. Qin Hao could not help but gaze around in astonishment, nearly dropping his jaw in disbelief. What on earth has happened to my body? Above the mudball palace and below the life-giving gate, a remarkable differentiation emerged within the body. On the left side, it radiated with the brilliance of sunlight, a resurrection of sorts, dazzling and resplendent, while the right side remained shrouded in darkness, somber and despondent, reminiscent of an abyssal hell. The contrasting black and white energies converged at the center, forming a watershed with the Dantian. Additionally, a small whirlpool of red, black, and white currents swirled at the Dantian, intertwining harmoniously. Although the state of his body appeared peculiar, Qin Hao reassured himself that there was no significant harm. As he pondered, he suddenly realized that he seemed to be in a state of unconsciousness, which raised his concern for the old man. How on earth could he escape this eerie environment? With a mix of anxiety and helplessness, Qin Hao shouted towards the front, gathering the energy throughout his body, consolidating it in the Dantian, and focusing his spirit to navigate freely. Just as his words faded, an exceptionally aged yet gentle voice echoed around him. "Who is speaking?" Qin Hao exclaimed, glancing around. Apart from the stark contrast of his internal organs and himself, there was no one else present, leading him to suspect he was hallucinating. "Ha ha, little one. If you don't mind, you may call me Zero." The voice resounded once more from all directions, startling Qin Hao to the point where he nearly fell to the ground. Zero Grandpa. Where are you? Why can't I see you?" he inquired awkwardly yet respectfully. "Ha ha, little one, I reside within your mind. Previously, your consciousness was sealed, but now the seal has been lifted, allowing me to emerge with you," Zero patiently explained. "Oh, all right, then how do I get out?" Feeling that this elder, who called himself Zero, harbored no ulterior motives, Qin Hao felt a sense of ease, thinking that perhaps he could be of assistance in the future. Unbeknownst to him, this decision would pave the way for his journey toward becoming a formidable powerhouse. "Little one, do you see that whirlpool at your Dantian? It is called the Eye of Authority, an essential medium for cultivators in this otherworldly realm. Not only does it distinguish an ordinary person from a true cultivator, but it also serves as a space for the absorption of authority spirits. When you practice, you must do so in this state of consciousness within the Eye of Authority. To exit, concentrate your thoughts and mentally command. Return to the outside world. In the future, to re-enter, simply recite in your heart, Eye of Authority. Appear. and you shall return to this place for cultivation. Zero explained with a smile. Is it really that simple? Qin Hao asked, intrigued. Indeed, it is that simple. All right, then I shall give it a try. Qin Hao took a deep breath. Although he was within his own body, the events unfolding were far beyond his expectations. Faced with the sudden emergence of Zero, he felt a tinge of doubt. However, at this moment, escaping to the outside world was of utmost importance. Returned to the outside world. He quietly observed the movements of his body, and after a while, he realized it was of no use, which left him somewhat exasperated. Just as he was about to inquire, the voice of Zero resonated. Breathe deeply and concentrate, dispel all distractions, and with unwavering resolve, you shall find your way out. Remember, this is your body, and you alone can govern everything within it. He silently repeated Zero's words in his mind, and in an instant, it felt as though he had forged a connection with this lifeless form. He heard the rhythm of blood circulating, the meridians pulsing with vitality. Sensing a trace of the terrifying power emanating from the eye of authority, it was as if a spark of enlightenment had ignited within him. Returning to the external world, the environment around Qin Hao seemed to respond to his command. As beams of black and white light gradually converged beneath his feet into a miniature bagua formation, he could feel it. This was the passageway to freedom, and if he so wished, he could depart at any moment. Grandpa Zero, I have succeeded. There are pressing matters outside, and I cannot linger any longer. Thank you for your guidance just now. May I inquire if I can reach out to you in the future should I have further questions? I am always at your service. Remember, do not disclose to any third party that I exist here. I must entrust this to you. Qin Hao pondered this and found it reasonable. Everyone has their enemies. Since Grandpa Zero bore him no ill will, there was no need for him to gossip indiscriminately. Moreover, the old man had assisted him, and who knows, he might be of great help in the future. Indeed, with that settled, Qin Hao stepped into the bagua formation, and moments later, the array of light vanished, plunging the surroundings into silence once more. Rustle, rustle. Sensing a faint sound, Qin Hao slowly opened his eyes, only to find himself engulfed in darkness, with the formation he occupied emitting a weak glow. Young Qin, you have awakened? How do you feel? The aged voice of Qin's grandfather suddenly spoke from behind him. I am fine, old man. How do you fare? Upon uttering those words, Qin Hao felt his voice sounded peculiar, yet he paid it no mind. I am largely unscathed, though my consciousness is somewhat impaired. Upon arrival, I will need to rest for a while and cannot respond in time. What? As Qin's grandfather spoke, he turned to check the condition of Qin Hao's head, but upon glancing over, he appeared as if he had seen a ghost, exclaiming, You are Qin Hao? Qin Hao gazed at his grandfather with wide eyes, feeling both bewildered and apprehensive, and asked in confusion, What is it, old man? I merely took a nap. It's not as if you did. I have not denied you, yet you seem to forget me instead. Qin Hao spoke with a forced smile. Oh, so you are Qin Hao. Here, take this, you can examine it yourself. Looking at the unfamiliar face before him, Qin's grandfather felt it strange. But upon hearing it was still the same old Qin Hao, he felt relieved and continued to manipulate the formation. Qin Hao, filled with bewilderment, accepted the item from the old man, only to discover it was a mirror. Oh, wait a moment, a mirror, then the person reflected within it is. Before him stood an individual towering nearly 2 meters and 80 centimeters, strikingly handsome, with chiseled features reminiscent of a sculptor's masterpiece. Although his demeanor suggested a carefree disposition, the glint of intelligence in his eyes commanded respect. His hair, a cascade of lustrous black, framed a pair of slender, romantic eyes beneath arched brows. Captivating enough to ensnare the unwary, a proud nose complemented his lips, which bore a dazzling smile that illuminated his cheeks. My goodness, is this truly a human? He resembles a prince from a fairy tale. How many young maidens in that world will he enchant? Qin Hao pondered, reflecting that such an appearance would surely attract undue attention in that realm. Indeed, the old man cautioned. I almost forgot, we are still in a state of discretion. Such striking features would only serve to increase your visibility. What shall I do then? Qin Hao replied, exasperation evident in his voice, as it was his first time worrying over such a matter. In approximately 10 minutes, we shall arrive at that continent. I possess a bone-locking elixir from that world and a silk mask. If you consume this elixir, your height will diminish to approximately 1 meter and 90 centimeters, about 65% of your original stature. However, the drawback is that as a cultivator, you will only be able to exert 50% of your strength. Yet, in times of crisis, you can release the constraints of the elixir. The silk mask will render your appearance far more ordinary. Both items are priceless. Handle them with care, for my supply of the elixir is limited. It is best not to waste them. As he spoke, A glimmer of dark light flashed in the old man's hand, revealing two items, a grayish-black elixir and a nearly transparent mask. With a pained expression, he handed them to Qin Hao, unable to resist taking a lingering glance before relinquishing them, as if losing a cherished treasure. Qin Hao couldn't help but chuckle at the old man's expression, which was rare. Typically, he wouldn't spare a single hair for him. Now, he appeared to mourn the loss of something invaluable. Swiftly, Qin Hao consumed the elixir and donned the mask. The old man, witnessing this, nearly wept in sorrow, a look of profound emotion crossing his face. Moments later, Qin Hao's form began to shrink as if he were evaporating. And soon he stood at a height of 1 meter and 90 centimeters. His visage transformed into an enhanced version of his former self, albeit slightly less striking than before. The old man no longer gazed at Qin Hao, but turned silently towards the heart of the formation. "Prepare yourself, young man. We are almost there," he called back, excitement mingled with an inexplicable emotion. "I have long been prepared," Qin Hao replied, as he observed the dawn gradually illuminating the surroundings. A confident and resolute smile gracing his lips. "Another world, here I come." Deep within a tranquil and serene forest, a sudden emergence of a black and white symbol resembling the Taiji Bagua appeared. Almost instantaneously, a shadowy figure burst forth from within, vanishing into a thicket of grass with a soft puff. Moments later, the Taiji Bagua began to gradually shrink and dim, ultimately disappearing, restoring the forest to its previous tranquility. Volume 2, The First Glimmer of Brilliance, Chapter 4. The Lin family of Dongyu City. In a different realm, within the human domain of the East, lies Dongyu City. This bustling town is quite large, flourishing in all aspects, with only a handful of guards patrolling its borders, indicative of its remarkably peaceful security. The wide streets are devoid of any obstructions, paved predominantly with the city's distinctive emerald-hued granite, a material both durable and resilient, standing the test of time without any deliberate destruction over centuries. The sky above is a soft blue, and before long, a crimson glow emerges in the east, gradually spreading to tint a portion of the heavens. Slowly, a fiery orb of the sun breaks free from the clouds, fully revealing itself in a delightful shade of red, casting a brilliant light that illuminates the earth. All of nature returns to the embrace of the sun as people embark on their daily toil, and the local eateries buzz with life. Suddenly, a head peeks out from beneath a canopy of leaves, cautiously surveying the surroundings. This figure is none other than Qin Hao, who has just arrived in this strange world. After a day of arduous travel, he has finally reached the forest's edge. Upon arrival, the old man Qin swiftly nestled into the pendant around Qin Hao's neck to recuperate, maintaining only a mental connection with him. Initially, the old man's warning about the existence of magical beasts in the forest frightened Qin Hao considerably. He feared that after narrowly escaping one peril, he had stumbled into another. However, under the old man's careful guidance, he managed to evade several minor magical creatures, further deepening his admiration for the old man's unparalleled wisdom. "Old man, we're approaching a crowd. What should I do?" Qin Hao cautiously withdrew his head from the foliage, mentally inquiring of the old man. "I say, Qin kid, why are you so dense? What do you think you should do? Just walk over there. You're not a high-level cultivator yet. You cannot convert spiritual energy into physical nourishment. Find a local eatery to grab a bite and learn about your surroundings." The old man replied with a bemused admonition. "Oh, by the way, you're currently dressed in earthly attire, while they here wear traditional garb. You'll appear rather peculiar in their eyes. If you wish to avoid drawing attention, find a place to change into clothing more suited to this realm," he added, surveying the crowd through Qin Hao's eyes. But I have no money," Qin Hao awkwardly responded. "Huh, that is not my concern." The old man dismissed nonchalantly. "Very well, I shall go take a look." He was acutely aware that continuing to engage in futile banter with the old man would only lead to his eventual demise in this place. Tidying his clothing and tousling his hair, he sprang forth from the thicket and headed eastward, gradually blending into the crowd. Standing at an imposing height of nearly 6.5 feet, the mature, robust, and handsome Qin Hao traversed the sea of curious glances. Ordinarily, he would savor the attention of being a standout, but circumstances had changed. Now, all he yearned for was to find a place to eat. Alas, his attire marked him as different in the eyes of this world's denizens, yet he could no longer afford to dwell on such matters. Making his way toward the nearest hotel, observers noted his entrance into the establishment with expressions of relief, realizing he was a scion of that prominent family. The Golden Feast Hotel, situated along the bustling main street of East Corner City, is one of the most illustrious hotels in the area. It not only serves as a significant venue for the affluent family, but also symbolizes a status of nobility and prominence. A meal here would be a source of pride for any commoner, not for the food itself, but because the prices were exorbitantly steep. Good day, sir. Are you dining with us, or do you have a reservation? Qin Hao gazed at the resplendent entrance, feeling a twinge of apprehension. This establishment could easily be deemed a five-star hotel in his former world, and the thought of dining here felt akin to laboring for an entire year to afford a single meal. Such a notion was daunting. Just as he was about to turn away, he heard the hostess's polite inquiry. Apologies, I must have taken a wrong turn. I shall leave and not disturb your business, Qin Hao said with a respectful gesture, but to his dismay, his stomach audibly protested at that moment, leaving him wishing for a fissure in the ground to swallow him whole. Without giving the hostess a chance to respond, Qin Hao swiftly turned to leave, only to brush past an elderly man clad in a black robe and crowned with a dignified cap, his hair graying at the temples. The old man, having overheard the exchange, seemed to recognize something and promptly called out as he pursued Qin Hao. Young man, wait just a moment, flustered. Qin Hao was in no position to heed the call. He hastened his pace, when suddenly the voice of the old man echoed in his mind. Qin, wait. Someone is calling you from behind. Goodness, I cannot look back. I must make my escape. We cannot afford to dine at that hotel, for one meal would surely cost the equivalent of a year's worth of shoes. Fool, I'm not talking about the hotel staff. It's the old man beside you who is calling. What? The old man beside me? Qin Hao turned back, and indeed, he saw the elderly figure approaching with surprising agility, his steps light yet swift, and before he knew it, he was standing right in front of Qin Hao. Be cautious. This man is no ordinary individual, the old man warned. Understood, Qin Hao thought, for he realized that ordinary people would not frequent such an establishment. An elderly man approached Qin Hao, reaching out as if to usher him into a restaurant. Upon noticing the wary look in Qin Hao's eyes, he suddenly felt his actions were rather impulsive, leading to an awkward self-explanation. My dear young man, I apologize for my eagerness. I am Mo, styled Deming, the head of the Mo family from Dongyu City. You see, I inadvertently witnessed a scene involving the little river and the lady of etiquette. As the elderly man recounted the incident at the entrance, he observed Qin Hao's expression change to one of deep dismay. Realizing his words were somewhat inappropriate, he quickly clarified. Please do not misunderstand, young sir. I harbor no ill intentions. My observation of your attire suggested you might not be a local. Our meeting here must be fate. So might you grant me the honor of a brief conversation inside? Hearing such a strained rationale, Qin Hao felt somewhat exasperated. It was evident the man had a request. If you have something to say, please be direct. My time is limited, and I have many matters to attend to, Qin Hao stated plainly. Mo Deming managed a slightly awkward smile, yet his resolve to pursue his aim only strengthened. To be candid, I do have a request. Might you accompany me inside to hear it? Should you agree, it would be most appreciated. If you find it unreasonable, I shall not press you. I would offer you a sum for your travel, as a small compensation for your time. What do you say? Noticing the shift in address from young sir to your esteemed self, Qin Hao regarded the elder with renewed interest, recognizing that granting respect often facilitates smoother dealings. Very well. Since the head of the Mo family insists, I shall not refuse. Please, lead the way, he thought, considering this a fair exchange. And also feeling a pang of hunger, he needed to find a place to eat before contemplating his future plans. Thank you, esteemed sir. I will lead the way. Just follow me. Mo Deming expressed his gratitude sincerely, contemplating that if he could find a suitable ally, the family's affairs might soon be resolved. As they moved forward, Qin Hao trailed behind. Passing by the hotel entrance, he discreetly glanced at the etiquette lady, noticing she bore no disdain towards him. Clearly, this establishment excelled in all aspects, which was why it had earned its esteemed reputation. Good day, Mr. Mo. Are there three of you? The etiquette lady inquired patiently as she accepted the card from Mo Deming, referring to the young man standing beside him. Indeed, thank you for your assistance. Mo Deming replied with a smile. It is no trouble at all. It is my pleasure to serve you. Please, follow me, she said, turning to lead them inside. Mo Deming and the young man followed closely, with Qin Hao bringing up the rear. Upon entering the Grand Hotel, Qin Hao realized his life had not been in vain. This establishment rivaled even the finest hotels in the world. The jade green stones are meticulously arranged upon the floor, while a resplendent crystal chandelier adorns the ceiling, casting a dreamlike array of vibrant colors in every direction. The exquisite European-style tables and chairs, along with the dainty bar counter, are all painted in pure white, exuding an air of aristocracy. Each table is graced with a white porcelain vase, in which delicate pink roses bloom gracefully, harmonizing beautifully with the elegant surroundings. Under the guidance of a graceful hostess, they step into a luxurious yet refined private room. After a brief exchange, Mo Deming instructed the hostess to withdraw. What brings you to seek the head of the Mo family? Sitting comfortably in his chair, Qin Hao was acutely aware that he was being sought after, and the last thing he wanted was to enjoy a meal without fulfilling his obligations. He feared that harboring resentment could lead to dire consequences. Mo Deming, seated across from Qin Hao, chuckled at the inquiry. Have you heard of the Lin family from Dongyu City? My request pertains to matters concerning their advancement. Qin Hao, unfamiliar with the Lin family, had only recently arrived and had yet to learn of them. In order to conceal his true identity, he fabricated a story. I am Qin Hao, a wandering cultivator from the West. I have never inquired into the affairs of the prominent families, hence my ignorance of the Lin family's endeavors. I hope the head of the Mo family will not take offense and kindly elucidate. Qin Hao was finally able to apply the nuances he had gleaned from martial arts novels. Ah, I see. Mr. Qin, you truly seem oblivious to the affairs around you. It appears you must be diligently cultivating your skills. If only my son, Mo, possessed half your dedication, I wouldn't be in such search for assistance. Mo Deming remarked, gesturing to the young man beside him with a wry smile. He had intended to glean more about Qin Hao's identity. Curious if he belonged to a noble lineage, yet it seemed the conversation was progressing smoothly. Internally, Qin Hao felt a twinge of anxiety, as he could surmise the implications of Mo Deming's words. Soon, the dishes were served, presenting a feast that would tantalize anyone's appetite, with aromas wafting through the air. Enchanting and delightful. Realizing that Qin Hao had yet to dine, Mo Deming spoke up. Mr. Qin, I too find myself rather famished. Shall we eat while we converse? Qin Hao regarded Mo Deming with a thoughtful gaze. Such deference was commendable, and he did not wish to undermine the man's dignity. Additionally, driven by hunger, he replied, Very well, let us eat and talk, head of the Mo family. As Qin Hao observed the Chinese chopsticks laid upon the table, he felt a flicker of belonging. As they resembled those from Earth, he picked them up and waited for Mo Deming to take the first bite before sampling a dish that bore a striking resemblance to Kung Pao chicken. Qin Hao's actions were motivated by two primary reasons. Firstly, out of respect for the elder, it was essential to adhere to the necessary etiquette, especially when away from home. One must not tarnish the reputation of their family. Secondly, prior to arriving in this new place, the elder had repeatedly emphasized the importance of caution, wishing to avoid any potential pitfalls. As the dish entered his mouth, its silky texture and exquisite flavor nearly elicited a scream of delight from Qin Hao. He had never encountered such delectable cuisine in his previous world, which was not only visually appealing, but also extraordinarily tasty. How do you find the meal, Mr. Qin? Asked Mo Deming, observing the growing satisfaction on Qin Hao's face with a sense of pride, for not everyone was afforded the opportunity to dine here. Master Mo, these dishes are truly delightful. I seldom have the pleasure of such fine fare. Thank you for your generous hospitality, Qin Hao replied earnestly. Mo Deming found himself increasingly perplexed by this young man. From the warm welcome at the door to the current display of sincerity, Qin Hao was anything but ordinary. This conclusion solidified in Mo Deming's mind. This young man was no mere triviality. Mr. Qin, our East City is vast and populous, and in comparison to your West Ming, it boasts a significant expanse. Apart from the prestigious Chioshi Academy, which includes both junior and intermediate levels, the auction house, and the border city guard, we are primarily divided into three major families and three minor families. The three major families are the Feng, Su, and Lin clans, while the three minor families are the Mo, Sun, and Duan clans. My family is one of the three minor families, the Mo clan. Oh, so, when you mention the Lin family's training, is it related to the Lin clan among these three major families? After listening to Mo Deming's explanation, Qin Hao gained a general understanding of the local situation, yet he still needed to inquire further about the specifics of these prominent families. Indeed, young Master Qin may be unaware, but among the 6 families in East City, aside from the Peak-era Feng clan, the Lin family stands out as a paragon in both literature and martial arts, leading the comprehensive development of all aspects in East City. The contribution of the Lin family cannot be overstated, particularly that of its head, Lin Zilin. Each year, the Lin family recruits talented youths from various families to undergo training and study within their ranks. Upon completion, these individuals return to their respective families as exemplars of both literary and martial prowess. Consequently, every family eagerly seeks to send their progeny for training with the Lin family. Although each family, whether major or minor, is limited to 2 candidates per year. However, Mo Deming paused, contemplating whether to speak candidly. He recalled Qin Hao's straightforward demeanor at the restaurant entrance. He was not one to engage in subterfuge or fabricate tales, as such efforts could easily backfire. Since that incident, the status of the Feng family has plummeted, with various clans beginning to suppress them, both socially and economically. In his desperation, the head of the Feng family was compelled to sell off their assets, even trading away their annual quota for training at the Lin family for our 4 clans. The Lin family has tacitly approved this arrangement. Previously, our 4 families took turns to increase 1 quota each year. But this year it was supposed to be our Mo family's turn. Yet, the Su family, one of the 3 major clans, audaciously announced an open competition to elect the recipient of the training quota, clearly taking advantage of the Mo family's weakened state. Mo Deming grew increasingly agitated as he spoke, slamming his palm on the table, startling Qin Hao, who was enjoying his meal. In this world, the integrity of humanity has deteriorated. In his mind, the old man Qin could not help but lament after hearing Mo Deming's words. Qin Hao, with an indifferent expression, replied to the old man, "This is the way of the world. It is the survival of the fittest. However, old man, from what I gather, he seems to want me to participate in this competition. Do you think I should? I ask you, Qin boy, can you even afford this meal? Or do you prefer to serve as a temporary errand boy for the Mo family?" The old man retorted, "Moreover, you currently have no place to stay, so it would be wise to linger at their residence for the time being. You still have not inherited my glorious tradition. One must be shameless to conquer the world." This saying Qin Hao has thoroughly experienced through the old man. Hearing the head of the Mo family express his desire for him to represent their clan in the competition, Qin Hao addressed the issue directly. "Mr. Qin, your wisdom is unparalleled, and your abilities are extraordinary at such a young age. You will undoubtedly achieve great things in the future." Mo Deming, fearing that Qin Hao might decline, began to flatter him profusely. Qin Hao thought to himself, "Extraordinary abilities? I have not even trained. Qin boy, do not be astonished. For reasons unknown to me, your current strength has reached the initial stage of nirvana in the mortal realm. Under the suppression of the bone-locking elixir I provided, your apparent power is at the pinnacle of the clear spirit mirror. Meanwhile, that old rascal opposite you is at the intermediate stage of the void realm, and it is entirely normal for him to see through your strength. In this world, higher-level cultivators can easily discern the abilities of lower-level cultivators in their normal state. However, in the future, you must learn to use the energy of the necklace to conceal your aura. Otherwise, you may attract unwanted attention, which could lead to trouble." After hearing the old man's explanation, Qin Hao was astonished at the necklace's myriad functions, while secretly ridiculing the old man, thinking if that old rascal was indeed one, then the old man must be the patriarch of all old rascals. So, head of the Mo family, can external assistance be solicited for this competition? Additionally, are there any requirements regarding the level of the cultivators? Are there any other important considerations to bear in mind? The seasoned old man was determined to let Qin Hao participate in this competition, so some matters needed to be clarified. Upon hearing Qin Hao's tone, Mo Deming felt optimistic about the situation and eagerly replied, "Mr. Mu, please rest assured that there are no restrictions on inviting external participants for this competition. However, each family must send between 3 to 5 representatives. As for the qualifications, participants must be under the age of 25, possessing an attainment above the Qingling realm but below the Taishu mirror. Within our family, besides the eldest elder's grandson, Mo He, and the second elder's grandson, Mo Hai, there are no other candidates who meet these criteria in terms of age or rank. My own son has also remained at the pinnacle of the return to authority stage for several years. Without this third position, in terms of talent and potential, the choice would undoubtedly favor Mo He or Mo Hai for further training at the Lin family. This is why I have been seeking assistance. Without this opportunity, my son will likely remain stagnant in his progress over the next few months, thus losing the best years for cultivation." Mo Deming sighed helplessly. "When that time comes, as the head of the group, I cannot resort to deceit and deprive the other 2 of their chances for advancement. I am certain that neither the eldest elder nor the second elder would stand idly by in such a situation. Regarding other matters of concern, Mo Deming felt he had overlooked something. After a moment's contemplation, he cast a sudden, mysterious glance at his son, Mo, and said to Qin, "Young Master Qin, should you wish to participate in this competition and emerge victorious, it would indeed be a cause for mutual joy. You would become a benefactor to both my son and me, and I would be more than willing to assist you in any future endeavors. Conversely, should you fall short, I would not place any undue burden upon you, but rather provide you with the necessary resources as a token of my gratitude for your assistance. Furthermore, I inadvertently learned from the other two smaller families that, although the Su family has unilaterally altered the rules, this change has received the tacit approval of Lin Zilin, the head of the Lin family. The reason behind this is that the Lin family head seeks to leverage this opportunity. Mo Deming paused, then suddenly turned to Qin Hao with a mysterious smile, to choose a son-in-law. Volume 2, The Initial Display of Talent. Chapter 6, The Pursuers of the Lin Family's Young Miss What? Qin Hao looked at Mo Deming, who was regarding him in such a peculiar manner, and felt a wave of unease wash over him. To be honest, in that world, he merely teased the girls in his class. If he were to participate in a competition and inadvertently become a son-in-law to the Lin family, how could he possibly unravel the mysteries surrounding him? The mere thought of it overwhelmed him. Casting a sidelong glance at Mo, who, despite his name suggesting silence, was now fervently gazing at Qin Hao ever since his father mentioned the matter of selecting a son-in-law from the Lin family. Qin Hao suddenly realized, could it be that he was indeed a suitor for the Lin family young miss? Is what you say true, Master Mu? I have come alone to Dongyu, never having considered taking a wife, as I still have many matters to attend to. If this is indeed the case, I must respectfully withdraw. Mo Deming was taken aback by this response. Initially, he imagined that without any wife, bringing home the most beautiful woman in Dongyu would surely lead to nights filled with laughter and joy. Yet, hearing Qin Hao's tone, it was clear that he had no interest in such an arrangement. Feeling embarrassed for having exaggerated the rumors, he quickly replied, Mr. Qin, what I have heard is merely the rumors of others. The specifics indicate that the head of the Lin family will indeed participate in the competition among the 4 major clans, perhaps selecting 1 or 2 disciples from among them. It is said that the head of the Lin family's daughter, Lin Lanyu, is unparalleled in beauty. I had the fortune of witnessing her exquisite visage alongside my son, and her reputation is certainly well-deserved. Moreover, Miss Lin is a prodigy in cultivation, having reached the pinnacle of the Qingling mirror at such a tender age, making her a paragon within the Lin family, or perhaps even the foremost among them. Mo Deming paused for a moment, his interest piqued, and continued, speaking of Miss Lin, her whimsical nature is quite renowned in Dongyu City, causing no small amount of consternation for the elder of the Lin family. She has countless admirers, though they are merely from the Lin family's external clans. Not to mention, within the Mo family, Mo He, Mo Hai, and others. As he spoke, Mo Deming cast a helpless glance at the side, then turned back and continued, my son, however, finds himself disregarded by Miss Lin. It is said that beauty brings calamity, and this is no exaggeration. Every day, there are rumors suggesting. Today, Miss Lin was seen with a young master from this clan, and tomorrow, she was hand in hand with another young heir from a different family. These tales are spun with such conviction, yet they are mere fabrications. Nevertheless, those young masters believe them, often resorting to violence over these slanders. Thus, it stands to reason that the current situation is likely a concoction of gossip, as onlookers thrive on chaos. Listening to Mo Deming's incessant chatter, Qin Hao could not help but feel a cold amusement. He did not doubt for a moment that he could fabricate yet another excuse to pursue Miss Qin. His adaptability is akin to a fighter jet amidst turbulence, undeniably a seasoned veteran. However, he chose to remain silent, knowing that he should keep his thoughts to himself. He mused that if the Miss Lin he spoke of was truly a vision of unparalleled beauty, he would not mind having a burdensome companion, at least for the sake of aesthetics. Very well, Master Mo, since these are mere rumors, I shall take it upon myself to represent your esteemed family in this competition. While I cannot guarantee victory, I shall exert every effort, honoring the trust you have placed in me. Qin Hao contemplated that he should not keep Mo Deming in suspense, displaying his determination first, and if all else fails, he could always withdraw later. Upon hearing this, Mo Deming was elated, his face lighting up with joy and gratitude as he remarked, Mr. Qin, rest assured, your participation alone grants me, Mo, a sense of honor. Regardless of the outcome, I shall consider you a friend. Without further ado, let us raise our glasses. Mo Deming eagerly filled Qin Hao's cup and poured himself another, entirely oblivious to the peculiar expressions exchanged between Qin Hao and his son. Qin Hao thought to himself, if I regard your son as a friend, with all of this, will he not regard me as an uncle? He raised his cup, reflecting on the words he had just heard. The master of the Mo family is indeed a magnanimous individual. If you do not mind, I would gladly accept you as my uncle. As for friendship, should your son have no objections, I would be delighted to engage in camaraderie with him. Upon hearing this, Mo Deming discreetly cast a glance at his son beside him, realizing that in a moment of excitement, He had spoken rather indiscreetly. He then noticed the meaningful gaze of Qin Hao and thought to himself that he was fortunate to make this acquaintance. The temperament and attitude towards relationships exhibited by this young man have propelled him to such heights today, which surely cannot be attributed to mere luck. Given time, he will undoubtedly become a formidable force. Qin Hao, for his part, could scarcely believe how he had suddenly transformed into what those in their realm referred to as the clear spirit mirror. If he were to claim that he had merely taken a nap to achieve this state, no one would believe him. Do not be concerned, do not be concerned. He responded, as young Master Qin has mentioned, I am somewhat older, so if Mr. Qin does not mind, you may call me Uncle Mo. As for my son. While speaking, Mo Deming nudged his son Mo with his foot and exchanged a knowing glance. Mo promptly raised his fist in salute and said, I am Mo. Thank you for your assistance, Mr. Qin. I would like to befriend you. Qin Hao observed the father-son duo engaging in their playful banter with amusement. However, he found Mo to be more earnest than he had anticipated, and in the eyes of someone new to this place, befriending such a person was indeed a fortuitous opportunity. Since both of you hold me, Qin Hao, in such high regard, there is no need for the formalities of addressing me as Mr. Qin. Uncle Mo, if you do not mind, you may call me simply Xiao Hao, and as for Mo, you may address me directly as Qin Hao. Qin Hao, wishing to match their generosity, spoke with an air of affability. Naturally, the Mo father and son eagerly acquiesced. Mo Deming then remarked, by the way, Xiao Hao, do you currently have a place to stay in Dongyu City? If not, and if you would not mind, how about residing temporarily in this inn? The competition is 7 days from today, so it would be a perfect opportunity for you to rest here. The accommodations and meals are quite satisfactory, and should you require anything, you can inform me through the concierge, or even attend to the matters you mentioned. Qin Hao, maintaining a calm demeanor as he listened to Mo Deming, thought to himself that he had finally hit upon the crux of the matter. This was precisely what he needed to hear. Despite the casual address of Xiao Hao, he was still uncertain of the other party's true intentions. Thus it was essential to maintain the faade. Thank you, Uncle Mo, for your kind offer. However, I do have pressing matters to attend to, so if you have time, you may come find me at noon, if that suits you. Qin Hao contemplated that he could not be tethered every day. He needed the freedom to explore and familiarize himself with the surroundings. Of course, it is our duty to assist you. And as for your suggestion of meeting at noon, that is certainly agreeable, Mo Deming replied with a smile. With that, he signaled for everyone to commence their meal, satisfied that the essential matters had been addressed. After dining, Qin Hao exchanged pleasantries with the Mo father and son, while secretly probing for their hidden truths. Their various tactics unfolded with relentless ingenuity, leaving Qin Hao at a disadvantage. The elder intervened several times, and the two cunning old foxes clashed fiercely, ultimately leading to Mo Deming's defeat. As Elder Qin would say, you think you can compete with me? You still have years of meals to consume. Qin Hao silently lamented, realizing that finding someone to engage in a battle of wits with his own elder would prove exceedingly difficult. However, he gleaned considerable insights from Mo Deming regarding the intricacies of professions in this world, the distinctions in cultivation levels, and the classifications of various martial arts systems. He came to understand that the ease of cultivation varies significantly with one's attributes. In this realm, the sum of 1 plus 1 does not always equal 2. Some individuals may train for years, yet remain stagnated at the peak of their potential, while others, blessed with extraordinary talent at a tender age, ascend to the realms of pure spirit, void mirror, or even nirvana mirror. Ultimately, it hinges on one's inherent cultivation attributes and innate gifts. Some are destined to be kings, while others are fated to be bandits. After several hours of discourse among the 3 plus 1 soul, the Mo father and son finally escorted Qin Hao to the room that had been prepared for him before taking their leave. Before departing, they gifted him with garments suitable for this world and a modest sum of money, along with some pointers on the general layout of the town. Once alone, Qin Hao closed the door and collapsed onto the bed, feeling utterly exhausted. After all, he was still a high school student, and maneuvering through conversations with a seasoned old fox was no small feat. Well, what did that old fellow give you? Elder Qin's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Qin Hao slapped his thigh, realizing he had forgotten to check. He hastily opened the package to reveal a black straight-collared robe, 30 gold coins, and a jade pendant engraved with the character for Mo. He was astonished that this old fox, despite his cautious speech and skillful probing, had been so generous. 30 gold coins. This must be equivalent to 10 million on Earth, Qin Hao mused, rolling his eyes inwardly. How can you still criticize others when you... Wait, did he just say 30 gold coins? 10 million? Is this real, old man? Ha ha ha, I'm rich now. Ha ha ha. Qin Hao, have become a millionaire. Elder Qin watched Qin Hao's foolish grin with a mix of exasperation. After a moment of his silly laughter, he scoffed, "You pitiful fool. What is this pittance worth? You may chuckle like an idiot in front of me, but if you step outside and act foolishly, beware, or I shall break your legs." This amount might sound substantial, but the cost of living here is high. You'll squander it on a few meals and a cup of tea, and then what will you have to smile about? Upon receiving this disdainful critique, it felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over Qin Hao's head, leaving him utterly deflated. He inwardly cursed Elder Qin for his lack of humanity. Couldn't he, the truth, allow him a moment of joy? Enough. This sum of money is more than sufficient for you to reach that competition. Just be frugal with your spending. Oh, by the way, you should quickly change out of that outfit and don the one he gifted you. Otherwise, others will surely regard you with bemusement. The old man Qin looked at Qin Hao's woeful expression and couldn't help but find it amusing, suppressing his laughter while reminding him, "All right, fine." Although the old man's words were somewhat unpalatable, they rang true. He certainly did not wish to continue being perceived as a fool, or worse, to endure the peculiar gazes of others. As he removed his clothing, his well-defined muscles bulged prominently at his shoulders and arms, illuminated by the light. Across his robust abdomen, the characters Tian Quan were emblazoned in a flamboyant script. Swiftly donning the black robe gifted by M.O. Deming, he caught sight of himself in the grand, three-dimensional mirror within the room, his slender bangs cascading across his forehead, eyes gleaming like black gemstones, exuding an extraordinary resolve. His long eyelashes evoked envy, complemented by a prominent nose and thin lips, with an air of rebelliousness etched between his brows. Each exquisitely chiseled feature harmoniously coalesced, rendering him a divine masterpiece. With a tall frame, an aesthetically pleasing silhouette, and skin slightly pale to the touch, Qin Hao marveled at its unparalleled smoothness, surpassing even that of an infant. Words could scarcely encapsulate his handsomeness. He was nothing short of a celestial being. Wow, is this really me? This is astonishingly handsome. Qin Hao couldn't help but break into a silly grin. All right, enough of the vanity. I must say, after changing clothes, you do look quite dapper. Thankfully, you consumed the clavicle pill. If this is the result of just that, what would happen if you hadn't taken it? Qin lad, the competition is just days away. You possess neither skills nor techniques, merely a lofty level. If you step onto that stage, won't your opponent just knock you senseless? Qin Hao was struck as if by a bolt from the blue, awakening from his reverie. He quickly inquired, "Wait, old man, you're right. I nearly forgot about that. Do you have any formidable techniques or skills to share?" Old man Qin, with an air of indifference, retorted, "Where do you expect me to procure techniques for you? As for skills, do you think they are as plentiful as cabbages in the market? You haven't even grasped your own attributes yet. Practicing without understanding could lead to madness or, worse, fatal consequences. Even if I provided them to you, would you dare to practice?" A shiver ran down Qin Hao's spine, and he silently thanked his lucky stars for consulting the old man. Otherwise, he might have unwittingly picked up a random tome and embarked on a perilous endeavor. Seated cross-legged, with hands resting on his knees, he centered his thoughts. Suddenly, a voice resonated from the depths of his mind, the sound of zero. Qin Hao's demeanor subtly shifted as he cautiously probed. "Old man, did you hear that sound outside just now?" Old man Qin looked bemused, pondering if the lad had lost his wits. He comforted him. "Qin lad, do not be alarmed. It seems you are experiencing auditory hallucinations. If it becomes unbearable, we can always make our escape a couple of days early. While beauty is indeed captivating, we must not gamble with our lives." Qin Hao's expression darkened, realizing that this old fellow actually believed he was participating in the competition for the sake of beauty. Although there was a hint of truth to that, how could he go back on his word after promising someone? With determination, Qin Hao leaped onto the bed and resolutely addressed the indomitable presence of the old man in his mind, saying, "Elder, you have taught me since childhood the importance of integrity. A person who lacks credibility cannot stand tall. Though I, Qin Hao, may not be a person of great renown, I must at least be accountable for my words. Enough said. Elder, please keep an eye on my surroundings as I seek to comprehend my attributes." After speaking, Qin Hao disregarded the old man and focused intently on the profound words spoken by Ling. The old man, upon hearing this, couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, thinking, "This brat dares to retort against me." Yet, deep down, a sense of pride washed over him. After all these years, this rascal remains unchanged. Silently reflecting on the 16 words Ling had mentioned, Qin Hao suddenly felt the piercing gazes surrounding him and slowly opened his eyes. "Greetings, little one. It is a pleasure to see you once more." Ling's warm and expansive voice resonated from all directions. Volume 2. The Emergence of Brilliance, Chapter 7. the ancient battle technique to vanquish the celestial deity. Hearing that familiar voice again filled Qin Hao with an unusual sense of belonging. Hello, Grandfather Ling. I am also delighted to hear your voice again. I have come to seek your guidance on a few matters. Hee. It concerns the cultivation techniques, does it not? You need not be surprised. The events unfolding outside, aside from the outermost layer of the consciousness ocean. Only your grandfather can perceive them, and I, too, can see them. Qin Hao felt a wave of relief wash over him, as this clarified why Ling's voice had reached him just when he felt lost about how to enter the realm of authority. Then, Grandfather Ling, do you know my attributes? Or which type of cultivation technique I should pursue? Ling smiled faintly, speaking in an enigmatic tone, far away in the heavens, yet close at hand. Qin Hao furrowed his brow, pondering the meaning behind those 8 words and Ling's statement. While most might interpret this as an indication that the seemingly obscure Ling knew the answer to his question, Qin Hao held a different perspective. Since his last departure and subsequent return to the realm of authority, Ling had been guiding him subtly, encouraging him to comprehend on his own. This approach was far wiser than simply revealing the answer. Thus, Qin Hao believed there was more to it than mere teasing. He reflected on everything that had transpired, including the peculiar beginnings on Earth, the inexplicable events that had left him bewildered, and the unresolved issues that had ultimately faded away. The happenings on Earth. The relentless pursuit by classmates, the disappearance of the necklace, the mysterious characters appearing before and behind him. In his heart, Qin Hao murmured about the series of events unfolding around him, when suddenly a spark of realization ignited within him, prompting him to exclaim, "Are you referring to the 4 prominent characters inscribed upon me?" "Ah, indeed, the little one is perceptive," Zero replied with a smile. "The 4 characters you bear, Tian Quan Ju Li, are part of the ancient battle scripture Zhu Tian Xin Ju, which I once practiced myself. The necklace you wore is known as Zhu Tian Lei, containing the incantations of the Zhu Tian divine technique. The sole condition for activating Zhu Tian Lei and harnessing Tian Quan Ju Li is that one must possess a rare constitution where both yin and yang coexist within. Thus, little one, your attributes have been revealed." Qin Hao pondered Zero's words, feeling the uncanny coincidences woven into his fate. The old man had casually gifted him a necklace containing the very essence of the cultivation system he was destined to follow, and it was ancient at that. He believed this must be deeply connected to the old man, otherwise it would be too bizarre to fathom. However, knowing that the old man aimed for him to grow stronger, he understood that clarity would come in due time, and he refrained from pressing further. Even if he did inquire, given the old man's nature, he would likely receive a sarcastic retort, and Qin Hao had no desire to present his warm face to a cold shoulder. "Then, dear Zero, since I have discerned my attributes and acquired the corresponding techniques, how shall I proceed with my training? Is there a specific incantation? Surely, it cannot be as simple as merely repeating those 4 characters?" With the knowledge of his attributes, Qin Hao was eager to immerse himself in relentless training, for he did not wish to be easily vanquished in 7 days' time. The yin-yang attribute emphasizes balance. Whether yin dominates or yang prevails, both scenarios could lead a practitioner of this duality to the brink of madness. Therefore, those endowed with such attributes must cultivate with a tranquil heart, free from distractions. In ancient times, a technique was developed with 2 essential conditions for its practice. First, one must cultivate within the authority eye. Although once one's attributes reach a certain elevation, adherence to this rule may become unnecessary. Currently, you are far from meeting this requirement. Second, the practice necessitates the mobilization of both yin and yang elements alongside the authority eye, converging them into the primordial essence. The corresponding incantations will imprint themselves in your mind, along with techniques of authority. Little one, you may give it a try. Listening intently to Zero's explanation, Qin Hao's gaze gradually kindled with fervor. He looked up and expressed his gratitude for Zero's guidance, saying, "Thank you, dear Zero, for your generous teachings. I shall endeavor to try it now." As soon as he finished speaking, he promptly seated himself cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to attune himself to the yin and yang attributes surrounding him. Gradually, he entered a profound state of exploration. The left side of his body radiated a blinding, scorching white light, while the right side emanated a chilling darkness akin to the night. He slowly extended his hands, seeking to sense whether this duality truly existed. As soon as both hands made contact with the 2-colored light, his body convulsed as if struck by electricity. The left side felt as though it had been scorched, while the right was nearly frozen solid. Just as he intended to retract his hands, he found them inexplicably glued to the surface, akin to a stubborn adhesive plaster. In that moment, Qin Hao was utterly stunned, contemplating the dire consequences of this predicament. He hadn't even begun his formal training, and here he was, facing potential annihilation. He imagined how the old man would mock him if he discovered this folly. Lost in thought, he suddenly felt a warm sensation in his chest, as if something was surging into his mind. Almost immediately, he sensed that his hands had ceased their trembling. Tentatively, he attempted to pull them back, reflecting on the information that had just flooded his consciousness. Unconsciously, his hands began to gradually loosen. Overwhelmed with joy, Qin Hao exerted force and yanked his hands away, inadvertently drawing forth two beams of light, one white, the other black. He momentarily disregarded everything else, placing his retracted hands upon his knees and settling down. The two orbs of light flowed gently into his veins, traversing through his organs, swiftly coalescing in his mind, revealing the information that had just permeated his thoughts. The Heavenly Authority Divine Art comprises three techniques. The first, Heavenly Authority, with its cultivation mantra. Accompanying this are the associated profound-level techniques. Heavenly Authority, Dragon Breath, a long-range offensive and defensive skill, and Heavenly Authority, Dragon Fist, a close-range offensive and defensive skill. Note: do not utilize Dragon Breath unless you have reached the Void Realm. This is imperative. Qin Hao excitedly recalled the information that was gradually fading from his mind until he realized the words had etched themselves into his consciousness, prompting him to gather his thoughts. He then slowly recited the cultivation mantra, Heavenly Authority. Gradually, the black and white elements surrounding him moved at a painstakingly slow pace towards him. Although his eyes were closed, he perceived everything with remarkable clarity, leaving him somewhat speechless. After completing a full cycle, he retracted the mantra and slowly emerged from the meditative state. Indeed, the young lad had grasped the mantra on his first attempt. One could hardly overstate his potential as a cultivator. I know you wish to inquire why the absorption of the mantra is so sluggish. In this world, while the number of cultivators increases, the essence of authority diminishes. I can assure you, even at your current pace, it remains unattainable for those several realms above you. The essence of cultivation lies in nurturing the heart first. Then the authority. Progress must be sought steadily, with a calm heart, to become a formidable force. Upon awakening from his meditative state, Qin Hao seemed to grasp the implications of his thoughts, and Zero, with a knowing smile, explained and cautioned him. Deeply grateful, Qin Hao wanted to express his thanks to Zero, who had assisted him numerous times. Grandpa Zero, I sincerely thank you for all your help. Is there anything you wish to accomplish? Chuckling, Zero replied, little one, just visiting this old skeleton of mine is enough to satisfy me. With a gentle tone, he continued, that old skeleton outside must be growing impatient. You should go and check on him. Suddenly, a shiver ran through Qin Hao as he nearly forgot this pressing matter. His elder was outside, strategizing. He hastily said, well then, Grandpa Zero, I shall take my leave for now and return to visit you again. I await your company at any time. Zero spoke as usual. Volume 2, The Emergence of Talent Chapter 8, The Legend of the Alchemist and Master Weaponsmith. Qin Hao gradually returned to reality from the depths of his thoughts, casting a glance at the night outside the window. Estimating that dawn was still several hours away, he mused that given his current state, he wouldn't emerge until noon. To his surprise, time seemed to flow more slowly within than it did outside. In Qin Hao's mind, old Qin sensed his awakening and quietly retracted the surrounding barriers. Indifferently, he inquired, did you find it? Upon hearing old Qin's question, Qin Hao immediately erupted with joy, responding, yes, old man. I've discovered that I possess the yin-yang attribute. And I have also found a set of techniques and 2 skills. How impressive am I? His excitement nearly led him to inadvertently reveal Zero's existence. But he managed to halt his words just in time, realizing the potential disaster that could have ensued. It wasn't that he couldn't share this with his elder, rather, he had promised Zero not to disclose his existence to anyone. Although not an inherently virtuous individual, Qin Hao was capable of honoring his word. Oh, the yin-yang attribute. Intriguing indeed. Now, do take a moment to rest. I, too, must catch some sleep. Yawn. Before he could finish his sentence, old Qin yawned, clearly fatigued. What, old man, don't you want to know what techniques and skills I've cultivated? Qin Hao, noticing old Qin's blatant indifference, asked in disbelief. He had hoped for old Qin's assistance in analyzing whether this technique was the most suitable for him, but it seemed the elder was utterly uninterested. What use is it to me, even if I know? I don't practice it myself. Besides, the yin-yang techniques are merely tools to guide the powers of perception and the surrounding energies. It's akin to eating. Can you consume it through your nose? As for the skills, once you master the techniques, They merely serve as operational tools to express the refined energies in various flamboyant forms. Qin, my boy, why do you seem so inexperienced? Truly an unsophisticated lad. Old Qin spoke with a tone of disdain, scorn, and condescension directed at Qin Hao. Qin Hao listened to the elders mocking with a dark expression, cursing silently within. Damn it. This is not my first encounter with such matters. Are you implying that I am constantly in the presence of these techniques, as if I were born knowing how to run or even fly? To say I lack experience is infuriating. Old man, you're quite the character. Of course, Qin Hao merely grumbled internally, partly because he recognized the elders' protective nature over him, and it seemed reasonable to let a few words slide. Moreover, he dared not voice his thoughts aloud, knowing that a moment of indulgence could lead to a hefty reprimand from old Qin. Ah, indeed, during your conversation with the patriarch of the Mo family this afternoon, I overheard that there should be an auction house to the east. Once dawn breaks, you ought to venture outside and procure one of each item listed on this paper, and then proceed to the auction house to assess the situation. As soon as the words left his lips, a piece of paper mysteriously appeared in Qin Hao's palm. Upon closer inspection, he discerned the names of 4 or 5 substances akin to medicinal herbs. Nevertheless, he felt little inclination to ponder over the details. After all, he intended to explore outside at first light. Time swiftly passed, and before long, noon arrived. Throughout the morning, Qin Hao scoured the bustling thoroughfare of the eastern corner, ultimately acquiring all the medicinal herbs requested by the old man Qin. He gazed at the scattered herbs within the room and his significantly diminished wallet, feeling utterly despondent. Old man Qin, do you wish to drive me to ruin? Just for these 5 herbs, I spent 10 golden tokens, and you still dare to call me extravagant. I believe your situation is not much better. Qin Hao lamented, his face a mask of despair. Huh, I say, Qin lad, why are you so miserly? It's merely a few coins. Qin Hao retorted with a dismissive pout. What, me frugal? You truly have the audacity to say that. If I'm thrifty, then you must be an unparalleled miser. He shot back. Pray tell, old man, what purpose do these items serve? You must be engaging in some whimsical pursuit of longevity, are you not? Yet, having purchased them, Qin Hao felt it futile to voice further complaints. Even if he wished to, the old man would undoubtedly conjure a myriad of reasons to counter him. Upon hearing Qin Hao's inquiry, the old man retracted his disdainful tone and spoke, infused with a hint of pride. I trust that through our conversation last night, you have garnered some understanding of the various professions within this world. Among the practitioners, aside from the authority masters, there are also artisans and alchemists, among others. As Qin Hao listened to the old man's methodical exposition, he pointed at the 4 herbs on the table, utterly flabbergasted. Old man, you cannot possibly be suggesting that these 4 pitiful herbs can forge weapons, can you? Or perhaps, if you can craft even the most rudimentary of weapons from these 4 measly herbs, I shall adopt your surname. The old man, incensed, nearly leapt from his seat to administer a sound thrashing to Qin Hao, inwardly lamenting that this child was beyond redemption. Meanwhile, Qin Hao mused. If I were to take your surname, wouldn't you still be a Qin? Yet, he dared not articulate his thoughts further. Speaking out might lead to dire consequences. Observing Qin Hao's demeanor, akin to a chastened wife who dared not voice her discontent, the old man, despite his age and wisdom, nearly erupted in laughter. After a moment of reflection, he continued to speak. The attributes of cultivators are categorized into the 5 fundamental elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, along with the 3 natural elements of wind, rain, and thunder. This classification, however, does not encompass the myriad of derivative attributes that arise from these elements. Additionally, there are 3 attributes outside this primary octet: light, darkness, and the amalgamation of both, known as yin and yang. Remarkably, yin and yang can also metamorphose into any of the 8 major attributes, or even into any combination thereof. Qin, the elderly sage, paused momentarily before expressing with unbridled admiration. Any combination of attributes is possible. To become a fundamental authority on attributes, one need only awaken a single elemental attribute prior to cultivation. Conversely, to attain the status of an alchemist, one must possess at least both fire and wood attributes. For those aspiring to become a master alchemist, the natural attributes of wind and thunder are essential. Qin Hao, feeling a sense of relief, couldn't help but smirk inwardly, realizing that the old man's disdain stemmed from envy, given that he was aware of his own yin-yang attribute. However, he refrained from interjecting, lest he provoke the old man into a fit of rage. To achieve the esteemed title of a master blacksmith, one must possess the faux yin-yang attribute. which necessitates the simultaneous mastery of the 5 elemental attributes along with the natural attributes of wind, rain, and thunder. Thus, the existence of blacksmiths is a relic of the ancient prosperous era. In the current dragon sovereignty era, the only remaining practitioner I know of is that old fellow. He chuckled softly. Qin Hao was equally astonished. He had not anticipated that the yin-yang attribute was so rare. Feeling rather ordinary, he discovered he was, in fact, quite extraordinary. From the old man's words, it seemed he could not only become an alchemist, but also had a significant potential to become an exceedingly rare blacksmith. Curiosity piqued. He wondered about the identity of this master of weaponry. Old man, who is this master of weapons? Is he also a blacksmith? Suddenly, the old man appeared before Qin Hao, floating like a spirit. With a gaze filled with reverence and a hint of playful intrigue, he spoke. The master of weapons, known by his given name Luo de Peo, holds the exclusive title of blacksmith. It can be said that he is the sole remaining blacksmith in this world. Anything crafted by him is guaranteed to be of exceptional quality. When he forges a weapon, it is accompanied by a natural phenomenon, destined to be a divine artifact. Moreover, he bears a connection to you. The old man smiled mysteriously and continued. The necklace you wear, named the Tear of Heaven's Judgment, is indeed crafted by his hand. Volume 2. The Initial Emergence of Brilliance, Chapter 9. The Eastern Corner Auction House, observing Qin Hao's astonished expression. The old man pondered for a moment before slowly proclaiming. The Tear of Heaven's Judgment was entrusted to me by a friend during my travels across the continent, marking you as the first fated individual. Listening to the old man's convoluted tale, Qin Hao scoffed. Rolling his eyes at the notion of being a fated person, the old man, realizing his explanation was somewhat strained, awkwardly brushed his head and continued with an air of antiquity. To uncover the specific reasons, one must diligently cultivate oneself, advancing to a higher realm where, even if one wishes to remain uninformed, knowledge will invariably present itself. With a swift change of subject, before Qin Hao could fully comprehend, the elder pointed to the freshly acquired herbs on the table and remarked, although my expertise in forging is limited, I have, by chance, dabbled in the art of alchemy. While I cannot claim proficiency with high-tier elixirs, the concoction of ordinary yellow and profound-grade pills is certainly within my grasp. Upon hearing the elder's proud declaration, Qin Hao's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, having an elder in the household is akin to possessing a treasure. The ancients were not mistaken. From the elder's words, it was evident that this alchemist was no ordinary figure, as indicated by the substantial sum spent on the herbal materials. Such ventures were far beyond the means of the impoverished. What types of pills can you concoct, esteemed elder? Moreover, what might their market value be? I fear that should the expenses exceed the value of the ingredients, I would be at a loss. Qin Hao expressed his concerns, his heart heavy with the thought of the cost incurred for the herbs. What do you mean by pills? They are elixirs. Do you think I am crafting ibuprofen or amoxicillin? The elixirs produced by an alchemist are entirely natural, devoid of toxins and pollutants. With these herbs and some additional ingredients from my collection, I can easily produce 4 or 5 yellow-tier 4th-grade returning authority pills, and perhaps 2 or 3 profound-tier 1st-grade beauty restorative pills. I estimate that each could fetch around 30 gold coins at auction. In any case, recovering my costs should be more than attainable. The elder chuckled, pausing to reflect further. 30 gold coins. Are you certain you have not erred, esteemed elder? Qin Hao's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Had he glanced downward, he might have taken flight. 30 gold coins for 6 pills would amount to 180 gold coins. Even after deducting the 10 gold coins of expenses, there would still be a profit of 170 gold coins. Heavens, am I on the brink of fortune? His excitement surged, and he nearly erupted into a dance. Yet, amidst his elation, a voice of reason whispered, it is not merely the wealth you might amass that matters, but rather the treasures you could uncover there. The auction house harbors many rare artifacts and techniques unattainable elsewhere, perhaps even ancient relics long lost to time. What use is abundant wealth if one might suddenly depart from this world? It is far wiser to invest in tangible benefits while one is still able. Nevertheless, Qin Hao's thoughts lingered on his current state of financial distress. He could scarcely afford a meal. Who cares about anything else? I simply desire gold, he mused, fully aware of the elder's intentions to continuously enrich his own coffers, all while cloaking it in grandiose reasoning. The elder regarded Qin Hao with a look of disdain, his eyes darting mischievously as he replied, Qin lad, let us discuss matters further when the time comes. If there is nothing of worth, will I allow you to squander your gold? Even if Qin Hao uttered a triviality, the elder would not need to discern its nature. A silent smirk played upon his lips. Let us see what unfolds at the auction house. Enough of this trivial banter, young Qin. If you aspire to become an alchemist, pay close attention. No sooner had he spoken than the old man waved his right hand, and an ancient, deep black bronze cauldron, seemingly of great antiquity, descended to the ground. With a hint of pride, he gazed at the cauldron and declared, "This artifact is no ordinary thing." Do you know what it is? No need to guess. You surely do not know. This cauldron, named Black Mountain Rock, is one of the few remaining divine cauldrons in the world today. Although my expertise in alchemy is limited, with this divine furnace, the success rate for concocting low-tier elixirs can reach an astonishing 120%. How does that broaden your horizons? Qin Hao regarded the unassuming yet extravagantly praised black cauldron with trepidation, hesitant to voice any opinion lest he offend the old man and jeopardize his chance of learning alchemy. After a moment's contemplation, he uttered a phrase that was both insightful and dignified, though he felt a pang of insincerity. Aware that Qin Hao was merely flattering him, the old man nonetheless relished the praise. Without further ado, he waved his hands, and a dark mist surged forth from his sleeves, causing the temperature in the room to rise dramatically. The dark mist, interspersed with a hint of crimson light, encircled the cauldron before spiraling into its opening. With a flick of his left hand, the herbs on the table vanished, replaced by a few ethereal plants that floated into the cauldron. "Close the furnace," the old man commanded, and the cauldron's lid sealed shut. As time progressed, the temperature continued to escalate, and even from a distance, Qin Hao began to sweat profusely, pondering the immense energy expenditure involved. Moreover, he mused that even if he did not perish from the exertion, he might very well succumb to the heat. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The sound of the cauldron's lid trembling resonated, and although Qin Hao had never witnessed alchemy, he recognized that the elixir was nearing completion. Akin to the boiling water he had encountered before. "Congeal," the old man commanded sharply, and the lid of the cauldron flew open with a sudden force. Streams of radiant light soared skyward, swirling in the air before obediently returning to the old man's outstretched hands. Opening his palms revealed 10 plump, fragrant elixirs that dazzled the eye. The old man, upon seeing only 10 pills, seemed somewhat regretful as he remarked, "Ah, age has dulled my prowess. In my youth, I would have felt embarrassed to present such a meager yield." For Qin Hao, however, his spirits soared with uncontainable excitement, akin to a child in a festive uproar. "Let us hurry. If we delay, someone else may snatch away the treasures," he exclaimed, eager to depart. The old man sighed, resigned to the reality of Qin Hao's impoverished desperation, even questioning whether his previous schemes had led to the young man's current folly. Thus, he silently resolved never to deceive Qin Hao out of his money again. "Off you go. The evening auction may prove even more lively." As the words fell, the elder Qin returned to Qin Hao's mind, and the elixir in his hand subsequently landed in Qin Hao's grasp. Overwhelmed with excitement, Qin Hao tucked the elixir deep into his pocket and approached the floor-to-ceiling mirror in his room, slightly adjusting his attire. Just as he was about to push open the door, he was unexpectedly called back by the elder. "Wait a moment, young Qin. Your attire may attract the attention of those with ill intentions at the auction house. It would be prudent to wear this mask. It will facilitate your endeavors." No sooner had the elder spoken than a black silk mask appeared in Qin Hao's hands. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly donned the mask and stepped outside. At this time, evening had already descended, and the setting sun seemed reluctant to part, casting a beautiful twilight glow in the western sky. The once bustling and vibrant Prosperity Street had now settled into a tranquil serenity, as individuals who had spent the day laboring began to retreat into their leisure time. Meanwhile, at the easternmost end of Prosperity Street, adjacent to the main thoroughfare, an extraordinary vibrancy thrived. A majestic 5-story building, surrounded by a throng of guests, showcased the grandiose inscription "Eastern Auction House" in 5 golden characters, soaring like a dragon and dancing like a phoenix. Navigating through the bustling crowd, Qin Hao made his way toward a less frequented passageway marked Treasure Appraisal Pavilion. Just as he stood tall, humming a little tune as he progressed, he was unexpectedly halted by 2 towering guards stationed at the entrance. "Who seeks entry to the auction house must proceed through the passage over there." "This is not the entrance," one of the guards stated. Qin Hao glanced up and felt a jolt of surprise, thinking to himself, "Goodness gracious. Even the gatekeepers in this realm possess such formidable prowess. If not for the abundance of practitioners of this caliber roaming the streets, this auction house must be quite extraordinary. I have come to appraise these 5 elixirs. Please relay my request." Upon hearing the mention of rare elixirs, the guard's demeanor shifted noticeably to one of respect. After all, the identity of an alchemist is no trifling matter. Qin Hao mused to himself that alchemists appear to be quite esteemed in this world. and he ought to learn more from the elder. Please wait a moment. I shall inform the interior. Without their permission, we cannot allow entry. One of the guards respectfully bowed as he spoke. Never mind. Qin Hao saw no reason to trouble a mere gatekeeper. After all, this was their profession, and he had ample time to spare. One of the guards swiftly entered the building, and shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man emerged alongside him, his face seemingly brimming with anticipation. Upon seeing the masked Qin Hao, the middle-aged man thought to himself, indeed, the identity of an alchemist is shrouded in mystery and unpredictable. This auction house is bound to reap substantial rewards. With light footsteps yet remarkable swiftness, he approached Qin Hao. How swift was Qin Hao's immediate reaction? Though the distance was merely 20 meters, the middle-aged man gave the impression of having traversed it in a single stride. May I inquire what you wish to auction? The middle-aged man respectfully inquired as he lifted a fan. I would like to auction these 5 elixirs, 3 yellow rank, 4th grade returning rights elixirs, and 2 Xian rank. 1st grade beautiful nourishing elixirs. Please take a look. As his words faded, Qin Hao extended his hand from his sleeve, revealing 5 round, vibrant elixirs. He dared not take liberties. The middle-aged man before him might possess strength surpassing that of Mo Deming, the head of the Mo family he encountered the previous day. The middle-aged man was left in a state of astonishment. Xian rank elixirs had not graced Dongyu City in nearly a decade, since the misfortune of the Feng family. This was his first encounter with such elixirs. Observing the young man's voice and fair wrist, he deduced that he was either a scion of a prominent family or a gifted young alchemist, both of whom were not to be trifled with. You are truly remarkable for your youth, he remarked. I am Zhao Zhong, the vice president of this auction house. According to procedure, the elixirs you wish to auction must be appraised by our treasure appraisal pavilion's yellow rank, 4th grade alchemist to establish a starting price. Kindly follow me. As he spoke, the middle-aged man turned and walked indoors, his pace unconsciously slowing. Following closely behind, Qin Hao increasingly believed the old man's words. One must possess sufficient capital to earn the respect of others. Upon pushing open the grand door, his gaze swept across the opulent and expansive hall, guided by the middle-aged man toward room 4. Upon entering, an elderly man with a head of white hair, yet remarkably vigorous, sat at a table perusing a book. Hearing the door open, he merely glanced up briefly before returning to his reading, seemingly indifferent to the vice president's presence. Zhao President, what brings you here? Is there a matter at hand? He inquired without lifting his gaze. Since the incident with the Feng family, he had ceased supplying elixirs to the auction house, and as the chief alchemist, his status had naturally risen. Zhao, accustomed to this nonchalance, respectfully replied, Qing Lao, this esteemed individual behind me intends to auction 5 elixirs. As soon as Zhao mentioned the elixirs, the elder, referred to as Qing Lao, displayed a dismissive expression, interrupting, Zhao President, are you not capable of handling such trivial matters alone? Is this a matter so minute that you must consult me? Shall I also serve as your personal bodyguard and pour your tea in the future? Zhao clenched his fist in frustration. Typically, he would humbly accept Qing Lao's jests when alone. However, with an outsider present, perhaps a high-ranking alchemist, could he not retain some dignity as the vice president of the auction house? Oh, has Qing Lao heard of an elixir known as the returning rights elixir? Zhao thought to himself, realizing he had been far too lenient, facing someone so arrogant and unaware that there are always greater forces at play in the world. The Gu Chu and Dan, a 4th-tier yellow-grade elixir, is said to enhance the speed of concentration prior to its use and can elevate the success rate by 80% during the process. What a surprise. Has Vice President Zhao recently taken a fancy to concocting the Gu Chu and Dan? Or perhaps he has discovered this elusive potion from somewhere. Upon hearing President Zhao mention the Gu Chu and Dan, Elder Qing scoffed, derisively remarking that not even an accomplished 2nd-tier alchemist like Vice President Zhao could guarantee its successful creation. Otherwise, he would have ascended to the rank of a 1st-tier alchemist long ago. Such functional elixirs are typically hoarded by various families, reserved for their most talented youths, elders, and heirs, and no one would be foolish enough to auction them off. In response to Elder Qing's relentless jabs, President Zhao chuckled instead of becoming enraged. The thought of his own self-deprecating humor brought him a sense of satisfaction. Heh, Elder Qing, being well-versed in the world, have you ever heard of an elixir known as the beauty-nourishing pill? President Zhao suddenly remarked, a cryptic smile gracing his lips. Elder Qing's expression shifted upon hearing this. He cast a glance at the masked figure behind President Zhao and, after some contemplation, refrained from further sarcasm. It was clear that someone who held the title of chief alchemist was no fool. If he dared to make such a declaration, it must be rooted in substantial merit. Could it be that the masked young man held secrets? A flicker of hope ignited within Elder Qing, who had grown increasingly irritable over the years, stagnating at the fourth tier of yellow-grade alchemy. He had long sensed that something was amiss, tirelessly scouring ancient texts to no avail, which had only worsened his temper. If this masked youth could indeed produce the beauty-nourishing pill, it would imply guidance from at least a first-tier alchemist of the mysterious realm. Perhaps he could finally uncover the flaws in his own practice. With this thought, Elder Qing's demeanor softened slightly as he turned to President Zhao, inquiring, could it be that President Zhao possesses both the godlike and the beauty-nourishing pill? He decided to ask, fearing that if he missed this opportunity, he might never advance again. Now you wish to inquire. Just moments ago, you were so confident. He mused internally, though he maintained a composed facade, mindful of their shared presence in the auction house. I had thought these 3 godlike and 2 beauty-nourishing pills would not pique your interest. Might you provide an estimate? President Zhao seized the opportunity to deliver a subtle jab, though he would have relished extending his banter for an entire year, were it not for the prospect of future collaboration. Elder Qing, however, paid no heed to Zhao's remarks. His gaze fixated on the elixirs that President Zhao had procured from Qin Hao. His excitement surged as he muttered to himself, indeed, it is the godlike. And this one, a first-tier beauty-nourishing pill. Moreover, they are all of the highest quality. Without regard for President Zhao's astonished expression, he approached Qin Hao, and before the latter could react, he knelt abruptly, imploringly stating, Master, this disciple, Qing Shan, has lingered at the 4th tier of the Huang rank for many years without making progress. I humbly request your guidance to assist me in my endeavors. Volume 2, The First Sign of Brilliance, Chapter 11. The head of the Lin family from the moment they entered until Vice President Zhao handed the elixirs to Elder Qing. Qin Hao remained an observer, silently contemplating. Their conversation further enlightened him to the old man's extraordinary capabilities, which he typically concealed. When Elder Qing spotted the 5 elixirs, he hurriedly approached Qin Hao and, without waiting for a reaction, knelt before him. Qin Hao pondered the absurdity of this gesture, given their lack of familial ties and the fact that the new year had yet to arrive. Please rise. Speak your mind at your leisure. I have pressing matters at hand. If necessary, simply provide an appraisal for my elixirs, and I shall return in a few days. Nothing urgent, really. I must hastily depart post-auction. If this were to be exposed, given the earlier scene, Elder Qing would surely seek vengeance upon me, Qin Hao thought. His ability to remain unpretentious was one of his commendable traits. Ah, indeed. Master, I was reckless. These elixirs are worth their weight in gold. Just one could incite a sensation within Dongyu City. If you insist on auctioning them, I recommend the godlike be sold for 1,000 gold kwans each, while the Meili Yanyan Dan, renowned for its beautifying and anti-aging properties, should fetch around 1,200 gold kwans. This is merely a conservative estimate, Elder Qing suggested thoughtfully. Very well, as you propose, the godlike Dan shall be set at 1,000 gold kwans, and the Meili Yanyan Dan at 1,200. Vice President Zhao, what are your thoughts? Qin Hao inquired calmly, his heart already elated. Am I on the verge of fortune? Witnessing this scene, Vice President Zhao was momentarily taken aback. Had he not known Elder Qing, he might have found this reality hard to accept. However, in this auction house where the strong could easily be challenged, he realized that this young man was not to be underestimated. He should seek to cultivate a friendship rather than enmity. Upon hearing Qin Hao's inquiry, Zhao considered briefly before responding with a beaming smile. As Elder Qing and you have suggested, we shall set the godlike Dan at 100 gold kwans and the Meili Yanyan Dan at 1,200 gold kwans. May I ask your esteemed name? After the auction concludes, you will receive an exclusive VIP token, granting you a 50% discount and exceptional treatment for your purchases here, as well as at auctions in places like Ximing and the imperial capital. As he spoke, Elder Qing and President Zhao exchanged knowing glances, sharing a subtle smile. Qin Hao was no fool. He discerned the overt intention to win him over. However, it mattered little, for he had just arrived in this unfamiliar land, devoid of any strength or connections. As the old adage goes, having an additional friend provides one with another option. He considered the name Zhou for a moment. Refraining from disclosing his true identity, one must not harbor malicious intent, yet vigilance is essential. Very well, Mr. Zhou. Shortly, there will be a twilight auction here, where the elixirs you wish to sell will be auctioned off. Upon the conclusion of the auction, the proceeds will be stored on a transport card, usable externally. Furthermore, customers with auction items will have exclusive access to the venue and private boxes, bypassing the queues. Is there anything else you require? Vice President Zhao patiently elucidated while gesturing towards another entrance. Nothing more. I appreciate your assistance, President and Elder Qin Hao replied, mindful that it was his first visit and reluctant to make excessive demands. Just as he was about to coordinate with the attendant to enter, he noticed Elder Qin gazing at him with eager anticipation. A thought struck him. He had almost overlooked this matter. Thus, he responded, Elder Qin, I have certain affairs to attend to over the next few days. In half a month, I shall return to observe the nuances of your alchemy. How does that sound? Just as Master Zhou suggests, I shall await you here, Elder Qin responded, relieved to have received the answer he sought. Regardless of the outcome, one must not forsake any opportunity. There is no need for such formality, Elder. In future encounters, you may simply refer to me as Zhou Hao, he stated, not pausing for Elder Qin's reaction as he moved towards the entrance with the attendant. This individual is no ordinary person, Zhao, the vice president, reflected, feeling remorseful for his earlier rashness. Elder Qin, there is no need for such sentiments. If Mr. Zhou can indeed provide you with guidance and aid in your advancement, it would be a fortunate occurrence for our auction house. This individual is extraordinary. At such a young age, he has reached the pinnacle of Qingling, and he likely conceals his true origins. I suspect he is not from Dongyu. Even if we cannot extend goodwill, we must avoid enmity. I can confidently assert that, given time, this young man will soar to great heights. The marketplace is akin to a battleground, where even the slightest misstep is fraught with consequences. In a mere moment, Elder Qin's demeanor underwent a complete transformation, revealing the influence of self-interest. Qin Hao sighed internally, suddenly noticing the attendant beside him. Though her features were not striking, she possessed a voluptuous figure and an elegant gait that compelled one to steal glances. Approaching the attendant, Qin Hao chuckled inwardly as a mischievous idea emerged. Hello, Mississippi. Do you have a partner? He playfully inquired. To his surprise, she ignored him entirely, leaving him feeling rebuffed. Undeterred, he pressed on. Miss, you are truly beautiful. Like a blossoming flower. As I smiled, darkness suddenly enveloped me. In my previous distraction with conversation, I failed to notice that the entrance attendant had already slipped away, nearly vanishing from sight. Oh dear, how could it be that once I was the unrivaled jester among the girls in my class? Yet here I find myself facing repeated setbacks? Could it be that the temperament of the ladies here differs from those I knew? The moment I recalled the girls from my class, my thoughts involuntarily drifted to Baozi. I wonder how she is faring now. Shaking my head, I hastily made my way towards the attendant, who guided me to the last row of a box that, in comparison to the one in front, exuded an air of supreme luxury and grandeur. Good day, sir. This is the exclusive box arranged for you by the president for the auction. I wish you a pleasant auction experience. The attendant greeted me with a professional smile, her tone warm and inviting. Before I could finish my gratitude, she had already departed, leaving me with a darker expression. Ah, young brother, there is no need for such dismay. The attendants are trained to behave this way. It is not that they cannot comprehend your words, but rather that they have been conditioned to absorb only directives from above. Alas, at some point, a middle-aged man sighed beside me startled me. Turning to look, I saw a man clad in a flowing black robe standing next to me. I scrutinized his appearance. His deep black robe was adorned with silver-threaded cloud patterns at the collar and cuffs, and a broad belt inscribed with the character for Lin cinched his waist. His dark hair was pulled back, held by a black crown, with the lustrous white jade accentuating his remarkable status. His countenance was solemn, his gaze as piercing as frost, and his features sharp, exuding an air of profound calm. You are. I deduced much about him from his attire, yet in an effort to mask my own awkwardness, I politely inquired. Just as the middle-aged man was about to respond, he was interrupted by a sycophantic voice from the entrance of another box. Master Lin, how is your health these days? Following the direction of the voice, both I and Master Lin turned to look. The newcomer, dressed similarly to Master Lin, but with a waist adornment of black and silver stripes forming the character for Su, gradually approached. As he came closer, I could discern his features, a round face paired with beady eyes, thin lips that complemented his chubby cheeks. He fawned over Master Lin, saying, "Ha! What a surprise to encounter you here. Master Lin, you appear as spirited as ever. Your prowess remains unmatched. The Lin family continues to lead the flourishing development of Dongyu City under your esteemed guidance." Hearing the obsequious words of this man, Master Lin maintained a demeanor of indifference. "Thank you for your concern, Master Su. The auction is about to commence. Let us proceed to the private box to avoid missing any splendid items. Ah, by the way, greetings, young brother. I am the patriarch of the Lin family, Lin Zilin." Without acknowledging the awkwardly smiling Master Su beside him, he turned and entered the box. As Qin Hao observed the unfolding scene, He could not help but think that Master Su resembled a quintessential antagonist from the martial arts novels he had read in the past, his corpulent visage betraying a dubious character. The prominence of the Lin family was unexpected. There must be a reason why the Mo family was scouring for competitors. Contemplating this, he leisurely stepped into the box. Just as he was about to enter, he felt the piercing gaze of someone fixated upon him. A glance sideways revealed a mutual exchange of disdain and jealousy with Master Su, prompting a cold smirk before he fully entered the box. Upon seeing Qin Hao enter, Master Su scoffed, his mind racing with thoughts of Lin Zilin's dismissive demeanor and the latter's warm reception of Qin Hao. All his resentment was directed towards Qin Hao. He turned to his attendant, a frigid command escaping his lips. That arrogant brat, once the auction concludes, investigate the background of that masked youth. If he possesses any influence, report back. If not, then... His voice trailed off as he made a slashing motion across his throat. What merit could a mere peak Qingling hold to earn the Lin Patriarch's favor? Humph. Young man, you had better possess some backing, otherwise. Upon venting his frustrations regarding Qin Hao, he strode back to his own box. Master, why did you alter your attitude towards those two? Isn't that courting animosity for our young brother? Queried Lin Zilin's attendant upon entering the box. Ah, that lad piques my interest. I am certain I shall encounter him again. Lin Zilin replied cryptically, leaving no further explanation. That old codger has set his sights on you. Be cautious when you depart. Echoed the voice of the old man in Qin Hao's mind as he stepped into the resplendent box. Judging by his appearance, he is certainly no good, a sly character. If he isn't plotting to ambush me post-auction, I shall gladly forfeit my head for you to kick around. Qin Hao remarked, lounging comfortably in his seat. What emboldens you to remain so composed? Inquired the old man, bemused by Qin Hao's apparent indifference. You shall see soon enough. Qin Hao replied with a mysterious smile, exuding confidence. The old man refrained from pressing further, trusting that Qin Hao was no fool. After all, it had taken years for him to transform into the little old Qin, and if he avoided causing trouble for others, that would be a blessing indeed. As time progressed, attendees gradually arrived at the auction venue, the surroundings of the private box dimming subtly. Brilliant spotlights converged upon the center of the stage, illuminating a tall, alluring woman clad in red. Through the specially crafted obsidian glass walls of the box, Qin Hao gazed intently at the woman on stage, his eyes wide with astonishment. Doubting whether he was mistaken. Familiarity? Indeed, he was not mistaken. It was Lu the widow. What on earth is happening? Qin Hao felt a twinge of confusion within, and had it not been for the old man's words that validated his suspicions, he would have preferred to believe he was mistaken. How could she? She is one of them, to be precise, one of those who sought to assassinate you, or you might interpret them as. Before Qin Hao could voice his internal inquiries, the old man's voice resonated in his mind. The members of the Yi family. Frowning in contemplation, Qin Hao mused. It appears she is here to surveil us. Although he did not fully grasp the significance of the Yi family, the mention of those who attempted his assassination and the powerful strike against the chief, as spoken of by the old man, made it clear that this Yi family was no ordinary clan. Ah, no. She is not here to surveil us. She is here to monitor you. To be precise, to assassinate you. What? Upon hearing those last four words from the old man, Qin Hao involuntarily shuddered, thinking to himself, goodness, why have I encountered so many threats in my life? It has been quite the ordeal. Reflecting on how many times he had dined with Lu the widow, who had persistently plotted against him. Wait, it seemed he had always been the one to eat while the old man partook of her meals. Could it be? Indeed. I had already discerned her intentions. Previously, when we danced in the square, I subtly warned her. Yet, alas, she too is a person of misfortune. Perhaps you will understand this in time. As if reading his thoughts, the old man elucidated to Qin Hao. So will you be all right? Qin Hao inquired, puzzled. If I eat, there will be consequences. If I partake, I will certainly feel quite comfortable. Ha ha ha. Qin Hao. Listening to the old man's cryptic tone, Qin Hao decided to disregard him. Thus, he quietly observed the newly transformed Lu the widow on stage. Reflecting inwardly, behold this enchanting beauty, this revitalized Lu the widow. Is this truly the same person? This appears to be an upgraded version of Lu the widow. And as the cheers from the audience gradually crescendoed, it was evident that more than half of them were drawn by this enhanced Lu the widow. As her gaze swept across the audience, filled with avaricious eyes, she lifted the auctioneer's distinctive gavel, swaying her delicate form as she elegantly circled the podium. With a gentle flick of her wrist, she tapped the gavel lightly, and an enchanting silence enveloped the venue, almost as if by magic. A knowing smile graced her lips as she addressed the gathering with a dulcet tone. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. I am your auctioneer, Yuing. I sincerely thank you for your patronage and hope that each of you secures the items you desire. Before her words could fully settle, a cacophony of greedy shouts erupted from the crowd below, a tumultuous chorus of noise and even brawls. These common folk could scarcely afford any of the exquisite items on offer. What they truly yearned for was a glimpse of the alluring mystery that lay beneath her alluring skirt. The mere thought of beholding her beauty was enough to drive them to madness. Yuing, she is mine, mine, laughed a burly middle-aged man in the corner, his gaze greedily fixated on her delicate figure, his eyes trailing down to the enigmatic allure of her form, drool escaping his lips uncontrollably. Upon hearing the middle-aged man desecrate his idol, a nearby youth glared at him with cold intensity, gritting his teeth as he shouted, "Who do you think you are? You dare covet my goddess?" The angry retort jolted him from his reverie, and with fury surging within, he swung his fist, ready to strike. This woman is no ordinary figure. Observing the responsive crowd below, Qin Hao regarded her with newfound respect. Whether portraying a neighborly widow or masquerading as an auctioneer, her skills were undeniably impressive. Amidst the uproar and the sounds of conflict, Yuing could not help but scoff inwardly at the throng of men who only seemed to think with their baser instincts, oblivious to their own appearances. Raising the gavel in her hand, she struck the auction podium 3 times, and the din of fighting and shouting promptly ceased, restoring tranquility to the hall. Ladies and gentlemen, we have just received a new item for auction today, and I suspect it may pique your interest, Yuing said with a mysterious smile. With a graceful wave of her hand, a serving maid quickly presented a tray, upon which rested a small, dark violet vial. Within the vial lay a precious elixir. As she spoke, she surveyed the eager eyes around her, stifling a giggle before continuing. This is the yellow rank, 4th tier, return to authority pill. What? It is the return to authority pill. The first item presented is such a monumental treasure. Could it truly enhance a cultivator's success rate by 80% when attempting to reclaim their authority? Not only that, but it also grants a second chance to those who have previously failed in their attempts. What a grand gesture indeed. Such divine elixirs are scarcely within the reach of us common folk. Observe, the 3 illustrious figures in the VIP box remain silent. Can it be that we are destined to partake in this feast? As the murmurs of the audience swirled around her, the auctioneer, Yuing, paid little heed. Instead, lifting her gaze toward the last row of boxes, fully aware that these precious pills would undoubtedly be claimed by the 3 prominent families. The return to authority pill, I am certain, is not an unfamiliar term to you. When under the influence of this pill, practitioners enjoy an 80% increase in their success rate during cultivation, and it also grants those who fail their initial attempt a second chance to reclaim authority. Ladies and gentlemen, do not let this opportunity slip away. It may not come again. Her dulcet tones elicited a chorus of greedy exclamations from the audience. Could this return to authority pill truly be genuine? It has been nearly a decade since such high-grade elixirs graced the markets of Dongyu City. Despite Yu Ying's alluring presence, there remained rational minds within the auction hall. And soon, one stood to inquire. Fear not, dear sir, this pill has been personally appraised by our esteemed 4th-tier alchemist, Qin Hao. Rest assured, there shall be no discrepancies. It is guaranteed to be authentic. Everyone here may rest easy. At the mention of Qin Hao's name, the clamor in the hall diminished significantly. Who is Qin Hao, you may wonder. He is not merely the chief alchemist of the auction house. He is the foremost alchemist in all of Dongyu City. Even the eminent figures from the 3 great families would treat him with utmost respect. As the crowd quieted, Qin Hao gained a clearer understanding of Qin Hao's esteemed reputation. Since we are all familiar with the stakes, let us commence the bidding. The starting price is set at 3,000 gold coins per pill. Let the bidding begin. Yuing smiled, casting a playful glance around before falling silent. The auction hall was instantly enveloped in silence. 3,000 gold coins. This was no trifling sum. Such an amount could sustain a small family's business for an entire year. Even the larger families would need to toil for months to scrape together such a profit. 3,005. Moments later, from the front row nearest the boxes, a robust and formidable man raised his paddle. Those in the front row who had hesitated to bid now found their resolve strengthened in the face of this imposing figure. The reason was clear. The man was Duan Jiang, the young master of the Duan family, one of the 3 lesser families among the 6 great clans. His background and financial prowess were beyond the comprehension of ordinary citizens. Even if they possessed the means, they would not dare to contend with him. Yuing furrowed her brow and cast a glance toward the newcomer, her delicate hand clenched briefly before relaxing. An unspoken rule governed the auction house, regardless of how valuable the item. Bids must be placed at least once from the commoner's area before it could be opened to smaller families or even the 6 great clans. This practice not only allowed less affluent individuals a chance to acquire desired items, but also served to elevate the prices, thereby increasing the auction house's profits. At this moment, the middle-aged man seemed either to be challenging the auction house or, perhaps, to be enamored with the enchanting auctioneer, Yu Ying. It is quite evident, from the way he gazed at Yu Ying with a sense of pride, dominance, and an overwhelming possessiveness, that the latter scenario is indeed the case. Prior to embarking on her mission, Yu Ying was already aware of Duanzhang's affection for her. However, she found it intolerable to endure such an oppressive and suffocating desire for possession. She had explicitly conveyed her disinterest to him, urging him to refrain from pursuing her further. Alas, his heart remained steadfast, unwavering, and, to put it more accurately, he clung to her with relentless tenacity. Ultimately, she could only respond with indifference, choosing to avoid him whenever possible. Upon hearing of Yu Ying's appearance, particularly as a radiant auctioneer at the auction house, Duanzhang, as her suitor, naturally made his presence known, eager to showcase his prowess before her. In the face of this situation, the seasoned auctioneer Yu Ying donned a professional smile, surveying her surroundings as if she were oblivious to Duanzhang's longing glances, while patiently awaiting the bidders. 5,000. A young man, strikingly handsome and seated not far from Duanzhang, raised his bidding paddle, disregarding the resentful glare directed at him by Duanzhang. As he lowered his paddle, a cacophony of voices began to resonate throughout the auction hall. Did you see that? The demeanor of the young man who just raised his paddle is in stark contrast to that of Duanzhang, the young master of the Duan family, remarked a bystander to his companion. Hey, what do you know? That is Sun Qingfeng, a rising star from the Sun family, one of the 6 great clans. Recently returned from honing his skills in the imperial capital. In terms of talent and background, he far surpasses that rustic Duan family, scoffed another bystander. One cannot dismiss this so lightly. I have heard that Duanzhang has also fought valiantly for many years in the border guards, defending his homeland and earning respect as a notable figure, the first bystander added. Regardless, it is unprecedented to witness such a situation in the first round before the 3 major families. This is certainly going to be intriguing. The third bystander chimed in with a gleeful expression. As various voices filled the air, Duanzhang, his expression grim, raised his paddle once more, glaring ferociously towards the center, and shouted, 7,000. 8,000. Sun Qingfeng raised his paddle, not even glancing up, responding indifferently, I'll bid 10,000. A collective gasp of astonishment erupted from the audience as they turned to look towards the last row of the stand, specifically the second box. Duanzhang's expression, which had been poised to reprimand Sun Qingfeng, froze in that moment. His face underwent a myriad of changes as he cast a cold, disdainful glance towards Sun Qingfeng. Then back at the box, letting out a heavy sigh before reluctantly taking his seat. He understood all too well that should he provoke that family, it would not only be his own downfall, but also that of his entire clan. The Lin family now held an unassailable position in Dongyu City. Yu Ying let out a gentle sigh. Although achieving a bid of 30,000 in the first auction was quite impressive, the numerous unforeseen events made her feel that there was still room for further ascension. However, the moment the Lin family made their move, it signified the conclusion of this auction. 100,000 gold rights coins. 100,000 gold rights coins, going once. 100,000 gold rights coins, going twice. Ding dong. 150,000. The sudden surge of bidding caused an uproar in the hall. While the Lin family's bidding was anticipated, it was astonishing that anyone would dare to raise the stakes after them. To put it delicately, it could be described as audacity without strategy. More bluntly, it was an overestimation of one's own capabilities. Young master, your actions may jeopardize our relationship with the Lin family. In the fourth private box, an elderly man, well past his 70s, spoke respectfully to a man in his 30s seated before him. However, the elder's face was clouded with concern. The man in his 30s rose. His imposing stature and dignified appearance exuded an aura of authority. His gaze, sharp and piercing, seemed to shoot forth like cold stars, and his brows were painted with intensity. Standing tall and broad, he emanated an almost unassailable might, yet his expression was marked by hesitation, tempered with determination. Uncle Yi, there's no need for further discussion. I will personally apologize to the Lin family afterward, but this return of rights pill is something we must secure. Surely, you can understand my position. But Uncle Yi attempted to dissuade him, but the young man promptly interrupted. No more words. My decision is made. If we miss this opportunity, our family may never rise again. His gaze was fixed below, observing the astonishment and confusion tinged with disdain. a deep-seated mockery that felt all too familiar after these many years. The young man's name was Feng Xiaoping, the newly appointed head of the Feng family, one of the three prominent clans. The elderly gentleman beside him, over 70, was the family steward, Feng Yi. The upheaval of a decade ago had seen Feng Xiaoping, and indeed the entire Feng family, fall from grace, transitioning from revered admiration to ridicule. He was both a witness and a participant in this downfall. With the support of the Lin family, he had ascended to his current position as head of the Feng clan, and while he held gratitude towards them, today, the return of right's pill was non-negotiable. The individual responsible for their family's plight had abandoned them, leaving behind a mess for them to resolve. Were it not for the Feng family's substantial heritage, they might have faced utter ruin at the hands of this distant relative. Feng Xiaoping's chest heaved with intense emotion. His teeth clenched in fury as he thought, if that person were before him now, he would tear him to shreds. Young master, alas. Observing the stubborn determination in Feng Xiaoping's eyes, the old steward sighed, choosing not to impede further. Humph, the Feng family's young lad has finally lost his composure. Bring forth the bidding. In box 3, the head of the Su family emitted a chilling snort, as if he were already well aware of the outcome. Confident of his victory, Lin Zilin, you cannot blame me this time. Someone has shattered your unspoken rules, and I merely assisted you in regaining your standing. Ha ha ha. The head of the Su family boasted while conversing with himself, ultimately bursting into laughter reminiscent of a pig's squeal. In the face of the fierce bidding from the Feng family in box 4, the auction hall resembled a boiling cauldron, filled with incessant murmurs and clamor, predominantly mocking and deriding the Feng family's audacity. Ying quietly observed the directions of the Feng and Lin families, and awkwardly glanced towards Qin Hao and the Su family. She sensed that this auction was far from its conclusion and perhaps would unfold with even greater spectacle than she had anticipated. Ding dong, 20,000. Indeed. The bidding voice from box 3 only reinforced her inner conjectures. The audience below suddenly fell silent, as if a catalyst had ignited a stillness. All eyes turning towards box 3, sensing a brewing storm on the horizon. Qin Hao glanced at the crowd below, then shot a curious look towards the adjacent box. Smiling with intrigue. Hee, the three great families have begun their contest. Volume 2. A Glimpse of Brilliance, Chapter 14. Astonishingly Divine. The Su family truly oversteps their bounds. In box 4, Feng Xiaoping clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth as he spoke. The mantis stalks the cicada. Yet the Su family, the hidden predator, infuriates me. He raised his gaze towards the crowd below, and then turned to glance at the Su family's box 2, which had suddenly quieted, as if the entire auction house awaited his decision. Gritting his teeth, he turned to Feng Yi and coldly declared, Uncle Yi, raise the bid by 5,000. We cannot risk offending the Lin family, and let ourselves be mere facilitators for others' gains. Uncle Yi furrowed his brow, contemplating the pros and cons, ultimately deciding to adhere to the original plan. Bang, bang, bang. Just as he was about to press the exclusive bidding button, a sudden knocking echoed from outside the box. Feng Xiaoping and Uncle Yi exchanged puzzled glances, both shaking their heads in confusion. Unless something unusual had occurred, staff would not disturb the auction midway. After a moment's thought, Feng Xiaoping turned to Feng Yi and said, Uncle Yi, please see who it is. Uncle Yi nodded and swiftly approached the door, opening it, only to be taken aback. Outside, aside from the crowd below casting various looks in their direction, there was no one present. Slightly irritated, as he was about to close the door, he noticed an envelope that resembled the floor beneath it lying on the ground. Gently kicking the envelope inside, he glanced around to ensure no one had noticed the situation at the door before quietly shutting it again. Uncle Yi, what is going on? Seeing Feng Yi's bewildered expression, Feng Xiaoping inquired with confusion. Young master, there is no one outside, and look. As the sound of footsteps faded, Feng Yi gently bent down to retrieve the letter that had been kicked to the floor beside the door, and approached Feng Xiaoping, placing it into his hands. Upon receiving the letter, Feng Xiaoping noticed a distinctive bamboo emblem upon it, and with a sudden clarity, he unhesitatingly tore open the envelope to read its contents. Are you implying that the door to the Feng family's private room was just opened from the inside? Su, the head of the Su family, inquired with a stern countenance, directing a cold gaze at the attendant nearby. Indeed, master. Feng Yi, the chief steward of the Feng family, just opened the door from within, glanced around, and then closed it again, the attendant affirmed, observing the master's expression, which was as grim as a stormy sea. With a resounding crash, the table beside the Su family had disintegrated into dust. Grinding his teeth in fury, he bellowed, what on earth has the Feng family offered this old man? That he would repeatedly assist them? As he suddenly turned his gaze towards the Lin family's private room, the lights there flickered on simultaneously, and the sound of bidding emerged from within. 50,000. Humph, the Su family had scoffed, falling silent thereafter. The attendant, bewildered yet cautious, dared to inquire, Master, shall we raise our bid? Raise the bid? Are you out of your mind? The Lin family is determined to support the Feng family. Even if we could compete with this pitiful Feng family, do you really think we stand a chance against the illustrious and powerful Lin family? You must be a fool. The Su family head roared at the attendant in a fit of rage, as if channeling all his ire towards the unfortunate servant. The Lin family, the Feng family. Mark my words, Su Yuanan will eventually seize everything you possess, leaving you in a state of despair. Su Yuanan coldly declared as he surveyed the crowd below. As Feng Xiaopeng's expression gradually brightened, he was about to inquire further when he heard a voice from room one of the Lin family announcing a bid. Without waiting for questions regarding the letter's contents, he smiled and explained, Uncle E, this letter was sent by Uncle Lin. He mentioned in it that. With a smile, Feng Xiaopeng conveyed the information regarding Lin Zillian's purchase of Guiquan Dan on behalf of the Feng family, and his intention to sell it back at a lower price. The head of the Lin family is indeed a blessing for the Feng family. Not only does he not hold us accountable for intervening in the bidding, but he also assists us in acquiring the elixir effortlessly. I recall how he held Feng Qing in such high regard. Feng Yi continued to explain with a smile, but upon noticing the furious glare from Feng Xiaopeng, he abruptly ceased his words, reflecting internally, what a foolish old man I am, bringing up such matters at this time. Uncle, henceforth, do not mention that traitor in my presence again. He is merely a traitor to the family, and I was truly blinded by my own judgment to have ever regarded him. A mere side branch of the family dares to boast about leading us to a laughable domain. He should be wary of being ridiculed. When trouble arises, he thinks of us, dragging us down with him. Were it not for the Lin family's support, he would forever remain our adversary. Feng Xiaopeng's chest heaved with agitation. His teeth clenched as he coldly snorted. Alas! Feng Yi felt a tinge of helplessness within, reflecting on the events of the past. Can we truly blame that side branch for everything that transpired? I raised him myself. Perhaps he, too, has his own unspeakable burdens. Feng Yi lamented inwardly, pondering the betrayal of the clan that heralded calamity. He found it hard to believe that such actions were truly his doing. Shaking his head vigorously, he resolved that the past must remain in the past. The future must still be faced. They turned their gaze toward the auction stage, where everyone awaited the Lin family's next move, daring no one to raise the stakes further. To be precise, they were curious if anyone possessed the audacity to challenge the status quo. Yue Ying cast a bewitching glance toward the second bid from the Lin family's box, a slight smile gracing her lips as she mused that this would likely be the final offer. Yet, for reasons unknown, perhaps due to professional instinct, her gaze involuntarily lingered on the enigmatic first box. Nevertheless, she grasped her small hammer and struck the auction stage. The crisp sound resonating from her tender lips, 50,000 golden authority coins, going once. Twice. Ding dong, 60,000. Before the final hammer of the first box fell for the third time, a breathtaking bid echoed through the auction hall, plunging it into an eerie silence. 3 minutes earlier. Kid Qin, have you thought this through? You're playing with fire. Inside the first box, the old man Qin repeatedly questioned Qin Hao, his voice tinged with a hint of panic. Haha, old man, when have you ever been this hesitant? Fear not, I have calculated every step, preparing for the storm. Qin Hao replied confidently. To evade the malicious pursuit of the Su family, he devised this strategy based on his observations of the three major families. Yet, he felt a sense of uncertainty, as his actions were solely guided by instinct. Life and death are fated, wealth and honor are determined by the heavens. Let us take a gamble, Qin Hao thought to himself. He raised his right hand and swiftly pressed the button, and in an instant, a prompt chime echoed outside the box. Volume 2, The First Glimmer of Brilliance, Chapter 15, The Map. Yue Ying looked in astonishment toward the source of the bidding voice, momentarily frozen, rendered speechless. Moments ago, she felt an inexplicable allure and uniqueness about Box 1. However, she had not anticipated the presence of a bold newcomer, unafraid of the formidable Lin family of Dongyu City, daring to challenge them. Those within must surely possess remarkable identities if they were not fools. Though Yue Ying pondered this, she still wielded her small hammer and struck the stage, sweetly proclaiming, Box 1 has bid an astonishing 60,000. Is there any further interest? As she raised her brow and surveyed boxes 2, 3, and 4, her curiosity piqued regarding the potential price of this first pill in the inaugural auction. Master, what does that young man in the adjacent box mean? Is he attempting to provoke the Lin family? A disgruntled maid from Box 2 directed her inquiry toward Lin Zelin, the head of the Lin family. With a slight smile and no words, Lin Zelin closed his eyes, remaining silent. The maid, perplexed by his demeanor and contemplating her next question, was suddenly met with Lin Zelin's keen gaze as he remarked with interest, "Quite intriguing. This young man is indeed resourceful. Forget it, Xinger, we shall forego bidding. That lad in Box 1 is certainly no ordinary individual. Exercise caution when you investigate his background. Do not falter in the process. Should anything go awry, you know what must be done. Rest assured, a substantial reward awaits you from your family afterward," Su Yuan coldly remarked to his attendant. Having heard the escalating bids from Box 1, provided the Guoquan pill does not fall into the hands of the Feng family, it matters not who obtains it. He muttered ominously, gazing toward Box 1. Box 1 is a designated exclusive space within the auction house, accessible only to those who have made significant contributions or possess an esteemed status. Upon hearing the new bid from Box 1, Feng Yi furrowed his brow and glanced at the restless Feng Xiaopeng. After a moment's contemplation, Feng Xiaopeng sighed, though the Guoquan pill is indeed precious. For the Feng family at present, even if we settle our neighborhood debts, it amounts to roughly this sum of 60,000 gold rights. At this juncture, we must rely on Uncle Lin. If it ultimately falls to him, we can only accept our fate. He was acutely aware of the elevated status those within Box 1 held in the auction house, and mused to himself, even in a monetary contest, how could we possibly match them? Unbeknownst to him, the occupant of Box 1 was Qin Hao, and he would never believe him to be a destitute individual devoid of any wealth. Meanwhile, within Box 1, Qin Hao observed the gradually calming atmosphere of the surrounding boxes, his expression growing increasingly audacious. The first phase of the plan has succeeded. In the depths of his mind, the elder Qin regarded Qin Hao as if he were a fool. Had it not been for Qin Hao's explanation of what he deemed a flawless plan, he would have long since wielded an 8-meter-long blade to cut through the chaos with swift decisiveness. Success or failure hinges on this pivotal moment. As his demeanor gradually regained composure, Qin Hao resolutely affirmed within himself. The audience beneath the auction stage fell into a hushed silence, as if collectively awaiting the Lin family's decision, for in their perception, only the Lin family could possibly rival the penniless Qin Hao. Yu Ying, too, awaited with bated breath. However, the auction house had its regulations. Should a bid go unraised within 3 minutes after it was made, the previous bidder would secure the item. 60,000 gold authority coins, twice, she announced, her delicate and alluring figure shifting slightly, the gavel descending upon the auction platform. A captivating smile blossomed on her face, akin to a rose in full bloom, as she proclaimed, 60,000 gold authority coins, 3 times. Sold. Congratulations to the customer in Box 1, who has acquired a return essence for 60,000 gold authority coins. You will be contacted after the auction concludes for the transaction. As her words echoed, Yu Ying cast a knowing glance at the attendant beside her, signaling for the next item to be brought forth. Complying with her directive, the attendant slowly retreated. The atmosphere in the hall gradually returned to its former vibrancy. This initial auction had neither yielded substantial gains nor even a sip of the broth. Thus the ensuing items would be fiercely contended. In the subsequent auctions, there were no more items of such monumental significance as the return essence. Instead, they consisted of commonplace techniques and mundane treasures, with even the occasional monster bones appearing. Yet, these items were still far more precious than many external trinkets. The auction hall erupted with cheers and applause, as some affluent individuals purchased several items, basking in the envious, jealous, and resentful gazes of those around them, creating a subtle breeze among the common folk. Naturally, many of these individuals were merely putting on a show, using the items as a medium to attract the attention of beautiful women, hoping to win Yu Ying's favor. The 3 major families refrained from participating in the bidding, quietly observing the skirmishes among these smaller players, finding amusement in the spectacle. Meanwhile, in Box 1, the elderly Qin stared in disbelief at the drooling, soundly sleeping Qin Hao, nearly striking him in exasperation. As time ticked away, they gradually arrived at the 7th auction. The attendant cautiously presented the next item, placing it beside the auctioneer, Yu Ying. She glanced at it, pondered for a moment, and then, with a radiant smile, declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is the 7th auction item, a map. According to the buyer, it was obtained from the belly of a dying monster he fortuitously slew during his training in the fire forest. He deemed it extraordinary, thus bringing it to our auction house. After deliberation, we have set its price at 30 gold authority coins. Now, let the bidding commence." As Yu Ying's words fell, a collective gasp resonated among the ordinary attendees of the auction. None were foolish. Who would spend nearly several months' worth of income on a seemingly useless, tattered map? Only the deranged or the affluent would consider such a purchase. In the first private box, the old man Qin observed the auction items after the first round with a sense of ennui, pondering that, in his opinion, not even the three prominent families would be interested in such trifles. If Qin Hao felt drowsy, it was no surprise. The offerings were utterly lackluster. What a dismal state the world has descended into. Look at this. What is this tattered piece of paper? To his astonishment, the very map before him stirred a profound and serious expression from the otherwise languid old man Qin. Qin lad, wake up, he urged, a hint of urgency in his tone. When Qin Hao remained unresponsive, the old man, in exasperation, delivered a sharp slap to his face. Ouch! What was that for? That hurt, Qin Hao exclaimed, rubbing his cheek. The old man, slightly embarrassed, quickly shifted the topic and insisted, this map must be purchased. Upon witnessing the old man's grave demeanor, Qin Hao, just roused from his stupor, asked in confusion, why is this map so important? What purpose does it serve? With an air of authority, the old man replied, I sense a familiar essence, the wildwood forest of the mortal realm. Hearing the unusual tone in the old man's voice, Qin Hao gradually became more alert, turning to gaze through the box at the auction platform. Are you suggesting that there is something amiss with this map? He inquired, observing that the map held by Yu Ying appeared no different from any ordinary cartographic representation. I detect the aura of the wildwood forest from the mortal realm emanating from this map, as well as the old man paused, his excitement palpable. The domain of the demon realm. The tremor in the old man's voice startled Qin Hao, not solely due to the map's unexpected presence, but more significantly, because of its profound importance to the old man. The realm he mentioned could very well be the homeland that had haunted his dreams. Casting his gaze once more towards the auction stage, Qin Hao felt the dismissive attitude he had harbored earlier vanish, replaced by a newfound gravity. Though uncertain of the old man's past and origins, he understood that the old man's affairs were intrinsically linked to his own. This had always been the case, and it would remain so. With this conviction, he pressed the button to raise his bid. Now this is intriguing. Old man, I'll buy it and see what it holds, he declared, grinning at the old man residing in his mind. Humph, you little rascal, the old man chuckled in exasperation. Yet warmth filled his heart. Meanwhile, on the viewing platform, Yu Ying noticed that aside from a few admirers, most onlookers regarded her with expressions of bewilderment. As if she were a fool. She was well aware that no one in their right mind would spend nearly half a year's income on a seemingly useless map. With an awkward smile, she raised the small hammer in her hand, prepared to strike the auction table and let this item slip away. However, just then, the sound of a bid emerged from box 1. Ding dong. A few seconds later, Qin Hao's voice resonated, 31 golden authority coins. The auction house, instead of erupting in the same fervor as during the earlier session, seemed to exude a sense of relief. In their minds, these wealthy magnates were known for collecting peculiar curiosities. Yu Ying cast a grateful glance towards Qin Hao's position in box 1, appreciating how he alleviated her embarrassment. At least for now. On the surface, Duan Jiang, who pursued and admired her, had not come forth to ease her predicament. Just moments ago, she had exchanged a few glances with him, only to find him avoiding her gaze, his demeanor erratic. In her mind, she unconsciously compared him to the distinguished guest in box 1. What a pathetic man, she thought. You chase after me so fervently, yet in a crucial moment, you're utterly silent. Compared to the esteemed guest in box 1, what do you even amount to? You lack both wealth and, more importantly, the courage to pursue me. Perhaps you should reconsider your aspirations. Yu Ying berated Duan Jiang in her thoughts, feeling increasingly grateful that she had never agreed to be with him. She was certain she never would. However, her fondness for the enigmatic guest in box 1, who dared to challenge the Lin family, grew immensely. Qin Hao rubbed his nose, pondering who was berating him now. Shaking his head, he returned his attention to the auction proceedings. Setting aside his thoughts, Yu Ying lifted the small hammer and struck the auction table, producing a crisp sound. Box 1 bids 31 golden authority coins. Is there anyone else wishing to raise the bid? She glanced around, noting the expressions of those present, conveying a collective "don't look at me, I'm not buying." This incited a smirk within her. Regaining her composure, Yu Ying continued in a sweet tone. 31 golden authority coins once. 31 golden authority coins twice. 31 golden authority coins thrice. Sold. Congratulations to the customer in box 1. After the auction concludes, negotiations will take place with you. As her words fell, she signaled for the attendants to present the next item for bidding. Qin Hao let out a sigh of relief, as if he had emerged victorious from a psychological battle. The outcome was favorable. Glancing at the auction list, he noted that only one item remained. The other Huangjia 4th grade returning authority pill he had prepared, along with 3 Xuangjia 1st grade beautiful nourishing pills. A thrill of excitement coursed through him as he coldly chuckled, quietly awaiting the arrival of the final auction. This last item could potentially alter the perceptions of the 3 major families in Dongyu. He never expected the mortal realm to be so disappointing. Qin, the elder, made a sarcastic remark, then fell silent, leaving Qin Hao to ponder in silence. However, he couldn't help but admire the old man. To put it mildly, if he were to claim he could concoct a pill on Earth, Qin Hao would undoubtedly burst into laughter, especially considering that a single elixir has been inflated to an astronomical price. This truly sets him apart from the elderly gentleman on Earth, who merely participates in group dances. Yet, this is the reality. Shaking his head gently, he chose to dismiss such thoughts, for he was faced with the pressing issue of the Su family. A significant dilemma awaiting resolution. With his focus fixed below, he observed the upgraded version of Widow Lu gradually presenting the auction items. Thus began Qin Hao's escape plan. Ladies and gentlemen, we now arrive at the final item of this auction, which differs somewhat from those preceding it. This time, the grand finale does not feature a technique or a skill. In an effort to stir the emotions of the attendees, Ewing playfully paused for effect. However, the majority of the crowd was not naive. The final item was typically reserved for the 3 prominent families or the elite box 1, rendering the rest mere spectators in a show. Noticing the atmosphere still lacked enthusiasm, Ewing, understanding the reason, continued her enigmatic explanation. This item, like a previous one, originates from the same master. Glancing around, she observed a few individuals whose eyes began to spark with fervor. Raising her voice, she revealed to the distant boxes, this item, like the first, is crafted by the same esteemed master, and correspondingly, it includes a 4th grade Huangjie Guoquan Dan and. As murmurs of astonishment began to ripple through the crowd, she paused briefly before announcing, a rare Xuangjia 1st grade beauty-enhancing elixir. The attendees, not only those present but also she herself, felt a surge of envy and desire. Compared to the Guoquan Dan, the beauty-enhancing elixir was an object of every woman's dreams. Just imagine, what woman does not cherish beauty, especially without any side effects? Surely, you are all familiar with the Guoquan Dan. And it is worth noting that the Xuangjia elixirs have not graced us for nearly a decade. This beauty enhancer revitalizes, promotes blood circulation, and maintains youthfulness. If I were an auctioneer, I would undoubtedly participate in this bidding. 4 elixirs will be auctioned together, starting at the low price of 300,000 gold tokens. Now, let the bidding commence. Ding dong, ding dong. Before her words could settle, the boxes of the Su and Feng families chimed simultaneously. Volume 2, The First Glimmer of Brilliance, Chapter 17, Escape. This elixir must not be relinquished easily. The first one, that old fool from the Lin family, lacks the means to compete with us. In box 3, Su Yuan narrowed his eyes, speaking coldly. But won't this jeopardize our relationship with the Lin family? A cautious attendant reminded him. Humph. You know very well the allure Guoquan Dan holds for the Feng family, not to mention the 3 Xuangjia elixirs. Although their effects may not be as exaggerated as the tales suggest, you must understand. A fleeting glint of coldness flashed in Su Yuan's eyes as he continued. The Xuanji Baodan holds an esteemed position within our esteemed family. Thus, acquiring the 3 elixirs is of utmost importance to us. While a family may possess numerous techniques and powers, none can claim absolute certainty when striving for greater realms. However, the potions crafted by alchemists can significantly enhance the likelihood of success. In this world, apart from prestigious academies and auction houses, true alchemists are exceedingly rare, indeed. One could liken them to phoenix feathers or unicorn horns. The rarity of such elixirs indirectly reflects the robust background and status of a family, a fact universally acknowledged by all. Within box number 4, one elder remarked, perhaps Uncle Lin has his own reasons for not securing the first elixir, the Guoquan Dan. Acquiring these 3 elixirs would surely overwhelm him, and you are aware of the profound influence these 3 elixirs hold for us and our family. Turning his gaze toward the 3 elixirs presented below, Feng Xiaopeng addressed Feng Yi, his eyes gleaming with fervor and a hint of greed. Feng Yi recognized that the Guoquan Dan and the 3 Xuanji Baodan could potentially elevate the Feng family to new heights, equaling them with the other 2 prominent families. Once, the Feng family had possessed several Xuanji Baodan, but those days had faded. Now, do we truly possess the means to indulge in such expenditures? Feng Yi mused silently. Observing Feng Xiaopeng's unwavering gaze fixated below, choosing not to voice his thoughts further. In box number 2, an astonished head of the Lin family remarked, It is indeed a Xuanji Baodan, an exceedingly rare elixir. We could acquire it to alleviate our nephew's immediate predicament. Xinger, what do you think? Master, why do you always favor the Feng family? You do not treat Mrs. kindly. This time, despite her earnest pleas, you would not allow her to accompany you. It's been ages since she last ventured out. Xinger pouted, expressing her discontent. Upon hearing this, Lin Zilin furrowed his brow, contemplating before responding gently. Xinger, refrain from such comments in my presence. The affairs of the Feng family are intertwined with our own. I shall never forget the debt I owe to that individual who once aided the Lin family. I can only assist the currently weakened Feng family in small measures, repaying that person's kindness. Lin Zilin reflected on past events with a sigh. Realizing she had misspoken, Xinger lowered her head, hesitant to speak further. Observing her demeanor, reminiscent of a child in trouble, Lin Zilin couldn't help but chuckle. Fear not, Xinger. I understand your concern for Yuer and your desire for justice. However, consider this. She is currently at the pinnacle of Guiquan. Would it not be better for her to cultivate in peace at home before emerging? Xinger suddenly grasped the gravity of her earlier words, hurriedly responding, I was mistaken, esteemed master. I overlooked this matter. Upon my return, I shall diligently monitor the young lady's cultivation, ensuring I do not disappoint your expectations. Observing the earnest declaration from Xinger, who raised her little hand above her head, Lin Zilin couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, thinking, I believe you, not at all. However, as the head of the family, he needed to maintain a certain image. So he spoke in a gentle tone. All right, I understand. Your intentions are more than sufficient. After sharing a mysterious smile with Xinger, who appeared to have her thoughts laid bare, her face flushed a deep crimson. Gazing at the rosy-cheeked Xinger, resembling a ripe apple, he smiled softly and decided against teasing her further. Turning his attention to the elixirs displayed on the auction stage, a serious expression gradually overtook his features, and he murmured, this round may not proceed as smoothly as anticipated. Listening to the simultaneous bidding from the three prominent families, Lin Zilin recognized that despite the years of absence, when it came to the vital interests of a family, other factors became irrelevant. Thus, the auctioneer, Yu Ying, found no surprise in the fervent offers, gracefully continuing to await their bids. Box 4, 350,000 gold authority coins. It seemed that a bid of merely 10,000 was not substantial enough, prompting the Feng family to raise their offer by 50,000. Box 3, 400,000 gold authority coins. Su Yuan, unwilling to concede, added another 50,000 to his bid. Box 4, Feng family bids 450,000 gold authority coins. Feng Xiaopeng, with a stern countenance, exclaimed in frustration. This sum nearly amounts to half a year's income for the Feng family. It's clear he is committed to this. Box 3, 500,000 gold authority coins. Su Yuan promptly followed suit with an additional 50,000, thinking, let us see how long you can persist without the Lin family support. You are but a younger sibling. Box 4, 550,000 gold authority coins. Box 3, 600,000 gold authority coins. Box 4, 800,000 gold authority coins. Box 3, 850,000 gold authority coins. Young master, shall we continue? If this goes on, it could equate to a year and a half of our income. Feng Yi, observing the flustered and pale-faced Feng Xiaopeng, attempted to counsel. Of course we shall continue. The Su family, back when my Feng family held great power, showered us with flattery and servitude. Now that they have fallen on hard times, they dare to kick us while we are down. I shall bid until my last coin to secure these 4 elixirs. Uncle, continue. Ding dong. Box 2, 2 million gold authority coins. Before the sound faded, they heard the Lin family's bid resounding, shocking everyone with an astronomical offer of 2 million. Uncle Lin, oh dear. Feng Xiaopeng weakly shook his head, gesturing to Feng Yi beside him, before turning away to sit down in silence. Yue Ying's eyes widened as she listened to the Lin family bid a staggering 2 million for the item, a clear indication that they were not to be trifled with. This was evidently meant to intimidate others from competing, signaling that the bid was indeed 2 million gold coins. Who would dare to challenge that? In Box 2, the audacious bid of 2 million had been made. Was there anyone willing to counter it? Glancing towards the Su family in Box 1, Yue Ying raised her voice, attempting to inquire. She believed these were the only 2 families with the financial resources to continue bidding. Inside Box 3, Su Yuan seethed with frustration, cursing the Lin family. Once again, the Lin family. I truly suspect that the Lin and Feng families have merged. Lin Zilin has repeatedly thwarted my efforts. Just wait and see how I will deal with you in the future. After venting his anger, he gradually calmed himself, contemplating the situation. We shall not continue bidding. This time, the Lin and Feng families have joined forces and caught us off guard. From now on, we shall see. His face darkened as he gazed at the 4 elixirs on the auction stage, gritting his teeth in resentment. In box 1, Qin Hao exclaimed in astonishment. I never expected the Lin family to be so wealthy. Incredible. Upon hearing the 2 million bid from box 2, he was elated, joyfully remarking, well, that is something. Just barely. Qin, the elder, responded nonchalantly. Qin Hao felt a wave of disbelief wash over him, thinking to himself how wealthy the elder truly was, yet he remained modest. As of now, his escape plan was unfolding smoothly, and the crucial final step was about to commence. Elder, just you wait and see, he chuckled to himself. He then quietly opened the box door and slipped out, making his way toward the appraisal room amidst the bustling crowd. Without a doubt, the final item was claimed by the Lin family. After the auction concluded, the 3 prominent families engaged in idle chatter. The Su family continued to praise the Lin family, who remained indifferent, while the Feng family played a passive role. However, all 3 families noticed that box 1 had fallen silent after the auction ended. Lin Zilin wore a mysterious smile, while Su Yuan signaled to a servant nearby, hinting at his forthcoming plans. Ultimately, the participants of the auction, each harboring their own ulterior motives, negotiated within the venue before departing with their acquired items. This dramatic auction had finally come to a close. Yet it would become a topic of conversation and amusement among households in the following days, not only for the 2 elixirs and the mysterious figure in box 1 who dared to compete with the Lin family. Inside the appraisal room, Master Zhou, this is the amount from your auction. After deducting the cost of the items you purchased and your own elixirs, the auction house retains a 10% profit, leaving a total of 1,590,000, all on this card, which can be used anywhere. President Zhao smiled as he handed the VIP auction card to Qin Hao, refraining from inquiring why he was auctioning his own elixirs. Adhering to the principle of discretion in interpersonal dealings. Thank you, President Zhao, Qin Hao replied with a knowing smile as he accepted the card. Glancing around, he noticed no sign of Qin Shan, secretly delighted, as this significantly increased his chances of escape. Well then, President Zhao, let us part ways. Please extend my regards to Elder Qin when you see him. I shall visit him in a few days, Qin Hao said, smiling at President Zhao. Certainly, Master Zhou. I shall convey your message to Elder Qin. Farewell for now. As soon as the words left his lips, Qin Hao tucked the VIP card into his pocket and turned to leave the auction house. Observing Qin Hao's gradually receding figure, President Zhao murmured to himself, indeed, heroes emerge from the youth. The landscape of Dongyu City may well change. In the desolate streets of prosperity at midnight, Qin Hao felt an unsettling sensation, as if something were watching him. Qin lad, there are 2 individuals following you. The voice of old Qin echoed in his mind. 2 individuals? How could that be? Before he could finish, his body suddenly felt light, vanishing from Prosperity Street. In an instant, a shadow materialized at Qin Hao's previous location, scrutinizing the surroundings before swiftly disappearing into the night. In a secluded alley, 2 figures abruptly appeared, and upon closer inspection, it was indeed Qin Hao. However, he was now masked and sitting on the ground. Goodness, that nearly knocked the breath out of me. He rubbed his backside, cautiously observing the somewhat familiar figure ahead, feeling an odd sense of recognition. Before he could speak, the person turned slowly, smiling at him. Hello, young man. We just met. I am Lin Zilin, the head of the Lin family. Raising his head to gaze at the familiar face, Qin Hao revealed a mysterious smile. Thinking to himself, the escape plan has succeeded. Volume 2, The Emergence of Brilliance Chapter 18, Tianquan, Dragon Fist. Through the mask, Lin Zilin observed Qin Hao's eyes, which conveyed confidence and resolve rather than confusion. Lin Zilin took a few steps closer, smiling approvingly, unfazed in the face of danger. Prepared for unforeseen circumstances and calculating your steps. Impressive indeed. How did you discern that the Su family intended to target you? And, were you aware that I could come to your aid? Hearing Lin Zilin's praise, Qin Hao felt a sense of kinship, akin to the loyalty felt between those who recognize each other's worth. He reflected inwardly. Engaging with intelligent individuals is truly a relief. Master Lin, you jest. I, lacking in talent, find this crude strategy unworthy of the stage. As for the specific reasons behind it, I believe you have already surmised. Our eyes met, and we exchanged a knowing smile. Earlier, during the auction, Qin Hao had caught the attention of the Lin family head, Lin Zilin, by competing for the ownership elixir in the first round. Notably, Qin Hao did not participate in the final round. which inevitably redirected Lin Zilin's significant focus towards this unfamiliar Qin Hao. Lin Zilin deduced that it was either a lack of funds that prevented him from continuing his purchases or a desire to attract attention through the auction, perhaps to assist him with some troubles. Recalling how the Su family regarded him differently than they did Qin Hao prior to the event, Lin Zilin found it easy to understand the motivations behind Qin Hao's actions. Thus, if I am not mistaken, the items from the first and final rounds were indeed in your possession, my young friend. Lin Zilin turned away from Qin Hao, laughing softly. Qin Hao was taken aback. Realizing why the Lin family held such a dominant position in Dongyu City, their head was astute and perceptive, capable of deducing even this matter. Indeed, it is I, Qin Hao replied. This is the ownership elixir. To express my gratitude for your assistance, I wish to present it to you, as you have discerned my other identity. You must understand that this elixir holds less significance for me at present. Rising to his feet, Qin Hao adjusted his attire and, with calm composure, retrieved the ownership elixir from his pocket, believing that honesty would serve him better than deceit. Upon hearing this, Lin Zilin pondered for a moment before responding, Very well. Since you have expressed it so, I shall not be remiss in accepting it. May I inquire about your esteemed surname? And might you visit my Lin family for a conversation? It would allow me to extend my hospitality. Master Lin, I am Zhou Hao, and I am indeed grateful for your kind offer. However, I have pressing matters to attend to while I am out. I merely wish to gather some funds at the auction. Once my affairs are concluded, I hope to impose upon your residence for a visit, and I trust you will not find it bothersome. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Hao weighed his thoughts carefully. He still had the Mo family competition to manage, and he worried that should he visit the Lin family, Lin Zilin might uncover his intentions during the competition. If questioned afterward about the old man's affairs, he would be forced to weave another lie, and he doubted that someone as shrewd as Lin Zilin would be easily deceived. Lin Zilin sensed that Qin Hao was concealing something and noted the deliberate refusal of his invitation. Yet, he bore no ill will. When one is out in the world, a degree of caution is prudent, an adage he understood well. He regarded Qin Hao with renewed interest. Very well, since you have matters to attend to, I shall not insist. I shall take my leave of this ownership elixir from you, and you are always welcome to visit my Lin family at your convenience. Where? I must also express my gratitude to the head of the Lin family for his assistance. Well then, let us part ways here, Qin Hao remarked, his words laced with playful bravado. Ha. Very well. I shall await your return at any time, the head of the Lin family responded with a smile. No sooner had his words faded than Qin Hao felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, finding himself at the exit of a small alley on the west side of the hotel. Goodness, what is happening? How did I end up here? Qin Hao mused to himself in confusion. That head of the Lin family is quite extraordinary, a voice echoed in the depths of his mind, belonging to the old man Qin, tinged with a hint of admiration. However, compared to me, he barely qualifies to serve me tea. Rolling his eyes, Qin Hao inwardly chastised the old man for his lack of humility as he turned onto the street towards the hotel. At midnight, Qin Hao opened his room door and stepped inside, sinking once more onto the soft bed. Reflecting on the events that had just transpired, he felt as though he had awakened from a dream. Following the recent competitive auction, he sensed he had matured significantly in an instant. Young Qin, last time you mentioned acquiring not only techniques, but also a couple of skills. Are you not planning to practice them before the competition? The old man Qin reminded him. Indeed, the competition is fast approaching. I must hasten to refine my skills. I have two techniques. One is the Heavenly Power, Dragon Fist, a close-range offensive and defensive skill, and the other is the Heavenly Power, Dragon Breath, which is a long-range skill. However, I was told that the latter cannot be cultivated until reaching the Void Realm. Old man, what if I practice it before reaching that level? What are the consequences? Qin Hao pondered aloud. At best, you may fall into madness, unable to control yourself. At worst, you could explode and perish. What else could happen? The old man Qin replied nonchalantly. A shiver ran down Qin Hao's spine. He was grateful to have inquired beforehand. Otherwise, he might have begun his training, only to find himself at a loss for how he met his demise. Noticing Qin Hao's pale expression, the old man Qin couldn't help but chuckle inwardly and added, the practice of cultivation is fundamentally about gradual progression and maintaining a balance of yin and yang. If one relentlessly pursues high-level techniques without considering their own limitations, encountering an untimely end along the way is entirely normal. Such occurrences are not uncommon. Seemingly intent on ensuring Qin Hao felt the weight of his words, the old man continued to elaborate. As Qin Hao listened, he found the old man's discourse somewhat familiar, as if he had heard it before. Upon reflection, he realized it echoed another version recounted by Elder Zero. He thought to himself, This old man rarely misses an opportunity to tease me. Very well then. I shall first cultivate the heavenly power, Dragon Fist. Compared to more formidable techniques, I believe my life is of greater importance, Qin Hao declared with determination. As you gradually immerse yourself, practitioners can cultivate their powers within their own realms of perception, where the simulated environments are far more vivid than in reality. Moreover, within this realm, not a single trace of spiritual energy is wasted, and it aids in the management of energy output. Although the consumption of spiritual energy differs from power and can be replenished in the throes of actual combat or life-and-death duels, even a slight dissipation of energy could determine the outcome of the battle and dictate your survival. The elder Qin spoke earnestly. Previously, the elder had not shared insights about spiritual energy or power. His sudden revelations bestowed upon him a profound clarity. Observing Qin Hao deep in contemplation, the elder seized the moment, saying, "Young Qin, go ahead and practice. I shall provide you with protection while you rest." In response, Qin Hao nodded, seated himself cross-legged on the bed, and prepared to enter the realm of perception. Entering the realm, Qin Hao murmured inwardly. Before long, he sensed a shift in his surroundings, slowly opening his eyes to behold the familiar vista of his inner realm. "Little one, come and cultivate." The voice of Zero echoed from afar, growing nearer. "Yes, Grandpa Zero. The last time I visited to comprehend the techniques, there were two sets of powers. One required the void mirror for qualification, so this time I intend to cultivate the other technique," Qin Hao replied. "Very well, young one. Engage in your cultivation within the realm, and feel free to communicate with me should you encounter any confusion. However, remember this: never regard these techniques as mere tools. Perceive them as your companions, as extensions of yourself. This approach will maximize their potency." "Understood, Grandpa Zero. I shall give it a try." As soon as he spoke, Qin Hao settled into a meditative position at the boundary of yin and yang, his hands gently resting on his knees, gradually entering a state of deep concentration. Before him lay the familiar dichotomy of black and white, the very place where he had once contemplated his intrinsic attributes. Yet, unlike his previous experience, upon returning, he no longer sensed the malevolence of the dual lights. Rather, he felt an unexpected warmth, a sense of affinity that enveloped him, making him feel ethereal. Simultaneously, he perceived his spiritual energy slowly but steadily increasing. Suppressing this joy for the moment, he continued to sit cross-legged in the center of the yin-yang diagram, softly reciting the celestial extermination technique. The path of heaven and earth, yin and yang. Before long, the black and white energies gradually converged around Qin Hao, forming a vortex of yin and yang. Heavenly power, Dragon Fist, manifest. Suddenly, from within the vortex, a small golden character surged forth, penetrating Qin Hao's consciousness with astonishing swiftness. As the unexpected surge of pressure enveloped his mind, Qin Hao furrowed his brow, gritting his teeth to endure. At the same time, he employed his spiritual awareness to break through various constraints, delving deeper into his mind, where he discovered the glimmering golden characters, Dragon Fist. With a gentle swipe of his palm, the content and power gradually revealed themselves, Dragon Fist. A practitioner of the duality of yin and yang, an unparalleled technique of the mystical tier. The incantation read, "The masculine fist, piercing the surface, the feminine fist, like water that cannot be reclaimed." The dual fist of yin and yang, where not a blade of grass can thrive. Mastery of this technique could elevate one to the mid-level of the earth tier, a means of close combat and defense, with the cultivation method outlined as follows. As Qin Hao observed the fluidity of the movements depicted, he found himself involuntarily mimicking them. Gradually, he realized that mastering this art was not as effortless as he had envisioned. Though his movements mirrored those illustrated, he sensed an elusive element was absent. Never regard a technique as merely a tool. It must be perceived as a companion, an extension of oneself. Suddenly, Qin Hao recalled the words spoken by Ling earlier, and as he gazed upon the Dragon Fist, he felt a profound shift in perception. Volume 2, The Emergence of Talent, Chapter 19, Division of Power Control, Visitors from the Mo Clan. Qin Hao slowly closed his eyes, envisioning the technique's movements as if screening a film in his mind. The masculine fist, piercing the surface, the feminine fist, like water that cannot be reclaimed. The dual fist of yin and yang, where not a blade of grass can thrive. As he silently recited the cultivation incantation of the Dragon Fist, he remained unaware that his body instinctively began to emulate the energy accumulation of the Dragon Fist, achieving a harmonious unity of mind and body. In piercing the surface, like water that cannot be reclaimed, where not a blade of grass can thrive. In an instant, his eyes flew open. His left eye radiated a white light, while his right emitted a black glow, reminiscent of the arrival of an angel and a demon. Heavenly authority, Dragon Yang Fist. As the words left his lips, a burst of white light erupted from his left hand, akin to a blazing sun soaring into the distance, causing ripples in the fabric of space itself. It became evident that the Dragon Fist comprised three forms: Dragon Yang Fist, Yin Dragon Fist, and Yin Yang Fist. Observing the magnificent power of his own Dragon Yang Fist, Qin Hao murmured to himself. Just as he finished speaking, a wave of dizziness swept over him, as if the very world were spinning. Moments later, he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Qin boy, in a daze. Qin Hao seemed to hear the voice of the old man. Struggling to open his eyes, he found himself nestled in the comfort of a hotel bed. Cough, cough. Old man, I made it out. With one hand propped on the soft bedding and the other rubbing his eyes, the scene gradually came into focus. Indeed, you made it out, but your return may be perilous. You nearly met your end. Upon your emergence, you had exhausted every ounce of your power. I am left questioning what level of technique you truly unleashed, as it drained the entirety of a peak-level spirit. The old man's tone was devoid of warmth. Qin Hao awkwardly scratched his head, admitting that he, too, was at a loss for how things had unfolded. He had no choice but to recount every detail of his recent experiences, leaving out nothing but the trivial. Ah, so that is the case, chuckled the old man, pausing momentarily before continuing. If my conjecture is correct, the power you just harnessed is an ancient technique, a legacy of our forebears, incomparable to the shabby practices of today. In terms of potency and endurance, it is truly unparalleled. However, the corresponding consumption of spiritual energy is likewise beyond contemporary means to sustain, compounded by the fact that the spiritual essence in our world has grown exceedingly scarce. Thus, it is no wonder you fainted. So, my young friend, I am uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow for you. A fleeting glimmer of coldness crossed the old man's mind when he mentioned the scarcity of spiritual energy, but it vanished as quickly as it appeared. Upon hearing this, Qin Hao began to understand the underlying reasons for his predicament. He recalled the moment he gathered energy and unleashed the Long Yang Fist. It felt as if every ounce of strength had left his body, severing his connection to the surrounding spiritual energy. The thought left him drenched in sweat. He mused to himself, this won't do. If I pulverize my opponent in the competition, but they still possess the strength to retaliate, I, Qin Hao, would be at their mercy. Old man, do you have any solutions? He inquired. None, the old man replied without a moment's hesitation. Qin Hao found himself momentarily at a loss for words. But he had little desire to engage in banter with the old man. He reckoned that time would be better spent contemplating alternative strategies. It was impossible to switch to a lower-tier technique, as the yin-yang attributes were not something one could casually find on the streets. I shall return to the spiritual eye to replenish my energy and test this technique again, he declared, and before the old man could respond, he silently recited the incantation and entered the spiritual eye. Half an hour later, watching as Qin Hao's internal spiritual energy dissipated like a balloon that had been abruptly punctured, he lay on the bed, resembling a lifeless creature. He couldn't help but exclaim, Qin brat, wake up. I thought you might have some brilliant insight, yet here you are, falling into the same pit twice. Quite impressive indeed. To his surprise, upon hearing the familiar teasing of the old man, Qin Hao jolted awake. Old man, do not cast stones at me. You are not without fault either, he retorted defiantly. You. The old man was momentarily left speechless. Seeing the old man at a loss, Qin Hao let out a cold chuckle, thinking to himself how rare it was to witness the old man falter. Old man, I did manage to glean something from this experience. When using the technique this time, I intentionally compressed the energy during the gathering phase to 90%, although I ultimately failed to execute it. I did notice that the rate at which spiritual energy entered my being had slowed considerably. This was indeed a suggestion from Zero, but to conceal Zero's identity, Qin Hao had no choice but to shamelessly present it as his own. Decentralized control. Is this something you have comprehended on your own? You truly are fortunate, having grasped such a skill, exclaimed the old man Qin in astonishment. A cold sweat broke out on Qin Hao as he realized that this was precisely the method Zero had just mentioned. However, judging by the old man's tone, it seemed he believed Qin Hao had merely stumbled upon this insight by mere chance. Perhaps that is the case. Elder, please continue to keep an eye on me. I shall venture in once more, for it may indeed prove beneficial. Perhaps out of guilt, Qin Hao awkwardly diverted the conversation. Seated cross-legged on the bed, Qin Hao prepared for his third entry into the Eye of Authority before dawn. Ah, little one, you have returned. I noticed you exhausted your authority once again before departing. How do you feel now? As soon as Qin Hao's consciousness reached the eye of authority, he heard Zero's gentle and caring voice. Qin Hao smiled knowingly and responded towards the source of the voice. Grandfather Zero, while I was charging my skills, I employed the decentralized control you mentioned earlier. However, despite compressing my authority to a mere 90%, I still failed. Nonetheless, I did sense that the entry of my authority had slowed significantly. Qin Hao recounted his recent insights to Zero, hoping for further constructive advice or methods. Of course, little one, even the slimmest of figures cannot become plump overnight. Even the best methods require time and diligent practice to yield success. There are no shortcuts to achievement. Zero advised earnestly. Upon hearing this, Qin Hao felt his face flush. With the moat competition approaching, he had indeed been a bit too eager. In the pursuit of cultivation, first cultivate the heart, then the spirit. Gradually calming his restless mind, he resolutely declared, I understand, Grandfather Zero. I shall return to my practice. Seated in the center of the eye of authority, Qin Hao slowly entered the realm of his own authority, embarking on the lengthy and gradual process of decentralized control training. Another failure. The exhaustion of authority forced him to withdraw. After contemplating and summarizing the reasons, he entered training once more. Another failure. Reflecting and summarizing, he ventured in again. Failure. Enter. Failure. Enter. In the realm of authority, time was fleeting. Before he knew it, 5 days had passed. During this span, Qin Hao failed a total of 1,020 times, successfully maintaining his charge at over 70%, ensuring that after unleashing a single dragon fist, his authority did not immediately deplete. Moreover, 2 unexpected developments occurred. One was that the recovery time of his authority had become notably quicker, and the other was that the intense training over these many days had brought him closer to the barrier of the void mirror, with only a thin veil separating him from it. During these days of diligent practice, another individual was not idle either. Moke's head, Mo Daming, who had been urging him to take action, paid him a visit on the 6th day at noon. Once again, as I prepared to delve into my cultivation within the realm of authority, I was unexpectedly interrupted by the elder Qin, who said, Hold on a moment, Qin lad. This is your 6th day of training. You should take a break and refrain from practicing for now. That old rascal from the Mo family just came looking for you. You ought to step outside and see him. Realizing that it was indeed the 6th day, I recalled that the Mo family had mentioned they would seek me out beforehand to discuss matters. Engrossed in my training, I had nearly forgotten about this engagement. Rising to my feet, I stretched, my joints cracking delightfully, a sensation both invigorating and ethereal. After splashing some water on my face and adjusting my attire, I pushed open the door. Xiao Hao, have you finished your training? No sooner had the words left my lips than I spotted a familiar figure standing before me. In the 2nd volume, The Emergence of Talent. Chapter 20, Rules and Election Quotas. Gazing at the familiar silhouette, I smiled and greeted, Uncle Mo, how have you been? You've come to discuss the specifics of the upcoming competition, I presume? I did not believe he had come merely for a casual visit. Ahem. It seemed my insight had pierced through his thoughts, causing Mo Deming to cough awkwardly before continuing. How could that be, Xiao Hao? I am here primarily to check on your accommodations and, incidentally, to discuss the competition details for the day after tomorrow. Listening to his grandiloquent words, I couldn't help but chuckle. Hee, Uncle Mo, I understand. Observing my knowing expression, Mo Deming was momentarily rendered speechless. Noticing his slight discomfort, I tactfully decided to ease the tension by suggesting, shall we step inside to talk? With that, I opened my door and entered my room, with Mo Deming following suit. Uncle Mo, please feel free to speak candidly. There's no need for us to dance around the subject, I stated directly, feeling that this time could be better spent either in training or perhaps consulting the elder Qin about alchemy. Mo Deming sensed the difference in our communication styles. Previously, in dealings with family and inter-family engagements, one could not rely on straightforwardness. Yet, with this young man, there was a refreshing sense of ease. Very well, Xiao Hao. I shall be forthright. I have indeed come regarding the regulations for the competition the day after tomorrow. Observing my composed demeanor, Mo Deming continued. This competition will be divided into 3 formats, 1-on-1, multiple against 1, and 2-on-2. The 1-on-1 format, as the name implies, involves one member from each family engaging in combat, with the goal of defeating the opponent within a stipulated time frame to earn a point. If both participants are knocked down simultaneously or fail to defeat one another, neither will score. Mo Deming paused before elaborating further. The 2-on-1 format entails each family dispatching 2 representatives to participate in a competition. Within a stipulated time frame, they engage in head-to-head duels with members from other families. The victorious faction earns 2 points, while the defeated side is not penalized. Conversely, the multi-against-1 format, formerly known as the individual defense match, signifies that each family nominates a challenger who must select at least 2 other families. Each of these families then sends forth a challenger to compete. During the challenge, the challenger must withstand the assaults of the opponents within the designated time. A successful defense rewards points equivalent to the number of families challenged, ranging from a minimum of 2 to a maximum of 4, whereas failure results in a deduction of points. In both formats, regardless of the contest, my family, the MO family, retains a semblance of strength. However, the multi-against-1 clearly indicates a conspiracy among the other 3 families against us. As MO Deming spoke with increasing fervor, his chest heaving with agitation, he abruptly downed a bowl of tea and continued, "No matter which 2 families we choose, they will certainly deploy their most formidable members against us. While when it comes to their challenges, they will send forth participants of notably inferior caliber. I dare say, not only will we struggle to defend against them, but we might also find ourselves overwhelmed." M.O. Deming's sardonic expression caught the attention of Qin Hao, who, resting his chin in contemplation, suddenly seemed to have discovered a new insight. He chuckled and inquired, "Uncle M.O., if I understand correctly, during this individual challenge, can the challenger retaliate against the opponents?" At this, M.O. Deming nearly spat out his tea in disbelief, his eyes widening in astonishment as he exclaimed, "Xiao Hao, this is no jest. If the competition becomes too daunting, we must concede. We cannot gamble with our lives. The opportunity is indeed precious, but it is not worth sacrificing one's very existence." M.O. Deming's agitation was palpable, yet he felt a sense of gratitude for having found someone like Qin Hao. If one were to exploit the kindness extended by another, that would not only be morally reprehensible, but would also lead to sleepless nights, plagued by guilt. Uncle M.O., you misunderstand me. I merely meant to ask whether, during the defensive phase, if the challenger inadvertently employs their abilities to counterattack the opponent, would that constitute a foul? Qin Hao inquired with a smile. Though he had agreed to represent his family in the competition, Missouri Deming's concerns stirred a sense of warmth within him, granting him a fleeting sense of belonging in this unfamiliar world. M.O. Deming's expression shifted to one of realization as he clarified, "That would not be considered a foul. One is indeed permitted to unleash their abilities in attack. However, my reluctance to encourage you to strike back stems from the fact that the more potent an attacking skill is, the weaker the corresponding defensive capabilities become. Hence, unless your abilities are sufficiently advanced, your offensive skills may only target a single opponent, leaving you vulnerable to simultaneous assaults from the others. In such a case, your defense would be utterly insufficient, and the outcome would be all too predictable." Upon grasping the profound wisdom, Qin Hao felt a sudden clarity in his heart. This notion, to a certain extent, reflects the essential choices of a cultivator: patience and resilience, both of which are indispensable. However, Qin Hao sensed that his practice, referred to as the art of offensive and defensive techniques, diverged from the conventional martial arts. He yearned to ascertain, through the forthcoming competition, whether it indeed possessed both offensive and defensive capabilities. "Let us commence with you," Qin Hao murmured to himself. "Uncle M.O., is there anything else of importance?" Qin Hao could hardly suppress his eagerness, yearning to delve into the nuances of power control and the dragon fist, which constituted his sole capital at present. Upon hearing Qin Hao's inquiry, M.O. Deming, with an apologetic expression, replied, "To be candid, Xiao Hao, I have another matter to request of you. Though you may choose to decline, feel free to speak," Qin Hao responded. After a moment of contemplation, M.O. Deming continued, "Xiao Hao, as you are aware, our M.O. family seeks 3 individuals for this competition, including the grandson of the Grand Elder, M.O. He, and the grandson of the Second Elder, M.O. Hai. The third individual is theoretically my son, M.O. However, I fear his abilities may fall short. Thus, I am fortunate to have found you. Regrettably, those 2 elder gentlemen have sought another candidate, and when I mentioned you, they proposed a duel to determine the competition's quota. I could have settled this matter internally, yet those 2 old men have already declared a duel to the entire clan for tomorrow. Alas, Xiao Hao, if you wish to abstain, then I—" Before he could finish, Qin Hao interjected, "I will participate. Uncle M.O., you need not worry. Let me gather my things, and we shall go together." Observing M.O. Deming's earnestness, Qin Hao felt a twinge of sympathy for him. His current predicament was fraught with both internal and external challenges, rendering his situation quite distressing. M.O. Deming cast a grateful glance at Qin Hao, exclaiming, "Xiao Hao, I cannot thank you enough. I will step out briefly. Please prepare, and we shall depart shortly." With that, M.O. Deming turned and exited the room. Watching Mo Deming leave with such haste, Qin Hao couldn't help but inwardly exclaim, "Calm down, I hardly believe you." Nevertheless, he turned and began to pack his belongings. Half an hour later, Qin Hao emerged with a small bag, addressing the anxious Mo Deming outside. "Uncle Mo, let us be on our way." "Indeed, let us go," Mo Deming replied in agreement. Within a grand hall adorned in black, diverse depictions of birds, beasts, fish, and insects in contrasting shades of black and white embellished the walls. Coupled with orchids in the corners, this hall resonated with a unique aesthetic charm. In the main hall, near the central seat, two elderly gentlemen with white beards sat with their eyes closed, uttering not a word. Behind each of these venerable figures stood a young man, both in their early 20s, bearing a striking resemblance to Mo Deming's son, Mo. Behind these young men, groups of individuals of varying ages gathered in clusters. "Grandfather, the head of the family has kept us waiting all morning. Must we continue to wait?" queried a young man on the left, whose pale complexion and cold demeanor stood out as he addressed the elder in front of him. "Humph. Let us wait and see what surprises our esteemed head of the family has in store for us. Ha ha ha. Wouldn't you agree, everyone?" he exclaimed, prompting a chorus of mocking laughter to erupt in the hall. Volume 2, A Glimmer of Talent, Chapter 21, Perception. "Humph. How dare he claim to have found a successor to represent our family? Such talk of innate talent and remaining unperturbed in the face of adversity is sheer arrogance. He does not even have the courage to show his face. I suspect the individual he found is nothing but a worthless fool. It is baffling how Deming could have chosen such a naive youth. It is no wonder others feel emboldened to trample upon us," railed an elderly man seated on the right. "Second brother, do not be so hasty. It is quite possible that this youth has deceived Deming with some cunning ruse. Over the years, Deming has toiled tirelessly for his nephew Mo's sake. It is only natural that he may misjudge someone's character. Let us wait and see. If this youth is merely a showman, he shall soon learn the consequences of deceiving us, as if he believes the Mo family lacks capable members." The elder on the left retorted with a cold chuckle. "I say, oldest brother, can you not speak in a more refined manner, even when hurling insults? You do so without a trace of vulgarity." "Yet, I must admit, I find it amusing," the left elder commented, trying to mask his irritation with a smile. "We, the Mo family, are one of the 6 prominent families. Your flowery language does little to enhance our reputation," he thought to himself, secretly scoffing at the simplicity of his companion, who had the audacity to criticize him. "Grandfather, second grandfather, let us not quarrel amongst ourselves. We must be ready to witness the prowess of the individual our head of the family brings forth. We cannot afford to clash before the main event." The young man interjected, his eloquent words earning him a nod of approval from the elder on the left. "Well said, Pierre. Please summon the participant that you and second grandfather have identified. Time is of the essence. Our head of the family should be returning shortly. Power alone is futile without wisdom. Unbridled courage can lead one into traps. Yet, with both courage and wisdom, one can navigate any challenge. And even those with only courage can thrive." As I contemplated this, I gazed at the young man who exited the room upon hearing my instructions, and my spirits soared even higher. This child, is indeed one of great potential. "Huh, Mo Deming, do you truly believe you can contend with me, alongside your mediocre offspring? What a delusion." With such thoughts swirling in my mind, the old man slowly closed his eyes, patiently awaiting the return of the Mo family head. Mo Deming and Qin Hao. The elderly figure on the left was none other than the esteemed elder of the Mo family, Mo Hanyuan, while the young man who had just exited, bearing a cold demeanor, was his disciple, Mo He, one of the representatives of the Mo family in this competition. On the right sat the eloquent second elder, Mo Xiang, who was known for his sharp tongue and often resorted to colorful language, perhaps reflecting his disdain for his own name. Earlier that morning, Mo Deming had informed them that before nightfall, they were to find a replacement contestant for the Mo family in the competition, Qin Hao, who would face off against the 2 elders. After making this announcement, Mo Deming regretted his words, thinking to himself how foolish it was to make such a request. What if Qin Hao declined to come to their home? He would be in quite the predicament. Thus, he was left with no choice but to muster the courage to inquire at the hotel. Fortunately, Qin Hao agreed. Otherwise, Mo Deming would have been left feeling utterly humiliated. His resentment towards the 2 elders grew. If only they had the decency to spar a little, it would have sufficed. However, should they conspire against him in secret, he would not hesitate to orchestrate an unexpected incident for the 2 elders. How absurd to think that I, as the family head, could be trifled with. Observing the outline gradually forming in his line of sight, Mo Deming let out a cold chuckle. Meanwhile, Qin Hao chose not to engage in idle conversation with Mo Deming, instead focusing on refining his control over the power within him. The mode of transportation they used in this world bore striking similarities to automobiles on Earth, though it required the infusion of a substance known as refined spirit. Refined spirit, a lesser form of power, was extracted from various plants and magical beasts in nature. Little did Mo Deming realize that during this brief interlude, Qin Hao had already consumed refined spirit no less than 20 times. Believing that Qin Hao was deep in contemplation of some profound technique, Mo Deming refrained from interrupting him. After all, it was a basic tenet of cultivation that one should not disturb another in their practice. However, as they approached the Mo residence, Mo Deming felt compelled to break the silence. Even if he chose not to intervene, he was certain that the person emerging would inevitably intrude as well, possibly escalating the situation further. "Xiao Hao you?" Just as he was about to inquire, Qin Hao suddenly opened his eyes, a fleeting glint of coldness flashing within them. This gaze caused Mo Deming's heart to skip a beat, inexplicably instilling a sense of unease within him. "Uncle Mo, are we almost there?" Upon hearing the question, he quickly regained his composure, shaking his head and patiently explaining, "Xiao Hao, we have arrived. Please prepare yourself." Upon hearing this, Qin Hao nodded slightly, opting not to continue his cultivation. Instead, he engaged in a brief conversation with Mo Deming about the situation of the Mo family, gaining a general understanding of the key personnel involved. "So, it seems the two elders have always been at odds with you, correct?" After listening to his explanation, Qin Hao concluded, "Indeed, that is the case. Therefore, they may make things rather difficult for you later on, Xiao Hao. You must be mentally prepared." No sooner had he finished speaking than Mo Deming paused momentarily, his tone turning cold. "However, should they engage in any improper actions, do not blame me, the head of the family, for lacking respect for those old geezers. Uncle Mo, there is no need for that. I believe it is only strength that can intimidate them into silence, even if you can leverage your position as the head of the family to subdue them this time. What about next time? And the time after that? The crux of the matter is that they doubt my strength." Qin Hao continued with a smile. "Thus, sometimes, it is merely strength that can silence others. Wouldn't you agree, Uncle Mo?" He turned back with a grin, knowing full well that the answer was already evident. Qin Hao believed that, as the head of the family, he could manage the situation. His reluctance to do so stemmed from Mo Deming's desire to witness Qin Hao's true capabilities. "I apologize, Xiao Hao. After all, this is the Mo family, my son Mo Mo's last hope, and I wish to ensure everything is foolproof. Experience does hold its weight, and this saying rings true." Observing the series of schemes unfolding, Qin Hao felt a touch of helplessness. Ultimately, it was all for the sake of his child's promising future, a sentiment that resonates with any parent's heart. At least, the intention is noble. "Uncle Mo, there is no need for such sentiments. It is only human nature." Upon hearing this, Mo Deming felt a stir of emotion within him. Regardless of the outcome, he vowed not to let Qin Hao suffer any losses. This was his inner resolve. Time seemed to pass swiftly, and before long, they arrived at the gates of the Mo family. The gatekeeper, upon seeing their vehicle, immediately turned and rushed inside to report, "Elders, young master, the head of the family has returned." Upon hearing this, the grand elder abruptly opened his eyes, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth as he exclaimed, "Come, come. Let us see what kind of extraordinary talent our head of the Mo family has brought back. It is indeed a rare honor for him to personally welcome someone." "No need for that, elder. I am but an insignificant person, unworthy of such an esteemed reception. Wouldn't you agree, Uncle Mo?" Just as his words fell, Qin Hao's voice echoed from afar. Hearing this, the grand elder's pupils constricted slightly, and he thought uneasily, "This young man is no ordinary individual." Volume 2, A Glimpse of Brilliance, Chapter 22, One Strike. The young lad has already reached the pinnacle of the Azure Spirit Mirror at such a tender age. Is there truly such a rare genius in this world? Mo Deming is indeed quite formidable. However, I wonder whether this strength is genuine. It appears I must test him. Contemplating this, the grand elder smirked slightly and stepped forward, sneering. "Where did this brash young fool come from? Have you consumed bear's heart and leopard's gall to dare provoke my Mo family? Oh, is that not Deming? Pray tell, where is the remarkable individual you spoke of? Surely, you haven't let him slip away? We have waited here for quite some time. And aside from this reckless child you brought, I see no sign of the person you mentioned." The grand elder feigned ignorance, while the onlookers from the Mo clan erupted in laughter. Indeed, the grand elder was adept at biting words without resorting to foul language, skillfully belittling others. The crowd thought to themselves. Upon hearing this, Mo Deming's face flushed with anger. It was clear that he was being denied any respect as the head of the family. Earlier, Qin Hao had hinted at what was to come, and Deming had intended to teach the Grand Elder a lesson, to assert his authority and quell his arrogance. However, he did not anticipate that this old man would be so sharp-tongued. Seeing this, Qin Hao approached Mo Deming and exchanged a glance, shaking his head with a smile, saying, Uncle Mo, there is no need for this. It is akin to arriving at another's estate and proclaiming that their house is ablaze. The master, upon observing the raging fire, turns to you and shouts, "Where is the fire?" and even sends a dog to bite you. Tell me, if the dog bites you, can you bite the dog in return? Is that not the essence of the matter? Before their arrival, Qin Hao had warned Mo Deming about such interactions, and Deming had assured him of his utmost protection. Otherwise, he wouldn't have felt secure in his own life. Of course, these words echoed the wisdom imparted by the old man deep within his mind. What a jest! Who is this old man? Merely a source of nonsense and trivialities. Speaking meaningless drivel. Even 10 trucks of the Grand Elder would likely not be his match. The cycle of fate is relentless. The heavens spare no one. True to form. Upon hearing this veiled criticism, the Grand Elder, infuriated, retorted, "You sharp-tongued little brat. Don't think that having the head of the family as your backing will shield you from me. Just wait until I find that remarkable person you mentioned, and with a single move, they will bring you down. Let us see if you can still smile then." Awaiting your pleasure, Qin Hao replied nonchalantly, pouting. This caused the Grand Elder's face to fluctuate between red and purple, clearly enraged. Mo Deming exchanged a meaningful glance with Qin Hao, pondering, am I truly losing my sight? Could this lad be a veritable polymath? Grand Elder, shall we enter for a cup of tea and discuss young Hao's situation? Or shall we proceed directly to the back courtyard of our Mo family to deliberate on the matter of the quota? Although the words have been articulated with utmost clarity, he remains the patriarch of the Mo family, while the other party is the esteemed elder of the same lineage. Even if they were to lead entirely separate lives, it is imperative to engage in the customary pleasantries. Myself, the second elder, and the esteemed members of our clan have awaited your presence for quite some time. We would prefer not to squander anyone's valuable cultivation time. Let us proceed to the backyard to deliberate on the matter of this competition. And it would be opportune to assess the capabilities of the remarkable individual you have so diligently sought, the elder remarked with a sardonic smile, fully embodying the essence of irony. Very well, since you all wish to observe, we cannot diminish your enthusiasm, Mo Deming responded, despite not having witnessed Qin Hao's true prowess. He harbored an inexplicable and formidable confidence in him. Upon hearing this, the elder refrained from further banter. It would be more prudent to bypass this verbal sparring and hasten to the backyard to ascertain the truth. After all, whether a horse or a mule must be taken out for a test. Navigating past the inky black gates of the backyard, they arrived at the training grounds of the Mo family offspring, a space typically reserved for martial arts sparring. However, at present, the majority of practitioners had paused their training, their attention fixed upon the newcomers who had just entered. They too had heard the rumors circulating today that the patriarch had returned with a formidable cultivator, with tales escalating in their exaggeration, claiming he was remarkably young yet immensely powerful, steadfast as a mountain, capable of subduing opponents with a single strike. The practitioners found such claims hard to believe. In their understanding, strength was a result of relentless effort and gradual progress. Youth and high cultivation levels were not necessarily proportional, and the notion of defeating an opponent with a single move seemed laughable. Thus, they resolved to witness for themselves the abilities of this purported young powerhouse and whether he lived up to the lofty rumors. As Qin Hao and his companions advanced slowly, murmurs began to ripple through the crowd. Hey, did you see that? Do you think the young man accompanying the patriarch is the one from the tales? A corpulent disciple inquired of a slender, tall companion. I believe so. Did you not notice how courteous the patriarch was towards him? Humph. I suspect he is merely putting on airs. He appears younger than I am. A master of martial arts, they say, with formidable prowess. It seems the rumors are greatly exaggerated, the lean disciple retorted with scorn. Look, they are heading towards the competition arena. They wouldn't be seeking that individual, would they? I just saw young Master Duan Jiang pass by, the corpulent disciple exclaimed, his face contorted in fear at the mention of the name. Indeed, that person was summoned by the elder. He must be a remarkable talent, challenging the top disciples of our Mo family. What do you suppose will happen? 9 victories out of 9 battles? Just imagining the scene of the confrontation is terrifying. TSK, I fear for that young man's fate this time around. As he gazed upon Qin Hao, who was of a similar age, the members of the Mo family could not help but reveal their envy, yet more prominently, their jealousy. Why? Among the young scions, did the patriarch not select from within the clan, but instead exert such effort to find someone from outside? Thus, they secretly wished for the two youths' spoken adversary to defeat Qin Hao, or even eliminate him, to assuage their resentment. At the center of the arena stood a small, elevated platform, serving as a battleground. In one corner, a young man, perhaps around 20, sat with a sinister expression. A deep scar marred the left side of his face, and his bloodied attire indicated he had recently endured a life-and-death struggle. His shadowy gaze roamed, seemingly in search of his next target. Beside him, Duanjiang exchanged a few words and gestured toward Qin Hao, a chilling smile creeping across his lips. That's him. Xiao Hao, be cautious, warned Mo Deming from behind. The Grand Elder led Qin Hao and the others to the arena's forefront before retreating to Duanjiang's side, offering a smirk without uttering another word. Fear not, Qin Hao replied, casting a reassuring smile back at Mo Deming as he strode toward the platform. Watching Qin Hao's silhouette, Mo Deming felt a fleeting sense of disorientation. Perhaps soon enough, this very figure would be one he would look up to. Are you the one sought by the patriarch? The scarred man inquired nonchalantly as Qin Hao approached the stage. Indeed, I am Qin Hao. May I ask who you are? Huh. A weakling like you is unworthy of asking my name. I am baffled as to how the patriarch even found someone like you, the scarred man mocked. Adhering to the instructions given by Duanjiang, truly believing Qin Hao to be of little merit. Oh, and what shall I call you when I, this so-called garbage, defeat you? Shall you be known as the fallen underling of garbage, or perhaps as the refuse among refuse? If given the choice, I would prefer the latter. What say you? Qin Hao inquired with a grin. You sharp-tongued brat, I wonder if your strength matches your eloquence. Humph, prepare to receive my attack. The scarred man sneered. His body gradually enveloped in tendrils of dark energy. Dark forbidden phoenix claw. Upon hearing this, Qin Hao paused momentarily, the name striking a familiar chord within him. However, compelled by the circumstances, he did not dwell on it. In contrast, the aged figure in his mind, old Qin, furrowed his brows but remained silent. As the dark energy coalesced into a claw shape upon his right hand, the scarred man suddenly widened his eyes, thrusting his hand forward to unleash the skill in an instant. Now, threefold division, heavenly authority, dragon fist. In that moment, a black and white fist erupted from Qin Hao's right hand, warping the very space around it as it surged forth. Qin Hao was no fool. Upon taking the stage, he deftly maneuvered his way through the art of power decentralization while simultaneously compressing his skills. After several days of relentless training, coupled with his arrival at the Mo family, he had managed to compress nearly 30% of his accumulated energy, releasing only 70% of his power. The crowd was astounded, bewildered by the sudden emergence of this skill, which seemed to rival that of the scarred man. At last, the two powers collided. Yet the impact was far from the cataclysmic event everyone had anticipated. The dark, claw-like energy recoiled at the sight of the black and white fist, retreating in a panic akin to a mouse fleeing from a cat. To its misfortune, as it turned to escape, the fist merged with it, hurtling towards the scarred man. The scarred man gazed in disbelief at the unfolding scene, his expression a portrait of terror as he glanced towards Qin Hao. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, he was struck down by Qin Hao's combined skill, crashing to the ground, blood spilling from his lips, lying there like a defeated dog, unable to rise again. Qin Hao, equally stunned, stared at the scene before him, inhaling sharply at the sight of the near-lifeless scarred man. This outcome was beyond his expectations. Volume 2, A Glimpse of Brilliance. Chapter 23, Double Standards, Nightly Revelry. The previously silent arena fell into an even deeper hush at the sight of the scarred man, nearly devoid of life. A voice, seemingly out of place, echoed through the arena. I can't believe it. Did he really take him down in one strike? And it looks like he didn't even unleash a skill at the outset. Where could this power have come from? Am I seeing things? A rather lanky disciple furiously rubbed his eyes, directing his gaze towards the defeated scarred man, shaking his companion beside him in disbelief. I don't know, Chubby. I sense something is amiss with this kid. We should refrain from discussing him. He might have some insidious trick up his sleeve at this point. The two exchanged glances, a shiver running down their spines, for it is often the unknown that breeds the greatest fear. While the majority of the spectators were left in shock, many believed it to be merely an illusion, a clever ruse. How could one simply unleash a power of such magnitude without any apparent effort from the opponent? Yet, a select few discerned the extraordinary nature of the event, among them the Grand Elder. This skill possesses such formidable power. This young man is indeed remarkable. Perhaps this time, the Mo family has truly encountered a prodigy. A power of such strength must surely be at least of the mystical tier, if not the earth tier. As this thought crossed his mind, the Grand Elder nearly gasped in astonishment. The most formidable skills within the Mo family were barely at the initial mystical tier. Earth tier skills in Dongyu City were likely exclusive to the Lin family of the three great clans. And it was said to be a treasure of the Jin clan. This young man is indeed extraordinary. He is certainly not the scion of any family from Dongyu City. His background is undoubtedly remarkable, and it would be unwise to offend him. Furthermore, he might truly secure a position for the Mo family. The Grand Elder murmured to himself. Despite his cunning machinations within the family and his mercilessness towards others, deep down, he still contemplated the welfare of the Mo family. This time, he felt unfairly treated by other families due to the Mo family's weakened state, and he blamed Mo Deming for their plight. Frustrated by his incompetence, he sought out this scarred man. At this point, he glanced at the scarred man in the distance, who was, with great difficulty and support from Emohi, laboriously rising to his feet. He slowly made his way toward Qin Hao. The Grand Elder was startled by this sight, wondering if the young man might attempt something reckless. Good heavens! If he were to harm Qin Hao, the repercussions from his family would be unbearable for the Mo family. Just as he was about to intervene, Emohi cast a reassuring glance at the Grand Elder, suggesting that the scarred man posed no immediate threat. Noticing the Grand Elder's movement, the scarred man lifted his head, sneered, and forcefully broke free from Emohi's grasp, stumbling toward Qin Hao. Though somewhat obsessed with martial prowess, he was far from foolish. He perceived the Grand Elder's intentions. He had no doubt that should he make any sudden move, the Grand Elder would spring forth to inflict serious injury upon him. While Emohi would likely assist the Grand Elder in subduing him. Humph, how blind I was. I remember when that old man from the Mo family pleaded with me, promising me countless benefits. Alas, if it weren't for my circumstances. Shaking his head in reluctant discontent, he raised himself before Qin Hao, exuding a mix of arrogance and resolve. I am Yijio. Though I know not how you bested me or the true nature of your skills, I acknowledge your strength. You have earned the right to know my name. Qin Hao, I shall remember you. In the future, I will return to settle the score. With that, he turned unsteadily to leave the arena. As he passed by the Grand Elder, he scoffed disdainfully and continued forward. Just as he reached the entrance, he suddenly halted and, with an indifferent tone, stated, "Oh, by the way, Brother Qin, remember this. There are no eternal friends, only eternal interests." With a hearty laugh, Yijio pushed the door open and strode away. Qin Hao observed the unfolding events with quiet contemplation, reflecting on the brief span of time that had elapsed since his confrontation with Yijio until the latter's speechless departure. In a mere 10 minutes, Yijio had perceived the stark contrast in attitudes surrounding him, which also allowed Qin Hao to grasp the harsh realities of their situation. Strength is indeed the essence of everything. This world places immense value on power. It is only through strength that one earns respect. Without it, one is nothing. Inwardly, Qin Hao marveled as he observed the mocking expressions of the Mo family disciples dissipate into thin air. Although many still bore looks of confusion, a few gazes of reverence emerged. Xiao Hao, I never anticipated you would wield such formidable power. You have truly opened my eyes, laughed Mo Deming, as he approached and patted Qin Hao on the shoulder, surveying the surroundings with exuberance. It seemed as though he was declaring the outcome of the match. Today had indeed brought him honor. He was eager to hear what the elders would say later. As expected, witnessing Mo Deming's unrestrained laughter, the elders refrained from mocking him. For, as the saying goes, the victor commands the narrative. After a brief period of mirth, Mo Deming gradually composed himself. After all, they belonged to the same clan. Despite any discord, continued relations were essential, as they would inevitably cross paths again. It was merely luck, Qin Hao remarked with a smile, genuinely believing it to be so. Upon hearing this, Mo Deming glanced at the elders and turned back to Qin Hao, saying, Xiao Hao, the competition is in 2 days, but the venue will take several hours to reach. Let us rest and recuperate at the Mo family tonight. I shall host a banquet to welcome you. To honor the customs of hospitality, we shall depart tomorrow afternoon. Very well. However, Uncle Mo, there is no need for a grand banquet. A simple meal will suffice. Qin Hao replied with a grin. Mo Deming paused momentarily before nodding in agreement. As you wish. Come, I will show you to the room we have prepared for you. If it does not meet your satisfaction, I shall arrange another. With that, Mo Deming clapped Qin Hao on the shoulder and stepped forward, disappearing into the Mo family's courtyard amidst the envious gazes of the other disciples. Grandfather, do you think this youth named Qin Hao is reliable? Asked Emohi, frowning as he watched Qin Hao gradually exit through the gates. Profound and unfathomable. Firstly, I doubt you can discern his current cultivation level, but I can see it clearly. He is at the pinnacle of the Qin mirror. At his age, one cannot merely call him a genius. He is an extraordinary being of monstrous caliber. That is why I urged you to provoke him with the night's drink, to test his true capabilities. The results are evident. The elder regarded the astonished Mo-he, incredulously stating, let alone Mo-he. Even I can scarcely believe it. A pinnacle of the Qin mirror at around 20 years old. What manner of being is this? Of course, if they were to learn that Qin Hao had consumed a special medicinal pill from Elder Qin, which had enabled him to leap a significant level, yet only manifest 50% of his true strength, it would surely shatter their understanding of reality. Should the ancient, reclusive masters discover this, it might even lead to their untimely demise from sheer shock. Then, this must surely be his most powerful strike. Filled with a sense of trepidation, inquired, seeking a semblance of psychological reassurance. However, as he uttered those words, an unsettling feeling washed over him. Ah, speak it out. You may find it hard to believe. Just moments ago, I employed less than 90% of my strength. The elder, with narrowed eyes, surveyed the battlefield where the two had clashed, his tone icy. How can this be possible? Exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Nothing is impossible. This remains my most conservative estimate. Perhaps this time, our family, stands a chance for the coveted spot. The elder mused, casting a glance towards the spot where had vanished. However, upon hearing this, S expression of shock and incredulity swiftly morphed into one of resentment and jealousy, flooding his gaze in an instant. Regardless of your prowess, should you dare to contest me I shall ensure your utter obliteration. The realization of might made him acutely aware of the peril to his pursuit of the Lin family's esteemed Lin, the woman he had longed for and envisioned a future with, despite often indulging in daydreams. Regardless of past grievances, this time I must assist him in securing this opportunity. Not solely but for the very standing of our. Seemingly attuned to his thoughts, the elder reminded. Rest assured, grandfather, I comprehend the gravity of the situation. Replied, a fleeting glimmer of malice flashing in his eyes before it vanished. As he followed towards the room prepared for him, experienced a sudden illumination. The room, though simply adorned, exuded an air of elegance. It was circular, with a fixed long bench against the wall, clad in alternating black and white. The ceiling was graced with intricately carved, evoking a sense of reverence. Stepping onto the plush carpet felt akin to treading upon a soft bed. A sensation both comfortable and delightful. What do you think? How is this room? If it doesn't suit you, we can easily switch to another. Remarked with pride upon observing's content expression, declaring it the finest guest chamber in there, worthy of rivaling one of the mid-range luxurious suites at the hotel. I truly appreciate your thoughtfulness. This room is splendid, and I am quite fond of it, responded candidly. Very well. I shall have the attendants bring you your meals shortly. Do take some time to rest. Thank you, replied, as exited and closed the door behind him. Surveying the room, he realized this was the second dwelling he had occupied since arriving in this world. In mere days, so much had transpired, prompting a reflective sigh. Is this the burden a high school student ought to bear? How arduous this is. With a slow stride, he approached the pristine white bed and settled upon it, as if the burdens weighing upon him had been instantly lifted. Just as his weary body was about to succumb to the embrace of slumber, a voice echoed from the depths of his mind. Qin lad, there is no time to rest. Hasten and resume your cultivation. Hearing this, Qin Hao retorted with irritation, Old man, I am nearly exhausted to the point of death. Is it too much to ask for a moment's sleep? Upon awakening, I shall certainly cultivate, I promise. He raised 2 fingers of his right hand in emphasis. The appearance of the Yi family, the emergence of that Yi Jiu today, is anything but favorable. Perhaps those individuals are drawing ever closer to us. Upon hearing the mention of the Yi family from the old man, Qin Hao's previously relaxed nerves tightened in an instant, the familiar term instilling within him a sense of unease. The Yi Family, Volume 2, The Initial Display of Talent, Chapter 24, Ominous Signs, the Catalyst for Breakthrough. He composed himself to ponder, reflecting, why does Yi Jiu's skill seem so familiar? Given the peculiar circumstances earlier, he had not given it much thought, but now he suspected that Yi Jiu might be inextricably linked to the Yi family. Old man, are you suggesting that the appearance of this Yi family member here is a bad omen? Thus far, the Yi family had relentlessly pursued Qin Hao, yet he remained in the dark regarding the true nature of this family, the reasons behind their pursuit, and why they could not appear in this realm. As for the Yi family, to put it simply, it is not merely a family, but a lineage. As for why the Yi family seeks your demise, and why they cannot manifest in this world, I reiterate, when the time is ripe, you will naturally come to understand. Knowing too much too soon may frighten you. Haha. Upon hearing the old man's cryptic remarks, which were little better than silence, Qin Hao rolled his eyes in exasperation and refrained from further inquiry. He took a moment to reflect. Although Yi Jiao displayed an admirable dedication to cultivation, reaching an almost obsessive level, Qin Hao sensed that his intentions were noble, unlike the Yi family members who had relentlessly hunted him down. As he contemplated this, a thought struck him, prompting him to hastily inquire of the old man. Old man, I recall that in that world, the Yi family member who pursued me in my dreams was swiftly dealt with by you. All right, that sycophant of theirs was referred to as the chief. Was he not taken by you? You had mentioned wanting to keep him for some amusement. I distinctly remember that. What has become of him now? That individual had been one of the higher-ranking officials within the Yi family that Qin Hao had encountered. Just hearing the title chief evokes thoughts of a national leader in that world. Thus, Qin Hao was filled with curiosity about this person. Naturally, there was also a hint of trepidation, as he had narrowly escaped with his life at that time. Upon hearing this, the elderly figure, Qin, furrowed his brow in contemplation, seemingly recalling the matter at hand. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have entirely forgotten, he remarked. Just a moment, let me see where I placed it. At this point, Qin Hao blinked in disbelief, growing increasingly exasperated with this old man. After all, he was a soul, albeit a rather detestable one. Although his erratic behavior seemed to align with the eccentricity of his character, it still felt rather unsettling. Qin Hao dismissed his concerns, especially considering this man had inexplicably pursued him on multiple occasions. To label him merely as insane would be a gross understatement. He was quite the embodiment of a true deviant. Where is it? Where is it? Ah, found it. I'll take it out now. As Qin's voice trailed off, the old man drifted from Qin Hao's mind. Qin Hao stared, wide-eyed, at the dark mass in the old man's hand, emanating a swirling aura of black mist. He couldn't help but feel a sense of resignation. This was the same figure who had once intruded upon his dreams without a hint of remorse. Is this truly the formidable chief? Qin Hao inquired incredulously, observing the dark energy expanding around them. Indeed, huh? Chief. Merely a minor head of the Knight family's enforcement team, Qin replied dismissively. I've encountered this fellow before. His name is something like Yi Shuai, a rather nefarious character. Humph. This wretched lad thought he could escape. As you can see, I have him contained. Before Qin Hao could respond, the old man waved his hand, and the dark mist vanished in an instant. Old man, can't he speak in this state? I'm curious how you managed to converse so fluently, Qin Hao questioned, perplexed by the rapid disappearance of the dark energy. Is that even a question? With such a rudimentary level of cultivation, he expects to articulate himself in a spiritual state? That is sheer folly. You, impudent boy, ought not to pose such simplistic inquiries. If you neglect your training and end up in such a state, you won't even be able to plead for mercy. The old man chastised him, concluding with a hint of intimidation. Yet, as the saying goes, the speaker's intent may be casual, but the listener's heart is attentive. Qin Hao shuddered at the thought. What if he truly reached a point where he couldn't even speak? How utterly frustrating that would be. At the very least, he should be able to utter a few words of supplication if captured. He resolved to dedicate himself to his cultivation. Yes, I must train diligently, Qin Hao encouraged himself, just as he prepared to sit cross-legged on his bed to meditate and enter a state of training. Suddenly, a rather unremarkable knock echoed from outside, interrupting his focus. Knock. Knock. Young Master Qin, on the orders of the family head, I am here to deliver your meals. Please open the door. Upon hearing this, Qin Hao suddenly recalled that Mo Deming had indeed mentioned sending over some food. He promptly rose and opened the door. Upon receiving the meal arranged by Mo Deming, the maid expressed her willingness to fulfill any tasks or desires. As she spoke, Qin Hao noticed a faint blush gracing her petite cheeks, rendering her already charming visage even more enchanting. Overwhelmed by a sudden wave of daze, he shook his head vigorously, striving to avert his gaze from her, fearing that a moment of carelessness might lead him to succumb to an irresistible urge. Nodding in agreement, he quickly closed the door behind him. Outside, although the maid initially complied with the family head's instructions, her heart was filled with a mix of embarrassment and frustration, for this was her first experience. She had always dreamed of preserving her innocence for her ideal prince. While traversing the path to his door, she sought refuge in a discreet corner, allowing herself a few moments of sorrow before summoning the courage to approach Qin Hao's chamber. As she knocked, a slight apprehension gripped her, her mind racing with thoughts of who Qin Hao was and whether he would claim her first. When Qin Hao finally opened the door, she was taken aback by his strikingly handsome appearance and charismatic demeanor, causing her heart to flutter. As she conveyed the family head's message, her shyness grew palpable. Indeed, he was among the most distinguished of the Mo family, which explained why the family head had assigned her to serve him. Witnessing his nervousness as he hastily shut the door made her stifle a giggle, her heart secretly fluttering. Yet, recalling her own status, she sighed softly, gradually retreating from his threshold. "Oh my, what has come over me?" she mused, noticing her own physical reaction with a flushed face. "Huh, Qin, my boy, are you secretly smitten? It seems you've taken quite a fancy to that young lady. After all, she's quite forward with you. Doesn't tea that stir your heart?" The old man chuckled, unable to resist teasing the blushing Qin Hao. Qin Hao, already flustered, felt his embarrassment deepen. This was the first time a girl had expressed such bold sentiments toward him. Previously, in his former world, any declarations were merely subtle. To be so openly desired was unimaginable. To claim that he felt indifferent would be false. Although he could not describe her as a beauty that could overshadow the moon or flowers, she undeniably captivated him, leaving an indelible impression in his mind. Even now, with the door closed, the image of her charming smile lingered, refusing to fade. Reflecting on the past, he recalled that such situations had not previously affected him this way. Unconsciously, thoughts of someone from his former world surfaced, and the flames of desire within him began to cool. "Old man, this is not the time. There are still matters I must understand, tasks yet to be accomplished, and more pressing concerns await us." As Qin Hao's tone gradually calmed, the old man Qin ceased his attempts to appease him, nodding in satisfaction within his heart. Desire, when it takes precedence, can lead to destruction. At any moment, while ambition may achieve its aims, it often devastates the mind of an individual. Although one may not completely master the art of resisting temptation, even a modicum of restraint can elevate the spirit of a cultivator to new heights. The adage remains, for a cultivator, one must first refine the heart before refining the spirit. Haha, young Qin, such awareness is commendable. By the way, aren't you planning to eat something? The old man Qin said with a sense of contentment, gesturing towards the delectable dishes meticulously prepared for Qin Hao by Mo Deming. "Old man, I'm not quite sure why, but ever since my last session at the Dongyu Hotel, I have not felt hunger," Qin Hao replied, gazing at the seemingly exquisite feast with a hint of helplessness. "Ah, I had forgotten, your attribute is yin-yang. You can now satiate your hunger solely by cultivating your authority spirit, thus negating the need for food. Alas, what a pity for this table laden with delicacies." The old man Qin remarked with a pained expression, lamenting the waste of food. Were it not for his current spiritual state that prevented him from partaking, he would have devoured every morsel. The thought of wasted sustenance was more unbearable than death to him. Such a miser, Qin Hao muttered under his breath, suddenly sensing the authority spirit within his upper dantian surging forth like a beast breaking free from its cage, accelerating rapidly. He promptly addressed the old man Qin. "Old man, please keep an eye on my surroundings. I am going to compress the authority technique within my eye and see if I can condense it to 50%. Also, it seems I have encountered a barrier. It feels akin to a cup brimming with water, in need of a larger vessel to contain it. Isn't this a sign of imminent breakthrough? Speaking so fancifully, I shall guard you while you proceed," the old man Qin said with a nonchalant expression, as though breaking through the Qingling mirror was not a momentous occasion for him. Qin Hao, disinterested in further banter, was determined not to squander this exceptional opportunity for advancement. He slowly approached the bed, sitting cross-legged as he gradually entered a meditative state. Entering the authority eye, as he felt the environment around him transform, Qin Hao slowly opened his eyes, only to be met with a scene that left him astounded. Volume 2, The First Glimmer of Brilliance, Chapter 25, Breakthrough to the Void Mirror. Before him, the black and white hues of the authority spirit clashed within the authority eye, as if each entity sought to assert dominance, neither willing to yield. The equilibrium that once existed above the upper dantian within the authority eye was now insufficient to serve as an obstacle, leading to a tumultuous collision between the two. What is happening?" Qin Hao exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief as he beheld this unprecedented spectacle. For those possessing the dual attributes of yin and yang, transcending to a higher realm carries an additional implication, the elevation of the balance point. Thus, the balance point above the dantian is no longer merely constrained by the collision of the ethereal mirror's power, resulting in the clash of the black and white energies. Little one, this is a normal phenomenon accompanying the breakthrough of the yin-yang attributes. There is no need for astonishment. Moreover, having already reached the pinnacle of the ethereal mirror, your ascension to this realm is a natural progression. Upon hearing Zero's explanation from afar, Qin Hao nodded, albeit with a vague understanding. Having gained some insight into the cultivation of yin and yang attributes, It is not difficult to comprehend, really. The dual attributes of yin and yang, to a certain extent, are akin to water and fire, necessitating a barrier to contain and isolate them. This barrier is the balance point. During the cultivation process, the black and white energies will grow increasingly potent, requiring a more formidable constraint to govern them. The notion of progressing through realms, therefore, also pertains to fortifying this balance point, rendering it unbreakable. Gradually, as he sat cross-legged in a meditative state, Qin Hao entered a profound condition. He refrained from inquiring further about how Zero had transcended this bondage to achieve advancement. In the path of cultivation, seeking others' explanations for the things one does not understand can certainly provide clarity, yet the knowledge derived from such means is never truly one's own. The insights one comprehends independently are eternally personal and far more cohesive than hearsay. The blinding brightness compelled Qin Hao to open his eyes, and he rose slowly to behold the magnificent spectacle before him. The stark contrast of black and white energies surged like tumultuous waves, incessantly crashing against the central hexagonal wall. At that moment, Qin Hao found himself positioned in the very center of this hexagonal barrier, observing the relentless assault of the black and white energies upon the wall. It appeared that the structure might soon crumble under the pressure. He furrowed his brow slightly, bending down to touch the surface, as if, in an instant, he had forged a connection with it. What Qin Hao could scarcely anticipate was the wall's vitality was far more fragile than he had envisioned, and it was rapidly waning. However, in the next moment, Qin Hao was taken aback. As soon as his palm made contact with the wall, the energy within him surged through his hand into the barrier at an astonishing speed, leaving him utterly astounded. How can I not retrieve it? Just as he began to sweat profusely and desperately attempted to withdraw his hand, he suddenly found it seemingly glued to the surface, immovable. This is disastrous. Has it already come to an end before it even began? Qin Hao lamented, realizing that if he were to perish within his own body, the old man Qin would surely find it laughable. Gradually, he felt an overwhelming fatigue engulfing his body. His eyelids fought against each other, threatening to close at any moment. Finally, as the last vestige of his energy flowed from his palm into the hexagonal wall, Qin Hao's body collapsed against it. Exhaustion and weakness enveloped Qin Hao as consciousness gradually slipped away from him. Shortly after he fell unconscious, the Bagua wall seemed to undergo a metamorphosis, transforming into a magnificent spectacle that gradually ascended and expanded, towering impressively. As if sensing this transformation, the contrasting black and white lights on either side softened, ceasing their relentless assault on the high wall. What is happening? This feels remarkably comfortable. After a while, the surrounding silence deepened. Qin Hao propped himself up with one hand, mentally assessing his internal state, and was startled to discover that all the lost power had returned, now even more robust and pure than before. Gazing at the Bagua wall beneath him, which appeared drastically different, he reflected on the recent events and nodded in realization. So, that is how it is. He deduced that the Bagua wall required his power as a catalyst for its reconstruction and, upon completion, transferred the unnecessary power back into his body. Indeed, he pondered what level of compression his power control could achieve now that he had entered the Tai Su mirror. If he could successfully compress his energy to 50%, it might render him less passive in future battles. Since mastering the power control technique, Qin Hao understood its immense significance. The lower the energy reserve, the higher the chance of victory. Although the resulting power would be diminished, it would prevent him from being overly reactive. After breaking through to the Tai Su mirror, Qin Hao chose to exit immediately. The competition loomed, and he knew that even when the time came to leave, the old man would not hastily awaken him, for the risk of losing control was no trifling matter. He settled into a meditative state, slowly entering the realm of power. Congratulations, young one, for once again reaching the Tai Su mirror. Came a distant voice of greeting from Zero. Grandpa Zero, it was merely luck, Qin Hao replied with a smile. Luck is a part of strength. Are you preparing to leave? Yes, Grandpa Zero, I sense the time is right. Staying here too long might provoke my old man. The old man might jump the wall. Qin Hao chuckled at his own reasoning, realizing that even if he lingered here for a year before departing, he would be grateful if the old man merely acknowledged him. Haha, I understand. I understand. Zero responded with a knowing smile, and fell silent thereafter. Feeling somewhat awkward, Qin Hao scratched his head before firmly settling into the realm of power, ready to depart. Out already? Seems fortune is on your side. Welcome to the Tai Su mirror. Upon returning to the real world, before he could catch his breath, the old man's voice echoed in his mind. Oh my, old man, you nearly frightened me to death. I thought I was seeing ghosts. Qin Hao exclaimed, his eyelids fluttering as he patted his chest in relief. Hey, what's wrong? Do I really look like a ghost? When I ask you a simple question, you respond like this. It's as if you treat kindness as a burden. The old man Qin remarked with a roll of his eyes. Qin Hao, aware of his fault, refrained from retorting further. His eyes darted around, and he began to flatter. Where's the ghost? This is the unparalleled and magnificent old Qin, here to protect me. You know my words are as frivolous as flatulence, haha. Hearing this, old Qin chuckled, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Haha, no worries, young Qin. I just woke up too. It seems you possess a bit of self-awareness. So I shan't hold it against you. Qin Hao, rolling his eyes, chose not to engage any further. Observing the dawn light gradually brightening outside, he realized that old Qin had indeed guarded him throughout the night. Humph, stubborn old man, Qin Hao thought to himself, though warmth filled his heart. Oh, by the way, that young girl knocked on the door earlier. She said the head of the Mo family would be departing at noon today. When she noticed your silence, she assumed you were resting and left the meal at the door. Old Qin's voice drifted from Qin Hao's mind. All right, it's still morning, and there's time until noon. I shall meditate in the realm of the power eye for a while. Old man, please call for me later. With that, Qin Hao moved to the door, bringing the meal inside. Upon glancing at the dining table, a slight smile crept across his lips. He thought so. It was old Qin who finished yesterday's meal. No wonder he emphasized the food being left outside. But what's understood needn't be spoken. And it's certainly better that he ate than let it go to waste. After placing the dishes on the table, Qin Hao casually commented, I've put the meal on the table, old man. Now, I shall enter the realm of the power eye for some time. Upon finishing his words, Qin Hao swiftly climbed into bed, entering a meditative state. Half an hour later, noticing Qin Hao's stillness, old Qin floated to the table, gathering the food into his sleeve. Muttering, wasteful little brat, what a pity to let it go to waste. Doesn't he know about the cleanup initiative? Time flew by, and soon it was nearly noon. In the Mo family's grand hall, Mo Deming, along with the eldest and second elders, sat in their chairs, though they appeared somewhat restless. At that moment, the maid who had delivered food to Qin Hao the previous day stood before Mo Deming. Although she was strikingly beautiful, she typically handled tasks like serving tea and water, and had never encountered Mo Deming, let alone the family's higher-ups. Have you conveyed the message to young Hao? Is there a possibility of mistakes? Mo Deming inquired, his tone tinged with urgency. It was understandable, as time was running short, and any further delay could lead to missed opportunities. The servant informed young Master Qin that the maid's complexion was ashen, and she spoke with trepidation. To be frank, she felt uncertain, for there had been no response from within the room, and she would not dare to enter uninvited. Mo Deming furrowed his brow and cast a glance at her, choosing not to press her further, as she was merely a servant girl. However, the elder beside him had no intention of letting her off the hook. You spoke? Humph. Yet Mr. Qin has yet to arrive. I suspect you have failed to deliver the message properly. You insolent wretch, daring to deceive this old man. It seems you seek your own demise. As he spoke, he struck the table with his right hand, sending the tea lids soaring towards the maid's head. Crash. Oh. The flustered maid cried out, instinctively covering her head, only to realize, upon removing her hands, that she seemed unscathed. Before her lay the tea lid, now reduced to mere powder, mere centimeters from her. Elder, must you be so hasty? I must be well fed before I can proceed, wouldn't you agree? Qin Hao's voice echoed from a distance, gradually approaching the hall until he finally entered the room. Upon seeing Qin Hao standing there, seemingly indifferent, with half-closed eyes and a pallid complexion, the elder's expression shifted from anger to sheer astonishment, as he could hardly fathom the implications. The Void Mirror. In the second volume, with the chapter titled A Shift in Attitude, the second hymn, the elder widened his eyes, fixating on the newly arrived Qin Hao, his heart racing with disbelief. How could this be possible? Although he was but a hair's breadth from the Void Mirror during our first encounter yesterday, he exhibited no signs of instability in his spiritual energy. How can he have ascended directly to the Void Mirror today? If those ancient beings who seldom show themselves were to find out, they would surely be driven to the brink of fury. Could it be due to yesterday's battle? Yet such a pace of cultivation is exceedingly rare. I have never witnessed it in my lifetime. To break through to a significant realm, even transitioning from the returning power to the Azure Spirit realm requires time and accumulation, with a substantial risk of failure. The returning power pill could aid the process significantly. However, ascending from the Azure Spirit realm to the Void Mirror typically necessitates years of preparation. Even those at the pinnacle of the Azure Spirit realm would not dare to attempt such an ascent without adequate preparation, for the consequences of failure could range from mere missteps to catastrophic demise. Little did the elder imagine, however, That Qin Hao possessed a dual attribute constitution of yin and yang, whether in cultivating techniques or breaking through realms. The difficulty was exponentially greater than that faced by ordinary practitioners, with commensurate risks. Should he become aware of this, he too might find himself akin to those ancient beings, driven to the brink of death through sheer shock. Xiao Hao, come quickly. We feared our subordinates had failed to relay the message. There is still time. Shall we not have another bite to eat? Mo Deming, taken aback, did not intend to intervene when he saw the elderess movements, as he considered the value of a mere servant girl insufficient to warrant a confrontation with the elder. Moreover, in that moment of anger, he chose to ignore the situation entirely. Who would have anticipated that Qin Hao would intervene to thwart the elder's attack? To his astonishment, Qin Hao had not only intervened, but had also transcended the Qing realm, advancing into the Taishu realm. This left him regretting his earlier decision. Had he failed to intervene, or had the elder recklessly attacked the maidservant, it might have led to Qin Hao underestimating the Mo clan, which would have truly been akin to shooting himself in the foot. Master of the Mo clan, the young lady informed me this morning. Please do not blame her. It was I who delayed due to some minor tidying up. You wouldn't hold it against me for missing the appointed time, would you? Qin Hao pondered for a moment and decided to offer Mo Deming a way out. Although he had witnessed the elder's actions, they were still within the Mo residence, and it was best to avoid unnecessary conflict. Upon hearing this, Mo Deming smiled knowingly at Qin Hao, understanding the underlying meaning in his words. He responded with a grin. How could I? It is still early. We can discuss the competition over tea before we set off. What do you say? Qin Hao contemplated for a moment, glancing at the fallen maidservant. After some thought, he smiled and replied, There is no need for that. Let us depart now. However, might we bring this young lady along? It could provide some companionship along the way. Qin Hao thought to himself that once he left, the elder would undoubtedly seek retribution against the maidservant, so it was better to do a favor and take her along. Yet, he harbored no ulterior motives. He merely felt a sense of pity for her. Mo Deming widened his eyes at the maidservant and then discreetly glanced at Qin Hao, a knowing smile creeping across his face. He mused, could it be that yesterday's incident bore fruit? No, she claimed she had not engaged in that act. Yet now it seems this lad has taken a liking to her. I must respond quickly. Of course, young Hao. I was just about to ask if you wish to take her with us. Since you have brought it up, shall we prepare to depart? Mo Deming inquired cautiously. Meanwhile, the maidservant, upon hearing this, felt a mix of joy and anger. She was delighted to be with the one she cherished, even though her station was humble. Simply seeing him daily would suffice for her heart's content. Yet, she was also incensed that after years of diligent service to the Mo clan, her efforts, though lacking accolades, were now being so easily cast aside to benefit another. Young masters follow the trends, while tears fall from the emerald beads onto the silk handkerchief. Once one enters the gates of nobility, the depths are like the sea. From henceforth, the beloved becomes a stranger. Sighing inwardly, she resolved that after today, she would live fully for herself and for the one she loved. Then, Uncle Mo, let us be on our way. With that, Qin Hao disregarded the gazes of others and approached the maidservant, bending down gently to lift her. Noticing her shyly lowering her face, he helplessly inquired, May I ask your name? Would you be willing to accompany me? Although Qin Hao had already obtained Mo Deming's consent, he still intended to inquire directly with the maidservant herself. After all, should she be unwilling to leave with him, forcibly taking her would surely transform good intentions into a grave misdeed. Upon hearing Qin Hao's inquiry, the already bashful maidservant became even more flustered. As she glanced at her delicate hand still held in Qin Hao's grasp, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, enhancing her already exquisite features to a breathtaking allure. Observing her rosy visage, Qin Hao momentarily found himself entranced, pondering whether her embarrassment signified the stirrings of youthful affection. Following her gaze downward, he realized he was still grasping her arm, prompting a sudden awareness that led him to release her hand. He inwardly chuckled at his own awkwardness, silently reprimanding himself for taking liberties with her. My name is Sha Xian, and I am willing to accompany you, young master, she stammered, her voice dwindling to a whisper, nearly inaudible by the end. Why am I so inept? Such a splendid opportunity squandered. Will he still want me? Sha Xian's heart raced with anxiety, feeling her previous display had been woefully inadequate, almost bringing her to tears. Sha Xian, what a lovely name. You must be brave. Very well, let us set forth. Qin Hao replied with a smile. Sha Xian gazed at his face illuminated by the sunlight streaming through the door, captivated by his handsome features that seemed to radiate warmth and kindness. In that fleeting moment, she wished time would stand still, allowing her to linger in this blissful reverie. Yet, Such dreams were but her own whimsical fantasies. The Grand Elder, witnessing the scene, almost slapped himself in frustration. Had Qin Hao, the one who impeded his plans the previous day, possessed such a temper, he would have been unable to tolerate it. However, the current Qin Hao, who had transcended to the Void Realm, was not someone even the Mo family could afford to offend. This was not merely due to his formidable strength, but rather his extraordinary potential. Typically, a practitioner reaching the Green Realm by the age of 20 would be considered exceptional. Attaining the intermediate Green Spirit, or even the pinnacle of the Green Spirit, would mark one as a standout among the elite of prominent families, or perhaps even a figure of influence in smaller clans. Yet, achieving the Void Realm, that had not been witnessed in Dongyu City for many years. Such a rapid advancement could only be described as terrifying, fundamentally altering the common perception of cultivation among ordinary individuals. I must extend my congratulations to Miss Sha Xian. I shall now dispatch someone to prepare carriages for Deming and the others, the Grand Elder remarked with a forced smile, signaling to Mo He and Mo Hai beside him to hasten the arrangements. Witnessing the Grand Elder's swift change of demeanor, Mo Deming and the other Mo family members in the hall exchanged exasperated glances, silently muttering their discontent. As Sha Xian listened intently to the elder's shift in address towards her, her admiration for Qin Hao's status and influence deepened profoundly. Having spent considerable time within the Mo family, she was well aware of the elder's temperament. What an intriguing character he is. Observing Qin Hao's indifferent demeanor despite the elder's evident flattery, Sha Xian pouted slightly, feeling an unexpected sense of pride. Thank you, Elder. The time is drawing near. So I would appreciate it if Uncle Mo could elucidate the specific rules and regulations during our journey, she stated. Naturally, Mo Deming responded with enthusiasm. Subsequently, under Mo Deming's guidance, Qin Hao and the others departed from the hall and arrived at the entrance of the Mo family estate. At that moment, Mo He and Mo Hai had been waiting for quite some time. The vehicle was extraordinarily large, akin to a mobile dwelling, featuring 3 small compartments, far more expansive than the one Qin Hao had arrived in. Since Mo He and Mo Hai were also participants in the competition, they had already selected a small compartment within the vehicle. After the elder exchanged a few words with them, they boarded the vehicle and entered their respective chambers. Following an onslaught of the elder's ardent flattery, it was ultimately Mo Deming who, citing the urgency of time, ushered Qin Hao into the vehicle, setting them on their way to the competition venue. As the background gradually receded, the second elder, observing the elder beside him with a furrowed brow, curiously inquired, Elder, why do you go to such lengths to appease this Qin fellow? What remarkable qualities does he possess that we, the Mo family disciples, have not witnessed your equal dedication towards? Upon hearing the second elder's question, the nearby Mo family members pricked their ears, eager to hear the elder's response. It was not only the second elder who found this perplexing. They too shared a sense of incredulity. Humph. The elder let out a disdainful snort, casting a glance at the second elder before surveying the surrounding family members. He shook his head in exasperation. Even if one lacks diligence in cultivation or intelligence, one should at least possess basic observational skills. Could no one discern the distinct nature of the attack that Qin Hao intercepted just moments ago? Redirecting his gaze towards the direction in which Qin Hao had departed, the elder uttered 3 simple words. Yet, these words sent a shiver down the spines of those present, as they turned their attention towards Qin Hao's retreating figure, feeling less jealousy and more admiration and reverence. Tai Su Jing. Could it be that a second such individual would emerge in Dongyu City? The elder mused internally, fully aware that Qin Hao's presence would undoubtedly introduce the greatest variable into this competition. Volume 2, The Emergence of Brilliance, Chapter 27, Arriving at the Destination. Hearing this, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. The individual the elder referred to was known not only to the second elder, Mo family disciples, but even to street merchants and beggars wandering the alleys. However, at present, they are reluctant to mention that name, simply because his prowess in Dongyu City is so fearsome. My lord, throughout my life, I have seldom bowed to anyone, but that person from years past, he certainly counts among them. Alas, if he were still here, his strength would likely remain unmatched. Observing the endearing demeanor of the second elder, the crowd did not burst into laughter, for every word he spoke rang true, devoid of exaggeration. Reflecting upon this individual's past, he was once resplendent, reaching the pinnacle of glory, yet now, sigh. The assembled company could not help but exhale in unison. As the throngs of people on the street exchanged pleasantries, the evening approached. After a day filled with toil, laughter and playful banter filled the air, releasing the tension and stress accumulated throughout the day. Suddenly, A vehicle sped by on the bustling road, its velocity astonishing. Within the carriage stood a cold-featured young man, hands clasped behind his back, surrounded by a faint shimmer of green crystals. Likewise, the vehicle itself was adorned with similar luminescent green crystals, seemingly propelled forward by his will. Abruptly, the young man opened his eyes, a fleeting glimmer of pale green coldness flashing within. The shimmering crystals around him gradually dissipated, yet those surrounding the vehicle remained. Humph, that insolent brat. Driving my family's carriage without contributing, compelling me, the esteemed young master of the Mo family, to labor as a mere lackey. One wonders what my uncle saw in him. Defeating that night wine is hardly remarkable, but can you defeat him? Indeed, this cold young man steering the vehicle forward is none other than Mo Hai, the grandson of the second elder of the Mo family. Under the auspices of the family's elder, he and Mo he were entrusted with this task, yet Mo he relinquished all authority to him. Since the dawn of his memories, Mo he has bullied him, remaining indifferent even when the elders were informed. The grand elder, while somewhat sympathetic, would merely chuckle and offer words of comfort. However, his grandfather, the second elder, upon hearing his grievances, would raise his fist and chastise him for his lack of initiative, accusing him of failing to resolve his own issues and merely reporting to others. From that moment on, he endured the tyranny of Mo He. Although the latter ceased direct bullying, he would assign all the menial and laborious tasks to him. In the past, he could resist, but following yet another beating, he could only quietly grumble. This time, driving the vehicle was no exception. Mo Hai dared not voice his grievances against Mo He, redirecting all his resentment towards Qin Hao, cursing his ancestors in the process. Just as he was about to continue his lament, he heard a familiar retort. That voice was unmistakable. It belonged to the very young master who had persistently tormented him, Mo He. Furrowing his brow, he wondered what this fellow was doing here. Seeking fresh air, perhaps? Nonetheless, he turned around, maintaining a calm demeanor, and greeted him with a smile. My lord, naturally, I cannot surpass night wine. What brings you out? Listening to this candid response, Mo He rolled his eyes in silence, thinking to himself that he truly was a simpleton, unable to surpass others yet still speaking ill of them. As dusk gradually descended outside, he understood that after steering for half a day, the fatigue was palpable, and a few complaints were rather justifiable. Heisey, you've also been driving for quite a while. Why not go inside and rest for a bit? I'll wake you at midnight for your shift. Upon hearing this, Mo Hai's face brightened, thinking that his superiors still possessed a semblance of conscience, which led him to further criticize Qin Hao in his mind. Oh, wait a moment. Just as he intended to turn and head inside, Mo He called him back, frowning as he thought this fellow must have changed his mind and was toying with him. Nevertheless, he turned around. My grandfather instructed me, at least until the competition, do not harbor any other thoughts towards Qin Hao. This individual is not simple. We must fully assist him in securing a place for our Mo family. Do you understand? Understood, boss. I'm fully aware. As soon as the words left his lips, Mo Hai turned and departed. Although he had outwardly acquiesced to Mo He, inwardly he held Qin Hao in utter disdain. As the second son of the Mo family, one of the 6 great clans, he feared no one aside from Mo He. What a farcical figure Qin Hao was. To provoke Mo Hai would only lead to his own downfall. Hearing Mo Hai's blatant indifference, Mo He felt no anger, for he had already given his warning, and when problems inevitably arose, he could easily absolve himself of responsibility. Moreover, he too looked down upon Qin Hao. If Mo Hai could take the lead, he would be more than pleased to agree. Turning around, he noticed the vehicle gradually slowing down and let out a resigned sigh. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, he slowly released his authority, imbuing the vehicle with the same power as before, causing its speed to increase once more. Uncle Mo, may I inquire where this competition will be held? Inside the vehicle, in the second compartment, sat 2 individuals, Qin Hao and the head of the Mo family, Mo Deming. The vehicle contained 3 compartments, one for the 2 brothers, Mo He and Mo Hai, another for Mo Deming, Qin Hao, and Sha Xian. Initially, Mo Deming had considered granting one of the compartments to Qin Hao and Sha Xian, but upon hearing this, Qin Hao widened his eyes, glancing at Sha Xian, who was equally wide-eyed yet obviously shy. He immediately realized that Mo Deming had misunderstood, and after much persuasion, he managed to return to his own compartment, albeit still under Mo Deming's scrutinizing gaze. Relieved, Qin Hao thought to himself that he had preserved his innocence. After all, he considered himself a pure man. Should he share a compartment with Sha Xian, even if nothing untoward occurred, he would find it impossible to clear his name. Now that everything had returned to his anticipated order, Qin Hao began to focus on the matters concerning the competition with the Mo family, as this was crucial to his own predictions and the consequences of forthcoming events. The recent competition was proposed and executed by the Su family, one of the three prominent families. Logically, the selection of the competition venue should have fallen to the remaining three families. Alas, the Su family has grown immensely powerful and influential, while the Lin family has turned a blind eye. Thus, they directly chose the venue at the training arena located at the intersection of the Su and Feng families, known as the Qifeng district. Upon hearing Qin Hao's inquiry, Mo Deming patiently elucidated that this was not a secret, but rather common knowledge. Oh, so the Qifeng district belongs to both the Su and Feng families? Qin Hao asked with curiosity. To his surprise, Mo Deming waggled his index finger in the air, smiling mysteriously. Incorrect. It does not belong to either of the two families. In fact, it belongs to none of the families at all. Noticing Qin Hao's furrowed brow and perplexed expression, Mo Deming continued to explain. Due to its geographical features, the Qifeng district has become a contested ground for the Su and Feng families each year. The two families often engage in fierce disputes over this area, leading to continuous friction without any decisive battles. Upon hearing this, Qin Hao suddenly grasped the situation. It was akin to the borderlands of two nations in the world where he previously resided, both coveting the land, neither willing to yield, and claiming, "This is my territory." However, he grew increasingly curious as to why the Su family had chosen this location. Was it possible that their intentions were more than mere competition? Glancing up at Mo Deming, who was lost in thought and suddenly smiled enigmatically, he remarked, "Are you wondering why they selected this place? From what I gather, I suspect the Feng family is currently in a weaker position compared to the Su family. On the surface, the Su family aims to secure training opportunities from the Lin family through this competition. But covertly, they likely wish to assert their claim over the Qifeng district before the gathered families of Dongyu City. Indeed, you are quite astute, young Hao. Not only do you possess formidable cultivation skills, but your intellect is equally impressive. I am genuinely intrigued as to which school of thought you have emerged from." Mo Deming expressed sincerely, also hoping to uncover Qin Hao's origins. Qin Hao, anticipating the trap Mo Deming might lay for him, refrained from falling into it. Yet he was eager to linger near the edge of that pit. "Uncle Mo, you truly have a memory like a sieve. I already mentioned during our first meeting that I am a wandering cultivator from the West, having practiced alone since childhood." Listening to this rather trivial response, Mo Deming merely chuckled, having grown accustomed to such replies, and did not press further. Observing the now quiet Mo Deming, Qin Hao breathed a sigh of relief, fearing that he might continue his relentless inquiries, such as asking about the specific practices from the Western region. Thus, after a brief exchange of trivial matters with Mo Deming, Qin Hao proceeded to cultivate his power control at the Eye of Authority. With Mo Deming as his guardian, the old man found himself enjoying a rare moment of leisure, allowing him to rest properly. Time swiftly passed, and the Mo River outside had already changed its shift. Gradually, the eastern sky began to glow with a pale light. After nearly a night of cultivation at the Eye of Authority, Qin Hao successfully solidified the 6th level of power control, allowing him to execute the Dragon Fist technique twice without recovering his power spirit. Furthermore, he could restore his power spirit to its normal level within a maximum of 10 minutes after use. This was crucial during competitions. Should he fail to defeat an opponent with a single strike, he would still have the strength to continue, avoiding complete exhaustion and a passive state. As Qin Hao gradually emerged from his meditative state, Mo Deming approached with a smile, saying, "Xiao Hao, you have completed your training. Your innate talent combined with diligence has led to this impressive achievement." "Uncle Mo, you flatter me. We must be nearing our destination," Qin Hao replied, rolling his eyes inwardly at Mo Deming's compliments and swiftly changing the subject. "Indeed, we have arrived," Mo Deming responded, turning to gaze out the window. The second volume. Initial Emergence, Chapter 28. The True Purpose of the Su Family Investigation Team. Gazing outside at the throngs of people gathering, it dawned on him that they were approaching the Qifeng district. Knock, knock, knock. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a knock echoed from outside the room. "Qin, Uncle Mo, we are about to reach the Qifeng district. Do you need me and Mo Hai to prepare anything?" The Mo brothers, Mo He and Mo Hai, inquired as they approached their destination. Upon hearing their voices, Mo Deming responded with a nod before turning to Qin Hao with a smile, asking, "Xiao Hao, is there anything else you need to prepare?" "We are about to reach our destination. Uncle Qin, I don't require any preparations. If there are no further instructions, let us disembark upon arrival." Qin Hao replied with a smile, shaking his head. Mo Deming nodded in agreement, and together they exited the room. As they opened the door, the two Mo brothers were patiently waiting outside. Mo he maintained a serene demeanor, exuding a calmness that belied his extraordinary nature. In contrast, Mo Hai displayed an entirely different attitude. Though he stood by waiting, his face was marked by impatience and annoyance. Qin Hao exchanged glances with the two brothers, sensing the stark differences between them. Mo He's gaze held an icy glimmer, reminiscent of a venomous snake, patient yet ready to strike. It was best to avoid provoking him, for should one touch upon his sensitive spots, they would surely regret it. The mocking demeanor of Mo Hai revealed an abundance of derision and disdain, mirroring the expression on his face. This Mo he is not easily dealt with. Caution is warranted in the future, Qin Hao reminded himself, yet he instinctively overlooked Mo Hai, for he believed such characters typically do not last beyond 3 episodes in a drama. My dear nephews, regardless of the outcome this time, the contributions you have made for our Mo family will undoubtedly be richly rewarded in the future. Furthermore, the 2 slots for the Lin family's advanced training will certainly belong to you both. Upon hearing this, Mo Hai, who was standing nearby, visibly displayed excitement, while Mo he remained composed, showing no sign of emotion. Haha, not at all. We are not tired. Thank you, Uncle Mo. Much appreciated, Uncle Mo. Observing this, Qin Hao regarded Mo he with newfound respect, as he understood the Lin family's training slots were extraordinarily rare, and possessing such an unflappable demeanor was indeed commendable. However, Mo he harbored a different sentiment. Glancing at the nearly laughing Mo Hai, he coldly scoffed within, "Fool, those slots are undoubtedly ours. It's not even settled yet, and you're gloating. Truly a simple mind with brawn, just like your grandfather. Humph. This head of the Mo family is playing word games." Though he thought this, he refrained from expressing any dissatisfaction. "Uncle Mo, Brother Qin, we will reach the chiefing area in about half an hour. Although having a powerful ally like Brother Qin supports our Mo family, it is prudent to discuss the participant slots for the 1-on-1, multiple versus 1, and 2-on-2 matches. After all, a well-crafted plan often yields results that far exceed expectations." After glancing at Mo Hai, Mo he turned to smile at Mo Deming and Qin Hao, offering his suggestion. Mo Deming smiled and glanced at Qin Hao before turning back to say, "Then let us discuss this indoors." Subsequently, everyone returned to Qin Hao's room to begin strategizing. In the early morning, near the chiefing area, beside the training arena, Su Yuan, the head of the Su family, sat on a square sandalwood chair on the second floor of a beautifully decorated tea house, gazing down at the bustling crowd below. He casually picked up a sandalwood-colored teacup, taking a delicate sip, and let out a cold chuckle. "Humph, I see that the Feng family is in a precarious position this time. How will they secure chiefing?" Qin Hao was not mistaken. This time, the Su family was indeed using the guise of a fair competition for the Lin family's training slots to rally the various families as witnesses, aiming to seize the chiefing area at the intersection of the Feng and Su families in an open and honorable manner. Suddenly, 3 shadowy figures clad in black appeared behind Su Yuan. Upon closer inspection, they were garbed identically to the attendant who had followed him after leaving the auction house. How is the situation progressing? Have they all arrived? Listening to the commotion behind him, Su Yuan did not turn around but spoke over his shoulder. "Rest assured, head of the family, everything has been taken care of. Most of the populace in the city has seemingly arrived. However, only the Mo, Duan, and Sun families have shown up among the smaller clans. The Lin family, they have yet to arrive." The masked man standing in the middle bowed his head and spoke. "Heh, what use are these insignificant minions? Let them come, they serve merely as a backdrop. As for the Mo family, they are utterly deluded, believing they could contend for this position. They should be grateful they haven't lost their 2 slots for advancement." Su Yuan smirked dismissively. Head of the family, there is something I am uncertain whether I should disclose to you. It pertains to the participants from the Mo family in this competition." Upon hearing this, Su Yuan nearly spat out the tea he had just sipped. Turning around to mock, "You wish to inform me about the trivial matters of the Mo family? I employ your intelligence team to investigate and predict significant events that may arise in Dongyu City, not to concern ourselves with third-rate families that are merely slightly better than ants." The masked man, startled by Su Yuan's reaction, hurriedly attempted to rectify his mistake. "I am at fault, and I beg for your forgiveness, head of the family. I assure you, I will never investigate such insignificant matters again and will devote myself entirely to the Su family. Please do not hold our shortcomings against us." Su Yuan let out a cold laugh, his small eyes glinting with menace as he replied, "Depart now, and remember your words. Should there be a next time?" "Humph, you are well aware of my methods. Rest assured, we will not fail again." After hearing Su Yuan's words, The three men felt as if they had just returned from a harrowing encounter with the King of Hell, beads of cold sweat forming on their brows. They knew all too well the terrifying capabilities of this middle-aged man before them. The sensation was akin to a fate worse than death. If given a choice, they would rather perish than endure the torment of falling into Su Yuan's hands. The trio vowed silently that they would never mention such matters again, as they felt they had not yet fully lived their lives. Wait a moment. Su Yuan fixed his gaze on the three, causing the ones who had intended to leave the room to feel a chill run down their spines. Eyes wide with trepidation, they collectively thought, "This is it. Has he discerned our thoughts?" The masked man in the center, trembling with anxiety, inquired, Head of the family, is there anything else you wish to command?" "Well, there is indeed something. Please tell me about the Mo family," Su Yuan replied languidly, realizing there was still time and feeling bored. He found amusement in hearing about the affairs of these insignificant creatures, sensing that this matter was somehow different. "Good heavens, you nearly scared me to death." The three individuals were on the verge of exclaiming in frustration, questioning the absurdity of the situation. Just moments ago, they had been reluctant to listen. Now they found themselves intrigued. If this were a matter concerning an ordinary individual, I would undoubtedly express my ire. According to our investigation, during this competition, the head of the Mo family, Mo Deming, has enlisted a formidable external ally named Qin Hao. Reliable sources indicate that the family elder has also secured the assistance of an individual known as Yi Jiao as a precautionary measure. While the exact strength of Qin Hao remains unclear, it is confirmed that during a contest with Yi Jiao, he defeated him with a single move. The masked man was prepared to sincerely explain himself to Su Yuan, driven by a strong desire for survival. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan furrowed his brow before relaxing it, allowing a cold smile to escape his lips as he remarked, "Ah, now this is becoming interesting. Your words have piqued my curiosity regarding this lad, named Qin Hao. If the reports are accurate, this individual was previously at the 4th level of Qingling, possibly even reaching the pinnacle of the Qing realm. If this is indeed the case, should Qin Hao prove to be exceptionally strong, and if my Su family secures victory in the end, it would only affirm our family's dominance, making the reclamation of the Qifeng district all the more attainable." As these thoughts crossed his mind, Su Yuan couldn't help but chuckle, his laughter growing increasingly maniacal. "Ha ha. Fortune smiles upon me. The Mo family has delivered a splendid gift. You three, your next task is to closely monitor the Mo family's activities, particularly that fellow named Qin Hao. It would be best to ascertain the depths of his abilities without revealing your identities." Days earlier, during the auction, he had discerned the suspicious alliance between the Lin family and the Feng family. If the Lin family were to discover his covert investigations into the competitors from other families during the tournament, it could lead to complications if they seized upon any incriminating evidence against him. He was keen to avoid any unforeseen mishaps that might disrupt his plans. "Rest assured, we shall see to it immediately," they responded, and with a swift motion, the three figures vanished into thin air. Su Yuan slowly turned back to gaze at the crowd below, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Very well, let us proceed with the plan proposed by Little Hao. Xiaohai, do you have any further opinions?" Within the room, Mo Deming regarded his two brothers with a smile, inquiring, "Do you have any objections?" "We have none. We shall adhere to Brother Qin's suggestions. Though this strategy may not be flawless, it is indeed quite refined. Brother Qin is truly admirable for his wisdom and courage," replied Mo, he with a respectful gesture. Qin Hao smiled modestly, responding, "Oh, not at all. I merely offered a humble suggestion." No sooner had he spoken than the vehicle jolted violently before gradually coming to a halt. "We have arrived." Miud Ming turned around and addressed the crowd. Volume 2, The First Glimmer of Brilliance, Chapter 29, The First Stop, Qifeng Tower. Observing Miud Ming's fervent gaze directed towards the window, Qin Hao nodded and then glanced at the two brothers of the Mo family beside him, stating, "Let us descend at once. With the plethora of information you have shared, it is impossible to cover it all in a single day, especially since they do not provide any lodging. We must swiftly seek a hotel." Hearing this, the other three nodded in agreement, gathering their belongings. After calling out to Sha Xian in her room, the group followed Miud Ming as they exited the vehicle. Although this world lacked the advanced technology of Qin Hao's previous one, the vehicle they currently occupied proved to be remarkably practical. The driver merely needed to input the appropriate coordinates into the system, achieving a seamless connection between man and machine, allowing them to input their desired destination. The Mo brothers had already entered the coordinates for a hotel near the training arena in the Qifeng district prior to their arrival. Upon their descent, they were greeted by the charming, tranquil elegance of the Qifeng Tower, reminiscent of a traditional courtyard. Qifeng Tower What a splendid name, immediately highlighting the region's unique character. Qin Hao mused that its scale was only slightly inferior to that of the Grand Hotel in Dongyu City. He had encountered fine establishments before, notably one on the main thoroughfare of Dongyu City just days prior. It was evident that this place was affluent, explaining the Su family's relentless pursuit to seize this prestigious establishment. Uncle Mo, Brother Qin, after our long journey, let us take a moment to rest at Qifeng Tower. While this hotel may not be flawless, it is indeed one of the more renowned establishments in the area. Qin Hao readily agreed, delighted at the prospect of staying in such a fine hotel, thinking to himself, why would I refuse such a splendid opportunity, especially since it is on your tab? After years of living with his elder, Qin Hao had learned a valuable lesson. Where is the most comfortable place to stay? Where is the best food? Naturally, it is at someone else's abode. Seeing Qin Hao's enthusiastic agreement, Ming readily concurred as well. There was no need to put his nephews in a difficult position, especially since he had been following Qin Hao's lead throughout this journey. Although aware that Sha Xian had once been a servant of the Mo family, he politely inquired about her opinion of the hotel. Upon hearing Qin Hao's approval, she shyly nodded her head in agreement, her heart racing like a startled deer. It was this man, Qin Hao, who had bestowed upon her a level of treatment she had once deemed unimaginable. The lofty scion of the Mo family rarely deigned to acknowledge a lowly maid, let alone inquire about her thoughts, a stark contrast to the usual dynamic. Noticing Mo's inquiry towards Sha Xian, Mo Hai raised an eyebrow, the corners of his mouth curling slightly as he suppressed a cold laugh within. One cannot fathom the thoughts of the leader. Questioning Qin Hao, a rustic lad from a remote village, was already perplexing enough. Yet it was even more confounding to see him humbly inquire of that lowly girl. It is truly bewildering that Qin Hao, a promising young man, would take a liking to such a woman. By sheer coincidence, this expression from Mo Hai was noticed by Qin Hao and the gentle Sha Xian behind him. Women are often perceptive, and considering her previous lofty status, she quickly discerned Mo Hai's intentions, her delicate face paling in an instant. Turning slightly to glance at the bowing Sha Xian, she smiled and gently lifted her chin, confidently declaring, "Do not concern yourself with the opinions of others. Walk your own path and let them speak. Life is too brief. Live for yourself." As she caught sight of Qin Hao's warm gaze, Sha Xian felt her heart melt, and her exquisite face blossomed with a hint of rosy color. She nodded lightly and fell silent behind Qin Hao, her demeanor now less frail and infused with newfound confidence. Meanwhile, Mo Ming and Mo He exchanged glances filled with disdain towards Mo Hai. Had looks been lethal, he would have perished hundreds of times over. If Qin Hao were to cease aiding the Mo family due to such trivial matters, Mo Hai would undoubtedly face severe repercussions upon their return. Observing the situation, Mo Hai awkwardly cleared his throat and lowered his gaze, opting for silence. In a swift attempt to salvage the atmosphere, Mo Ming decisively stated, "Very well. Since everyone is in agreement, we shall choose this hotel. Xiaohe, please lead your brother and us inside." "Certainly, Uncle Mo. You and Brother Qin, please follow me." Mo He replied. Mo Hai, come along. Understanding the unspoken cue in Mo He's eyes, Mo Hai promptly complied, preferring to escape the oppressive stares surrounding him. As the two entered, Mo Ming gestured lightly for Qin Hao and Sha Xian to follow suit. Upon entering, Qin Hao realized his prior misconceptions. He had assumed this hotel merely resembled the Grand Dongyu Hotel, yet he was taken aback by the lavishness within. The walls gleamed with opulence, guests flowed in and out, and elegantly attired hostesses attended to the patrons, presenting an array of exquisite wines that rivaled the former establishment in every aspect. Noticing Qin Hao's enchantment, Mo Ming chuckled and explained, though Qifeng Tower is the second largest restaurant in Dongyu City, it is not inferior to the esteemed Dongyu Hotel in any regard. It merely bears the title of second due to its geographical circumstances. Nonetheless, this establishment thrives, generating substantial profits annually. I believe you can deduce the implications. As he spoke, Mo Ming glanced around to ensure no one was eavesdropping before leaning closer to Qin Hao, carefully stating, "You must have surmised why the Su family contends with the Feng family over this neighborhood." After finishing, he bestowed upon Qin Hao a knowing smile. Qin Hao nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth of the matter. It was not merely the Su family. Any reasonable individual would desire to bring such a delightful neighbor home. After a brief moment, the Mo brothers approached, accompanied by several service staff. Upon seeing Mo Hai's arrival, Sha Xian, though outwardly composed, instinctively took a small step back. Qin Hao gently squeezed her petite hand, offering her a reassuring glance, signaling her to relax and remain untroubled. Uncle Mo, Brother Qin, the rooms have been reserved. We have secured 3 adjoining rooms, just like in the car. Mo Hai and I will share one, while the keys to the other 2 rooms are entrusted to the service personnel beside us to guide you there. Is there anything else you wish to discuss? As he spoke, Mo he handed the keys to the 2 attendants. Mo Deming turned to Qin Hao, who was shaking his head, and chuckled. Ah, little Hai, you have truly been a bother. There's nothing else. Should you require anything, feel free to come to my room. I will also inform you of any matters when I visit. Understood, Uncle Mo Hai, and I will head up first, nodding at Qin Hao. Mo he exchanged a brief farewell with Mo Hai before they proceeded to their respective rooms. Observing the 2 youngsters venture off without the escort of staff, Qin Hao could not suppress a smile. Be cautious, Qin. There are some eyes on you from the northeast corner, centrally located, as well as directly west of your position. Do not make eye contact. Just act normally. Just as Qin Hao contemplated approaching Mo Deming to discuss the room arrangements, the voice of the elder Qin, which had been silent deep within his mind, suddenly resonated. What is their identity? Qin Hao inquired. Uncertain, the elder Qin replied. What about their strength? Qin Hao pressed further. Pathetically weak, to be honest. They are slightly stronger than that old rascal Mo beside you, the elder Qin stated bluntly. Qin Hao rolled his eyes, exclaiming. Then why the need for such caution? Just for amusement. It has been a while since I encountered anything entertaining. They have been lurking since you disembarked from the vehicle, employing rather mediocre tactics. I simply wish to observe their intentions, but they remain inactive. And I am curious to see what they plan to do, the elder Qin remarked nonchalantly while yawning. Qin Hao sighed in resignation, inwardly berating the elder for his lack of awareness, the old rascal. Nevertheless, he refrained from making any rash moves. The elder's assertion that the individuals lurking in the shadows were slightly stronger than Mo Deming implied that Qin Hao would not stand a chance against even one of them, let alone 3. They could easily overpower him without effort. Although throughout this journey, Mo Deming has consistently indulged him and flattered him, Qin Hao harbors no doubts about his capabilities. After all, he is the head of the Mo family, one of the 6 prominent families of Donyu City. And he is not someone to be casually compared to an ordinary passerby. Now, with old Master Qin suddenly mentioning that there are 3 individuals even more formidable than Mo Deming watching him, a ripple of unease stirred within Qin Hao, compelling him to realize that the power dynamics in Donyu City are far more intricate than they appear on the surface. Uncle Mo, I would like to discuss the arrangements for our accommodations with you. There are certain matters I need to convey to Shashin. So would it be possible for her and me to share a room while you take another for yourself? The rationale behind this request is that if he finds himself outmatched, he might call upon old Master Qin for assistance. In comparison to Mo Deming, Qin Hao places greater trust in Shashin. Of course, Xiao Hao. As long as it makes you happy, these 2 single rooms are yours upon finishing. Mo Deming flashed a playful look at Qin Hao, his eyes sparkling and his lips curling into a radiant smile. His expression seemed to convey, no need to explain. I understand completely. Qin Hao recognized that Mo Deming had misunderstood his intentions, yet he felt no inclination to clarify. Casting a glance at the blushing Shashin beside him, he mused that perhaps she too had misinterpreted the situation. Reluctantly, he took her hand and followed one of the attendants into a chosen room. Watching Qin Hao's retreating figure, Mo Deming chuckled and shook his head, humming a cheerful tune as he followed another attendant to select his own room. Once inside, Qin Hao released Shashin's hand, feeling a twinge of guilt as he said, I apologize, Shashin. It was not my intention to share a room with you. There are reasons behind my actions. Upon hearing this, Shashin widened her eyes in surprise, quickly shaking her head. How could that be? It's not a problem at all, young Master Qin. I feel immensely honored to be by your side. I wouldn't dare wish for anything more. Your words are truly humbling, and besides, I am already yours. As Shashin's voice dwindled and her cheeks flushed deeper, Qin Hao found himself at a loss for how to further explain the situation. After careful consideration, he resolved to be forthright. Miss Shashin, listen closely. There are individuals watching us. Specifically, they are keeping an eye on me. Volume 2, A Glimpse of Brilliance. Chapter 30, Opportunities and Challenges. Noticing the seriousness in Qin Hao's gaze, Shashin's shy demeanor began to return to normal. Is that true, young Master Qin? Do you think you might be in danger? Are the family heads aware of this? Listening to her repeatedly address him as young Master Qin and observing her wide, innocent eyes filled with concern, Qin Hao could only smile wryly as he responded to her inquiries one by one. Miss Xin, there is no need for you to address me as young Master Qin Hao any longer. Simply calling me Qin Hao will suffice. Everything I mentioned earlier is indeed true. Although they are currently tailing and watching me, I am not in any immediate danger. Rest assured, you are safe. Their primary target is me. When the time comes for them to act against me, you will not be implicated. Sha Xian's fair visage revealed a hint of defiance as she responded. Qin Hao. Brother Qin Hao, then I shall call you that from now on. Do not underestimate me. Even if they dare to come, I shall not fear them. In a sense, my life belongs to you, and if they approach, I will fight them to the bitter end. Observing her resolute demeanor, tinged with a sense of fearlessness, Qin Hao could not help but chuckle softly. Remember, Sha Xian, your life is your own, not mine or anyone else's. The reason I chose you is that I possess a trump card to deal with them, a secret of mine that will be revealed when the situation demands it. In contrast to Uncle Mo, I have greater faith in you. As she listened to his words, Sha Xian felt her heart warm, touched by his sentiments. Seeing her radiant smile, Qin Hao's heart was filled with a bittersweet amusement as he shook his head and sighed, taking in the surroundings of the house. Goodness, a bed. He momentarily overlooked the elegant and antique ambience, his attention drawn to the soft, inviting large bed before him. Qin Hao felt a surge of frustration, despite not knowing who his mother was. Nearby, Sha Xian seemed to have noticed his reaction, her eyes widening as she glanced between him and the grand bed. A faint blush creeping onto her cheeks as she pondered. Sha Xian, you should rest on the bed. There is an open area here where I can practice. I would appreciate it if you could keep an eye on Uncle Mo and the others, and, if there is any commotion, please wake me. With that, Qin Hao turned away and settled on the floor, sitting cross-legged and choosing not to engage in further conversation with Sha Xian. Watching him walk away, Sha Xian rolled her eyes in rare exasperation, thinking, stubborn Qin Hao, do you really think I am some sort of monster, that you cannot even look at me? Humph, are you still disdainful of my past identity? Recalling her former self, Sha Xian felt a flicker of insecurity return, letting out a soft sigh as she made her way to the bed. However, instead of resting, she remained vigilant, listening for any sounds from outside. Why is it? You stubborn fool, she is so proactive, yet you do not reciprocate? Sitting on the floor, Qin Hao, having barely caught his breath after Sha Xian had settled onto the bed, suddenly heard the disapproving voice of the old man in his mind, chiding him for his lack of response. Old man, Qin Hao remarked, what time is it? You are still here making light of the situation. With the competition tomorrow and formidable opponents lurking about, the urgency is palpable. Do I have time to dawdle? He turned to the elder with a wry smile. Please keep an eye on the surroundings for me. I wish to see if I can achieve a breakthrough to 50% today. I feel I am quite close. Uncle Mo is expected to visit later to discuss the specifics for tomorrow. After a moment of contemplation, he added, did you not assign that girl to watch over things? Why then must I enlist an elderly gentleman like you for such labor? The elder feigned innocence, responding playfully. Come now, I was merely being courteous with her to ease the awkwardness. How could I possibly entrust such an honorable and significant task to her? You have often mentioned that in the course of cultivation, one misstep could lead to dire consequences. This responsibility should rightly fall upon your kind and affable self. Wouldn't you agree? Hearing such grandiloquent flattery effortlessly roll off Qin Hao's tongue, the elder smirked. It seems that Mo Deming wishes to curry favor with you. I dare say he is but a novice in the grand scheme of things. You, my boy, have made little progress over the years. Yet your ability to flatter is beyond reproach. Qin Hao, unsure whether to take this as a jest or a compliment, simply smiled, knowing full well that the elder had acquiesced to his request. With a chuckle, he gradually settled into a meditative state, immersing himself further into his cultivation. Time flew during the cultivation process, and before long, evening descended. As he emerged from his meditative state, Qin Hao felt a twinge of disappointment. Despite an entire afternoon spent in practice, he had not even approached 50% control, let alone the 60% threshold. It felt as if he were pouring water into a bottle that refused to fill. However, he did not dwell on it, as he understood that cultivation necessitates patience. And this was fundamentally a journey of self-discovery. Brother Qin Hao, you are awake, exclaimed Sha Xian, who had been watching him intently. Yes, thank you for your vigilance. He replied with a wry smile, realizing that she had indeed kept a watchful eye on the surroundings. Oh, it was nothing. Hee, she giggled in response. Suddenly recalling something, she added, by the way, about an hour ago, the head of the Mo family knocked to see you. I noticed you were still immersed in your practice, so I didn't disturb you. After I explained the situation to him, he left, saying you should visit him once you awaken. Nodding in understanding, Qin Hao exchanged a few more words with Sha Xian before departing the room, making his way toward Mo Deming's quarters. Bang! The Su family truly oversteps their bounds. Before he could knock on the door, Qin Hao heard the sound of porcelain shattering and the furious roar of Mo Deming, suggesting that something had suddenly transpired. Bang, bang. Uncle Mo. It is Qin Hao. You called for me earlier. Qin Hao greeted while knocking, and after a moment, the door swung open. Xiao Hao, come in quickly. Mo Deming welcomed Qin Hao inside. Indeed, something had occurred. Inside the room, the unmistakable look of shame on Mo Deming's face, coupled with a hint of glee and mockery from Mo Hai, was evident. Xiao Hao sigh. I came this time to suggest we cancel the 1 versus many event in the competition. Mo Hai, upon hearing this, quickly stood up to interject, Uncle Mo. How can we do that? If we cancel this event, our Mo family will certainly miss out on this opportunity. With that, he turned to Qin Hao, tauntingly saying, Brother Qin Hao, according to our previous plan, this 1 versus many event is yours. Now the rules have changed to require a challenger to select at least 3 competitors from various families, with no upper limit. Can you still handle that? Internally, Qin Hao felt speechless, thinking to himself that he actually hoped to take on more challenges. Though fraught with danger, he yearned to push his limits. Currently, he could only utilize the Longyang Fist to unleash such formidable power. He wondered how the Yinlong Fist would perform. Along with the third style of Longyang Fist, the Yinyang Fist, just contemplating this made him eager to rub his palms together. This was indeed an opportunity. So, Uncle Mo, you summoned me because of the adjustment in the competition regarding the 1 versus many event, from a minimum of 2 challengers to now at least 3, correct? Observing Mo Deming's increased embarrassment as he lowered his head, Qin Hao realized that Mo Hai's arrogance had risen. Qin Hao, looking at Mo Deming, nonchalantly replied, It's fine. We can proceed as per our original plan. Upon hearing this, Mo Deming's eyes widened in disbelief, and even the 2 brothers of the Mo family turned to look at him. This was not merely a matter of 2 plus 1 equating to 3. In the arena, every additional competitor significantly raised the likelihood of failure. Brother Qin Hao, the arena is akin to a battlefield. One must tread carefully, lest one's tongue be caught in the wind. Mo Hai remarked with a smirk, his derision palpable. So we won't participate. Shall we retreat? Qin Hao feigned seriousness, slowly surveying the 3, noting their faces turning nearly ashen. Without further ado, he continued, Let it be as such. We will proceed as originally planned. Huh, Uncle Mo, do you have anything else? Seeing Mo Deming smile wryly and shake his head, he cracked his lips, stretched lazily, and smoothly turned to open the door, exiting in one fluid motion. Observing the carefree demeanor and graceful departure of Qin Hao, Mo Deming sighed deeply, contemplating the confidence that radiated from him, suggesting that success was within his grasp. Even Mo Hai, who typically held disdain for Qin Hao, refrained from mockery this time, recognizing that it would be unwise to undermine him in such a context. Meanwhile, Mo He scrutinized Qin Hao's retreating figure, seemingly lost in thought. The night passed without incident. The following morning, Qin Hao and his companions departed from Chiefing Tower, making their way toward the training arena. As they navigated through the bustling crowd, Qin Hao felt an inexplicable sense of comfort amidst the cacophony, reminiscent of the market scenes from his past when his grandfather seldom afforded him pocket money, compelling him to frequent local vendors and markets. Uncle Mo, if we take this side street, we should reach the Chiefing District and the training arena, as you mentioned, Qin Hao inquired, noticing a gathering of people ahead. Indeed, Xiao Hao, the central platform ahead, is the training arena. Mo Deming replied, intending to elaborate on the arena's details when an unexpected interruption occurred from behind. Oh, is that you, Brother Mo? What an early visit. How have you been lately? A middle-aged man in a white robe approached. And who is this young man? Might you introduce us? Frowning, Mo Deming turned to see the head of the Sun family standing before him. Ah, it is you, the head of the Sun family. I have been well. Thank you for your concern, he responded. Ah, how delightful. By the way, let me introduce this young talent beside me, Qin Hao, a rising disciple of the Mo family, representing us in this selection process, Mo Deming stated. A disciple of the Mo family? Qin Hao? A member of the Mo family competing in this event? The head of the Sun family mused, narrowing his eyes. It seemed he suspected that the Mo family had sought external assistance. After being recognized by Mo Deming at the Eastview Hotel, Qin Hao had been shielded by a secret technique from his grandfather, rendering his true level of strength imperceptible to outsiders. Only those with significantly higher cultivation levels and vast experience could discern that he was cloaked in a mystical veil obscuring his true realm. Despite this, the current presence of Qin Hao evoked a distinct aura in the head of the Sun family, one that was markedly profound compared to the 2 Mo brothers beside him, and even more formidable than his own son, Sun Qingfeng. It is worth noting that Sun Qingfeng had just returned from his seclusion in the imperial capital, a place of unparalleled prestige. In comparison to the Eastview city, it was as insignificant as a mere trifle. While the Lin and Su families of the three prominent clans could engage with the imperial capital, the likes of the Mo or Sun families could hardly be mentioned in the same breath. Therefore, when a scion of a family returns from the imperial capital, they are typically regarded as an exceptional figure, indeed one of the foremost powers in the region. Consequently, within East U City, the majority of family youths not sent for further training at the Lin family aspire to seek seclusion in the imperial capital as their secondary objective. This is deemed a secondary option because, despite the abundant resources and favorable conditions for cultivation in the imperial capital, it is never short of prodigies. Thus, the available cultivation resources are exceedingly scarce when distributed. Of course, unless one is an elite among geniuses, they would undoubtedly receive special treatment. It is evident that although the son of the Sun family had also returned from the imperial capital, his cultivation aptitude was rather ordinary, lacking any special privileges. Sun Qingfeng, being a talented individual of the younger generation in the Sun family, nonetheless left the family head with the impression that Qin Hao was far more enigmatic. This sensation was reminiscent of a previous encounter with another individual, Lin Lanyu, the daughter of the Lin family patriarch, Lin Zilin, a genius endowed with both talent and beauty. The Mo family head was indeed fortunate. Observing the young and accomplished Qin Hao, one could surmise that he was the Mo family's secret weapon. It appeared that the leadership in this competition would likely fall to the Mo family. TSK. While the head of the Sun family expressed intrigue, subtly casting disparaging remarks, Mo Deming let out a cold chuckle and retorted, "How could we possibly compare to your esteemed Sun family?" Afterward, Mo Deming smiled and turned his gaze to the young man beside the Sun family head, continuing, "Your son Qingfeng has just returned from the imperial capital, and in terms of aptitude and strength, he undoubtedly ranks among the elite of the younger generation in East U City, a fact we can all attest to. Moreover, I have heard that Qingfeng remains composed and unhurried in critical situations, a rare and commendable trait for a cultivator. Should the Sun family produce a peerless powerhouse of the Nirvana mirror realm in the future, do not forget about your old friend here." Observing the two family heads engaging in a facade of mutual admiration while subtly competing against each other, Qin Hao shook his head in exasperation, thinking to himself that they could continue their banter without involving him. Casting a glance at the young man beside the head of the Sun family, Qin Hao recognized him. He had encountered him a few days prior at the East U auction house, where they had contended for a coveted returning essence pill. The scion of the Sun family, Sun Qingfeng, exuded an aura reminiscent of what Mo Deming had described, composed and unruffled in the face of adversity. Sensing someone's gaze upon him, Sun Qingfeng lifted his head, his eyes locking momentarily with those of Qin Hao. Upon realizing he had been caught observing, he offered an awkward yet courteous smile before hastily averting his gaze. Sun Qingfeng, wearing a similar smile, also turned away. After a brief interlude, the heads of the Mo and Sun families, having engaged in a spirited exchange, parted ways, each leading their respective progeny down different paths. "Uncle Mo, what is the current situation of the Sun family?" Although Qin Hao had little interest in the affairs of the various clans, he recognized the importance of understanding his rivals during these extraordinary times. Such knowledge would provide him with a measure of assurance. To know oneself and one's adversary is to secure victory in countless battles. The individual he had just encountered was named Sun Xiang, the head of one of the 6 prominent families, while beside him stood the promising new talent of the Sun family, Sun Qingfeng, who had just returned from a period of seclusion in the imperial capital. Qin Hao's understanding of the imperial capital was rather superficial. Having received some insights from the elder Qin in the past, he was aware that the world was divided into 4 major regions: Dongyu, Ximing, Huali, and Beihuang, with the imperial capital, as mentioned by Mo Deming, occupying a central position among them. It was widely acknowledged that the imperial capital was superior in terms of practitioners, economy, and military prowess compared to the other regions. However, he found himself perplexed upon hearing about the significance of returning from seclusion in the imperial capital. "Uncle Mo, are those who return from seclusion in the imperial capital truly formidable?" At this inquiry, Mo Deming's eyes widened, and even Mo He, standing nearby, regarded Qin Hao with incredulity, as though he were a fool. Clearing his throat in an attempt to mask his embarrassment, Qin Hao feigned a cough. Gradually regaining his composure, Mo Deming glanced at the Mo brothers, contemplated for a moment, and then turned back to Qin Hao. "It seems, young Hao, you are quite oblivious to the affairs that transpire around you, wholly absorbed in your own pursuits, observing the relaxed expressions of the Mo brothers." Mo Deming smiled as if his scheme had come to fruition, continuing, "Seclusion in the imperial capital, in a certain sense, is akin to the training at the Lin family. The distinction lies in the fact that the environment and resources for cultivation in the imperial capital are far superior. Then why do so many strive to train with the Lin family instead of opting for the more resource-rich imperial capital? Qin Hao queried once more, still puzzled. Young Hao, you are merely scratching the surface, overlooking the critical essence of the matter. Mo Deming chuckled, speaking in an enigmatic tone. Volume 2, The Emergence of Talent, Chapter 32. Head of the Lin family, I trust you are well. The imperial capital stands as the nexus of the four realms, bustling with comings and goings, showcasing an intricate web of connectivity and unparalleled prosperity. Correspondingly, the cultivation resources within the imperial capital are exceedingly abundant. However, one must ponder. Although it draws disciples from the esteemed families of the eastern region, does it exclusively recruit from this singular locale? Observing the suddenly enlightened expression of Qin Hao, Mo Deming chuckled softly and continued his elucidation. The western abyss and the fire departure regions, not to mention the northern wilderness, boast families whose progeny rival, if not surpass, those of our eastern region. Pausing momentarily, Mo Deming added, thus, when it comes to clandestine cultivation in the imperial capital, unless one possesses extraordinary talent, even a visit may yield scant resources and venues for advancement. The Lin family, however, operates differently. They exclusively recruit from the eastern region each year, albeit in limited numbers. Yet, despite this restriction, disciples from various families strive fervently to gain entry, foregoing the allure of the more resource-rich imperial capital. For the Lin family ensures equitable distribution of resources. Even in their most challenging times, they have never forsaken a single disciple's cultivation opportunities. Therefore, while the Lin family may not possess overwhelming strength that commands reverence from all, the admiration they garner stems from the extensive network they have cultivated over the years. It is no exaggeration to assert that nearly half of the cultivators in the eastern region are connected to their family. Upon hearing this, Qin Hao couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. With such a network, the Lin family wields considerable influence in the eastern region. This was his first true insight into the Lin family's genuine power. Moreover, he held a profound respect for their resolve, never abandoning any disciple. Even in the direst circumstances, such audacity is indeed rare. The Lin family is truly remarkable, Qin Hao mused inwardly. Uncle Mo, I believe I grasp the situation. Aside from these two methods of cultivation, are there no other avenues available in the eastern region? Those fortunate enough to be selected by the Lin family for advancement must be the most gifted among the various clans and independent practitioners, standing out even among the elite in the imperial capital. Yet, what of those with average aptitude? Do they face a complete lack of opportunities? Hearing Qin Hao's retort, Mo Deming and the others were unfazed. Given that he was unaware of the potential for clandestine cultivation in the imperial capital, it was hardly surprising that he was oblivious to this matter as well. That is certainly not the case. There is also the Authority Master Academy. The remarkably low enrollment of practitioners in the former two institutions can, to some extent, be attributed to the acceptance rates of the Authority Master Academy. This academy serves as the optimal training ground for the majority of practitioners. It cannot be said that being admitted to the Authority Master Academy is necessarily inferior to the other two. On the contrary, if one has the opportunity to study in the Junior Authority Master Academy from the outset, there may be a chance to progress to the Intermediate Academy, and even to the Advanced Academy in uncharted territories in the future. If that is the case, one's future achievements would only surpass those of the other two, not fall short. Mo Deming gazed at Qin Hao, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Hearing this, Qin Hao nodded, as it indirectly elucidated why the Lin family's training resources were so scarce. I understand now. Thank you for your explanation, Uncle Mo, he said with a smile, casting his gaze towards Mo Deming. Oh, it's nothing. Just common knowledge. You might have been too absorbed in your cultivation to pay attention to these matters. I thought I would take this opportunity to enlighten you, Mo Deming replied, dismissively. Qin Hao chuckled softly, choosing not to say more. Suddenly, a robust young man emerged from the crowd ahead, accompanied by several lackeys, striding confidently forward. Qin Hao recognized him as Duan Jiang, the son of the Duan family, who had previously competed with the young master of the Sun family, Sun Qingfeng. Look who's back, Mo Hai remarked coldly, observing the raucous scene surrounding Duan Jiang, suggesting he had a contentious history with this young scion. Do you know him, young Master Mo? Qin Hao teased, glancing back. Mo Hai cast a disinterested glance at Qin Hao before surreptitiously checking on Mo Deming. Noticing that Mo Deming was focused on him after hearing Qin Hao's voice, Mo Hai felt he could afford to ignore Qin Hao, but he did not dare disregard Mo Deming. Reluctantly, he explained, Duan Jiang is the eldest son of the Duan family, the sole heir of its patriarch. He is rather simple-minded and physically strong. However, after spending a few years in the border city guard, he has become somewhat more restrained. It seems he has a penchant for the auctioneer at the animal auction house. I heard that a few years ago, when he pursued her, she outright rejected him. He then became quite persistent, to the point where she had to take on tasks to avoid him. Now that he has returned, he has resumed his pursuits, only to be met with another swift rejection. Listening to Mo Hai, who, upon speaking, divulged gossip about others' private lives, made Qin Hao chuckle. Given Mo Hai's earlier description, it was ironic for him to call someone simple-minded while he himself was not much different. Thank you for your insights, Brother Mo. Let us proceed, Qin Hao said. Mo Hai rolled his eyes, thinking to himself that he had no desire to explain anything. Yet he refrained from voicing his thoughts due to the presence of Mo Deming and others nearby. Now, Qin Hao has become the prized gem of the Mo family. Yet he is merely a supplementary presence. Observing Mo Deming and the others nodding in agreement, Qin Hao gestured for Mo Deming to continue their journey. It was likely around 8 o'clock, with approximately an hour remaining before the competition commenced. Mo Deming led the group to the Mo family's designated area beneath the training arena. Scanning the surroundings, he noted that only the Duan and Sun families, along with their own, were present. Mo Deming felt a twinge of unease. Had the Su family, as the hosts, yet to arrive? However, he dismissed such thoughts, as the arrival of the heads of the other two minor families indicated that their presence here was assured. Suddenly, an exclamation arose from behind. Wow, is that not the head of the Lin family? A ripple of excitement surged through the crowd as more voices chimed in. Incredible. The Lin family head is indeed here. I thought Zhang San was pulling my leg. A bystander exclaimed in astonishment. I told you it was confirmed news. Why did you doubt it? Boasted a man beside the bystander, presumably Zhang San. I thought it was a fabrication. The chorus of gasps and awe continued, prompting Qin Hao to glance back, locking eyes with the familiar, striking middle-aged man in a corner. Indeed, it was him, the head of the Lin family, Lin Zilin. Long time no see, Qin Hao murmured inwardly. Volume 2, A Glimpse of Brilliance, Chapter 33, The Six Great Families Gather. Unperturbed by the attention of those around him, Lin Zilin approached with an air of composure. Upon encountering familiar faces, he merely nodded slightly, exuding a demeanor of superiority, as if he were above those around him, presenting himself as an ordinary citizen of Dongyu City. Qin Hao nodded in understanding. Upon seeing him again, he gained a deeper insight and appreciation for Lin Zilin. With a humble heart, amiable demeanor, and approachability, the Lin family head's presence illuminated the reasons behind the Lin family's current achievements. A family or region that fails to adopt a broad-minded perspective and treat its disciples and others with humility may struggle to withstand the tests of time, leading to potential disintegration. Thus, the respect the Lin family commanded in Dongyu City was intrinsically linked to their ethos and actions. After exchanging pleasantries, Lin Zilin moved gracefully, seemingly at a leisurely pace, yet covering several meters with each step, and settled into a seat in the last row of the arena. Perhaps the aura surrounding Lin Zilin was overwhelmingly potent, for behind him stood a figure completely swathed in white silk, resembling a dumpling, even more so than the mummies of Qin Hao's previous world. When Lin Zilin first entered, he was closely followed by a figure that many mistook for an inconspicuous older woman, drawing little attention. However, once Lin Zilin settled into his seat, this individual surprisingly took a seat beside him, leaving the onlookers utterly astonished, almost dropping their jaws in disbelief. Who is that person, resembling a rice dumpling, sitting next to the head of the Lin family? Inquired one curious bystander, referred to as bystander A1, to another accompanying observer, bystander A2. How would I know? Do you think I'm a fortune teller? A2 retorted, though acknowledging the similarity between the two professions. But truly, I cannot fathom who could sit beside such a prominent figure as the head of the Lin family. TSK. One can only speculate that she must be someone of wealth and influence. Yet, why does she conceal her face? That remains a mystery. A2 mused while glancing at the figure on the stand. Bystander A1 rolled his eyes, thinking that A2's remarks were utterly trivial. The scene shifted to the other side, where Lin Zilin, though adored by many, was a well-known individual. Typically, only those with self-awareness would refrain from being overly familiar with such a personage. Only the heads of the three prominent families or esteemed elders would dare sit nearby, but those illustrious figures were notoriously proud. It would be better to eliminate them than to have them wrapped up like a rice dumpling. Thus, I suspect this could very well be the Lin family's beloved daughter. A bystander, bystander B, whispered to those gathered around him. Upon hearing this, the crowd collectively gasped. Who else could be the cherished daughter of the Lin family but the exceptionally talented and stunningly beautiful Lin Lanyu, known for her mischievous antics? When it comes to beauty in Dongyu City, she would undoubtedly claim the second position, with no one daring to assert they were first. In terms of intellect, she was among the rare genius-level prodigies, and as for mischief and playfulness, she reigned supreme in the region. The people of Dongyu referred to her as the enchanting little sorceress, beloved yet infuriating, her beauty and mischievousness both present. Could it really be that little sorceress? If so, this competition would surely descend into chaos. What if the flames at the city gates spread to innocent bystanders? Bystander C remarked, his expression shifting between worry and intrigue. Rest assured, that cannot happen. Did you not see who is seated beside her? Replied another, prompting bystander C to glance over, suddenly enlightened. Oh, with the head of the Lin family present, no matter how spirited this little sorceress may act, she cannot disrupt the order. Now I understand why she is so bundled up. She must be simply stunning, A1 murmured. Hearing A1's comments, bystander B quipped with a sardonic tone. Even if offered to you, would you dare accept? Upon hearing the news, the passerby, known as A, was instantly covered in goosebumps, retracting his neck and falling silent. The murmur of discussions, the clamor of voices, and the sounds of skepticism surged like a tide, all attention converging on the imposing figure of the large Zongzi beside the head of the Lin family. As Lin Zilin observed the myriad gazes directed towards him, a sense of exasperation washed over his face, and he discreetly cast an eye at the colossal Zongzi, rolling his eyes in response. Xiaolaner, your actions are quite embarrassing for me, as your father. Lin Zilin communicated through a sound transmission, a method allowing only the two of them to hear. In response, the large Zongzi swayed its considerable body as if protesting. Gazing at the Zongzi beside him, which was wriggling incessantly like a caterpillar, Lin Zilin chose to remain silent and shifted his focus to the competition arena. Observing the unfolding events, Qin Hao smirked, glancing at the large Zongzi in the last row, shrugging his shoulders before redirecting his concentration to the happenings above the arena. At that moment, most attendees had assembled, and the Sun and Duan families had also taken their seats beside Qin Hao. Suddenly, a wave of commotion erupted from the entrance, the discussions shifting from the previously mentioned Zongzi to the newcomers who had just arrived. The Feng family. Ah, they have arrived? What business do they have here? Do they feel the loss was insufficient? Haraha. I reckon they are here to curry favor with other families. Once one of the three great families. Now reduced to such a state, truly disheartening. The laughter and derision echoed like a plague, growing louder and more fervent, even overshadowing the cheers that had accompanied the Lin family's entrance. As the newcomers approached, Qin Hao discerned their features, two men, a middle-aged man and an elder. The middle-aged man wore a grim expression, his eyes filled with malice, as if he wished to devour all who spoke against him, while the elder behind him displayed a look of resignation, accompanied by a hint of sorrow. Uncle, at your age, how you have suffered. These wretched scoundrels. When our Feng family held power, we excelled in flattery, reverence, and gift-giving. Now, in our moment of decline, look at their smug faces. One day, I shall ensure that these opportunistic scoundrels meet their demise, one by one. The middle-aged man lowered his head slowly, gritting his teeth as he spoke to the elder. Indeed, this man was Feng Xiaopeng, the young master of the Feng family, and the elder accompanying him was Feng Yi, the family's chief steward. Previously, the Feng family had received an invitation from the Lin family to participate in this competition. Initially, the Feng family had been unwilling, expressing that they would observe the younger generation's contest, intending to return and better refine their own training methods. Those who refuse to listen deserve a slap across the face. Feng Xiaopeng furrowed his brows, weighing the pros and cons. After all these years, he was convinced that the Lin family would not lead them to mockery without reason. Furthermore, following the recent auction, the Lin family had, against all odds, procured 2 return to authority pills for the Feng family, enabling 2 of their members to ascend to the return to authority mirror, significantly compensating for the shortcomings of lower-tier cultivators. Given this, Feng Xiaopeng could not openly decline. Even though he was aware of the lurking dangers, he felt compelled to venture forth into the proverbial tiger's den. Imagining the reactions of the crowd at the competition was one thing, but facing them in person ignited a surge of anger within Feng Xiaopeng as he witnessed their disdainful expressions. Ah, I am unperturbed, young Master Xiao. Let us disregard their jeers. The Lin family head is over there. Let us proceed. Feng Yi gently shook his head, sighing, and pointed toward the Lin family's position. Indeed, Feng Xiaopeng replied. The two of them then disregarded the scornful remarks and hastened toward Lin Zilin's direction. Before long, They settled beside Lin Baozi. Despite the Feng family's current state of decline, their status as one of the three prominent families still afforded them a place here without issue. However, since Feng Xiaopeng took his seat, he felt restless, the earlier criticisms causing veins to throb on his forehead. The adage that one may be killed but not humiliated held a certain truth in his case. Here sat Feng Xiaopeng, grappling with the reality that brute force could not resolve every issue. Otherwise, he might have silenced these critics once and for all. Lin Baozi observed the resentful and furious expression on Feng Xiaopeng's face, nodding gently without uttering a word. This is your path. And it is an inevitable step for the Feng family, he thought. Throughout history, no family has experienced an uninterrupted rise. They inevitably encounter obstacles and face downturns. What truly matters is not dwelling in worry or blaming others, but rather having the courage to confront the ridicule, to identify one's own shortcomings, seek solutions. And only then can one aspire to regain former heights. Lin Baozi lifted his gaze to the crowd below, contemplating these thoughts internally. Suddenly, the large figure beside him stirred. As if to signal agreement, Lin Baozi's face twitched slightly, his disdain becoming increasingly evident. Tilting his head toward the large figure, he quipped, "Does that mean I no longer hold this viewpoint?" The large figure responded with an indignant noise. "What of the Su family? All 6 major families are present, and it's rather inappropriate for the host to be tardy." Coming back to his senses, Qin Hao looked toward the absent Su family and inquired of Mo Deming. Perplexed, the Su family. I rather believe they were the first to arrive. As for their prolonged absence, it likely stems from considerations regarding the manner of their appearance." Mo Deming chuckled softly and remarked. Upon hearing this, Qin Hao suddenly recalled something, sharing a smile in response. "Indeed, I suspect those mysterious individuals trailing me yesterday must have been associated with him. I wondered why those faces seemed so familiar." With this thought, Qin Hao's pupils swiftly contracted, murmuring, "I never anticipated the Su family to be so formidable. The prowess of their subordinates rivals that of the heads of the 6 great families, perhaps even surpasses them. Truly, it is a riddle that eludes comprehension. Ladies and gentlemen, I extend a warm welcome to the 6 great families of Dongyu City, who have graciously taken the time from their busy schedules to attend this competition. I, Su Yuan, represent the Su family as the host, and am honored to preside over this fair and just event." Just as Qin Hao pondered the matters concerning the Su family, Su Yuan ascended the podium, delivering his grand proclamation. Thus, the 6 great families convened. Volume 2, The Emergence of Brilliance, Chapter 34, The Competition Begins. I suspect you are the one eager to seize this coveted opportunity, presenting yourself so eloquently. Frowning at Su Yuan in the arena, Qin Hao could not help but smirk. If I were fortunate enough to serve as a judge for this competition, it would undoubtedly maximize the interests of my own family. Just imagine, who would ever turn against their own kin to assist another family? Even in such a scenario, it would be their own family that had reaped sufficient benefits, driven by misplaced confidence to aid others. Although Su Yuan's remarks might incite dissatisfaction among the other 3 families, they could merely seethe in silence. As the host of this competition, the Su family not only enjoys the advantage of being the host, but also possesses a background and influence that the other 3 smaller families cannot contend with. I had foreseen this. It appears that this time, our Mo family may find it exceedingly difficult to claim the crown. Mo Deming, upon hearing Qin Hao's dismissive tone, offered a wry smile. Ultimately, it boils down to their lack of strength. Had their power reached unattainable heights, this competition would not even be taking place. While the Su family is not directly targeting our Mo family, it still casts a significant shadow of pressure and interest upon us. Rest assured, Uncle Mo, though I am no sage, I honor my word. I promise to assist you in securing this competition, and I shall not be intimidated by such trivialities. With renewed focus on Su Yuan in the arena, Qin Hao declared with unwavering resolve, "Little Hao, it is heartening to see your determination." Su Yuan sighed heavily, interpreting Qin Hao's words as a form of consolation. Although winning this match could have a significant impact on the Mo family and his son, Mo, he no longer held any illusions about it. The Su family had prepared meticulously for this event, aiming to secure victory in order to leverage it for their advantage in the Qifeng district. Regardless of whether the Mo family succeeded or failed, they would not emerge unscathed. A loss in this match would only highlight the lack of preparation on his part, further diminishing the Mo family's standing in the eyes of other clans. As the host family, if the Mo family triumphed, it would be akin to delivering a resounding slap to the Su family in front of the various clans and the public of Dongyu City. Following the match, Mo Deming would certainly not underestimate Su Yuan's cunning and would likely seek retribution against the Mo family. How amusing this situation was. Mo Deming found humor in the predicament, realizing that retreat was not an option. In such a dire circumstance, one might as well embrace a carefree attitude and adopt a more philosophical outlook. Sometimes, everyone requires such an open-minded perspective. This was not mere carelessness, but rather a wise approach to life. Observing Mo Deming's nonchalant demeanor towards life and death, Qin Hao could not help but feel a sense of exasperation. Yet, every family has its own struggles. What he deemed unnecessary, others might find crucial. Thus, he refrained from interrupting him, quietly turning his attention back to the unfolding events on the field. Catching a glimpse of the spectators' expressions, Su Yuan nodded in satisfaction. He turned to a burly man with round glasses holding a notebook, exchanged a few words, and then slowly descended from the arena, making his way towards the Lin family's section. Shortly thereafter, he settled down to the left of the Lin family's prominent figure. Meanwhile, the burly man adjusted his attire, cleared his throat, and directed a professional smile towards the audience, announcing loudly, "Esteemed representatives of the clans, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the venue of the family exchange competition. I am your host and judge, Xiao Gongping. It is evident that I will ensure this competition proceeds in a fair, just, and transparent manner according to the established regulations." Scanning the crowd, he noticed many faces displaying impatience, as if urging him to dispense with the pleasantries and commence the event. Xiao Gongping, aware of the audience's restlessness, likely would have joined them in expressing their frustrations had he been in their position. Xiao Gongping, what a character. Qin Hao chuckled inwardly, realizing the true essence of shamelessness in humanity. With a light-hearted laugh, he acknowledged that Xiao Gongping understood the audience's sentiments and promptly decided to get things underway. The atmosphere outside was akin to a boiling cauldron, instantly ignited with fervor. It was evident that the young adjudicator possessed considerable experience in managing such affairs. With a flick of the wrist, akin to a magician's flourish, he produced a small square box. After glancing at the positions of the 6 prominent families, he turned back and declared, "The grand competition commences now. The first event, one-on-one matches. The rules are as follows. Each of the 4 families, Su, Duan, Sun, and Mo, shall nominate one challenger. Opponents will be determined by drawing lots, leading to head-to-head contests. The victor will earn 1 point, while the defeated shall neither gain nor lose points. Each family may accumulate a maximum of 3 points during this phase. The entirety of this competition shall be completed within a single workday." With a smile, he observed the clamorous crowd and continued, "Now, I invite the representatives of the 4 families to step forward and draw lots to determine the timing and order of the first round." As soon as he finished speaking, the young adjudicator summoned a square table, and before the watchful eyes of the audience, he opened the box in his right hand, casually placing the pre-prepared labels inside. This serves little purpose," a voice in Qin Hao's mind remarked with amusement. "I can confidently select my opponent at will, without any pressure." "Really? Old man, what do you mean by that?" Qin Hao inquired, though he could sense the underlying trickery in the adjudicator's actions. However, the specifics eluded him. Yet, he was unaware that the seasoned and cunning Qin elder was well versed in such deceptions. This revelation sparked Qin Hao's curiosity. Young Qin, it's natural that you cannot discern it now. The only ones who might recognize it, besides myself and those in the know, are likely limited to the individual surnamed Lin at your back," the elder mused. "Enough with the suspense, just tell me," Qin Hao urged. "Well, it's nothing of great consequence, merely a sleight of hand. The pre-prepared slips of paper are marked with sequential numbers using a skillful technique, and then placed for selection. The reason most cannot perceive this is that the creator of this illusion possesses commendable skill, only slightly inferior to that of the Lin family head," the elder explained nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Qin Hao widened his eyes in contemplation, pondering the implications of the elder's words with a mix of dread and realization. Although the elder had never disclosed the extent of his own prowess, Qin Hao had always believed him to be exceptionally strong, perhaps just a notch below Lin Zulin, the enigmatic head of the Lin family, whom Qin Hao had encountered before. However, the elder's recent comment caused Qin Hao to reevaluate his assumptions. "If I cannot guess, then so be it. After all, the stronger, the better," he mused inwardly. Gradually regaining his composure, he cast a glance at the arena, where the representatives for each family had gathered. The Mo family was naturally represented by Mo Deming. The Sun family was represented by Sun Xiang, the head of the Sun family whom Qin Hao had just seen outside, and to his surprise, the Duan family was not represented by their patriarch, but by a familiar face, Duan Jiang, a promising disciple of the Sun family. If his assumptions were correct, this individual was likely the next heir to the Sun family. Meanwhile, the Su family had appointed a mere attendant to draw lots on their behalf, leading an uninformed observer to believe they were indifferent to this process. The drawing of lots proceeded swiftly, and soon the representatives of the four families retreated from the arena. Mo Deming returned to his seat, and, looking at Qin Hao with a hint of delight, remarked, "This is not bad news. In this round, we are set to challenge the Sun family in the third match. Compared to the other two families, the Sun family is relatively easier to contend with. Moreover, as we are starting in the second round, we can observe the matches of the previous two families and learn their strategies." He added, "The Duan family, however, has drawn the short straw, having to face the Su family in the first round, which means they will not score any points." In response, Qin Hao absent-mindedly nodded, saying, "Haha, Uncle Mo, that works well. We neither stand out too much nor lag behind." Qin Hao replied with a smile, "Little Hao, shall we proceed with the plan we discussed for the first round?" Mo Deming inquired. Although he was the head of the Mo family and seasoned in his ways, he felt that Qin Hao meticulously considered every move, and his rationality indicated that Qin Hao's choices were sound. Hearing this, Qin Hao turned to the Mo brothers, particularly casting a significant glance at Mo He. After contemplating for a moment, he nodded at Mo Deming and said, "Uncle Mo, if you trust my judgment, we will execute the plan as previously outlined. It carries some risks, but I believe it is feasible." After a brief pause, Qin Hao continued, "For the first round, we will have the Mo He brothers represent the Mo family in the battle." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Hao turned to Mo He and instructed, "Brother Mo He, remember that during the competition, regardless of the outcome, your goal is to do your best. Do not engage in reckless confrontations. I know you are not that kind of person. It would be splendid to earn points in this battle, but if not, we can always forfeit." Upon hearing Qin Hao's admonition, Mo He smiled and replied, "Rest assured, Brother Qin, I have it all figured out." He nodded and turned his gaze back to the arena. At that moment, the representatives of the Duan and Su families were arriving at the arena. The contestant representing the Su family was clad in black attire, shrouded in a black hood and mask. This ensemble was all too familiar to Qin Hao. To his astonishment, the representative for the Duan family was not the presumed heir, Duan Jiang, but rather an unknown young man. However, after careful contemplation, Qin Hao realized that Duan Jiang was indeed a formidable asset of the Duan family. To bring him forth in the very first round would equate to revealing their trump card. The first contestant representing the Su family was Su Hu, while the Duan family was represented by Duan Wu. Please have both parties ready within 3 minutes. The competition is about to commence. The voice of the host resonated throughout the arena. Upon hearing this, the already fervent crowd erupted with renewed vigor, rising one after another to cheer for their favored contestants. Victory for the Su family. Go Duan family. Observing the increasingly frenzied audience, Qin Hao felt a surge of excitement within himself. After all, he was at an age marked by youthful exuberance. As the saying goes, a young man must be daring. After such a lengthy wait, it was finally beginning. Watching the two eager competitors on the stage, Qin Hao murmured inwardly. Volume 2, The Dawn of Brilliance, Chapter 35, The Clash of Two New Talents. The primary attribute cultivated within the Su family is the earth element among the 5 elemental properties, a trait that has been passed down through generations. Even the majority of their external disciples predominantly possess earth attributes. Observing the tense standoff between the two contestants, Mo Deming turned to Qin Hao and began to explain. Among the 6 great families, our Mo family is aligned with the water element, practicing the art of Kinshui Puo Duju, one of the 3 major families. The Lin family predominantly embodies the wood element, with their cultivation technique known as Mu Lin Zhuan Xingju. The Feng family represents the fire element, employing the yin Li Niepanju, and our next opponents, the Sun family. Their inherent attribute is a branch of our water element, namely ice, practicing the Bing Xian Dian technique. Thus, in our upcoming match, there will be no elemental suppression, rendering it relatively fair. As for the Duan family before us, they embody the metal element, utilizing the Gung Jin Shinju. Hence, in this match, there is no inherent advantage in terms of attributes. Oh, how do you come to know all this, Uncle Mo? Noticing Qin Hao's curious gaze, Mo Deming paused for a moment, then smiled and replied, Haha, little Hao? What I just shared is hardly a secret in Dongyu City. It is, in fact, common knowledge. This knowledge aids those who wish to select a family for further cultivation. Upon hearing this, Qin Hao nodded in understanding, gaining a clearer insight into the cultivation attributes of the 6 great families, a crucial factor for the strategic planning ahead. He recognized that Mo Deming had this intention in mind. Turning his attention back to the battlefield, he observed that the 3-minute preparation time had elapsed, and both sides were now ready. The time has come for preparation. May I inquire if both parties are ready? The host, Xiao Gongping, gradually retreated to the edge of the arena and greeted the participants. The Duan family representative, Duan Wu, is fully prepared, declared Duan Wu. His right fist clenched as he struck his left chest, speaking with exuberance. Upon hearing this, Xiao Gongping turned his gaze to the representative of the Su family, Su Hu. The Su family representative remarked that there was no need for preparation against such a lowly clan. With a dismissive glance towards Duan Wu, Su Hu scoffed. You're courting death. Though he could tolerate the insult, if his family were to be disparaged, his restraint would wear thin. He swung his massive arm towards Su Hu with intent to strike. Observing Duan Wu's action, the host, Xiao Gongping, did not intervene, and the contest commenced. Humph. Lowly folk are indeed lowly. Even their punches lack strength. Is your family starving, or do they all live off others? As Duan Wu's fist approached with astonishing speed, Su Hu's countenance was marked by disdain, his body remaining utterly still. What is Su Hu doing? Murmured a section of the crowd, buzzing with speculation. Is he paralyzed with fear? A voice called out, prompting the audience to turn their attention to Su Hu on stage. What the hell? I even wagered a silver coin that Su Hu would win, at least put up some resistance. Even in defeat, I would find solace, exclaimed an onlooker, who moments ago had bet against Su Hu, now regretting his earlier bravado. Humph. The Su family is not impressive at all, remarked Mo Hai beside Mo Deming. Previously, various families and citizens of Dongyu City had proclaimed that the Su family rivaled the Lin family in strength. Within Dongyu, they were considered a clan surpassing several others. Yet here they were, all talk and no action, displaying a stark contrast that emboldened Mo Hai's comment. Alas, the disparity in strength is still too great. Qin Hao observed the arena, shaking his head with a sigh. Meanwhile, Mo Hai was about to scold Qin Hao for following the crowd when an astonishing scene unfolded, shocking the majority in attendance. Su Hu remained motionless, calm and composed, while Duan Wu's furious fist was about to reach within a meter of Su Hu. Suddenly, a look of horror overtook Duan Wu's face. He was propelled backward, blood and foam erupting from his mouth, crashing to the ground outside the arena. The spectators gazed at Duan Wu, who was visibly struggling for breath, clearly on the brink of collapse. The dramatic contrast left the overwhelming majority of those present utterly speechless. I have won. Ha ha ha. Indeed, I have triumphed. Ha ha ha, what do you think? Quickly, hand me that silver coin. A single proclamation shattered the tranquility of the crowd, and upon closer inspection, it was the very bystander who had wagered on the victory of the Su family. However, he now appeared to be a different person altogether. Beside him, an unwilling companion begrudgingly relinquished the last remaining silver coin from his possession, casting a look of rage and resentment towards the defeated Duan Wu, who lay outside like a beaten dog. I hereby declare that in the first round of the first match, Duan Wu has been defeated, and the Su family emerges victorious. The host, Xiao Gongping, announced as he observed Duan Wu being carried away by members of the Duan family. The audience erupted into applause and cheers, though a few murmurs of discontent could be heard, lamenting the abrupt conclusion of the match before they had even witnessed any real action. What is this? How did the Su family manage to unseat Duan Wu without lifting a finger? Mo Hai remarked, pouting to mask his earlier embarrassment. The ant attempting to shake the tree. The mantis trying to stop a chariot. Qin Hao muttered to himself with closed eyes. Mo Hai, overhearing this, quietly grumbled, how can you still speak so casually? Did you not just claim that there was a significant disparity in strength? Now you utter such sarcastic remarks. Hearing Mo Hai's complaints, Mo Deming turned to him, visibly irate. Humph, a decayed wit cannot be carved. The remark was about Duan Wu of the Duan family, who, lacking understanding, overestimated his own capabilities. Are we discussing the same individual? As Mo Hai's face flushed with embarrassment, he shrank back. Mo Deming then turned to Qin Hao with a smile. Xiao Hao? Can you discern the intricacies of this situation? It seems the Su family sought to avoid unnecessary exertion and thus employed such a straightforward method to conquer their opponent. Upon hearing Mo Deming's curious inquiry, Qin Hao methodically analyzed. The initial derision was not merely a casual insult. It was likely intended to provoke Duan Wu of the Duan family. As you mentioned earlier, the Su family possesses earth attributes, leading me to speculate that while Duan Wu attacked the Su family with brute force, the latter utilized a defensive technique imbued with a reflective capability. As you all witnessed, This fellow ultimately fell victim to his own power technique. In response, Mo Deming nodded in approval, holding Qin Hao in higher regard. Uncle Mo, how much longer until our next match against the Sun family? Approximately 30 minutes. Mo Deming replied. Excellent. After exchanging a few words with Mo Qin Hao closed his eyes and fell silent. 30 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Ladies and gentlemen, after an exhilarating and intense match, do you not find yourselves relishing the experience? The host, Xiao Gongping, quipped with a smile. A chorus of disdain erupted from the audience, deriding the lack of tension and excitement, likening it to a mere display of bravado. Nevertheless, this commentary effectively stirred the crowd's enthusiasm. Observing the shift in the audience's reactions, the host, Xiao Gongping, nodded in satisfaction and continued, without further ado, we shall commence the first round of the second match, featuring the representative of the Mo family. Mo against the representative of the Sun family, Sun Qingfeng. As his words echoed, a wave of cheers and shouts surged from the crowd. Mo upon hearing the announcement, slowly opened his eyes and leaped onto the stage. In tandem, Sun Qingfeng from the Sun family sauntered onto the competition arena. Although the Mo family ranked last among the 6 prominent families, Mo was a familiar name within Dongyu City, his reputation not quite as resounding as thunder, yet certainly well known. The title of the foremost disciple of the new generation of the Mo family was no trifling matter, far beyond the reach of the ordinary populace. As for Sun Qingfeng, his renown was even more formidable, having undergone training in the imperial capital with the Qin family. Although he had not pursued further studies with the Lin family in recent years, his return from the capital suggested he was no less formidable. The crowd began to chatter again, debating whom they favored in this match. Many spectators engaged in speculation, reminiscent of the earlier onlookers. After all, a wager added an exhilarating edge to the competition. I leaned towards Sun Qingfeng. After all, he is trained in the imperial capital, which must provide him with an advantage over someone who is only trained within their own family, someone remarked. The crowd nodded in agreement, acknowledging the logic in this assertion. Yet, it must be noted that Mo was also a promising talent among the newer generation of the Mo family, and I sensed that they possessed a fair chance of victory. Thus, I declare my allegiance to Mo of the Mo family. However, a few rational voices emerged to counter this sentiment, prompting further nods of agreement from the crowd, acknowledging the validity of their points. After a period of contemplation, each individual chose to support the contender they believed in most. Although many dreamers rallied behind Sun Qingfeng, the number of supporters for him far surpassed those for Mo. After all, those who had ventured beyond their hometown were naturally perceived as more accomplished than those who remained within their family confines. Observing the throngs of supporters encircling the arena, Qin Hao rolled his eyes in exasperation. He mused that if he were to take the stage, he would likely find few supporters, his fame eclipsed by that of Mo. Regaining his focus, he turned his attention back to the unfolding event. At that moment, host Xiao Gongping noted that both participants were prepared and resumed his earlier announcements. Please ensure both contenders are ready within 3 minutes. The match is about to commence. Upon hearing this, the myriad discussions among the audience abruptly ceased, as they awaited the commencement of this intense confrontation. To the disappointment of all, whether due to the personalities of the two individuals or the absence of any deep-seated animosity between them, mere minutes passed with both parties only stretching their limbs, exchanging glances in silence. Observing this, the host, Xiao Gongping, found himself in a somewhat awkward position as he glanced downward, gradually hearing a chorus of complaints rising from the audience. Clearing his throat, he addressed the crowd with a jovial tone. Are both representatives ready for the preparation time? All right, replied Sun Qingfeng succinctly. Good, echoed Mo even more briefly. Realizing their lack of eloquence, Xiao Gongping felt a twinge of embarrassment and slowly retreated to the edge of the stage, proclaiming enthusiastically, now, let the competition begin. In an instant, the temperature around the arena plummeted. Volume 2, The First Glimmer of Brilliance, Chapter 36, The First Victory. It is my turn to take the stage. Truly, one cannot underestimate the prowess of the water-ice attribute. Just look at this arena, it is on the verge of freezing over. Qin Hao felt the rapid drop in temperature around him. Involuntarily shivering and jesting, he exhaled a puff of warm breath, rubbed his hands together, and raised his gaze to observe the unfolding spectacle. Ice-heart convergence. In a heartbeat, Sun Qingfeng was engulfed in a flurry of pale blue ice shards. Bending down, he swiftly gathered a conical block of ice in his hands, which rapidly coalesced from the fragmented shards into a fearsome ice sculpture, rotating 90 degrees and aiming at Mo with a perilous arc. Conversely, Mo remained motionless, arms crossed over his chest since the commencement of the match. As if sensing an inexplicable threat, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, revealing deep, crystalline orbs that echoed the cosmos and the ocean. Delicate, lace-like water beads began to intertwine and gather in his hands, soon forming a bottomless pool of water before him. Crack of ice water. As the words left his lips, the pool seemed to be catalyzed, expanding outward from its center. Just as it was about to engulf the entire pool, it reached a critical point and, targeting Sun Qingfeng, unleashed a powerful jet of water. The two offensive skills, one an ice spear, the other a water column, collided before the expectant and somewhat astonished eyes of the audience. With a resounding crash that echoed like the sound of water striking iron, the impact resonated throughout the arena. Thud, thud. The vapor produced from the clash obscured the view around the arena, and after the noise subsided, two distinct sounds of falling objects followed, prompting the audience to rise and peer towards the source of the commotion. Quick, quick, look, He from the Mo family has been knocked out of the arena. Ha ha, I won my bet, what do you think? Ha ha. Suddenly, a member of the audience shouted towards a figure in the arena, casting triumphant glances at a group nearby. The implication of his words suggested that the Mo family's Mo he had been defeated. Upon hearing this, many dream chasers who had just placed their fortunes on the line displayed expressions of regret and resentment. After all, they had bet their entire wealth on this venture. Enticed by the alluring odds, which had ignited their fervor to pursue a dream. However, when reality doused their aspirations with cold water, they hastily shifted the blame onto the unsuspecting Mo he in the arena. Ah, who is that? Isn't it Sun Qingfeng from the Sun family? What happened? How did he end up outside the arena? A lady on the opposite side of the arena stood up, perplexed, and inquired of those around her. Upon hearing this, the majority who had felt confident in their victory were momentarily taken aback, their minds swirling with disbelief. How could this be possible? Their earlier smugness wavered, and they began to approach the lady, skeptical yet curious. The sight that greeted them chilled their hearts. The young man, sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, was none other than their hopeful contender, Sun Qingfeng. Meanwhile, the few disheartened dream chasers found renewed spirit. If both contenders fell simultaneously, what did it matter? The worst outcome would be a draw, sparing them financial loss, and perhaps, with a stroke of luck, they might still achieve their dreams and profit handsomely. With these thoughts, a small faction began to debate and argue once more, alongside those who had initially felt secure in their victory. Uncle Mo, though there was a scare, there was no real danger. Do not worry. Mo he is fine and has triumphed in this match beautifully. Qin Hao reassured, noticing Mo Deming, who was anxiously clenching his fists, intently watching the unfolding situation. Xiao Hao, what are you saying? Sun Qingfeng possesses intermediate-level power skills, whereas Mo he barely reaches the pinnacle of the initial level. Although he is just one battle away from breaking into the next realm, in a scenario of attribute counterbalance, overcoming Sun Qingfeng would surely require a significantly advanced power technique. To my knowledge, the Mo family's highest power technique is only of the advanced yellow tier, and even that is exclusive to each family head. Currently, he can only utilize the intermediate yellow tier technique. Defeating an opponent of equal rank is already a formidable challenge, let alone overcoming someone of a higher rank whose skills are not inferior to his own. I fear Mo he's prospects are grim. Listening to Mo Deming's explanation, Qin Hao smiled, gesturing towards the arena where the smoke had begun to clear. Uncle Mo, you shall see shortly at this moment. The arena was riddled with a multitude of fissures, radiating from the center and spreading outward, covering approximately a quarter of the entire ground. The spectators below, upon witnessing this spectacle, could not help but gasp in astonishment. The vast majority of them were not cultivators, but rather ordinary citizens and merchants from Dongyu City, who had come merely for the excitement. Observing the changes on the arena, it was difficult for them to fathom how the two combatants had managed to escape the calamity. They held no doubt that if they were to endure even a single strike, it would surely spell their demise, leaving no chance for survival. With the assistance of personnel, Mo he and Sun Qingfeng gradually made their arduous way to the center of the arena. The host, Xiao Gongping, also arrived with a swift gait and a smile, positioning himself between the two, seemingly oblivious to their recent feats and unaffected by the gravity of the situation. It must be said that Xiao Gongping, as a host, bore a certain prowess. At the very least, he did not falter in his commanding presence. At this moment, all eyes in the audience were fixed upon him, for the outcome of the spectacle bore significant implications for their wagers. Representatives of the Mo family, Mo he, and the Sun family, Sun Qingfeng, I have witnessed who was the first to be knocked off the stage. Do you wish for me to disclose it, or shall you confess it yourselves? Xiao Gongping playfully inquired, attempting to alleviate the tension among the stunned audience. As he spoke, the two on stage remained silent, while the crowd below was already brimming with excitement. Among them, including Mo Deming, individuals clenched their fists tightly, fixated on the two combatants without so much as a blink. As seconds turned into minutes, 5 had swiftly elapsed, yet the two remained at a loss for words, their lips unmoving. Xiao Gongping internally lamented his oversight. Prior to the commencement of the event, he had discerned their reticence, yet in his eagerness to ease the atmosphere, he had entirely forgotten to address this matter. As he observed the audience, their hearts seemingly leaping to their throats, he hastily sought to salvage the situation, only to be met with a shocking revelation, specifically the words that the majority present were reluctant to hear. I lost. I was the first to fall. Sun Qingfeng's resonant voice rang out. But I accept my defeat with grace. Brother Mo He, you are formidable. Mo He paused momentarily, his brows furrowing slightly before relaxing. He replied, it was merely luck. Brother Sun, you are no weakling. This time, I merely took advantage of the situation. Their simple exchange garnered enthusiastic applause from a portion of the audience, particularly from those who had originally perceived themselves as failures in pursuit of their dreams. Xiao Gongping was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure and exclaimed with a smile, the competition results, as articulated by Sun Qingfeng, the representative of the Sun family, indicated that he was the first to be knocked down during the match. I hereby announce that in the first round of the second match, the Mo family triumphs. A chorus of cheers erupted from the audience. Although the vast majority had lost, they did so with a sense of acceptance, finding it far more engaging than the previous round. Observing the numerous cracks on the stage, Xiao Gongping turned to the crowd with a resigned expression and announced that due to the venue's circumstances, the next round of competition would commence 3 hours later. He requested that the representatives of each family come forward to draw the order for the second round of matches. With the assistance of Mo He stumbled towards the Mo family's seating area. Xiao He, you performed splendidly. Truly, you are a worthy member of our Mo family. Now, take a moment to rest at your seat, said Mo Deming, who rarely displayed genuine concern. He helped Mo He into his seat. In this world, practitioners could recover from all injuries, barring those that were fatal, by entering a state of qi restoration, without the need for medicinal pills. As Mo He gradually settled into a meditative state, Mo Deming turned back, his expression awkward as he glanced at Qin Hao. He had initially thought Qin Hao was merely spouting nonsense, never anticipating such an outcome. Even if the result had been one of mutual defeat, he could have accepted it. However, witnessing a lower-tier individual triumph over a higher-tier one, albeit in a diminished state, shattered his understanding. Thus, the young man before him, Qin Hao, had become an enigma. Xiao Hao, it seems your proposed plan was indeed flawless. Ha ha, Mo Deming exclaimed, looking at Qin Hao with newfound admiration. After all, Qin Hao was now on his side. The stronger he became, the better it would be for Mo Deming and the Mo family. This solidified his determination to foster a good relationship with him. Uncle Mo, perhaps you should draw the lots now. With his gaze fixed on Mo Deming, Qin Hao felt a sense of unease, as if he were about to be abducted. I almost forgot. I'll head over right now, Mo Deming exclaimed, slapping his forehead before hastily making his way to the stage. As he approached the gathered crowd, he offered an awkward smile, before proceeding to draw lots with the other families that had not yet competed. Moments later, Mo Deming returned, his demeanor markedly different from the joy he had exuded earlier. Now, he wore a grave expression. For our next round, it is the Su family, Mo Deming said slowly, raising his gaze to meet Qin Hao's. It appears it is my turn to take the stage, Qin Hao murmured inwardly. Volume 2, Initial Display of Talent Chapter 37. Every creature subdues another. Haha, Uncle Mo, let us proceed as previously discussed. Moreover, to secure victory in this contest, we must seize this round's points. Observing Mo Deming's anxious demeanor, Qin Hao remarked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Mo Deming's face flushed with embarrassment as he slowly took a seat. Although Qin Hao's words had provided him with some reassurance, he still felt a sense of discomfort akin to sitting on pins and needles. To falter before the battle even begins would signify a loss of momentum. While it is true that Qin Hao may not currently possess the strength to overcome the Su family, he is not one to tremble in fear. After several investigations and watching his movements closely, he is yet to encounter any significant trouble, yet he remains disdainful of the Su family lurking behind the scenes. Oh, what is meant to come will inevitably arrive. Watching the competition arena gradually return to its previous state, Qin Hao smiled, feeling a hint of anticipation for the upcoming match against the Su family. In the last row, among the three prominent families, Su Yuan turned to Lin Zilin, the head of the Lin family, and said with feigned cordiality, "How have you been, esteemed Lin family head? Ever since we last met at the auction, I have not had the pleasure of your company. I had intended to visit your esteemed residence a few days ago, but I found myself overwhelmed with the preparations for this friendly match among the four great families. We are fortunate to have you here today. After the competition, I have arranged a banquet at Qifeng Tower. You must honor us with your presence to share a few drinks, allowing me to extend my hospitality." "Thank you for your generous invitation, Master Su," Lin Zilin replied without hesitation, his refusal measured and deliberate. "However, I have pressing matters to attend to and shall refrain from imposing further upon your hospitality. In a few days, I shall make it a point to visit your residence and extend my apologies in person." Inwardly, he thought of the true priority, ensuring the large dumpling beside him does not wander off. The thought of her escaping, even for a moment, sent a shiver down his spine. No, that absolutely cannot happen. If she were to run off, it would plunge the Qifeng district into chaos. He quickly dismissed the notion, aware of how it would appear to others if the head of the esteemed Lin family were to be flustered by a mere large dumpling. Surely, it would astonish everyone present. Suddenly, the large dumpling shifted slightly, seemingly sensing Lin Zilin's concerns. Whether intentional or not, she looked towards Su Yuan, who offered an awkward smile while his thoughts grew increasingly troubled by Lin Zilin's words. "Humph, I extend this invitation as a sign of respect, and yet you presume to elevate your own standing? Once the Su family flourishes, I shall make sure your Lin family works for me. Even if you beg, I shall not let you off easily." Though outwardly feigning graciousness, he inwardly berated Lin Zilin with fervor. "Very well. I shall await your esteemed presence at my humble abode." Though these thoughts lingered in his mind, he dared not voice them, for he was not foolish enough to underestimate the Su family at this juncture. Observing the writhing figure beside Lin Zilin, Su Yuan raised an eyebrow, initially mistaking it for something extraordinary. Pointing at the large figure beside him, he curiously inquired, "Pray tell, Master Lin, what is this peculiar object? It appears quite fascinating. Is it a doll? I have heard that such items are quite popular in Dongyu City, and it seems to be true." Upon hearing this, Lin Zilin could not help but feel a twitch in his eyelid as he regarded Su Yuan, whose face was nearly overflowing with joviality. He recalled that his little Lanner had once cried and clamored to acquire such a thing. Although the incident had ultimately been resolved, it left a considerable shadow over Lin Zilin. Casting a fleeting glance at the immobile figure, he exhaled deeply and nodded. "Indeed, I spotted this at the market earlier. I remembered my daughter's fondness for it, and as I happened to pass by here, I decided to procure it." Master Lin is indeed a devoted father to his daughter. As Su Yuan prepared to launch another line of inquiry, Lin Zilin silently sighed in exasperation. Turning his gaze to the arena, he noted that the venue had been restored following the previous round's destruction. Seizing the opportunity to divert the conversation, he asked, "Master Su, do you know which two families are competing in the next match?" Taken aback for a moment, Su Yuan responded, "I have just received news that my Su family is to face the Mo family." "What of it, Master Lin? Are you also interested in this upcoming contest?" "Interested? Huh." Observing the youthful contenders engage in their contest possesses its own charm. "Have you finalized your candidates, Master Su? I wonder how well prepared the Mo family is." Upon mentioning the Mo family, Su Yuan suddenly recalled the foreign aid reported by the investigation team the previous day. Smiling, he remarked, "Indeed, Master Lin, the Su family has selected our representatives. However, I have heard that the Mo family recently secured a foreign aid of considerable prowess. I wonder if the Su family will have the fortune to engage with him." "Oh, is that so?" Lin Zilin's eyes sparkled with interest as he regarded Su Yuan, retorting, "Indeed, it appears so." Tilting his head slightly, he caught sight of an individual ascending the steps with a calm and unhurried demeanor. Pointing towards him, he declared, "It seems fortune is on my side. This must be the one." A fleeting glimmer of ruthlessness crossed Su Yuan's gaze as he chuckled softly, contemplating, "Let us see what you are truly capable of." Following Lin Zilin's gesture, he looked in the indicated direction and, observing the tall and slender figure, felt an unsettling sense of familiarity wash over him. Let us take a moment to calm our minds and observe what extraordinary qualities this young man possesses, for surely the Mo family has invited him for his remarkable attributes. Lin Zilin remarked blandly as he gazed at the figure ascending the stage. "The construction here is quite commendable, indeed." As Qin Hao ascended the steps of the arena, he admired the azure stones beneath his feet, marveling at the architectural design, which could only be described as a masterpiece. Although the technology here may not be exceedingly advanced, the experience he encountered was genuinely awe-inspiring. As he neared the stage, his eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement upon spotting a glimmering blue stone at the left, rendering him momentarily motionless. Could it be the heart of eternity? My goodness! This gem was no stranger to Qin Hao. In fact, he was rather familiar with it. Once, in a different realm, he had stumbled upon a book titled The 10 Most Precious Gems in the World on a carpet, and, captivated by its allure, he had purchased it for a mere $8.50, tears in his eyes. At that time, as he faced his impending high school entrance exams in the 9th grade, he was confident of securing admission to a prestigious school. Yet his grandfather forbade him from reading trivial books. Thus, each night after his grandfather's surprise inspections, he would lean against his bedside, perusing the precious few pages of that gem catalog. It was impossible to buy any of those gems in this lifetime. He would never afford even one. Yet he had once dreamt of witnessing them in person, if only to boast to his peers. Thus, seeing the blue heart of eternity, one of the 10 gems in this world, left him utterly entranced. Goodness, how affluent they must be, to have incorporated one of the 10 gems into the handrail. This is sheer extravagance. Qin Hao could hardly suppress his despair. Such a treasure was unattainable even with riches in his previous world. Indeed, it was one of the 10 gems chronicled in the book he had read. Although he disapproved of this display, he realized that standing there like a fool would only lead others to perceive him as deranged. He could lament its loss later, after the competition had concluded. As he mourned the loss of this magnificent gem, his grandfather's voice echoed in his mind. Startled, Qin Hao turned slightly, scanning his surroundings, only to find that most onlookers regarded him with peculiar expressions. Who is this fellow? Is he representing the Mo family? I wonder, does he appear rather foolish? Perhaps the Mo family, realizing he could not contend with the formidable Su family, had sent out a mere doorkeeper to serve as a scapegoat. Who knows? He seems quite handsome, yet it remains uncertain how formidable his abilities truly are. As Qin Hao remained motionless on the steps, murmurs began to ripple through the crowd below. In an instant, Qin Hao felt an overwhelming embarrassment wash over him. However, he remained indifferent to the gazes of others. He feigned a cough and turned to continue his stride onto the arena, his mind reflecting on the words of the old man. Qin, what do you think, old man? Have you seen my super rare edition of the world's 10 most precious gems? Rare edition? It looks like something from a street vendor to me. Oh, you think I don't know what you've been doing under the covers before bedtime? Trying to keep secrets from me? You're still so young. Upon hearing the old man's blunt remarks, a flush of shame instantly crept across Qin Hao's face. So, this old coot was aware of those embarrassing activities he engaged in during the dark of night? Just the thought of it made him wish he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. If he had known of the old man's extraordinary insight at that moment, he would never have dared to indulge in such behavior. Though these gems are exceedingly valuable on Earth, in this realm, they could not be deemed worthless, but rather regarded as mere trinkets. Perhaps some might even serve as materials for alchemical concoctions. Once you win this competition, I will share more with you. The old man remarked as he noticed Qin Hao gradually making his way to the competition grounds. Very well, old man, do share some alchemical knowledge while you're at it. Qin Hao thought to himself with a sly grin, contemplating that if not now, when would he ever take advantage of this old man? The old man's face was filled with exasperation, yet he refrained from interrupting as Qin Hao reached the venue. Naturally, Qin Hao dared not push his luck further. Seeing the old man's silence suggested that matters were likely settled. As he entered the arena, he spotted the impartial host, Xiao Gongping, and the representative of the Su family standing firmly in the center. Qin Hao swiftly approached them, despite the persistent taunts and jeers emanating from the crowd, which he paid no heed. If he were to concern himself with such trivialities, his journey over the past few years would have been far more arduous. The Su family representative, clad in his usual attire, displayed a provocative expression as Qin Hao swiftly positioned himself before him. Once both parties were ready, the host, Xiao Gongping, cleared his throat and addressed the audience. Representative of the Mo family, Qin Hao, and representative of the Su family, Su Qi, are both prepared. Yes? Ready. Indeed. Echoed Qin Hao and Su Qi in succession. Who is Qin Hao? Have you heard of him? I say, this face seems unfamiliar. Apparently, he is an outsider. The Mo family has invited an outsider. Huh. Do they really think they can compete with the Su family? Such foolish dreams. I bet on the Su family winning this time. Me too. Same here. The murmurs of the crowd gradually enveloped the surroundings. Despite Qin Hao's apparent indifference to the commotion below, he felt a wave of irritation wash over him. Kid, how are you? Ready to meet your demise? If you wish to avoid death, tell me where you hail from. Perhaps, in a moment of generosity, I might spare you. the representative of the Su family. Su who? Sneered coldly while pointing at Qin Hao amidst the questioning voices from the audience. Are you speaking of me? Qin Hao inquired, raising his head in confusion. You're seeking death, aren't you? Su who retorted angrily, noticing that Qin Hao had disregarded him. Nevertheless, he adhered to Su Yuan's instructions. A loss in the competition was acceptable, but he must ascertain the true nature of this young man named Qin Hao. Seeking death? Why would I do that? Are you unwell? Qin Hao asked innocently, wide-eyed as he regarded Su Hu. Observing Qin Hao's foolish demeanor, Su Hu was tempted to slap him. Yet he refrained. Sharp-tongued brat, I know you're feigning ignorance, but you will soon regret this. I shall grant you another chance. Will you reveal your true abilities? What? What are you saying? What abilities? Oh, you wish to know my abilities? Why not just ask outright instead of this talk of death? My name is Qin Hao. I am 20 years old, and my zodiac sign is the rabbit. As Qin Hao rambled on with his trivialities, Su Hu's expression shifted from tense to a grim shade of anger. Very well. You've got guts, but it appears you prefer punishment to reward. No sooner had he spoken than a dark, sinister sound erupted from his sleeves. Kid, come and taste my dark talisman. Let us see if you can withstand it. Otherwise, this encounter will prove most tedious. Su Hu declared with a chilling demeanor. This lad is indeed remarkable. Qin Hao heard the voice of the old man echoing in his mind. It was not that Qin Hao had failed to comprehend Su Hu's words. Rather, the old man had instructed him accordingly. From the moment Qin Hao arrived at the arena, the old man could discern that Su Hu possessed certain distinctions from other practitioners. However, the precise nature of these differences eluded him for the time being, prompting him to advise Qin how to exercise caution. Even the well-informed old man could not discern the specifics, and Qin Hao, being astute, was equally reluctant to act recklessly. What now, old man? Qin Hao inquired anxiously, observing the sinister sounds emanating from Su Hu's sleeves as strands of dark, ethereal energy began to coalesce around his arms. Strangely, Qin Hao felt a sense of familiarity with this gathering energy. You don't need me to say it. You've sensed it yourself, haven't you? Who would have thought? Who would have thought I would encounter another individual with a dark attribute in such a place? Is the value of yin and yang attributes so diminished now? Old Qin spoke in a somewhat enigmatic manner. However, observing the opponent's power technique quickly materializing, he refrained from further unnecessary words and commanded Qin Hao. Young Qin, while it is true that one must regard the balance of yin and yang, the yang attributes within your body inherently counter his yin attributes. Thus, the dragon fist you recently practiced will, to some extent, restrain his yin-based power technique. Upon hearing this, Qin Hao suddenly understood and slowly raised his hands, preparing to summon the power essence throughout his body. An awkward moment ensued. Qin Hao realized he could not channel the power essence at all. More accurately, he had never done so in the real world. Previously, Qin Hao had always cultivated his power techniques within the realm of the power eye. Oh no, old man, I'm stuck. How do I gather the power essence from all over my body? He asked, drenched in sweat as he watched Su Hu gradually consolidate his power technique. Old Qin, have you lost your senses? Gathering the power essence from your entire being? Do you think you're a deity? At your current realm, you can only draw upon the power essence you previously stored within the power eye. Old Qin replied, exasperated, with no time to waste on banter. Qin Hao promptly followed Old Qin's instructions. I've indeed been too eager these past few days. I must take this time to immerse myself in diligent cultivation. Through this experience, Qin Hao began to grasp some of the deeper meanings of cultivation. Closing his eyes, he turned his right palm upward, feeling the accumulated power essence within his body over the past few days. In the realm of the power eye, his consciousness swept across it, observing the turbulent yin and yang power essences on either side, and he could not help but smile with a sense of pride. Standing at the boundary, he slowly extended his arms. In that moment, he was the sovereign of this domain. Divisional power control. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, and the momentary black and white swirl engulfed his gaze. The yin and yang power essence gradually intertwined between his palms. What is this attribute? While juggling various questions posed by Su Yuan, he kept an eye on the situation in the arena. In an instant, the fleeting black and white attributes that appeared in Qin Hao's pupils astonished Lin Baozi, the head of the Lin family. This is a force even I am envious of. It hasn't manifested in years. Watching as the black and white power essence slowly gathered in Qin Hao's fists, poised for action, Lin Baozi's pupils slightly dilated as he murmured. Noticing Lin Baozi's expression, Su Yuan turned to follow his gaze, frowning as if pondering something. It seems I can only control it to about 60%. I wonder if this punch will suffice to defeat him. Observing the seemingly boundless energy accumulating between his hands, Qin Hao spoke with a hint of resignation. He had hoped that employing his abilities in the tangible world would yield superior results. However, it appeared he had been overly optimistic. Yet, he remained undaunted. As he watched his opponent flaunt an arrogant demeanor, he couldn't help but feel exasperated. If victory was within reach, did this fellow not fear the repercussions of his arrogance? What now, my young friend? Do you find yourself regretting your choices? Here is another chance for you. Divulge your secrets. To be frank, beneath the realm of the Taishu mirror, no one has ever escaped the grasp of my abilities. Observing Qin Hao's peculiar expression, Su Hu mistakenly believed he had reconsidered his stance, and with a sense of pride, he remarked, "If I were to claim I could evade your abilities, wouldn't that bolster my reputation?" Qin Hao chuckled lightly and playfully inquired, "Humph, you are courting death." Su Hu glared at Qin Hao as if he were gazing upon a corpse, his teeth clenched in fury. It seemed that Qin Hao's repeated provocations had crossed a line. "Ah, let me see what tricks you possess. I hope you do not disappoint me." Squinting, Su Hu observed the energy coalescing in Qin Hao's fists, scoffing with disdain. He had no doubt that he could easily overpower Qin Hao. Currently, Su Hu stood at the pinnacle of the Qingling realm, having once dealt a devastating blow to the Taishu mirror realm even in his intermediate stage. Thus, upon witnessing Qin Hao's prowess, he was merely momentarily astonished before quickly regaining his composure. Though he could not decipher Qin Hao's attributes or the incantations he employed, he was confident that defeating him would be effortless. Taoyin Demon Talisman. A chilling incantation emanated from Su Hu's arms, and a thick, dark gray mist swiftly coalesced into numerous delicate threads. These gray-black filaments entwined, soon forming several spherical shapes, with a circular core surrounded by slender needles. With eyes closed, Qin Hao utilized his consciousness to perceive the power Su Hu was gradually manifesting. He felt no trepidation. At that moment, his heart seemed to calm further. 6/10 of his energy could no longer withstand Su Hu's prowess. It was time to take a gamble. Although he could not sense the specific threat posed by Su Hu's unleashed abilities, an instinct warned him that his current 6/10 strength was insufficient for a confrontation. 90% of my power. Heavenly Dragon Yang Fist. Suddenly, like a torrent breaching a dam, the energy within him surged forth violently, converging between his fists. Break. With a swift motion, he unleashed the familiar technique, thrusting it forward with great force. As the dragon fist surged ahead, it did not cause any immediate disturbance. Yet a discerning eye would notice the subtle fissures forming in the space it traversed. As Su Hu beheld the technique unleashed by Qin Hao, his pupils widened in astonishment. This is such power even conceivable within the Taishu mirror realm? From this technique, he felt an overwhelming force of annihilation. As Qin Hao released his power, his legs weakened, nearly causing him to topple over. A profound sense of fatigue enveloped him, and his eyelids continued to flutter uncontrollably. Blood, mixed with remnants of his internal organs, spilled from Su Hu's mouth. Observing that his skill had yet to collide with Qin Hao's, he realized he could barely withstand the immense drain of energy. Should they clash, he knew death would be imminent. Not good. Lin Baozi, watching the impending collision of the two powers from a distance, furrowed his brow and spoke coldly. In an instant, he vanished from his seat. Suddenly, a figure emerged in the center of the arena, hands outstretched, suppressing the powers unleashed by Qin Hao and Su Hu. Within moments, the two energies dissipated. If those two powers had collided, the innocent bystanders would have surely suffered, he remarked, shaking his head as the energies fizzled away. The crowd, fixated on the center of the stage, gasped in astonishment. Wasn't that Lin Baozi, the head of the Lin family? He glanced at the audience with a slight smile, but remained silent. Turning his attention to the trembling, unsteady Qin Hao, he approached and patted him on the back, leaning down to whisper in his ear with interest, "Not bad, little one." Afterward, he stood and exchanged a few words with the host, Xiao Gongping, before gradually returning to his seat. "What's the matter, head of the Lin family? What prompted your ascent?" Su Yuan inquired with a smile as Lin Baozi resumed his seat. He too had sensed the earlier tension, but remained unaware of Qin Hao's attributes. He hoped Lin Baozi might glean some insight. "Nothing much, just found that little fellow from the Mo family quite entertaining." "Oh, by the way, you mentioned earlier that your family discovered a new business opportunity?" Lin Baozi responded with a grin. "That old scoundrel." Su Yuan cursed inwardly. After Lin Baozi's encouraging pat, Qin Hao seemed to regain some vitality and made his way toward the host, Xiao Gongping. At that moment, Su Hu was already waiting for him in the center. Volume 2, A Glimpse of Brilliance, Chapter 39, 90% Power, The True Dragon Fist. Though the crowd below was reluctant to accept it, the truth lay starkly before them. The representative of the Mo family, Qin Hao, had fought to a stalemate with Su Hu of the Su family. Yet, I perceived Su Hu to be the superior one. Hearing the self-deceptive murmurs from the audience, Qin Hao shook his head in resignation, his gaze resolutely directed toward the center. Is it truly so difficult to confront the truth? He mused inwardly. In the face of an unbelievable reality, many opt for disbelief. Perhaps this too is a form of self-deception. What is this boy's true attribute? Why can I not discern it? The three prominent families witnessed the young master of the Feng family, Feng Xiaoping, astounded by the formidable power unleashed by Qin Hao. Turning to glance at Feng Yi behind him, he noticed the latter's equally pained expression, shaking his head in resignation. Gradually turning back, Feng Xiaoping stroked his chin, seemingly deep in contemplation. Ahead, within the six prominent families, the Duan family observed the Sun family's position. Duan Jiang furrowed his brow, gazing at the imposing black and white power technique, which struck him as something that could extinguish his life in an instant, leaving no room for alternatives. This situation must be reported to my father. He clenched his teeth, his eyelids slightly furrowing. Although Duan Jiang appeared simple-minded and physically robust in other matters, shamelessly pursuing the auction house Xing, he was astute when it came to significant affairs. Otherwise, he would not have distinguished himself among the heavily guarded border sentinels and successfully returned to his family. Similarly, the Sun family beside him grew increasingly tense. This young man is indeed extraordinary. The head of the Sun family, Sun Xiang, frowned, unsure whether to feel envy or jealousy. Casting a glance at the injured Sun Qingfeng beside him, a chill crept down his back. If he had been the first to face Qin Hao, I fear I would not have seen you again. Sun Xiang, recalling the might of Qin Hao's recently unleashed abilities, spoke with a hint of trepidation. In response, Sun Qingfeng remained undeterred, nodding in agreement. Uncle Mo. Qin Hao, has he won? At the Mo family's location, Mo Hai. Upon witnessing the head of the Lin family, Lin Zilin, intervened to prevent the collision of two power techniques, turned to Mo dimming with uncertainty. Our Mo family has stumbled upon a great treasure. We must unconditionally curry favor with Qin Hao. His initial brilliance is bound to attract the envy of other families. Mo Deming observed Qin Hao on stage, radiating confidence and charm, choosing to disregard Mo Hai's inquiry. He spoke excitedly to the Mo brothers in hushed tones. Hearing this, Mo Hai rarely nodded in agreement, while on the other side, Mo He narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of ruthlessness flickering within them. The strength Qin Hao displayed had far exceeded his expectations, inadvertently disrupting his pursuit of the fair maiden. Qin Hao, may you not act as I fear. Otherwise, do not blame me for forgetting your kindness towards the Mo family and being ruthless. Mo He mused as he gazed at Qin Hao ahead. The hearts of the six prominent families were undoubtedly filled with mixed feelings. Unbeknownst to Qin Hao, his emergence had subtly altered the dynamics within Dongyu City. As Qin Hao gradually approached, Su Hu instinctively took a step back, his hands hidden within his sleeves beginning to tremble ever so slightly. What manner of creature is this? How is it that he has reached such heights at such a tender age? I wonder why the head of the family places such emphasis on this individual. His attributes and skills surpass even my own in the realm of the Yin attribute. What exactly is this attribute? Su Hu pondered relentlessly within his mind. This defeat struck him profoundly. Not only had he faltered in a contest of his most assured power technique against a single opponent, but he had also failed to discern the attributes and skills unleashed by the other party. This was what truly filled him with astonishment and dread. After all, the unknown is often the most fearsome. As Qin Hao stood firm, the host, Xiao Gongping, cast a glance at both competitors and then looked down at the crowd whose expressions shifted like the weather, uncertain and tumultuous. Clearing his throat gently, he proclaimed with clarity, based on the combat circumstances of both parties and the dialectic provided by Mr. Lin Zilin, the official adjudicator from the Lin family for this friendly match among the four great families, it has been determined that. He paused, surveying the surroundings before declaring loudly, the representative of the Mo family, Qin Hao, is the victor. Accordingly, the Mo family earns a point in this round. In response, the arena fell into a profound silence. Although the outcome had been anticipated, confronting the reality of it proved challenging. Why? Why was it declared that the Mo family's young man had triumphed before their skills had even clashed? While Lin Zilin's esteemed position lent credence to the result, a small faction present remained reluctant to accept this conclusion. At that moment, an individual stood forth to inquire. Upon hearing the question from the crowd, Xiao Gongping's lips curved into a slight smile, relieved that the Lin family head had anticipated such inquiries and provided thorough explanations beforehand. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to justify the decision. as the true circumstances were indeed as stated. Until the final moment, no one could ascertain the victor. I can only say this. If the skills of both contestants had collided, none among you present would have emerged unscathed. The reason it is stated that the representative of the Mo family won this match is as per the words of the Lin family head. Should you have further inquiries, you may consult with him at the back of the stands. The host, Xiao Gongping, smiled while surveying the audience. Upon hearing this, the individual who had posed the question sat down, his complexion resembling that of a liver, suffused with embarrassment. Who was the Lin family head? A person of immense responsibilities, far beyond the reach of someone of his stature, unless he was unafraid of being ridiculed. Just moments prior to the match, he had been swept up in the fervor, siding with the crowd against the Su family. Now that the Su family had lost, he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. In truth, he sought some psychological solace, wishing to validate his monetary loss. As the crowd gradually quieted, Xiao Gongping chuckled softly and continued, "Since there are no further questions, let us allow the two competitors to depart. The next match, the Duan family versus the Sun family, will commence in half an hour." Qin Hao gradually retraced his steps, and as he navigated the stairs, he inadvertently lost his footing and grasped the railing for support. The onlookers could not suppress their derisive remarks upon witnessing this spectacle. Hearing their jeers, Qin Hao chuckled discreetly and continued his journey towards the Mo family. Unlike before, his pockets now bulged conspicuously, as if they contained something of significance. "You rascal, have you mastered such a skill?" Qin Hao's thoughts were interrupted by the familiar voice of the old man in his mind. "Heh, you little brat. You certainly know how to profit. Snatching a gemstone from a match is quite the feat if you wait until the competition concludes. Once you have stripped them of everything?" The old man continued with a tone of mockery. "Come now, old man, you mustn't speak so. If you were aware of my fondness for such treasures, you would understand that I could never agree to leave without collecting at least one." Qin Hao retorted shamelessly. "Moreover, you've mentioned that these could be used in alchemy, and you've promised to teach me. If I don't gather some now, how shall I practice in the future?" The old man, visibly perturbed, contemplated where Qin Hao had acquired such a talent for fabrication, wondering why he had never noticed it before. "Very well, Qin brat, you certainly have some audacity. Even an old fox like me has been outwitted by you." With a sly grin, Qin Hao chose to fall silent, aware that speaking too much could lead to his own undoing, especially in the presence of the old man, who had a tendency to retaliate. Amidst the curious gazes of the crowd, Qin Hao made his way to the Mo family's area. "Xiao Hao, you have returned. Your contribution to our victory against the Su family is indeed monumental. I never anticipated your prowess in utilizing your abilities to such an extent." Before he could reach the Mo family seating, he was warmly greeted by Mo Deming. Listening to his flattery, Qin Hao smiled, yet felt no stirrings of emotion within. "Uncle Mo, it was merely luck. My attributes fortuitously countered his, and I did not exhibit any remarkable skill," Qin Hao replied with a smile. After a moment's contemplation, he inquired, "We are to face the Duan family in the next round, but there are still 2 matches before that. May I return to Qifeng Tower for a brief visit?" "Ah, back to Qifeng Tower? Of course." Mo Deming, still in a state of astonishment from earlier, was startled by Qin Hao's mention of returning, momentarily fearing that he would abandon the Mo family. "Oh, Xiao Hao, I meant no offense. If you wish to return before the match, I can send someone to fetch you." "Please, take the time to rest," Mo Deming said, realizing his previous words had been somewhat hasty, and he spoke with a hint of embarrassment. "It's quite all right, Uncle Mo. I will return shortly," Qin Hao reassured him. With a smile, Qin Hao turned to face the 2 brothers from the Mo family, whose expressions were somewhat strained. He clasped his hands together and said, "I must trouble you, brothers Mo He and Mo Hai." Upon receiving their nods, Qin Hao smiled faintly and departed from his seat, making his way towards the exit. There was nothing else to attend to at the Qifeng Tower, according to the plan. It was Mo Hai's turn to take the stage next. His return was merely to catch a glimpse of the coveted blue eternity that hung in the balance. A source of great yearning. "Humph, I knew you had nothing of substance to offer." It seemed as though the old man in his mind was aware of his thoughts, letting out a cold snort. "Hee, old man, one cannot simply say that. I must also assess whether this gem is suitable for use as a medicinal material," Qin Hao retorted, as the old man rolled his eyes in response to his frivolous words. "Oh, old man, after so many years together, do you think I don't know how to handle you?" "Just kidding." Qin Hao smirked inwardly. As he passed through the audience area, he overheard murmurs and doubts directed at him, gradually making his way to the entrance of the arena. "Qin Hao, be careful. Those people are tailing you." Just as he was about to step onto the stage, the voice of the old man echoed in his mind. "Do you see the corner ahead? Try to hurry past without being noticed by those behind you." Following the old man's guidance, Qin Hao raised his gaze and spotted a corner not far ahead, where he could faintly discern the outline of the next alley. Good, he responded, detecting a hint of urgency in the old man's tone. Quickening his pace, he soon reached the intersection. Isolate the demonic space. Just as Qin Hao was about to step around the corner, the old man's commanding voice resonated in his mind. Instantly, a peculiar circular luminous pattern appeared beneath his feet, and in a flash, Qin Hao vanished from that space. Almost a second after his disappearance, two sharp black swords flew past the spot where he had just stood, embedding themselves deeply into the ground. Volume 2. The Emergence of Talent, Chapter 40. The alchemist's grief. As his figure wavered, the surroundings gradually came into focus. Qin Hao surveyed the familiar room and, searching his mind for the old man, inquired, "What is it, old man? Why were you so anxious just now? Has something occurred?" Upon hearing Qin Hao's question, the old man did not respond immediately. Instead, he suddenly materialized in Qin Hao's consciousness. "Qin, those individuals I mentioned yesterday have inexplicably made a move against you." The old man spoke plainly as he observed Qin Hao's puzzled expression. "Oh, if my guess is correct, it should be the work of the Su family. After all, their equipment and attire are strikingly similar to those at the auction house, as well as to that Su who just dueled with me in the arena." Qin Hao pondered, stroking his chin. Given all that he had experienced, this seemed the most plausible explanation. However, the old man chuckled softly, shaking his head as he replied, "I do not believe it is the Su family as you suggest, at least not their direct kin." Upon hearing this, Qin Hao furrowed his brow in confusion, asking, "How can that be? If not the Su family, then who else could possibly hold animosity towards me? Since I arrived here, I cannot fathom any other family harboring such ill will." "Ha ha, young Qin, have you ever witnessed a subordinate possessing greater strength than their master?" The old man continued with a knowing smile, observing Qin Hao's incredulous expression. "Indeed, among those four individuals, two possess power that surpasses that of the old wretch of the Su family. Moreover, it was he who orchestrated that attack against you." The old man's brow knitted in concern as he elaborated, "The emergence of such circumstances in a mere mortal realm is not a favorable omen. While I am unaware of their exact affiliations or organizations, their appearance before us is clearly orchestrated, and they are well prepared. I doubt they would act recklessly, considering other families are present here." Qin Hao replied uncertainly, feeling a lack of confidence. If even the old man deemed this an ill omen, it certainly was not a promising sign. Suddenly, an idea struck Qin Hao, prompting him to inquire, "Could it be the Knight family from my Earth that is pursuing us?" "Unlikely. I can discern their scent from afar," the old man rebutted without hesitation. Hearing this, Qin Hao felt a bit embarrassed. How keen was this nose? It nearly rivaled that of the cough, he thought to himself, deciding not to dwell further on it. Gradually making his way to the bedside, he sat down and took out the blue eternal gem that he had just acquired from the arena. Observing this, the old man could not help but feel exasperated, thinking that only by placing a knife to the lad's throat would he realize the urgency of the situation. Had he never encountered a gem in his past life? "Oh, old man, tell me, is this gem better suited for alchemical practice, or should I exchange it for some pocket money?" Qin Hao asked, admiring the blue eternal gem. In response, the old man, with a head full of exasperation, replied, "I think the best investment would be in purchasing you. Have you fallen into the allure of wealth? This gem holds little value in this place. If you use it for alchemy, a high-quality gem would enhance the quality and success rate of the elixirs produced." As the words fell, the elderly Qin ceased to pay any further attention to Qin Hao, who remained seated on the bed, engrossed in examining the gemstone. He slowly closed his eyes, murmuring something under his breath, and his ethereal form began to shimmer with increasing brilliance. Suddenly, a formidable surge of energy erupted from within the old man's being, radiating outward from his position, gradually spilling beyond the confines of the room and extending for several kilometers. Sensing this overwhelming force, Qin Hao, who had been toying with the gemstone, could not help but halt his actions. He gazed at the suspended, eyes-closed elder and, placing the gemstone down, readied himself defensively. Moments later, the old man retracted this power and gradually regained consciousness. "Old man, what happened?" Qin Hao inquired, leaning closer as the elder awakened. "Nothing much," replied the elder, shaking his hand. "I just scanned the area around us for several kilometers. Aside from those four individuals, there are no other entities of this caliber present. However, these individuals may pose a significant hindrance to our plans. Young Qin, we face two choices. The first is to depart from here and seek refuge elsewhere. The second is to continue participating in the competition on behalf of the Mo family. But in doing so, I cannot guarantee their intentions towards you. and you may face considerable danger in the days to come. The elder's brow furrowed slightly as he regarded Qin Hao. Let us remain here for now, at least to complete the Mo family's competition, Qin Hao replied resolutely. Having made a promise to them, I cannot act deceitfully. If I am indeed ambushed, then that would simply be my misfortune, and I cannot blame anyone else. Upon hearing Qin Hao's response, the elder nodded, understanding the young man's perspective. If Qin Hao chose to stay and continue, then so would he. The worst-case scenario would merely involve a confrontation, and if it proved too overwhelming, they could always resort to another teleportation. Ah, elder, while we have the opportunity, why not teach me a bit about alchemy? Hearing Qin Hao's roundabout request to discuss alchemy, the elder felt both exasperated and helpless, pondering how this subject had captured the young man's fascination. Little did he know that Qin Hao had developed a passion for alchemy after witnessing the value of elixirs at the auction house. In essence, he was drawn to anything of worth. In the East U City Hotel, I had previously conveyed my aspiration to become a fundamental alchemist, necessitating the possession of both fire and wood attributes from the 5 elemental forces. Observing Qin Hao's eager gaze, the old man pondered briefly before addressing him. Upon hearing the mention of alchemy, Qin Hao immediately leaned in, fully engrossed in the discourse, aware that opportunities like this were fleeting. The sight of Qin Hao, embodying the image of a diligent student, was somewhat amusing to the old man. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, You possess the rare dual attributes of yin and yang, which naturally fulfills this prerequisite. However, to attain the minimum threshold of these attributes, one must practice the art of fire control, contingent upon the presence of the fire element within one's innate powers. Although your body has reached the cultivation threshold with the yin-yang attributes, mastering the fundamentals of fire control is essential for alchemy, necessitating the extraction of the fire element from your diverse attributes. Listening intently, Qin Hao furrowed his brow, contemplating the old man's words. Fire attributes. What attributes? Fire control techniques. As he absorbed this previously unknown knowledge, his yearning for alchemy deepened. Nevertheless, he was not naive. The current circumstances did not permit such pursuits. With unknown pursuers looming and the potential for Mo Deming to send the Mo brothers to seek him out before the competition, he understood the gravity of his situation. Although the profession of alchemy was highly coveted, the constraints of elemental attributes inherently limited the number of practitioners. However, this did not imply that the community of alchemists was scarce. In fact, it was quite populous. So why, despite their numbers, did so few manage to concoct earth-tier or even heaven-tier elixirs? Noticing Qin Hao's bewilderment, the old man elaborated. This is due to the inherent power levels of the alchemists themselves. Those who qualify as alchemists are invariably proud individuals. Consequently, upon achieving this status, they often neglect the cultivation of their own realms. They may serve as esteemed members of their families, periodically concocting low-grade, ineffective elixirs for their clans. However, such offerings are regarded as treasures by these families. Thus, a culture of arrogance and complacency has emerged among alchemists, leading them to abandon the pursuit of their own strength and instead focus on producing a hodgepodge of low-tier potions. Upon hearing this, Qin Hao nodded in understanding. From the old man's explanation, he had discerned the underlying reasons. The absence of advanced alchemists can be attributed to their reluctance to pursue the enhancement of their own strength. Much like the esteemed chief alchemist, Qing Shan, whom he encountered at the auction house, they often choose to serve in positions of authority, leading a life of comfort and opulence. One must ponder, when the allure of ease and wealth beckons, who would opt for continued struggle. This inclination indirectly deprives alchemists of their aspirations for self-improvement. At times, it is this very comfort that serves as our greatest adversary. After careful contemplation, Qin Hao resolved to adopt a new objective in his training, to refine the elemental fire attributes. He mused to himself that tonight would indeed be busy. Alongside this new aim, he recognized the necessity to cultivate his skills in power control and authority techniques, which invigorated his previously lethargic spirit. As he stowed the gem back into his pocket, he turned to the elderly Qin and declared, Old man, I have come to understand that even as an alchemist, one must possess a certain level of personal strength to achieve true mastery. Observing the confidence in Qin Hao's gaze, the old man knew that his counsel had resonated. However, upon seeing Qin Hao place the gem away, a thought crossed his mind, prompting him to speak. Young Qin, it is commendable that you possess such insight. Do you recall the necklace I gifted you on Earth? Hearing the old man's inquiry, Qin Hao responded with a peculiar expression, thinking to himself that wasn't it his own cultivation method? Sensing Qin Hao's confusion, the old man assumed he wished to reclaim it and reassured him. Since it has been given, I shall not ask for it back. I intended to inform you that the necklace contains a portion of spatial capability, allowing it to hold certain items from our reality. With wide eyes, Qin Hao listened intently to the old man's explanation. Reflecting on the words once spoken by Zero, suddenly, clarity dawned upon him. The Zhutian divine art was indeed contained within that spatial realm. Could it be that this gem could also be stored within? With this notion, Qin Hao eagerly inquired, yet to his dismay, the old man was uncertain of the precise method for such an action. Contemplating with a furrowed brow, another name sprang to mind, Zero. Requesting the old man to offer protection, Qin Hao gradually made his way into the realm of authority. Volume 2, The Emergence of Brilliance, Chapter 41, The Unparalleled Beauty. Hello, little one, we meet again. Upon opening his eyes, before he could fully acclimate to the familiar surroundings, Qin Hao was greeted by Zero's warm and amiable voice. Greetings, Grandfather Zero. I have come to seek your wisdom on a matter, Qin Hao politely responded, presenting his inquiry. You wish to know how to utilize the necklace's spatial capabilities, correct? Zero replied with a knowing smile. Indeed, Grandfather Zero. Qin Hao nodded in affirmation, unfazed, for he was already aware that Zero could hear his thoughts from the outside. Little one, it is quite simple. You merely need to gaze upon the object you wish to embed into the necklace and envision it being placed within. It is akin to the concept of spatial transference. However, your necklace has now transformed into the profound technique known as the 4 characters of celestial authority. It operates similarly. You simply need to imagine it inside. Upon hearing the leisurely explanation from Zero, Qin Hao nodded in understanding. Although it was somewhat abstract, the underlying meaning was not difficult to grasp. Thank you, Grandpa Zero, for your generous instruction. I shall venture out to try this myself, and I will return to visit you next time. Qin Hao eagerly fidgeted with his hands, akin to discovering a new world. Unable to resist testing this novel ability. I remain at your service. Zero remarked, as always. How is it? Have you found it? Qin, now awakened from his meditative state, was lazily queried by the old man. Well, I need to test it first. If it works, who knows what great abilities might emerge in the future? Ha. Noticing this, the old man rolled his eyes in bemusement. Recognizing the foolish expression on the lad's face, undoubtedly concocting some mischievous ideas, likely of an inappropriate nature. Very well, take your time to experiment, but let me remind you. The competition of the Mo family is approaching. With that, the old man ceased to engage, his ethereal form flickering and drifting into Qin Hao's mind. Upon receiving the old man's reminder, Qin Hao wasted no time. He swiftly retrieved the eternal heart sapphire from his pocket, placing it upon the table in the room, and stepped back several meters. Thus, Qin Hao focused intently on the sapphire, envisioning it at the location of his chest's celestial authority. It seems rather ineffective. After staring blankly for several minutes, Qin Hao muttered to himself in frustration. Goodness, you little rascal, is this truly your method after all this time? If merely gazing at it could make it disappear, how many objects around you would vanish inexplicably? If I am not mistaken, it likely requires your concentrated attention or a specific incantation. The old man's voice echoed in his mind with a playful reprimand. That does seem reasonable. Upon reflection, what the old man said indeed held merit. Adjusting his focus, Qin Hao began to concentrate intently, imagining the interior of his chest's celestial authority as it had once appeared when imparted by the old man. He sensed that still, it yielded no results. Knock, knock, knock. Brother Qin Hao, it is Mo he. The competition is about to commence. Uncle Mo has sent me to find you. Are you inside? Just as Qin Hao was immersed in his concentration on spatial movement, a rapid series of knocks resounded from outside. Startled, Qin Hao instinctively turned and opened the door. Oh, it is you, Brother Mo he. Please wait a moment. Suddenly, he recalled that there was still the sapphire blue eternity, which had been taken from the arena steps, resting on the table. He quickly turned to look at the table, only to find it entirely devoid of any items. Could it be? Have I succeeded? A sense of secret delight welled up within Qin Hao, for this hidden new function could not only store items, but also. The thought almost made him burst into laughter. What's wrong, Brother Qin Hao? Noticing Qin Hao's peculiar behavior, Mo Heliu squinted his eyes and inquired curiously. Hearing Mo He's voice, Qin Hao realized that there was indeed someone beside him and recognized that his earlier actions were somewhat irrational. After a moment of contemplation, he smiled at Mo Heliu and said, "Oh, it's nothing. I suddenly figured out a perplexing issue in my cultivation process, which is why I acted that way. I didn't frighten you, did I?" Upon hearing this, Mo Heliu smiled and shook his head, momentarily convinced by Qin Hao's words. The two exchanged a few more words before setting off toward the arena together. Having experienced it once, their journey this time was effortless. Before long, they could hear the sounds of the crowd inside, buzzing with excitement and discussion. Brother Mo, from what you just mentioned, the representative of the Duan family defeated the representative of the Sun family in the second round's second match. In the first match of the third round, the Su family also triumphed over the Sun family. Qin Hao summarized as he listened to Mo Hiliu's account of the situation. Indeed, it is now confirmed that in this solo confrontation, the Su family has secured 2 points while the Sun family has none. Mo Hiliu responded to Qin Hao's inquiry. This means that the upcoming match between the Mo family and the Duan family is crucial for the ranking of our 4 prominent families. Qin Hao nodded, then added, the points in this final round need not be overly pursued. Winning is naturally the best outcome. If we lose, it's merely a single point lost. Understanding the implications behind Qin Hao's words, Mo Hiliu nodded in agreement, his perceptive nature allowing him to grasp the underlying meaning. As they navigated past the exuberant crowd, they gradually approached the location of the Mo family. As they continued forward, suddenly a figure emerged, blocking the path between Qin Hao and Mo Hiliu. Upon closer inspection, Qin Hao realized this was none other than Lin Baozi, the large figure who had sparked much discussion when she entered the arena. Frowning, he looked at her, unsure of how to proceed. Suddenly, the large figure extended a fair, delicate wrist and grasped Qin Hao's arm, pulling him swiftly towards the opposite entrance of the arena with such force that he found himself unable to resist. Stunned, Mo Hiliu watched in disbelief as, in the blink of an eye, his conversation with Qin Hao was interrupted by this unexpected turn of events. Shaking his head to regain his senses, he was suddenly startled as a large hand clapped down on his shoulder, causing him to nearly jump out of his skin. Oh, there is no need to pursue him any further. That young lad surnamed Qin should be just fine. He has merely been taken away to play by one of my family's little ones and should return shortly. Lin Baozi, the head of the Lin family, said, panting slightly as he patted Mo He on the shoulder. Will he participate in the next match? Lin Baozi inquired, a hint of awkwardness in his tone. Upon hearing this, Mo He snapped out of his astonishment. Faced with his dream father-in-law, he knew he must not be negligent. Straightening his attire, he smiled and replied, Father-in-law. Oh no, I mean, esteemed head of the Lin family. Please rest assured that Brother Qin Hao will not be participating in the next round. Your little one can play with him freely. I just need to inform Uncle Mo, internally berating himself for nearly misaddressing the man. Mo He felt a rush of embarrassment, but was relieved he managed to recover. If this had left a negative impression on his future father-in-law, jeopardizing his chance to be with his beloved, he would surely be distraught. Lost in his own thoughts, Lin Baozi did not catch the change in Mo He's address. Upon hearing that Qin Hao would not be taking the stage, he awkwardly continued to inquire about the Mo family's affairs. Mo He, eager to impress, made sure to insert himself into every conversation, oblivious to the head of the Lin family's dismissive tone. Well then, young brother Mo He, be sure to practice diligently. I have some matters to attend to, but I will seek you out to converse further at a later time, Lin Baozi managed to say, forcing a smile through his apparent frustration. Oh, Uncle Lin, your matters are of course paramount. Please, do attend to them. Mo He naturally transitioned his address from head of the Lin family to Uncle Lin, seeking to endear himself. No sooner had he spoken than Lin Baozi waved him off, turning back toward the Lin family's seating area. That little girl dared to escape while I dozed off. I truly believed in her nonsense. However, a little outing should be harmless, especially with that Qin Hao around. As for this Mo He, he bears an unsettling resemblance to that old man from the Su family. Let us hope he does not follow in similar footsteps. Lin Baozi mused irritably as he walked away. Little did Mo He realize that his actions had landed him on Lin Baozi's blacklist, potentially inciting ire that could lead to dire consequences. Watching Lin Baozi's retreating figure, Mo He found himself sneezing unexpectedly, momentarily thinking someone was missing him. A little one. As he made his way back to his own seat, he recalled the earlier conversation with Lin Baozi about taking Qin Hao along and furrowed his brow, pondering what that might entail. After a while, he concluded it must be a pet of some sort. Having struck up a conversation with the head of the Lin family, Mo He felt a surge of good spirits as he made his way towards the Mo family's residence, envisioning a future filled with bliss alongside his dream companion, and unconsciously began to hum a tune. After exiting the competition arena and navigating a narrow alley, he noticed a large dumpling and a person fleeing in tandem. Who on earth are you? Goodness, you possess strength comparable to 10 mighty oxen. After futilely tugging at the other party, Qin Hao glanced around the deserted surroundings in a state of panic. Could it be that you are one of those villains pursuing me? He ventured to inquire. No sooner had he spoken than the large dumpling abruptly halted, causing Qin Hao to collide with her soft form, sending him tumbling several meters back. Dazed, he struggled to his feet and beheld a scene he would never forget. The large dumpling had shed its outer layer, revealing a figure clad in a white top adorned with hints of peach pink, paired with a lotus-white qipao and a dark green sash fluttering in the breeze. Her long, silky chestnut curls danced in the wind, cascading down her waist. With her delicate lips, reminiscent of cherry blossoms, and her bright, emerald eyes sparkling with clarity, she donned white high boots, appearing like a celestial being descended from the heavens. Hey, you little rascal, who are you calling a villain? You are the real scoundrel here. Listen well, I am the esteemed eldest daughter of the Lin family, Lin Lanyu. Take note, I am temporarily commandeering you. Having just wiped the blood from her nose, Lin Lanyu's melodious voice rang out before Qin Hao could even inquire about her identity. Volume 2, The Initial Display of Talent. Chapter 42, I am here to inform you. What? You are Lin Lanyu? Qin Hao exclaimed incredulously, gazing at the ethereal and flawless girl before him. Goodness gracious! How can she be so stunning? After vigorously rubbing his eyes, he looked again, astonished. I thought I was hallucinating. She truly is breathtaking. How can she be even more beautiful than the stars of that world? This defies logic, he murmured in disbelief, observing the man who repeatedly rubbed his eyes, gazed at her, and muttered nonsensical phrases. Lin Lanyu couldn't help but feel somewhat exasperated. She addressed Qin Hao. What on earth is wrong with you? Have you never seen a girl before? Rest assured, I mean you no harm. I simply noticed your exceptional skills earlier, which is why I have begrudgingly chosen to accompany you to the night market. What? It's not that I have never seen a girl, but I certainly have never encountered someone as stunning as you. Moreover, it seems I am the one being put upon. Wait, did I even agree to accompany you? Qin Hao thought to himself, his lips curling in disbelief. I have certainly seen girls before. Besides, I have other matters to attend to. I must head over to the Mo family and cannot spare the time to join you at the night market. With that, he turned away from the mesmerizing beauty, his head tilted in contemplation. Ah, your name is Qin Hao, isn't it? Did I ever seek your consent? You must understand one thing. I am here to inform you, not to consult you. Standing atop a stone altar, with her left hand resting on her waist and a stray lock of hair blown by the breeze, Lin Lanyu declared with an air of authority, pointing at Qin Hao. Oh dear, you unreasonable brat. I am curious to see how you intend to inform me. Qin Hao, momentarily riled up by his stubbornness, retorted. After all, who was Qin Hao? He was the one who had once been dubbed the embodiment of resilience in class, a veritable paragon of steadfast masculinity. Be as handsome as you wish, but dare to provoke me, and I shall not hold back. Clenching his fists, Qin Hao charged forward. Noticing this, a crescent smile graced Lin Lanyu's lips as she stretched her limbs, ready to meet Qin Hao's punch. Boom. Thud. Thud. Crackle. 5 minutes later. Ugh. How am I supposed to continue this? Just because you are beautiful and skilled, do you truly require a bodyguard? Sitting on the ground, Qin Hao cradled his swollen face, pointing with a trembling finger at the immaculate beauty before him, his words barely coherent. Rolling her eyes at the sight of the fallen giant, Lin Lanyu sighed. Qin Hao, you are the one being struck, yet you are the one crying foul. Why do you have so many issues? If it were anyone else, they would be eager to take action. Yet here you are. If I were not a skilled fighter myself, you would be bullying me. As Lin Lanyu continued, her voice grew more plaintive and sorrowful, eventually leading her to tears. Her large, misty eyes began to shed tears, presenting a heart-wrenching sight that would evoke sympathy in anyone who beheld her. What? I haven't even cried yet. Why is she the one crying? Panic surged through Qin Hao. He thought it essential to halt her tears, fearing that an onlooker might misconstrue the situation. Resolutely, he struggled to his feet and addressed the weeping girl before him. All right, stop crying. I will accompany you. Okay. He. Then let's go? As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Lanyu ceased her sobbing, her eyes sparkling with joy, radiating happiness like a carefree spirit. Such acting prowess. It would be a travesty if she did not win an award for it. Observing her quick transition from tears to laughter, Qin Hao could only shake his head in admiration. What is an award? Lin Lanyu, intrigued by the unfamiliar term, inquired. It simply means a beautiful woman, Qin Hao replied, choosing not to elaborate further. Well, why not just say that? Besides, I don't need to win one. It's a universally acknowledged truth. Lin Lanyu stated without a hint of skepticism regarding Qin Hao's words. You possess a remarkable self-awareness. Qin Hao rolled his eyes inwardly, murmuring to himself. However, he refrained from disputing her assertions, for was she not a beauty? In this world, are there any truly beautiful souls left? Let us depart, Lin Lanyu proclaimed. And before Qin Hao could react, she grasped his arm and began to lead him forward. After a brief moment of resistance, Qin Hao surrendered to her pull, realizing that any attempt at defiance would have been futile. Are you suggesting that little Hao was taken away by one of the Lin family's pets? Upon hearing Mo's earlier explanation, Mo Deming frowned, stroking his chin as he posed the question. He had not had the opportunity to inquire during the final match. Indeed, this was explicitly stated by the head of the Lin family himself, and I trust that he would not deceive a young lad like me. Naturally, he dared not refer to Lin Zelin as Uncle Lin in front of Mo Deming, as their relationship had yet to solidify. Should it not come to fruition, he would become a subject of ridicule. Though he harbored well-laid plans, he remained self-aware. With the Mo family's defeat in the last match, he could not afford to clash with Mo Deming over trivial matters. Taken away by a pet, it seems he simply did not wish to witness my match. That scoundrel Qin Hao dares to look down upon me. Mo Hai, who had just finished his match, cursed inwardly upon hearing Mo's explanation. The fact that Qin Hao had not attended his match irked him greatly. He had already harbored disdain for the way the Mo family fawned over Qin Hao, and now, having lost the final match, he placed the blame squarely on Qin Hao, nurturing a deeper resentment. Very well, I understand. Since it was the head of the Lin family who spoke, there is no need for further verification. According to little Hao's strategy, our last match will not affect the overall outcome. Therefore, Xiao Hai, you need not feel any guilt. Mo Deming considered the situation, fearing that the defeat might provoke an extreme reaction from Mo Hai, and turned to him with a calm demeanor. I understand, Uncle Mo. Mo Hai nodded in response, yet his contempt for Mo Deming and others only grew. To think they would so readily adhere to that boy's wishes. Should they ultimately lose, they would witness their son's tears. Upon hearing Mo Deming's insistence on following Qin Hao's plan, Mo Hai's last remnants of guilt over the match's failure transformed entirely into disdain for Mo Deming, Qin Hao, and the rest. As for Mo's words, he decided to let them be, considering the potential for conflict. Let us return, have a meal, and rest a while. I will require both of you brothers to keep an eye on little Hao's movements. If anything arises, do not hesitate to inform me. Raising his head, Mo Deming addressed the two brothers. Upon hearing those words, the two individuals responded in unison. Although they harbored some resentment towards Qin Hao, they could not dare to display it in front of Mo Deming, who currently held a favorable impression of Qin Hao. They were eager to ingratiate themselves with him, rather than whispering behind his back. After a day filled with extraordinary competitions, the spectators began to disperse from the arena. As they strolled along the path, many engaged in animated discussions about the performances of various representatives in the friendly matches among the four prominent families. Naturally, the match between the Mo and Su families was also a topic of conversation, with a considerable number expressing skepticism regarding the outcome. After all, seeing is believing. And when two formidable techniques did not clash, the final result was open to doubt in their minds. In summary, the first day and the initial round of competitions concluded smoothly. The families that topped the leaderboard were the Su, Duan, and Mo families, each with 2 points. Surprisingly, the Sun family ended this round with no points at all. Following the match, the members of the Sun family departed the venue discreetly, avoiding conversations with the heads of other families, as they were mindful of their dignity. Mo Deming, on the other hand, appeared exceptionally popular. Having just finished conversing with the two Mo brothers, several family heads approached him for light-hearted exchanges, with a few even displaying a hint of flattery. Among them was Su Yuan, the head of the Su family, who also made his way over. Mo Deming maintained a calm demeanor, though internally he was elated. Yet, he remained grounded, increasingly valuing Qin Hao, the source of it all. Without a doubt, Qin Hao played a pivotal role in the success of the Su family in this match. Otherwise, the heads of other families, no matter how much they admired the Mo family, would not have humbled themselves to seek his favor. Ultimately, it was all thanks to Qin Hao. Indeed, Qin Hao was no ordinary fish in the pond. At all costs, he must be courted. As Mo Deming concluded his socializing with the various family heads and made his way to Chiefing Tower, he felt a weight of anticipation regarding Qin Hao's performance in the arena. Meanwhile, the object of Mo Deming's thoughts, Qin Hao, was laboriously trudging forward under the burden of numerous bags, with a bag in each hand and at least 2 strapped to his shoulders. He even managed to clutch another in his mouth. He couldn't help but think, I suspect this young lady has traversed from another world, with her collection of bags resembling a spoiled girl from that realm. Why can't she carry one bag at a time? As he gazed at the carefree, bouncing figure ahead, Qin Hao was on the verge of cursing, despite not even knowing who his mother was. Oh dear Sister Lin, no, that's not right. Big sister. Look at the encroaching dusk. Shall we not return home? We could grab a bun and enjoy some tea instead. Qin Hao mumbled, his words muffled by the small bag in his mouth. Do you dare to call me a big sister? Upon hearing this, Lin Baozi abruptly turned around, a fiery anger igniting within her. She rolled up her sleeves, revealing her fair wrists, and stormed towards Qin Hao with a fierce demeanor. Bang! Pow! What is the matter, young lady? The scene was gruesome. A woman passing by with her child quickly covered the child's eyes. She silently prayed for the bruised young boy before her, sighed, and turned to leave. Humph! Who do you think you are calling a big sister? Speak up. Lin Baozi shook Qin Hao by the collar, indignantly scolding him as he lay on the ground, gasping for air and rolling his eyes back in his head. I must say, young lady, if you keep shaking me like this, I might just fall apart. Even if I don't get killed by your beating, I might die from your shaking, Qin Hao managed to utter, struggling to find his breath. Volume 2, A Glimpse of Brilliance, Chapter 43, The Choice. Oh dear. Realizing her overreaction, Lin Baozi chuckled awkwardly, lightly shifting on her feet. As she watched Qin Hao gradually rise from the ground, she clasped her hands behind her back, glancing sideways with her big eyes and puffing her cheeks in embarrassment. I'm really sorry. I didn't mean it. It was you who first called me a big sister, so you can't blame me. Yes, you can't blame me. If you dare to blame me, well, you just can't blame me. Qin Hao stared wide-eyed at the seemingly aggrieved beauty of the Lin family, waiting for her to receive a reprimand like a child anticipating punishment, listening to her convoluted logic of I am at fault, yet you were wrong first. Hence it's your fault and not mine. He couldn't help but feel speechless. Is this truly how it works? Rest assured, young lady, this is not your fault. How could it possibly be? It was merely that I had something in my mouth, which led to my rambling and mistakenly calling you a big sister. Furthermore, I wasn't referring to you, but rather to myself. Rolling his eyes, Qin Hao retorted sarcastically to the increasingly deranged grin of Lin Baozi before him. Through this incident, Qin Hao deeply understood two crucial truths. One should never reason with a woman, and that all a woman speaks is indeed reason. Humph. Of course, it cannot be my fault. Since I am in such high spirits now, let us head to that little restaurant and have a meal, shall we? Seeing Qin Hao so obedient, Lin Baozi pouted her lips and pointed to a nearby diner, sounding rather mature for her age, which caught the attention of a young man passing by. All right, let us go there now. Upon hearing those words, it was as if Qin Hao had heard the most delightful and enchanting phrase since arriving in this world. Lin Baozi turned around with a smile. Just as she was about to speak, she noticed that Qin Hao was already seated at the table of the eatery, cheerfully sipping tea. Along with the multitude of bags scattered on the ground, he had brought everything over. This mischievous lad. He doesn't even bother to greet me, and dares to leave me here all alone. Gazing at Qin Hao in the distance, Lin Baozi wrinkled her small nose in feigned anger, and in an instant, 3 unnameable flames of ire ignited above her head, directed at Qin Hao. Like a delicate yet fierce goddess of vengeance, she charged towards him, ablaze with fury. A mournful wail erupted from Qin Hao, echoing skyward. Perhaps he was unaware that when a woman believes he is in the wrong, even his very breath becomes a transgression. Time stretched like the interminable night, devoid of any sense of dawn's approach. At long last, after several hours of mental sparring, the delightful tidings from the young lady of the Lin family arrived. Qin Hao, I had a splendid time at the night market with you tonight. Thank you for accompanying me and carrying all these things. I truly feel a bit embarrassed. If the opportunity arises, I will seek you out again. Lin Baozi gently brushed a few strands of hair from her forehead, her lips curling into a crescent moon as she smiled. Oh heavens! No, I refuse. Could it be that the age-old adage holds true, that only the most beautiful women can utter the cruelest words? I ask you, miss, do you not have any sense of propriety? It was you who coerced me into carrying your belongings. Qin Hao raged internally. This outing was fraught with peril. If this were to happen repeatedly, would I not be utterly doomed? Do I possess any choice in the matter? Observing the seemingly harmless beauty before him, Qin Hao retorted. None. Lin Baozi rolled her eyes, responding with unwavering candor. If I wished to find someone to accompany me, wouldn't men flock to me like moths to a flame? Yet here you are, not only failing to cherish this rare opportunity, but also expressing disdain. Lin Baozi thought to herself. The truth was indeed as she pondered. Any young master from a powerful family would leap at the chance to stroll the night market with Lin Baozi, dreaming of marrying a beauty whose visage rivals that of celestial beings. Moreover, securing Lin Baozi would provide the perfect opportunity to align oneself with the Lin family, the foremost among the 3 great families in Dongyu City, a dual bounty of power and beauty. Thus, every family not only refrained from opposing the pursuit of Lin Baozi, but would wholeheartedly support it as well. Are you heading back to the Lin family now, or do you have a temporary place to stay? Unable to contain his burgeoning excitement, Qin Hao steadied his racing heart and calmly inquired, gazing at the enchanting figure beside him. At Qifeng Tower. You needn't speak. I can already guess where you reside. Would you like to know why? In Qin Hao's mind, a wave of exasperation swept over him. Was this not merely an indirect escape from the tiger's jaws, only to plunge into the wolf's den? He had just been contemplating how to evade this encounter, vowing never to stroll through this night market with her again. Oh, but wait. He truly wished never to see her again. However, it seemed that some matters should not be celebrated too prematurely. Miss Lin, how did you come to know this? Qin Hao inquired, his brow furrowed, attempting to appease the whims of the girl before him. Hee, I knew you wouldn't know, Lin Lanyu replied. Her cheeks puffed with delight as she gazed at the multitude of stars above, turning back to speak. It's quite late. My parents must be worried. Let us walk and talk. All right, let us proceed. Qin Hao acquiesced, relieved that at least he could return home. Even though they resided in the same building, he thought to himself that it was improbable for her to force him to accompany her amidst so many people. After all, she was still just a young girl. He reassured himself, considering how each family valued their reputation. Hosting a competition of such global attention in the Qifeng district certainly necessitated staying at a prestigious establishment like Qifeng Tower. After all, several other families and onlookers would be watching. Bouncing along, Lin Lanyu, with her eyelids fluttering, earnestly remarked, moreover, if any family chose to save costs by not staying at Qifeng Tower, and if others happened to see them, it would certainly stir up a storm in the city within half a day. They would claim that the family must be facing some sort of issue. Thus, to some extent, this is also to avoid suspicion. As Lin Lanyu suddenly pulled him closer, Qin Hao instinctively stepped to the left, inadvertently catching a glimpse of the alluring silhouette before him, coupled with the fragrant aura emanating from her. In a moment of distraction, he nearly lost his composure. Shaking his head vigorously, he swiftly halted his thoughts. Goodness gracious, what was that just now? So, significant? No, I must not dwell on it. If I do, I shall lose my innocence. If I continue to think, I shall break my vows. He swallowed hard, his heart racing uncontrollably, feeling somewhat bewildered. All right, miss, I understand. Please let go of me, we are almost there. Besides, I am still helping you carry all these items, am I not? Qin Hao replied, at a loss for his own words, leaving Lin Lanyu perplexed at his flustered demeanor as her curiosity deepened. Approaching Qifeng Tower, what does letting go have to do with you carrying these few small bags? Lin Lanyu asked, her expression one of suspicion as she observed the crimson hue creeping up Qin Hao's neck. My dear miss, you are the esteemed daughter of the Lin family, while I am merely a fledgling from humble beginnings. By holding on to me like this, are you not belittling both yourself and your noble lineage? Qin Hao uttered a classic line from the archetype of scoundrels in that world. No girl would wish to hear such hurtful words from someone she considered a dear companion. I apologize, dear miss, for there remains much I have yet to accomplish. Observing Lin Lanyu, who stood there momentarily choked up, gazing at him in bewilderment, Qin Hao felt a pang of remorse within. You, how could you say such a thing to me? Fine. It seems this young lady has been blind. I thought you would be different from other men, but alas, just as my mother said, there are no good men in this world. Lin Lanyu retorted, snatching the bundle from Qin Hao's hands, her voice trembling with emotion. In a heartbeat, she hoisted the load he carried and raced towards Qifeng Tower, quickly vanishing from sight. Ah, you foolish boy, only knowing how to wound a girl's heart. She considered you a brother, yet you regard her as a mere romantic interest. Sighed the elderly voice in Qin Hao's mind, observing the retreating figure of Lin Lanyu, her heart evidently heavy with sorrow. Goodness, old man, are you a bane? Qin Hao replied, his expression clouded with disbelief. After a pause, he glanced again at the spot where Lin Lanyu had disappeared, his demeanor turning serious as he murmured, It is still not the time, old man. You know well our purpose for being in this world. This is merely our first stop, with foes ahead and pursuers behind. As he spoke, a wry smile crossed Qin Hao's face, recalling the surreal dreams he experienced when he transitioned from that world to this one. Filled with both illusion and reality, the man in those dreams felt so familiar and warm, especially when Qin Hao witnessed him in a state of disarray, transformed into feathers. It was as if his heart had been cleaved by a blade, leaving him in torment. All of this had become a lingering affliction for Qin Hao, and he could find no peace until he unraveled the reasons behind it. Unintentionally, a tear escaped from the corner of his eye. Regaining his composure, he made his way towards Qifeng Tower. The elderly voice in his mind, sensing Qin Hao's disheartened mood, wisely chose to remain silent. The stars twinkled brightly in the sky, as if aware of the thoughts of the figure by the window below, and soon concealed themselves behind a veil of clouds. Moments later, thunder rolled ominously across the heavens. A beautiful silhouette leaning against the window raised her tear-streaked eyes to the stormy sky, pouting in displeasure. Humph, even the weather is against me. Why? Why? This is infuriating. Infuriating. You all bully me. The girl turned in frustration, hurling her pain into the empty air, crying out in sorrow. A sudden clap of thunder illuminated her face, and upon closer inspection, it was none other than Lin Baozi, the young lady of the Lin family, who had just vehemently scolded Qin Hao before leaving in tears. As the old saying goes, the heavens are well aware of a beauty's intentions. It seemed that the weather outside had misinterpreted the situation, thinking it would ease her plight, only to drench her instead. In that moment, Lin Baozi was reminded of the hurtful words Qin Hao had just spoken. Knock, knock, knock. At that instant, a series of knocks resounded from outside the door. What is it, my dear Baozi? It's your father. Soon, Lin Ziline's voice echoed from outside. Volume 2, A Glimmer of Brilliance. Chapter 44, Just you wait. Having sensed the commotion within his precious daughter's room, Lin Ziline approached the door and gently knocked a few times, inquiring. He had felt something was amiss when he saw Lin Baozi returning with numerous packages, her expression unreadable. He pondered. When did this little girl start carrying things on her own? Even without attendance, she shouldn't be doing this herself. What left a lasting impression on Lin Ziline was the infamous shopping incident involving his little devil of a daughter. The Lin family resided in the heart of Dongyu City. One day, Lin Baozi stealthily ventured out to shop at the westernmost part of the city. As dusk approached, she realized that if she didn't return soon, her father would surely erupt in anger. However, having fought all day, the spoils of her conquest were undeniably bountiful, far too much for a young girl to have acquired alone. But Lin Baozi was no ordinary girl. She was a peerless beauty with both wisdom and cunning. She first discovered a shop selling clothing and jewelry, where she became enamored with a jade bracelet touted as the store's treasure. With her large, sparkling eyes, she carefully took it from the shopkeeper's hands. Under the shopkeeper's unwavering gaze, she toyed with it, but suddenly, the bracelet slipped from her delicate fingers, producing a sharp crack as it shattered. In that moment, the shopkeeper's heart seemed to shatter alongside the jade. Oh dear, I accidentally dropped it. What shall I do? Perhaps you could accompany me home to settle the cost? Consider it as if I have purchased the bracelet. Lin Baozi hastily suggested, noticing the shopkeeper's murderous glare. Subsequently, the shopkeeper sent someone to carry her numerous packages, along with the regretfully broken jade bracelet, to the Lin family estate. To this day, Lin Ziline recalled how the shopkeeper, upon receiving a hefty sum, glanced back longingly at the shattered treasure. Now, as he looked at his beloved daughter, who had single-handedly brought in all the packages, he couldn't shake the feeling that something must have transpired. Lin Ziline furrowed his brow, murmuring to himself, when it comes to my daughter, I must be attentive. Creak. The door to the room slowly creaked open, and before long, a small head peeked out from within. Daddy. Haha, I'm perfectly fine. I just tripped a little earlier, which is why I brought all these bags home by myself. Observing the remnants of tears in the corners of her eyes and listening to this nonsensical explanation, Lin Ziline felt increasingly that something was amiss. What connection could there possibly be between tripping and returning home alone with luggage? After a moment's contemplation, Lin Ziline inquired with suspicion, rolling her eyes in exasperation. Lin Baozi finally understood from whom she had inherited her keen observational skills. Dear Daddy, I'm really fine. I'm just tired. I won't talk to you anymore. The grievances in her heart surged forth like a dam bursting, and all she wanted was to shut the door behind her and cry her heart out in her cozy bed. It must be that little rascal Qin Hao. Just as she was about to close the door, Lin Ziline's foot wedged in, and with narrowed eyes, he asked in a tone that was almost certain, what happened? Ugh. Oh Daddy, you're so mean. Don't mention his name. You're mean, and you're bullying me. He bullies me too. Everyone bullies me. You're all so mean. Ugh. Knowing his daughter as he did, hearing that name seemed to be the last straw, and she could no longer contain the tears of all her pent-up grievances, collapsing into his arms and sobs. All right, little Honor, don't be sad. Tell Daddy what that brat Qin Hao did to make my precious daughter so upset. As he comforted her, Lin Ziline gently stroked her little head while inquiring. Hey, Qin Hao, I never imagined you were so capable. My fearless little imp has actually been subdued by you. Lin Ziline marveled inwardly. Rest assured, little Honor. Just wait and see how I will teach him a lesson tomorrow. He dares to bully the daughter of Lin Ziline. He shall pay the price. No, Daddy. I don't want you to confront him. I beg you. Please don't tell him. Lin Lanyu, still with tears unwiped, quickly lifted her head, her watery eyes pleading with Lin Zilin. Am I to turn a blind eye to someone bullying my precious daughter? Lin Zilin retorted, gazing at her with a mock sternness. He had long anticipated Lin Lanyu's thoughts, and his question was merely a playful tease. Well, humph. Don't worry. You won't need to intervene. I have my own ways to make him apologize. That little brat, this time I'm serious. Breaking free from Lin Zilin's embrace, she hastily wiped the corners of her eyes. Turning to gaze at the stormy sky outside, she declared defiantly, Qin Hao, my dear boy, why must you provoke such a formidable figure? Alas, I fear there is no saving you now. You must fend for yourself. Observing Lin Lanyu's solemn declaration, I silently mourned for Qin Hao for several minutes. Ah, who is calling out to me? Rubbing his sore nose, Qin Hao muttered to himself, casually shutting the door behind him. I see you harbor a guilty conscience. At that moment, the image of old Qin sprang to life in my mind, mocking me. Humph. It seems you are the one who resembles a ghost. Qin Hao thought to himself, refraining from voicing this sentiment out of respect for old Qin's pride. Old man, it appears you only enjoy berating me. You hardly teach me any remarkable skills. Glancing at the elderly figure hovering in the air, Qin Hao provocatively remarked, Huh. You cheeky rascal. Once again, you've ensnared me in your ruse, circling back to the same point. Old Qin retorted, hands on his hips, finger wagging at Qin Hao in a mixture of jest and reprimand. After stroking his beard in contemplation, he turned to Qin Hao, who was nonchalantly fiddling with his fingers and casting furtive glances. It struck him amusingly. Qin, my lad, did I not mention this evening the foundational requirement to become an alchemist? If you do not mind the trouble, perhaps you should delve into the fire element within your yin-yang attributes, and if possible, also sense the essence of the wood element. Upon hearing this, Qin Hao's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, how could I have overlooked this? It seems that beautiful distractions can lead one astray. He sighed inwardly, reflecting on how his encounter with Lin Lanyu had left him feeling inept. Old man, do you know how to extract these elements? With a clear objective in mind, Qin Hao sought advice from the wise old Qin, hoping for some profound insight. I do not. Old Qin replied curtly, without a moment's hesitation. Old man, think again. Even a fabrication would suffice. Although he anticipated old Qin's response, Qin Hao remained undeterred. Considering that the elder had lived so long and surely must have encountered a myriad of experiences. How would I know? I am not a cultivator of yin-yang attributes. Nor have I ever met one with such a disposition. Old Qin jested, pausing momentarily, yet withholding the thoughts he truly wished to express. Alas, very well. I shall explore the realm of the eye of authority myself. With a resigned sigh, Qin Hao felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him by old Qin's response. Now, all his hopes rested upon the equally knowledgeable Zero, who had appeared since the enigmatic grandfather Zero had come into his life, resolving numerous challenges for him. All right, Qin, my lad, off you go. I shall keep watch for you from outside. Without hesitation, the old man Qin replied succinctly. He gently nodded and slowly approached the bedside. Taking a deep breath, Qin Hao exhaled, striving to cast aside all distractions and gradually entered a state of meditation, delving into the depths of the eye of authority. Hello, little one. It is a pleasure to see you again. As he slowly opened his eyes, a warm and kind voice resonated from afar, drawing near. Greetings, Grandpa Ling. Hee. Once again, I come to trouble you with a question, Qin Hao said with a shy smile, directing his gaze towards the source of the voice. Not at all. At my age, I welcome the company for a chat to alleviate my boredom. Ling chuckled and then inquired. Is it regarding how to extract the 5 elemental attributes from yin and yang? Indeed, Grandpa Ling. Qin Hao replied with eagerness, not surprised that Ling knew his thoughts. A mix of anticipation and anxiety filled his heart, as this was indeed the last person he could trust. It's quite simple. Upon hearing this, Qin Hao's previously dormant heart sprang to life. The tone of Ling's voice suggested that it was not as complicated as he had imagined, and he immediately perked up to listen intently. Do you remember when you first sensed the yin and yang attributes deep within the eye of authority? Ling posed a reflective question to Qin Hao. Contemplating for a moment, Qin Hao realized that the deep sea Ling referred to was indeed the world he had entered during his meditation in the eye of authority. I remember, he responded, and Ling continued to elucidate. The yin and yang attributes are the source of all things. However, in a certain sense, things do not merely refer to their intrinsic attributes. Yet, the fire attribute and any of the 5 elemental attributes cannot be deemed superior to your body's yin and yang attributes. To perceive the fire attribute and separate it is not difficult. You simply need to approach it as you did with your own attributes. The challenge lies in the mindset you adopt while separating the elements. Upon hearing this, Qin Hao understood how flawed his previous thoughts had been. He had once believed that since yin and yang attributes were so rare, the old adage "what is scarce is valuable" must apply. Yet, it seemed this was not entirely accurate. Gradually settling into a meditative posture, Qin Hao softly closed his eyes, slowly entering the depths of the eye of authority. The sound of crashing waves echoed in his ears, and as he gradually opened his eyes, he beheld the familiar scenery on either side. Although he had never attempted it, he mused, "I imagine its power must be considerable." Gazing at the black and white yin-yang spirits, swelling and surging with his cultivation, he smiled and murmured. A few days prior, Qin Hao had contemplated the possibility of demolishing the towering wall that separated the two realms, pondering the wondrous sparks that might ignite from the collision of their respective powers. However, he discerned that the moment was not yet ripe, for undertaking such a venture bore considerable risks. Nonetheless, he believed that day would eventually arrive. As he reminisced about the profound state he had entered while exploring his own attributes, he slowly raised his arms, enveloped by the majestic currents of power akin to the vast ocean. Volume 2. The Emergence of Brilliance, Chapter 45. An unexpected discovery. Gradually, beneath Qin Hao's outstretched arms, a swirling vortex of energy began to coalesce, emanating from the center of the high wall and manifesting as slender tendrils that extended upward, eventually converging in the palms of his hands. As he felt the torrent of power surging within him, a slight frown creased his brow. The sensation of his veins pulsating was both exhilarating and painful. At the very least, it was an improvement compared to his previous encounter, though this time it was still quite intense. Qin Hao found solace in the fact that, relative to the fear he had experienced during his initial contact with the power, this occasion felt markedly more manageable. With little time to dwell on his sensations, the energy coursed through his veins, circulating around the lower, middle, and upper dantians before gradually converging in his mind. In an instant, his body trembled as his consciousness transitioned into the depths of his thoughts. What is this? Before him, two spheres of power, one black and one white, stood steadfastly in their respective domains. Qin Hao's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly overwhelmed by shock. "Oh no, not you two again," he lamented internally, for these were the very manifestations of power that had appeared when he first grasped his own attributes. The memory of that feeling of being dominated sent a shiver down his spine. After exhaling deeply and gradually calming his emotions, he reassured himself that since he had emerged unscathed the first time, he ought to be safe this second time around. With determination, he stepped forward, slowly approaching the two ethereal entities, inching closer and closer. Finally, he reached the center between them and paused, raising his arms toward the two spheres of power. In a moment suspended in time, he grasped them simultaneously. "Knock, knock. Esteemed head of the Feng family, I am M.O. Deming, the head of the M.O. family, here at your invitation for a visit." A voice called gently from outside the door. Creak. The tightly shut door suddenly opened a crack. "Ah, it is the head of the M.O. family. Please, come in. Our young master has been awaiting you for quite some time." As the door swung open, it revealed the esteemed steward of the Feng family, Feng Yi. Upon hearing the knock, he promptly opened the door and welcomed M.O. Deming inside. "Greetings, Master M.O. Please, take a seat." Feng Xiaopeng, the head of the Feng family, stood and clasped his hands respectfully upon seeing M.O. Deming saunter in at a leisurely pace. In times past, he would have held no regard for such displays of deference. After all, the Feng family was one of the prestigious top 3 clans, while the M.O. family was merely a second-rate house, barely managing to secure a place among the 6 major families with its meager income. Yet, the current state of the Feng family no longer afforded him such indulgence or disdain. It would not be an exaggeration to liken their plight to that of a rat scurrying across the street, reviled by all. Nevertheless, it remains true that even a famished camel is larger than a horse. Thus, when extended a warm invitation by the Feng family, M.O. Deming refrained from outright refusal. No one could predict whether the Feng family might reclaim its former glory in the future. One must always consider a contingency plan before undertaking any endeavor. If M.O. Deming were incapable of such foresight, he would not have ascended to the position of head of the M.O. family. "Pray tell, Master Feng, do you have any pressing matters to discuss?" M.O. Deming inquired directly, unconvinced that the invitation was merely for idle chit-chat over tea. With a competition looming the next day, he needed to resolve this matter swiftly to return for rest. Feng Xiaoping took a gentle sip of tea before responding. "Master M.O., I have heard that your esteemed household has discovered a prodigious talent, a young individual who has already attained the realm of Tai Su. Is this true?" Upon hearing this, M.O. Deming's previously affable demeanor darkened in an instant, and he retorted icily, What does Master Feng imply? I have not heard of such news. Nor has my family sought anyone from the outside. If there is nothing of great importance, I must excuse myself. Mo Deming's temperament was not inherently so confrontational. However, the matter concerning Qin Hao demanded his utmost vigilance. His intention was to avoid wasting time, hoping to unveil the true purpose of the conversation without delay. Indeed, Feng Xiaopeng was taken aback by Mo Deming's abruptness and hastily added, Master Mo, please do not misunderstand. I mean no offense. I was merely curious after witnessing your family's match against the Su family, where a certain Qin Hao, an external disciple, represented your clan. My inquiry was born out of curiosity. Curiosity? Heh. Who would summon another at such an ungodly hour simply out of curiosity? Mo Deming thought with a sardonic smile. Time is of the essence, so please, continue. Master Feng, he interjected decisively. At this, Feng Xiaopeng exchanged a glance with Feng Yi, the family steward. Both nodded in unison, and as they turned back to Mo Deming, their expressions had shifted, shedding the previous levity for a more somber demeanor. Well then, I shall not keep you in suspense any longer. I invite you here to discuss matters concerning my family, the Feng clan, which are indeed related to the external assistance you sought, the esteemed Qin Hao. Immediately, Feng Xiaopeng articulated his request to Mo Deming. The matter at hand pertains to the situation in the Qifeng district, specifically the Su family's audacious attempt to seize control of it. It is evident to any discerning observer that the Su family harbors ulterior motives in their aggressive pursuit of the Qifeng district. The Feng family is not composed of fools. Yet, they find themselves powerless to intervene as they watch the Su family operate both overtly and covertly, with neither authority nor advantage to resist. Even the Lin family, despite their intentions, finds themselves equally constrained. After all, this matter, regardless of its magnitude, remains a familial dispute between two clans, and neither family dares to interfere. Just as Feng Xiaopeng felt utterly despondent, he suddenly spotted the remarkable entrance of Qin Hao onto the competition stage. It was Qin Hao who ignited within him a flicker of hope, a notion, a glimmer of dawn. If he were to triumph in this competition, might he indirectly thwart the Su family's ambitions? Furthermore, he is not affiliated with any of the 6 great families, thus sparing him from the scrutiny of the citizens of Dongyu City. Feng clan leader, at this moment I cannot provide a direct answer to your inquiry. You are correct. Qin Hao is indeed the esteemed individual I have summoned. Therefore, I cannot make a decision on his behalf until I consult with him. Shall we proceed in this manner? Mo Deming replied, furrowing his brow thoughtfully. Although he did not give a definitive agreement, he also refrained from outright rejection, as it is customary for members of the 6 great families to support one another. Of greater significance, however, is the matter of personal obligation. In the future, none could claim that the Mo family flourished effortlessly within Dongyu City. Not even he, nor the Lin family of the 3 great clans, would dare to assert such a thing. Lastly, there was an element of self-interest, regardless of whether Qin Hao ultimately consents or whether the venture succeeds. The outcome bears no consequence for the Mo family. Should it succeed, it would be ideal, earning him goodwill. If it fails and the Su family retaliates, Mo Deming would certainly have grounds for justification. It cannot be said that Mo Deming lacks a sense of chivalry, as a head of a family must always prioritize the safety of his clan. As the saying goes, if one does not act for oneself, heaven will condemn him. It is precisely this rationale that guided Mo Deming's deliberations. Splendid. I shall send an envoy tomorrow evening to your residence to inquire about the outcome of this matter. Does that sound agreeable? Feng Xiaopeng exclaimed, overjoyed by the response. Internally, he was already elated. He had discussed this arduous and thankless request with the chief steward, Feng Yi, and now that the other party had not outright rejected it, it indicated that there may indeed be a glimmer of hope for a favorable turn of events. Mo Deming responded to the voice, and after engaging in some trivial conversation with Feng Xiaopeng and others, he returned to his room. Is this another realm of Quanling? The scene before Qin Hao transformed his previously anxious heart into one of profound astonishment. Beneath a sky of black and white, vibrant colors danced in a mesmerizing display. Qin Hao stood at the center, with distinct regions of yellow, green, azure, crimson, and brown occupying his left side, seemingly existing in their own worlds, untouched by one another. To his right, the heavens roared with thunder, and as he slowly raised his hand, he could feel the fury of the winds and the tumultuous waves. Yet, curiously, despite the chaos, no sound reached his ears. Even after calling out loudly several times, he was met with silence and ultimately had to relent. The left side must represent the 5 elemental attributes. The central red area signifies the fire attribute, But how does one extract it? After the initial shock, Qin Hao recalled his original purpose. He had finally discovered the fire attribute, and his next task was to isolate it from the myriad of elements surrounding him. After observing for a while, impatience got the better of him, and he decided to approach the 5 elemental regions for a closer look. He walked slowly, glancing around cautiously. Though he was within his own body, he dared not move too quickly, uncertain of what unexpected changes might occur. It was better to exercise caution. As he moved forward, the tranquility of the space gradually eased his mind, allowing him to lengthen his strides. However, when he glanced towards the fire attribute region, it appeared unchanged. He realized his earlier caution had hindered his progress. Determined not to waste time, especially with the possibility of daylight drawing near and the Mo family searching for him, he began to run. But what was happening? After a short sprint, Qin Hao's eyes widened in disbelief. Upon looking again at the 5 elemental regions, he found they were still as distant as before. Was this not the legendary ghost wall? A chill ran down his spine as he muttered to himself. To experience such an anomaly within his own body was likely unprecedented. Taking a deep breath, he sought to calm his racing heart. He must not let fear take hold. Furrowing his brow, he scrutinized the fire attribute's position, contemplating deeply. After a lengthy moment, he gradually raised his finger and gently tapped the area of the fire attribute. In a flash of energy, the fire attribute region quivered slightly. Though it was but a fleeting moment, it brought immense joy to Qin Hao. Haha, I truly am a clever little rascal. I guessed it right. He playfully tapped the area of the 5 elemental zones, and upon witnessing a subtle shift in their positions, Qin Hao smirked with a sense of self-satisfaction. In the second volume, the initial display of talent, Chapter 46, titled Fire Ion. It may have been sheer luck that led Qin Hao to this revelation, yet this discovery provided him with a viable foundation for his subsequent endeavor to separate the elements. Gradually, he settled into a meditative posture, gazing intently at the direction of the 5 elemental attributes. With the recent success of his conjecture, Qin Hao realized that approaching the source was futile. If I am not mistaken, his eyes flickered momentarily as he slowly raised his right hand, reaching toward the fiery element among the 5. Indeed, in an instant, a searing sensation surged from his palm, rapidly coursing up his arm. Gradually, Qin Hao sensed this intense heat traveling through his meridians, slowly converging into his dantian. His hypothesis was confirmed. Observing the rapidly vanishing fire element in the distance, while feeling the warm currents flowing into his body, he experienced a profound moment of enlightenment. Before long, the area designated for the fire element among the 5 attributes had nearly dissipated. As he gazed at the vacant space left behind, he gradually opened his eyes, revealing a faint smile. Have I succeeded just like that? So effortlessly? Aside from an initial brief burn, it seems rather unremarkable. Qin Hao mused in astonishment. Just as he began to retract his outstretched hand, a sudden frown crossed his face, and he spoke solemnly. It cannot be this simple. A memory resurfaced of the guidance Zero had imparted to him regarding the perspective of the external world. No attribute is inherently inferior to one's own yin-yang attribute. The crux lies in the mindset with which one embraces it. Thus, he recognized that he had fallen into a misjudgment, or perhaps his mentality had shifted, underestimating the fire element by assuming it could be separated through such a simplistic approach. This was not the end. Furrowing his brow slightly, though the remnants of the fire element were nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, his intuition urged him on. This was merely the beginning. Suddenly, Qin Hao shouted, channeling a tremendous force from within, summoning the recently absorbed fire element back to its original position within the 5 elemental zones. Fortunately, he had been cautious. Otherwise, this surge might have extracted his very organs. Striving to control the speed of his return, Qin Hao thought with a hint of excitement. What comes swiftly departs just as quickly. Before long, the fire elements that had been infused into Qin Hao's body were entirely extracted, and upon observing that particular area once more, it had reverted to its original state. Upon reflecting on the recent occurrences, Qin Hao surmised that something had caused these formerly docile fire elements to become agitated. Furthermore, this entity had not entered his dantian. It was undoubtedly concealed within the almost vanishing remnants of the fire elements. Otherwise, the subsequent events would not have transpired as they did. Qin Hao believed that practice substantiates the success of any theory. Mere contemplation without action would lead to neither failure nor success. Thus, having come to this realization, he immediately settled into a meditative position. However, he did not choose to continue extracting fire elements nor confront the unknown entity head-on. Instead, he intended to uncover its true form through an alternative approach. He exhaled deeply, alleviating a modicum of psychological pressure. This entity should not be able to escape the confines of his consciousness, considering it resided within his own body. If he were unable to perceive it, that would indeed be excessive, he mused. Gradually, he extended his consciousness towards the fire elements, soon reaching the periphery of that fiery domain. As he continued to advance cautiously, he felt his consciousness scorched upon entry, reminiscent of the initial sensation when the elements first entered his body. Nevertheless, this degree of discomfort was manageable, and he remained vigilant as he proceeded further. Slowly, Qin Hao delved into the heart of the area. Oddly, he noted that the surrounding temperature did not increase with his deeper descent. Nonetheless, he opted to press forward. Aside from the final, formidable pulling force he had experienced within his body, nothing else had altered. After traversing for some time, he was still met with an endless expanse of crimson. Qin Hao gradually lost patience and sought to quicken his pace. He was uncertain of the external circumstances, and should dawn arrive, it would be quite awkward. Just as he accelerated, his eyes widened in astonishment at what lay before him. A sphere, the size of a fist, radiating a fiery hue, appeared right in front of him. This is a fire ion. Ah, little one, your self-regulation capabilities are truly impressive. Having reached this stage in such a brief span, just as Qin Hao found himself at a loss, a voice echoed in his mind. Upon hearing the explanation, the previously bewildered Qin Hao glimpsed a ray of hope. Grandfather Zero, are you saying this entity is called a fire ion? He responded, perplexed. Ah, indeed, my little friend. Were you not forcibly extracted at the last moment while attempting to absorb the fire element? Zero responded with a smile. Well, I was quite out of options at that time. Qin Hao chuckled awkwardly, then retorted, could you enlighten me on what to do next? Far away yet close at hand. Zero spoke in an enigmatic tone. Are you suggesting that I should absorb this fire ion? Qin Hao replied, only partially comprehending the situation. Precisely, Zero affirmed. As he listened to Zero's explanation, realization dawned upon Qin Hao. After all, one must capture the leader before subduing the followers. His reasoning was justified. Gradually retracting his consciousness, Qin Hao slowly opened his eyes. Here it is, the moment of truth, he declared steadfastly, gazing at the fiery expanse before him. Raising his hands, he seemed to possess the power to rend the heavens asunder, splitting the fiery region in two. Gradually, the fire ion began to reveal itself. Huh, you wish to flee? Qin Hao sneered disdainfully at the fire ion that resembled a toothless tiger attempting to soar into the sky. Weren't you so capable just moments ago? Now you wish to escape? Too late. Suddenly, Qin Hao intensified his control, as if he were the sovereign of this realm, commanding the very fabric of existence. Humph. He scoffed at the rapidly retreating orb, contemplating, if this were outside, perhaps it would be a different story. But this is within my own body. In mere seconds, the fire ion reached him, its fiery form captivating his gaze. Without further contemplation, he directly integrated it into his crown chakra, for time was of the essence. Wow, exhilarating. As it merged within him, he felt enveloped in a sea of flames, far more intense than the searing sensation he had endured when forcibly extracting the fire element. The scorching aura incessantly stimulated his nerve endings, invigorating the spiritual energy coursing through him in an instant. Soon, it felt as if his internal organs were ignited. The immense pain compelling Qin Hao to grit his teeth. Persevere, hold on. At this juncture, he either adapted to the agony or had become desensitized by the flames. Regardless, he was gradually acclimating to the sensation. In truth, Qin Hao himself was unsure of what he was enduring for. Was it truly to become an alchemist, to concoct elixirs, and amass wealth? Suddenly, a man flashed through his mind. The figure from his dreams, and the little demon Lin Baozi he had encountered earlier in the day. He smiled softly, murmuring to himself. Having traversed this otherworldly continent from Earth, he is sustained by a singular belief, a riddle that haunts him. Thus, he is determined to grow stronger, to seek the answer step by step. Suddenly, Qin Hao opened his eyes wide and shouted, his irises ablaze with fiery red. In the distance, within the 5 elemental domains, the fire element seemed to respond to a summons, waves of elemental ions racing towards his body. Before long, the fire elements in the area vanished completely. At this moment, Qin Hao slowly rose to his feet, surrounded by swirling flames, resembling a god of fire surveying all that lay around him. Surely, he must have successfully separated the fire elements. Observing the transformation within himself, he murmured. As his eyes blinked, the flames dissipated around him. Checking the time, he noted it was nearly dawn. He lifted his gaze to the sky, pondering, and spoke. Sitting cross-legged once more, he glanced ahead, observing the 5 elements. Particularly the flickering fire element, and a knowing smile graced his lips. Although the process had been somewhat arduous, the outcome was commendable. Closing his eyes again, he gradually departed from this place, confident that his return would not be far off. "Congratulations, little one," a voice echoed from afar. "You have successfully harnessed the fire element, which will prove to be an advantageous strength in your battles to come." Just as he opened his eyes, the voice of Zero rang out in celebration. "Oh, Zero, it was merely luck, and thanks to your assistance," Qin Hao replied with a genuine smile. "I did nothing. It was all your own effort." Zero chuckled, leaving the conversation there. "By the way, dawn is approaching outside. We should prepare to take a look," Zero advised. "All right, I will visit you again next time." In truth, Qin Hao thought he was seeking to trouble Zero. He then settled into a meditative state. "I await your return at any time." Zero responded with a smile, as he always did. "So how did it go, Qin?" The impatient voice of the old man in his mind inquired as Qin Hao opened his eyes. "Ha ha ha, I succeeded, old man. Are you annoyed?" "You have no idea," Qin Hao teased, his eyes sparkling with mischief. The old man shook his head in exasperation, clearly uninterested in engaging with Qin Hao. "All right, enough of that, old man. Has anyone come looking for me?" Qin Hao dared not be overly bold, knowing that if he provoked the old man, it could lead to dire consequences. Observing the dawn light spilling outside, he hurriedly inquired. "Just now, the old rascal Mo Deming personally came to seek you out. However, upon noticing your silence, he left without delay." In the second volume, The Initial Display of Brilliance, Chapter 47, The Admonition from the Elder Qin. Upon hearing Qin Hao speak of serious matters, the elder Qin retracted his haughty demeanor and responded. "Oh, Uncle Mo, I presume he was merely discussing today as competition," Qin Hao muttered to himself, nodding in realization. After saying this, he rose to step outside. Although he had witnessed the early morning scene around 5 or 6 o'clock before, he was still somewhat taken aback by the sight before him. While it could not be described as a sea of people, it was certainly bustling with activity. The vibrant service personnel animatedly moved about, their smiles reflecting a fresh attitude towards the day's work. Qin Hao smiled faintly, feeling a strange sense of familiarity. In his previous world, he often traversed such places. Though he would not claim to be someone who ardently toils for a singular ambition, he considered himself a diligent individual. Turning around, he directed his gaze towards Mo Deming's room. "Knock, knock, knock," a series of crisp knocks echoed. "Hello, Uncle Mo, it's me, Qin Hao. I heard you were looking for me," Qin Hao said cheerfully at the door. "Oh, it's young Hao. Just a moment. I'll open the door for you," came the reply. Almost immediately, the door swung open, revealing the familiar face of Mo Deming, who greeted him with a smile as he stepped inside. Upon entering the room, Qin Hao noticed Mo Deming glancing at him furtively, as if hesitating to speak. Intrigued, Qin Hao could not help but ask, "Uncle Mo, is there something you wish to discuss? Is there a change regarding today as competition?" Qin Hao surmised that perhaps there was some unexpected alteration in the competition rules. Recalling how Mo Deming had looked at him similarly during the previous one-to-many challenge in the third event. Upon hearing this, Mo Deming felt a wave of frustration, realizing that this situation mirrored the inquiries made during the last rule change. Sighing internally, he contemplated the fact that he was merely acting on someone else's request, deciding to be forthright about the matter. It turned out that it was indeed the task entrusted to him by the Feng family late last night. In truth, he was somewhat reluctant to engage in such a risky endeavor, as he held high hopes for Qin Hao's future development. If Qin Hao declined, it would merely result in offending the now weakened Feng family. However, should he acquiesce, regardless of whether the endeavor succeeded, it would inevitably provoke the Su family. And no matter how he attempted to evade responsibility later, the citizens of Dongyu City would certainly form their opinions on him, and the Su family would not look favorably upon the Mo family. Had he known, he would have refrained from taking on this troublesome task. Mo Deming mused with a bitter smile. Observing Qin Hao, who was waiting expectantly for his response, he weighed the pros and cons and, after some contemplation, Mo Deming decided to speak candidly. "Xiao Hao, the purpose of my visit today is not to discuss the alterations in the competition rules, but rather to address the matter concerning the Feng family's request of you after the competition." Noticing Qin Hao's puzzled expression, Mo Deming continued. "Do you recall our conversation in the car regarding why the Su family would host this competition in the Chiefing district? I believe you may have deduced that the Su family intends to seize control of the Chiefing district immediately following a splendid conclusion to this event. My remarkable performance yesterday has instilled a glimmer of hope in the Feng family. Thus, the request from the Feng family, conveyed through Uncle Mo, is to thwart the Su family's plans after the third round of the competition." Upon hearing this lengthy explanation from Mo Deming, Qin Hao chuckled and speculated. Haha, Xiao Hao. You truly possess both wisdom and courage. It is exactly as you say. The Feng family visited late last night to inquire about your thoughts. As this matter pertains to you, I could not provide a definitive answer then, so you may ponder it and respond to me after today as competition. I have faith that you will arrive at a clear decision. With a wry smile, Mo Deming spoke to Qin Hao, marveling at his formidable reasoning and quick reflexes, further reinforcing his belief in Qin Hao's thoughts and capabilities. He agreed to assist the Feng family in thwarting the Su family's plans post-competition. As Qin Hao contemplated this matter, he heard the voice of the old man Qin resonating in his mind, addressing him. What? Old man, you want me to take on this mess? It seems like a trap to me. Setting aside whether I can win this competition, even if by some stroke of luck I do, I would undoubtedly offend the Su family. I suspect that the pursuers from a few days ago were sent by that rotund member of the Su family. Now you want me to openly provoke them? He might very well kill me. Upon hearing the old man's words, Qin Hao nearly leaped up in frustration, thinking to himself how the old man could still be putting him in such a predicament. He was sometimes not the brightest, but certainly not foolish. He could not fathom why he should help, while simultaneously being urged to refuse the Feng family. Young Qin, do you trust me? If you do, then assist the Feng family. You will understand the implications in due time. I cannot elaborate further right now. Unlike before, this time he sensed a tinge of gravity in the old man's voice, yet he remained perplexed, furrowing his brow in inquiry. Old man Qin, I trust you. But this still appears to be an ungrateful task. Very well, I shall agree to it. Since the old man had spoken thus, despite his lack of understanding, Qin Hao felt it inappropriate to refuse, treating it as a task for the old man. Mo Deming observed as Qin Hao's expressions fluctuated from wide-eyed astonishment to a somber demeanor, and then to furrowed brows. He found it quite normal, for he himself would likely be even more agitated in such a situation. Uncle Mo, there is no need to wait until the competition concludes. Kindly convey to the Feng family my response. If our Mo family secures victory after the third round, I will exert every effort to assist them in thwarting the Su family's acquisition of the Qifeng district. Upon hearing Qin Hao's response, it was now Mo Deming's turn to widen his eyes in confusion. This matter appeared to be a pitfall, and given Qin Hao's intellect, he should not have made such a choice. Nevertheless, since Qin Hao had decided on this course of action, Mo Deming thought it best not to press further. Perhaps there existed some unspoken bond between them. Very well, Xiao Hao, he conceded. Since you have made your decision, I shall refrain from further comment. This evening, I will relay your answer to them. Today marks the second round, a 2-on-2 match. The Mo brothers will be arriving shortly. Shall we proceed with the plan we discussed in the car? Let's put the matter concerning the Feng family behind us. Mo Deming promptly inquired about the details of the competition. My recommendation remains as we discussed. When a tree stands out in the forest, the wind will surely bring it down. If we reveal a formidable lineup to confront our opponents too early, we risk being suppressed by other families. Qin Hao nodded, elaborating on his thoughts. Moreover, there is a third round. If we dominate in the second round, any family with a modicum of intelligence will likely unite against us. Not to mention the implications of the third round's rules, which would offer those with ulterior motives an even more natural bridge. Very well, let us proceed as such. Mo Deming nodded in agreement. Although he still struggled to comprehend Qin Hao's earlier choice, he could not dispute the soundness of his strategic decisions. Was yesterday's outcome not the finest testament? Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks echoed from outside. Uncle Mo, it's Mo He. Mo Hai and I have arrived. Mo He's voice chimed in, seemingly imbued with a hint of excitement, likely stemming from yesterday's incident with the Lin family patriarch. Hearing this, Mo Deming turned and opened the door, allowing the two brothers to enter and greet Qin Hao before taking their seats. Mo Deming reiterated the plans proposed by Qin Hao. Though the brothers were somewhat discontent with Mo Deming's unyielding flattery of Qin Hao, they had no choice but to heed his directives. Thus, the specific plan is as such, and Xiao Hao is in complete agreement. Do you two brothers have any opinions? Qin Hao raised an eyebrow, somewhat exasperated, thinking to himself, when did you start flattering me? And what do you mean by agreeing with this plan? This was my proposal. Let them flatter away, even if it was to the point of absurdity. Indeed, Brother Qin is both courageous and astute. This plan is truly impeccable. Upon hearing Mo Deming's inquiry, Mo He hurriedly added a few more compliments. Basking in Mo Deming's approving gaze, though he felt disdainful inwardly, he maintained an outwardly congenial smile. Mo Hai chimed in similarly, receiving a smile from Mo Deming as well. You two brothers may not excel in many areas, but in this, you surpass expectations. Qin Hao rolled his eyes, speechless. Then let us set off, he said. Mo Deming turned around and looked at Qin Hao. All right, Qin Hao readily agreed, suddenly recalling the fire attribute that had emerged from the depths of the sea in Quan's gaze. His eyes twinkled as a bold idea sparked in his mind. Oh, what about Sha Xian? Qin Hao remembered that he hadn't seen her since returning to his room yesterday. He stood up, furrowing his brow as he addressed Mo Deming. Upon hearing this, Mo Deming cast a peculiar glance at Qin Hao and chuckled. I thought Sha Xian had informed you. After the competition ended yesterday, she saw you hadn't returned and heard that the young scion of the Lin family had whisked you away. So she went to the Lin family's doorstep to look for you. I saw you were back and assumed she was in your room. Listening to Mo Deming's explanation, Qin Hao's brow furrowed further as he pondered. Young scion? Isn't that Lin Lanyu? When did he become a young scion? Since she's at the Lin family, she should be fine. Wait, she went to the Lin family. Given how I provoked that mad girl Lin Lanyu yesterday, could she be in for a rough time? The thought of this caused a twinge of panic in Qin Hao's heart. It is said that a woman's heart is as inscrutable as the depths of the ocean, and with Sha Xian still absent, no one knew what had transpired. We should not delay. Let us hurry, Qin Hao urged, avoiding further discussion with Mo Deming. If something truly had happened to her, he would be at a loss for tears. Understanding the urgency, Mo Deming refrained from making any more comments that could irritate Qin Hao. Thus, the four of them walked silently along the road, with Qin Hao in the lead, wishing he could fly ahead. If not for Mo Deming and the others behind him, he would have asked the old man to teleport him there. The splendid and unique architecture along the route rushed past them, highlighting the extraordinary pace at which the four were traveling. Faster, even faster. Qin Hao murmured anxiously as he caught sight of the familiar entrance to the training arena. He had never felt a journey could feel so interminable, measured in milliseconds. All roads eventually lead to an end, and at last, Qin Hao saw that familiar entrance. Volume 2, The First Glimpse of Brilliance, Chapter 48, Safe and Sound. He exhaled deeply, calming his racing heart. Without waiting for Mo Deming and the others to catch up, he slowly entered the arena. Inside, only a few townspeople had gathered, their eyes drawn to the positions of the 6 great families, which were conspicuously absent. Sigh, it seems I was too eager. Qin Hao recalled the scene from yesterday when the Lin family had arrived. It was only when nearly all the 6 great families were present that the Lin family made their entrance. Xiao Hao, there is no need to worry. Since Miss Sha Xian has taken residence at the Lin family, it is only natural that the head of the Lin family would choose to observe her late into the night, especially with you not in your own room, leading to her temporary stay in their quarters. Shortly thereafter, Mo Deming and his companions hurriedly arrived at the arena for cultivators, observing the sparse crowd behind them before turning their gaze to the solitary figure of Qin Hao ahead. Mo Deming approached to offer some comfort. Haha, it's all right, Uncle Mo. Once the head of the Lin family arrives, I shall simply inquire, Qin Hao replied, though anyone could discern the dismissive tone in his words. Slowly, he made his way to the seating designated for the Mo family, and the 4 of them took their seats simultaneously. Qin Hao gently closed his eyes, lost in thought, prompting Mo Deming and the others to wisely refrain from further conversation. Time slipped away quietly, minute by minute. The citizens of Dongyu City had largely gathered by now, forming small clusters to engage in lively discussions, the primary focus being the previous day's matches between the 4 families. Surprisingly, the topic of conversation was not centered on the currently illustrious Su family, but rather on Qin Hao, who sat in the arena, seemingly in a state of meditation. Hey, have you heard? During the match yesterday between the Mo family and the Su family, it appears they enlisted an outside aide, someone named Qin. In a small circle, a handsome young man animatedly spoke to those around him. As he spoke, another group, seemingly in the know, approached and interjected. Qin Hao. Haha. You missed it. We called you, but you didn't come. You should have seen it. He single-handedly knocked the head of the Lin family down in one move. Really? Is that true? No way. He that powerful? The listeners gasped in disbelief, exchanging incredulous glances. Humph. You country bumpkins only spread rumors. It was clear that the Su family was formidable. As for why the final judgment favored the Mo family, I suspect there's something amiss. A robust middle-aged man interjected disdainfully as he approached, having overheard the chatter. Upon hearing this, the young man who had first mentioned Qin Hao fell silent. Even those who had witnessed the events yesterday chose to remain quiet, acknowledging the truth in the man's words, as the 2 techniques had never truly clashed, leaving no one to assert a definitive outcome. Humph. Today, the Mo family will likely send that Qin fellow to the arena again. We shall see if he is a thoroughbred or just a mule, the middle-aged man remarked, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized the distant, meditative Qin Hao. With a dismissive snort, he returned to his seat, opting not to engage further in the discussions of the other groups. While the crowd speculated about him, Qin Hao, the protagonist, remained blissfully unaware, and even if he were, he would not concern himself with their chatter. His thoughts were not solely on Miss Sha Xian's comfort. He had unwavering faith in Lin Zilin's character, regardless of Lin Luanyu's immaturity. The fire attribute element that has been separated, can it be utilized in the art of authority? Indeed, what he is contemplating now is that audacious idea he had just moments ago in the room. Presently, he possesses but one technique of authority, alongside another technique associated with it, the dragon's breath. Although he has achieved the requisite level, he has yet to find the time to cultivate it. Therefore, his current endeavor is to devise a means to enhance the might of the dragon fist. Among the 5 elemental forces, the extraction of the fire attribute element gives Qin Hao the impression that it could bestow extraordinary surprises upon his existing technique, the dragon fist. Look, look! The Su family from the 6 great families has arrived. As a few vehicles and groups of people entered, the spectators below began to murmur among themselves. Those with keen eyesight had already recognized the identity of the corpulent man in splendid attire ahead. Surely, it is the head of the Su family, Su Yuan. Behold, the Lin family has arrived. Yes, the Lin family. Oh, look, look, who are the young ladies accompanying the head of the Lin family? As the Su family made their entrance, the Lin family, led by Lin Zilin, entered the venue, with 2 or 3 individuals trailing behind. Not far from the Lin family, a bystander pointed to the 2 women beside Lin Zilin and inquired of those nearby. What? The young ladies beside him? Huh? Who is the head of the Lin family? Would he associate with someone as ordinary as you? He is above such trivial pursuits. Upon hearing this, a companion who had been seated nearby did not rise to observe, but disdainfully remarked, "If you don't believe me, just stand up and see for yourself." The bystander rolled his eyes and retorted, exasperated, "Huh, fine, I shall look. Oh, indeed, someone has come. Who is this? Where did this country girl come from? Wait, who is the woman at the very back? She looks so familiar." After a moment of contemplation, his companion, seemingly struck by inspiration, exclaimed excitedly, "Oh my goodness! Is that not the universally adored, super cute, and stunningly beautiful Lin Luanyun, the first little demoness of Dongyu City? Lin Luanyun. She truly has come. What? Lin Luanyun. Goodness, how are we to continue watching this competition? If we don't finish watching, we innocent common folk are doomed." This utterance indeed startled everyone present. Gazing at the innocent and lovely Lin Luanyun, whose exquisite beauty followed Lin Zilin, the hearts of all spectators seemed to skip a beat. Murmuring in panic, within Dongyu City, who remains unaware of the formidable presence of Miss Lin. To say she wields power is an understatement. Father, who are they talking about? Noticing the anxious expressions of those around her, Lin Luanyun pouted, looking at Lin Zilin with confusion. Who are they speaking of? Who do you think they are talking about? Dear? Of course, they are referring to you. Looking at his daughter's innocent face, Lin Zilin felt a wave of exasperation wash over him, silently thinking, "Oh, little Luanyun, they are indeed speaking of you." After surveying the surroundings for a week, Lin Zilin turned to Lin Luanyu with a smile that held a hint of mischief. "Well, all right." Upon hearing this, Lin Luanyu nodded, surprisingly convinced by Lin Zilin's words. Giggles erupted from another girl standing beside Lin Luanyu at the sound of Lin Zilin's response. "Xiaoxin, what are you laughing at? Is what my father said incorrect?" With a slight frown, Lin Luanyu turned around and exclaimed in irritation. It turned out that the girl beside her was Sha Xian, the little maid whom Qin Hao had been worried about. However, judging by her demeanor, she seemed to be in good spirits. "Ah, yes, of course, the head of the Lin family is always right. Hee hee. I was just amused by those speaking in the crowd." Startled by Lin Luanyu's words, Sha Xian's eyes darted about as she hastily replied. She was well aware of Lin Luanyu's illustrious reputation and certainly did not wish to offend this young lady. "Oh, that is more like it." With a slight pout and her rosy cheeks puffed out, she said proudly, "This little girl is quite clever. It seems that those around her are no ordinary folk." Watching the quick-witted Sha Xian, Lin Zilin chuckled silently in amusement and sighed. Thus, the 3 of them made their way toward the Lin family's seating area, each wearing distinct expressions under the curious gazes of the crowd. "Isn't that Miss Sha Xian? And the one beside her is Miss Lin?" As the group from the Lin family approached, Mo Deming marveled. Hearing this, Qin Hao and the others immediately turned their attention to the 3 from the Lin family. Phew, as long as she is safe. Observing the cheerful Sha Xian beside Lin Luanyu, Qin Hao breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a weight lifted from his shoulders. Did it not turn into a major debacle? Hee hee, this little imp truly knows how to stir the pot. Gazing at the lively Lin Luanyu, Qin Hao shook his head, internally grumbling. Although he thought this way, he had no desire to become entangled with her. After all, he preferred not to accompany her on shopping sprees every day. If she carried her own bags, it would be one thing, but she expected him to hold them too, and he was not allowed to complain. With this thought in mind, he gradually withdrew his gaze. What one can see but not partake in is unbearable for any man, including Qin Hao. All right, we've arrived at the Mo family. Let us head back and not let certain individuals think that upon arriving at my Lin family, they are being bullied. Gradually, Lin Lanyu and her companions reached the Mo family's area. Glancing at Qin Hao, who sat nearby with his eyes closed, she pouted and remarked to Sha Xian beside her. Huh, what bullying? Following Lin Lanyu's gaze, Sha Xian looked over at the pale-faced Qin Hao, her cheeks instantly flushing a deep crimson. Young Master Qin would never bully me. As she became momentarily distracted, Sha Xian inadvertently misinterpreted Lin Lanyu's words, whispering softly to herself. Then Miss Lin, head of the Lin family, I shall take my leave now. Thank you for your gracious hospitality last night, and Miss Lin, it was a pleasure conversing with you. Lifting her head, Sha Xian smiled at Lin Lanyu and her companion. Upon hearing her, the two exchanged smiles and replied that it was nothing, then turned to head towards the Lin family's seating area. Watching their figures recede into the distance, Sha Xian turned and walked towards Qin Hao. Shortly thereafter, she settled beside him. You're here? Qin Hao opened his eyes and, noticing Sha Xian beside him, smiled and inquired. I'm here, Qin Hao. Brother Qin. Sha Xian stammered. I wanted to explain about yesterday. No need for explanations. As long as you are back, that's sufficient. Just wait for me in the room next time. There's no need to seek me out. Just as Sha Xian was about to clarify her situation from the previous day, she caught a glimpse of Qin Hao's gentle smile directed at her. With her cheeks flushed, she nodded lightly. At that moment, a wave of murmurs arose from the crowd below, signaling the arrival of another prominent family. Volume 2, The Emergence of Talent, Chapter 49, temporarily avoiding the spotlight. Listening to the discussions below, Qin Hao raised his head to observe. From the entrance of the arena, several figures gradually made their way in, and upon closer inspection, he recognized them as members of the Feng family. They've arrived, Qin Hao murmured to himself as he watched Feng Xiaopeng approach. Although he was uncertain why the old man Qin had instructed him to agree to Mo Deming's request to assist the Feng family, it was clear that, in some respects, they were now aligned with the Feng family. Having endured the scornful jibes from those around him, Feng Xiaopeng had long since learned to ignore them. Having experienced the events of the previous day, Lin Zilin's remark held a grain of truth. One cannot lift their head high while being subjected to gossip. And indeed, this was the reality. As Feng Xiaopeng and his companion advanced toward the Mo family section, they inadvertently cast a glance at Qin Hao before swiftly averting their gaze. I hope he agrees, Feng Xiaopeng thought to himself as he approached the seating designated for the Feng family. Having endured significant upheaval within his family, he was gradually yielding to the hardships of life. He had also begun to adopt a more reserved demeanor. If one cannot even master their own emotions, how could they hope to restore their family? Such aspirations would be nothing short of delusional. Settling into his seat, he chose to disregard the derisive comments from the crowd below. His sole focus was to quietly and resolutely devise his immature plan. A determination to guide the Feng family from the depths of despair back to their former heights was resolutely born within him. Yes, indeed. Gazing at Feng Xiaopeng beside him, Lin Zilin offered a faint smile. As the head of a family, and notably the leader of one of the three prominent families that had fallen from their former glory, it was indeed no small feat to gradually emerge from the cold jibes and derision within a single day. Slowly retracting his gaze, he turned to observe Qin Hao, a knowing smile gracing his lips. How could Lin Zilin be unaware of the Feng family's subtle maneuvers? As the foremost family in Dongyu City, Lin's influence was undoubtedly on par with, if not superior to, that of the Su family. Understanding without voicing, it was a survival tactic for any family. As per the regulations among the 6 great families, where other families held no rights to interfere, Lin Zilin found it peculiar that Su Yuhan, the head of the Su family, had not engaged him in conversation today. Could it be that this old fox had caught wind of the situation? There is often a hidden truth behind unexpected occurrences, Lin Zilin mused, furrowing his brow. Whatever Lin's family could discern, he was confident that the Su family could also uncover. Little one, be cautious. The upcoming competitions will surely be demanding. Raising his head, he cast a deep glance at Qin Hao, feeling a flicker of anticipation for his performance. He believed that Qin Hao's potential and hidden strengths were far from being fully revealed. The crowd, bustling and vibrant, filled every corner of the arena. A cacophony of discussions and excited chatter creating a spirited atmosphere. While some reminisced about the fierce matches of yesterday, many were filled with eager anticipation for today's competition. On the stage, the host, Xiao Gongping, gradually made his way forward, taking in the fervent audience below. Clearing his throat gently, he addressed the crowd with enthusiasm. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed citizens of Dongyu City, good morning. I am your host for this competition, Xiao Gongping. The audience erupted in cheers. Wow. Fantastic. Host. Let us get started. Listening to the enthusiastic reactions from the crowd, Xiao Gongping scanned his surroundings, donning a professional smile as he continued. After a full day of intense competition yesterday, I believe everyone here is still savoring the experience. Noticing the audience's understanding nods, he paused briefly before continuing. Seeing your spirited responses, I can tell that the friendly match among the four great families has left a lasting impression. First, let us revisit the point standings. Suddenly, the noise from the audience ceased, all eyes fixated on Xiao Gongping at the center of the arena. With a slight smile, he raised the score sheet in his hand and proclaimed with clarity and enthusiasm, one of the three great families, the Su family, 2 points. One of the 6 great families, the Mo family, 2 points. Wow. One of the 6 great families, the Duan family, 2 points. One of the 6 great families, the Sun family, 0 points. Although aware of the outcome, the audience could not help but gasp in astonishment when the score of the Mo family was announced once again. Everyone pondered in their hearts whether the Mo family could indeed perform a miracle and seize the championship after the 3 rounds of competition. Their gaze shifted to the Mo family's position, quietly observing the seat occupied by Qin Hao, while Xiao Gongping also looked forward to his performance, eager to see if this dark horse could rise to the top. Accepting the nameplate handed to him by a staff member beside him, Xiao Gongping turned around, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, and landed on the position of the 6 prominent families at the back of the venue. He declared, "The second round of the friendly match among the 4 families, a 2-on-2 confrontation, is about to commence. Next, we shall proceed to the first segment of today's event. I invite the representatives of the 4 families to the stage to draw the match order and opponents. Uncle Mo, it's your turn." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Hao opened his eyes and looked toward Mo Deming with a smile. All right. Mo Deming nodded in agreement and rose to walk slowly toward the stage. Simultaneously, the representatives of the other 3 families also ascended the arena to prepare for the draw. The lineup remained unchanged from yesterday, with each family South representatives in place. The spectators below watched as the draw unfolded in an orderly and methodical manner, feeling a mix of anticipation and slight tension. Everyone yearned to witness the breathtaking matches ahead, filled with confidence in their favored competitors. The drawing process was swift and straightforward, with each family's representatives returning to their respective areas, carrying different emotions. Approaching the Mo family's position, Mo Deming glanced at Qin Hao, who was also watching him. With a wry smile, he remarked on the earlier match's outcome. It's not exactly good news. Our opponent in the first round is the Su family, although they had triumphed over the Su family in the previous round and were mentally prepared. Reality often caught one off guard. Oh, it's fine, Uncle Mo. We just need to stick to our planned strategy. Qin Hao replied with a smile. Humph. According to your plan, ISNT it's still me and Mo he who LL be facing the Su family this round? You've managed to take it easy. If we win, that's great. If we lose, I wonder how you'll have the face to speak afterward. Upon hearing Qin Hao's intentions for this round, which involved sending the Mo brothers into battle, Mo Deming could only chuckle at his own plight. Observing Mo Hai's troubled expression, Qin Hao couldn't help but smirk inwardly. I was counting on you to win? How absurd. In this confrontation against the Su family, Qin Hao already recognized that victory was unlikely. If they were to defeat the Su family, it would inevitably provoke that old scoundrel Su Yuan, making the third round exceedingly difficult. Moreover, given his temperament, he might even collude with other families to jointly suppress the Mo family. Although we are facing the Su family, we are not the first to take the stage in this round. Rather, we are the second. The first match is between the Sun family and the Duan family. After a moment of contemplation, Mo Deming raised his head and addressed the crowd. Hearing this, Mo Hai exhaled, relieved that there would at least be some preparation time to observe the format of the competition. Beside him, Mo he had been fixated on Lin Baozi since her entrance, his gaze unwavering. She was the woman he had long envisioned as his future wife, the one he dreamt of possessing. He could never forget her stunning beauty, and he had even set Lin Baozi as his lifelong pursuit. In truth, Mo he did not enter the Lin family for the sake of enhancing his own strength. Rather, it was to seek the one he adored, to pursue her, to win her over. His willingness to participate in this competition was not driven by a desire to defend the honor of the Mo family, such notions were mere trivialities, but rather because he had heard that Lin Lanyu would be present. He yearned to behold her with his own eyes. Now that Lin Lanyu was before him, he seized every opportunity to glance at her, for more was always better. Even as she sat behind him, he occasionally stole glances at her enchanting silhouette. At this moment, Qin Hao observed Mohi's actions with a sigh, recognizing the futility in his own circumstances. Everyone has their own choices, just as he relentlessly sought to enhance his own abilities and unravel his mysteries. Thus, he refrained from interrupting Mohi's admiration for the beauty and turned his attention to the arena above. At this point, the representatives of the Sun and Duan families had already taken their positions on the stage. The audience below had long forgotten Lin Lanyu's presence, their excitement building as the competition was about to commence, with cheers rising in anticipation. On stage, the host, Xiao Gongping, glanced at the four competitors before turning to the audience, smiling as he proclaimed, "In the second round, the rules for the 2-on-2 match are as follows. Each family's representative must completely defeat their opponents or force them to concede in order to claim victory." After a brief pause, Xiao Gongping shifted his gaze and continued. "In this segment, the winning family will earn 2 points, and in this entire round, a maximum of 6 points can be attained." The audience, eager for the match to begin, urged him on. "Come on, let us get started." Without hesitation, Xiao Gongping, noticing the eagerness of the four participants, enthusiastically declared, "All right, it seems both teams are ready. The first match of the second round begins now." Volume 2, The First Glimpse of Brilliance, Chapter 50, Hatred. Representing the Sun family in the competition, apart from Sun Xiang's son, who made his appearance in the first round, and the promising disciple Sun Qingfeng, a young member named Sun Qingyu also stepped onto the stage. Conversely, from the Duan family, aside from Duan Wu, who had already participated in the initial round, another young contender named Duan Si joined the fray. It seems that the Sun family is determined to seize this point. Observing the tense standoff among the four on stage, Mo Deming remarked with a hint of gravity, "Oh, is this contestant named Sun Qingyu particularly formidable?" Given Mo Deming's assertion, there must be some merit to it. Qin Hao's inquiry stemmed from his encounter with Sun Qingfeng the previous day. Although he perceived Sun Qingfeng's strength to be inferior to his own, he discerned qualities within him that many lacked: humility, modesty, and warmth. These attributes, though simple to articulate, are indeed rare. Qin Hao found that Sun Qingfeng embodied all of them. From Mo Deming's tone, he inferred that Sun Qingyu might surpass Sun Qingfeng in prowess. Indeed, Sun Qingyu is an orphan taken in by the Sun family's elder, and he, along with his brother Sun Qingfeng, aspired to further their studies with the Lin family. After a contest between them, Sun Qingfeng chose to retreat to the capital for deeper training, while his younger brother Sun Qingyu. Upon realizing this, Qin Hao felt a sudden clarity and grew more appreciative of the Sun family. Previously, he subconsciously deemed Sun Qingfeng, who returned from training in the capital, as the pinnacle of the Sun family's strength. Yet today, upon witnessing the situation and hearing Mo Deming's explanation, he understood that it was far more complex than he had assumed. It appears that one should not underestimate these families. As he gazed toward the arena, Qin Hao murmured to himself, merely a few insignificant players." Just as he spoke, the voice of the old man Qin intrusively mocked him. With a disdainful curl of his lip and an eye roll, Qin Hao dismissed the old man's jibe. However, he did not allow the words to simply pass by. He understood that sometimes a person's perspective is a true measure of their ultimate potential. Regaining his focus, Qin Hao shifted his gaze to the Duan family's position. Regardless of the circumstances, each minor contest in this second round offers 2 points. Unless, as Qin Hao speculated, the Duan family intentionally concedes this match. The contestant named Duan Si on the field cannot possibly compare to Duan Wu from the first round. Ultimately, this was merely the analysis of a novice like Qin Hao. The actual outcome would soon reveal itself. As the focus returned to the arena, the four competitors had exchanged fierce words and were now poised to engage in a showdown. What say you, Sun family? Do you still refuse to concede? Prepare to endure the consequences. Accept it. You cannot win. The speaker is none other than Duan Si, a newly initiated disciple of the Duan family. In truth, he is quite reluctant to engage in combat with Sun Qingyu, who has just ascended as well. One must ponder, is a returee from the Lin family easily trifled with? Words are futile, let us commence. A melodious and ethereal sound emerged from the lips of the young Sun Qingyu standing before Duan Si. Sighing in resignation, Duan Si was already aware that such bravado was ineffectual. It merely served to motivate himself from certain perspectives. Once I entangle Sun Qingyu, you swiftly deal with Sun Qingfeng. and together we shall cast him down from the stage. Turning to Duan Wu, Duan Si spoke gravely. Agreed. Upon hearing this, Duan Wu immediately pivoted in response. Gung Jinyu. As soon as the words left his mouth, Duan Si promptly turned back and assumed a series of stances, unleashing his skills. The suddenness of it indeed caught everyone off guard, inciting gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. Suddenly, an orange-yellow cloud stretched from above Duan Si's head to hover over the heads of the two members of the Sun family. To the naked eye, it appeared quite beautiful. Yet those who cultivated could not help but feel a shiver of apprehension at the power contained within. This cloud of color must serve to bewilder. The true lethal techniques lie behind it. Otherwise, it would merely be called Gung Jin, cloud, rather than Gung Jin, rain. Observing the suspended cloud, Qin Hao murmured to himself. Your analysis is remarkably astute. Upon hearing this, an old voice in his mind scoffed disdainfully. I ask you, old man, have you discerned the essence of it? Although aware that the old man was intentionally mocking him, Qin Hao still sought to inquire about his true insights, convinced that the old man possessed knowledge. There is no need for haste. Soon, you shall know. The child named Sun Qingyu standing on the field will provide you with the answer. Observe closely. In response to Qin Hao's inquiry, the old man spoke leisurely. Heeding the old man's words, Qin Hao gradually focused his gaze on Sun Qingyu of the Sun family. Since the old man claimed this individual would reveal the truth, he was eager to discover just how formidable this Sun Qingyu truly was. Do not blame me for not warning you. If you wish to avoid injury, you should retract this technique above your head. Raising his gaze to the poised Duan brothers in the distance, Sun Qingyu smirked and spoke methodically. Little 5, ignore his taunts. Let us advance. Upon hearing his dismissive tone, Duan Si quickly turned back and urged Duan Wu, for in battle, one must maintain momentum, even if they were to falter against their foes. They must not allow mere words to extinguish their morale. Very well. Gung Jin Iron Rain. As soon as the words fell, Duan Wu suddenly unleashed his power, aligning himself with Duan Si, and rushed towards the two members of the Sun family. Alas, unaware of the impending danger, observing this, Sun Qingyu shook her head and sighed helplessly. To her surprise, she found herself unable to react immediately. Sun Qingfeng, witnessing the scene, was similarly frozen, and the onlookers could only assume that the Sun brothers had been rendered speechless by fear. Still, it was the same. I wonder when I will be able to keep pace with him. As Sun Qingyu slowly raised her right hand, Sun Qingfeng sighed inwardly. His hesitation was not due to fear, as the crowd presumed, but rather a conviction that it was unnecessary. For the individual beside him was more than capable of handling everything. Frosty heart congeal. Suddenly, Sun Qingyu's hand, suspended in midair, flipped upward, forming a fist as she recited the incantation of her power. The audience collectively gasped as they witnessed the unfolding scene. Amidst the colorful clouds, the gray-black iron rain, aimed at the Sun brothers, was abruptly transformed into ice spikes. Immediately afterward, the target reversed direction, hurtling toward the Duan brothers. This is bad run. In that instant, Duan Si felt an uncanny disconnection from his power. He turned and fled in panic while shouting at Duan Wu. What? Before he could fully comprehend the situation, several gray-white ice spikes had already pierced his chest, prompting a wretched cry. Upon hearing the cries behind him, Duan Si's heart sank, and his speed surged. Gazing towards the edge of the arena, his excitement was beyond words. Suddenly, as he prepared to escape the arena, a searing pain shot through his chest, and in the next moment, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, mixed with some internal organs. If this were to get out, it would surely be the cause of great laughter. He felt a wave of dizziness wash over him before collapsing. Just before losing consciousness, he managed a bitter smile. Qingfeng, you too. Looking at the two men sprawled on the ground like defeated dogs, Sun Qingfeng frowned slightly and addressed the indifferent Sun Qingyu beside him. They brought this upon themselves. I had warned them long ago. Yet they chose not to listen, and now they blame me? He turned to face Sun Qingfeng, who was about to reprimand him, and replied nonchalantly. He this sigh? After a moment's contemplation, Sun Qingfeng decided against voicing his thoughts. Since childhood, he had been aware of Sun Qingyu's tragic background. At the bridgehead in Dongyu City, he and his father, Sun Xiang, had witnessed a dispute over food involving 3 middle-aged beggars attacking a young beggar and seizing the bun from his mouth. Ultimately, Sun Xiang sent the 3 individuals away, while the little beggar caught the discerning eye of the elder of the Sun family, who took him in as a disciple. This little beggar would later become known as Sun Qingyu. Throughout his upbringing in the Sun household, it was Sun Qingfeng who consistently aided Sun Qingyu, while the others regarded him with indifference. After all, What could a mere street urchin offer to the privileged sons of the family? In time, Sun Qingyu grew accustomed to their disdain and diligently honed his skills, participating in various family competitions, ultimately rising to prominence. Within the Sun family, he acknowledged only two individuals, Sun Qingfeng and Sun Xiang, with perhaps the elder as an additional figure of respect. As for the others, he used his fists to alter their perceptions of him one by one. One day, while returning home from the imperial capital, Sun Qingfeng passed a bridge and stumbled upon three corpses, the very individuals who once assaulted Sun Qingyu. Observing their dismembered remains, he let out a resigned sigh and buried them, realizing that Sun Qingyu's animosity towards them had only deepened over the years rather than waned. Looking at the brothers from the Duan family, Sun Qingfeng felt a twinge of sympathy. Why, of all people, did they have to provoke this formidable figure? Host, may we conclude? He turned to the bewildered Xiao Gongping, who appeared utterly dumbfounded, as Sun Qingyu nonchalantly inquired. Volume 2, The First Glimmer of Brilliance, Chapter 51, The Breath of the Celestial Dragon. My apologies. I momentarily forgot. Upon hearing Sun Qingyu's question, the host Xiao Gongping hastily responded. He had just witnessed the prowess of this individual. Should he inadvertently provoke him, the consequences could be dire. Not only him, but the audience remained in stunned silence. The preceding scene was nothing short of extraordinary, bordering on the unbelievable. The first round of the competition concluded. Duan family representatives Duan Si and Duan Wu were defeated by the Sun family representative and rendered without combat capability. Therefore, I declare that the Sun family representative is victorious in this round of the second match, earning 2 points. Though the audience was still silent, the host Xiao Gongping could not afford to wait. After a brief pause to compose himself, he declared to the crowd, "Well, the Sun family has triumphed." As soon as the host's words fell, exclamations of astonishment erupted from the audience. Indeed, the Sun family had won. They were more formidable than anyone had anticipated. It seemed we had underestimated the Sun family. Sun Qingyu proved to be mightier than Sun Qingfeng, who had returned from the imperial capital. You know nothing. I've heard he actually trained with the Lin family, but merely chose to remain home for an extended period. Goodness gracious, this is going to be quite the spectacle. A pack of sycophants. Listening to the enthusiastic applause and flattery from the audience, Sun Qingyu curled his lips in disdain and coldly remarked. He had endured the vicissitudes of human relationships and the harshness of society, and he had long since grown indifferent to such displays, not out of a desire for acceptance, but from sheer contempt, not from a need to show off, but from a deep-seated resentment that sprang from within. Qingyu, let us depart understanding his brother's expression of disdain. Sun Qingfeng, standing nearby, instinctively sensed his thoughts. If this continued, it could very well lead to a confrontation. He quickly called out to him. Upon hearing this, Sun Qingyu turned and nodded in agreement, eager to leave this distasteful place. Just as he was about to turn away, he inadvertently caught sight of Qin Hao, who was also gazing back at him. A faint smile crossed his lips before he averted his gaze and slowly descended from the stage. Qin Hao, indeed intriguing. As he walked toward the direction of the Sun family seats, Sun Qingyu mused to himself. How amusing indeed, seemingly in sync. Qin Hao gazed at the figure gracefully descending the stage, muttering to himself, "How about it? Did you grasp the essence of it?" Hearing Qin Hao's voice, the old man Qin abruptly interjected in his mind. "Yes, the principle is quite simple. It is the process. The process is simple as well," Qin Hao began, but was interrupted by the old man, who added, "As you surmised, it is not that the young man from the Duan family, known as Duan Si, lacks power. Rather, it is the opposite. The boy employing the ice attribute power skillfully altered the trajectory of Duan's technique through his own ice attribute, leading to their defeat." After a brief pause, the old man continued. "The reason the ice boy could alter the trajectory is not due to the superiority of his power skill grade, but because his strength has far surpassed that of the two from the Duan family, reaching the intermediate Tai Su realm." "Are you serious?" Upon hearing this, Qin Hao couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. He had initially thought he would dominate among these scions, even if his power skills were lacking. His own Tai Su realm strength would be unmatched by any ordinary family cultivator. Yet, the old man's words left him utterly astonished. "Tell me, Qin, do you feel the pressure now?" Observing the sudden grimace on Qin Hao's face, the old man smirked and inquired. "It's manageable, but it's certainly not as easy as I had imagined," Qin Hao candidly replied. With the scheming Su family in the foreground and now the exceptionally talented Sun Qingyu emerging, his plans had been thrown into disarray. Taking a moment to calm himself, he knew that he must not lose his composure in the face of such challenges. From the discussions regarding the battle strategy with Mo Deming over the past few days, it is evident that this esteemed head of the Mo family has entrusted the overall responsibility to me. Although he professes that the outcome of the championship is inconsequential, deep within my heart, I have a different sentiment. Moreover, I have promised a request from the Feng family. Should we fail to secure the championship, we would undoubtedly offend both the Feng and Su families simultaneously. Uncle Mo, is the next match still half an hour away? Turning to Mo Deming, I inquired. Indeed. Each round allows for a 30-minute respite unless unforeseen circumstances arise, Mo Deming replied. Very well, Uncle Mo, based on your earlier remarks, we shall face the Su family in the next round. If you trust in my capabilities, the Mo brothers shall take to the stage. As for the fourth round against the Mo family, let us allow the Mo brothers to compete once more. For the final match against the Sun family this afternoon, I propose that my brother Mo he and I take the lead, if that is agreeable. According to my assessment, the Su family stands little chance of victory. As for the Duan and Sun families, uncertainties have begun to surface. Not to mention Sun Qingyu from the Sun family, I perceive that Duan Xi's prowess is quite formidable. At this moment, my sole technique is the Dragon Fist, and I find it improbable to enhance its power further. Although I yearn to integrate the recently separated fire elemental attributes into the Dragon Fist, it seems such an endeavor is beyond my immediate reach. What I must focus on now is my second technique, the Dragon Breath. Indeed, it is the second technique associated with my innate attributes. Given that one must attain the Void Mirror stage before practicing this technique, it stands to reason that its potency would surpass that of the first technique. Furthermore, I distinctly recall that this technique is a ranged offensive and defensive skill. Should I master it, I would no longer be perpetually on the defensive against the ranged techniques of the Duan and Sun families. With these thoughts in mind, I turned to Mo Deming and said, Uncle Mo, I need to delve into my training to solidify my strength. If I do not awaken during the match against the Sun family this afternoon, please rouse me. Additionally, when the Mo brothers face the Su and Duan families, do not push beyond our limits. Restraint is key. Qin Hao, I understand your intention. Rest assured, I will relay your message to them. Mo Deming nodded in agreement. Comprehending the gravity of the situation, he has placed all his hopes upon this young man before him, inexplicably filled with confidence in my abilities. I nodded, turned, and slowly closed my eyes. Old man, I understand. You may proceed. Old Qin certainly understood what Qin Hao was contemplating. What is the greatest taboo in cultivation? Undoubtedly, it is the interruption during the process of refining. The consequences can range from losing oneself in delusion to, in severe cases, a sudden demise. Having Mo Deming awaken him could never match the finesse with which old Qin would call him back. A faint chuckle escaped Qin Hao's lips as he gradually entered a state of heightened awareness. The familiar sounds began to resonate in his ears, and he slowly opened his eyes. Greetings, young one. A voice, familiar yet distant, emerged from all directions. Hello, Grandpa Zero. I have come to practice the second technique of the Dragon's Breath within the attributes of my cultivation. Rising to his feet and lifting his gaze toward the source of the voice, he spoke. Indeed, I understand. Hee, no matter how powerful the technique, it requires a pure heart to safeguard it. Go forth, young one. The voice echoed like the mighty Yangtze River, reaching Qin Hao's ears. Even the mightiest techniques necessitate a heart of sincerity. Qin Hao murmured internally, lifting his head in response. Grandpa Zero, I have taken note. From their previous encounters, it was clear that this enigmatic Grandpa Zero, whom he had never met before, imparted wisdom that would greatly benefit him. With deliberate slowness, Qin Hao settled into a meditative posture, opting not to plunge immediately into the depths of his practice. Instead, he reflected on the previous experience of cultivating the Dragon Fist. Sometimes, the insights gained from contemplation are far more beneficial than mere blind practice. Before long, as the last fragment of his recollection played out like a cinematic reel, he gradually entered a state of tranquility, immersing himself in the profound realm of meditation. Upon opening his eyes again, aside from the stark contrast of two streams of energy, all else faded into an endless void of colorlessness. He chanted softly, Heavenly Authority, Dragon's Breath. Without further deliberation, he recited the incantation of his technique, summoning forth the Dragon's Breath. As if responding to an unseen call, the two streams of yin and yang energy surged toward him like ignited fuses, rushing into his being. This sensation, exhilarating. The flowing energy coursed through Qin Hao's veins, circulating for several cycles. Perhaps due to the saturation of his attributes from the last session, he felt no extraordinary difference at first. However, this time, it was akin to a famished man feasting upon a lavish banquet. invigorating his spirit. The energy coursed through his internal organs, gradually converging in his dantian, ultimately reaching his mind. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced through his head, causing Qin Hao to exhale a breath of turbulence involuntarily. He settled onto the ground, channeling his consciousness to probe into his mind. Dragon Breath, a high-level remote attack and defense technique of the mysterious tier, reaching completion comparable to the might of the Earth tier. The characteristics of this technique are ethereal, ever-changing, and as swift as the wind sweeping away the clouds. Below are the detailed steps for cultivating this technique. Approaching. A series of fluid incantations and key movements for releasing the technique appeared before Qin Hao's eyes. Dragon Breath. It has finally manifested. Volume 2. The First Glimmer of Brilliance, Chapter 52. The Rise and Fall of Kings. A resounding roar akin to a dragon's reverberated through the heavens and in the distance. The power spirit exploded like a white ocean, the sound of the explosion swiftly propagating outward. Before long, it reached a towering wall, the shockwaves causing it to tremble slightly. At that moment, a young man stood atop the wall, observing the devastation wrought by the dragon's roar, a faint smile gracing his lips. At last, success. Feeling the tremors beneath him, the young man gazed into the distance, resolutely and breathlessly declaring, "Who is this young man?" Naturally, it is Qin Hao. The sound wave he just released is the second technique, Dragon Breath, which he had recently mastered in a state of profound understanding. After a brief period of cultivation in that place, he arrived at this towering wall, a barrier between the realms of yin and yang, to continue his training. He sensed that practicing here would allow him to fully harness the technique's power, maximizing its potential. Indeed, there is no free lunch in this world. After enduring numerous failures, he finally succeeded in unleashing the technique. However, Qin Hao lamented that he had expended all the power spirit he had just absorbed for training Dragon Breath, leaving him with insufficient energy, even depleting a portion of his internal power spirit. Yet, he merely voiced a few complaints, grateful nonetheless for successfully mastering the technique. Time to leave, he mused. Raising his eyes to the vast sky above, he realized that he had spent several hours within. Sitting cross-legged, he gradually entered a meditative state. As he sensed a familiar aura, Qin Hao slowly opened his eyes, finding himself once again at the heart of the power realm. "How goes it, little one?" A gentle voice inquired from all directions. "Everything is proceeding smoothly, Grandpa Zero. I wish to chat with you a bit longer this time. A competition is taking place outside, and I fear I may miss my turn." Qin Hao responded. "Haha, I understand. Go on, little one, I await your return." With a slight smile, Qin Hao swiftly closed his eyes, departing from the power realm. "Old man, how is the situation outside?" Hearing the bustling cheers from the outside world, Qin Hao realized he had returned to reality. Yet, he chose not to open his eyes immediately, instead inquiring of the old man about the state of affairs beyond. "Ah, Qin boy, you have awakened. Quite timely indeed. The fifth match has concluded. If you had not roused yourself, even without my prompting, that old scoundrel from the Mo family would have certainly called for you." Upon hearing Qin Hao's inquiry, the old man Qin responded with indifference. "Oh, what was the outcome of the Mo family's match? Let me think. It appears they lost all of them." "Yes, that should be correct," the old man Qin reflected before answering. Upon hearing this, Qin Hao nodded inwardly, having anticipated such a result. Whether it was Sun Qingfeng from the Sun family, or Duan Si from the Duan family, not to mention the yet-to-appear offspring of other noble families, Qin Hao had long foreseen that the Mo brothers were no match for them. "Uncle Mo, I have completed my training. How long until the next match?" Opening his eyes, Qin Hao turned to inquire of Mo Deming. "Ah, Xiao Hao, you have awakened. Splendid. I was just about to let those two brothers participate in the match if you hadn't come to." "Huh, I hardly believe that. I suspect you would have roused me yourself." Qin Hao mused silently, though he refrained from voicing it. "Rest assured, Uncle Mo, I promised I would awaken before the match." Upon hearing this, Mo Deming revealed a faint smile, albeit tinged with embarrassment. "Well, Xiao Hao, there are about 10 minutes until the next match, but unfortunately, our Mo family has already lost the first 2 rounds. Yes, I anticipated this. Now, we can only take one step at a time. Regardless of whether I can assist you in clinching the championship, I shall exert my utmost effort." It was important to express determination, lest Mo Deming be consumed by anxiety day in and day out. Nonetheless, Qin Hao was cautious not to overstate his commitment, for uncertainties still loomed. The emergence of Sun Qingyu alone was enough to give him a headache. And considering that the Sun family was merely one of the 3 lesser families among the 6 great clans, who could say what hidden cards the Su family might possess? Thus, a cautious approach was currently the wisest course of action. "Indeed, Xiao Hao, Your resolve is sufficient. Mo Deming replied, nodding earnestly. He felt fortunate to have the assistance of someone met by chance. Without him, the Mo family might not have even secured their current points. At this moment, sitting to the right of Mo Deming, the Mo brothers, Mo He and Mo Hai, completed their recovery and slowly awoke. Observing this, Qin Hao rose and approached Mo He. Smiling as he said, "Brother Mo He, for the upcoming match, it shall be you and I who take the stage." Hearing this, Mo He also stood, nodding in agreement. From his gaze, Qin Hao discerned that the failures of the previous 2 matches had not extinguished his fighting spirit. Rather, it seemed to have ignited it even further. Mo He, your task will be to keep Sun Qingfeng of the Sun family occupied. As for the other one, I shall handle him. Upon hearing this, Mo He furrowed his brows and pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. He was no fool. Since he and the Mo family could not triumph over the Duan family, it was even less likely they could easily deal with the formidable Sun family. Observing this, Qin Hao turned back and settled into his chair, contemplating strategies to counter the upcoming challenge posed by the tenacious Sun Qingyu. Meanwhile, the audience below was engaged in fervent discussions. After a day filled with intense competition, not only were the competitors on stage physically and mentally exhausted, but the spectators as well felt utterly drained. Each moment of battle stirred their hearts, which trembled with excitement. At this juncture, they found themselves reminiscing about the previous 5 matches, eagerly anticipating the final showdown between the Mo family and the Su family. I told you the Mo family was merely a fade, didn't I? Just yesterday, they were tied for first with the Duan and Su families. Look at today. They've suffered a consecutive defeat, remarked a middle-aged man in the crowd, tilting his head disdainfully at a fellow onlooker. Indeed, yesterday, I thought the external aid they brought in, Qin Hao, was impressive. Yet, he never faced the Su family. And now it's hard to say what the outcome would have been. I assumed that lad would take the stage today, but it seems he is merely a pretty vase. Beautiful, but of no practical use, he scoffed. Hearing the middle-aged man's derision, another bystander nodded in agreement, their disdain palpable. Let us see how the Mo family handles this 3rd round. The Sun family is not the same as yesterday. If the Mo family continues to perform as they did in the first 2 rounds, their score today will be a complete 0. Isn't that obvious? The Sun family is undoubtedly capable. Regardless, I'm placing my bets on them. The comments from these 2 onlookers acted as a catalyst, inciting a chorus of agreement from the surrounding crowd. The spectators, feeling that the situation was quite clear, began to place their bets, convinced that Sun Qingyu's demonstrated prowess had already captured the admiration of the majority present. In stark contrast, the Mo family, having faltered against the defeated Duan family, was perceived as lacking the strength to contend with the Sun family. Was it Qin Hao who could turn the tide? Hardly. Such notions were dismissed as mere folly. Amidst the chorus of skepticism and ridicule from the audience, Qin Hao felt a pang of embarrassment, his thoughts darkening. Although the Mo family's current predicament was not favorable, he still hoped for some semblance of support. Nevertheless, he remained unfazed, having devised a strategy to confront Sun Qingyu. One that was not particularly extraordinary but closely tied to the techniques he had recently mastered. "Brother Qin, let us prepare," came the call, signaling the time for action. As the host, Xiao Gongping, gradually ascended the stage, Mo Deming's companion, Mo He, turned to Qin Hao and spoke. "All right, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed elders of Dongyu City. Good afternoon to you all." As soon as he finished speaking, the host, Xiao Gongping, smiled broadly and addressed the audience. Noticing the fervent atmosphere below, he paused momentarily before continuing in a resonant voice. "After a day of competition, I shall now announce the current scores of each family. One of the 3 prominent families, the Su family, boasts a perfect record of 3 victories in 3 matches, accruing a total of 6 points. TSK. The audience acknowledged that the 3 great families were indeed unmatched by the smaller clans. With a smile, Xiao Gongping continued. One of the 6 families, the Duan family, managed 1 victory in 3 matches, earning 2 points. Although this was 4 points shy of the Su family's tally, it was certainly better than the Mo family's impending scoreless outcome. Another of the 6 families, the Sun family, claimed 1 victory in 2 matches, also securing 2 points. This was indeed the biggest surprise of the day. The audience unanimously believed that the Sun family, having earned 4 points, would undoubtedly achieve more. Meanwhile, the Mo family, with 2 matches and no victories, had yet to score any points. TSK. As the host concluded, jeers erupted from the crowd, who felt embarrassed for the Mo family. Observing this, the host displayed no visible emotion, well aware of the harsh realities of competition. He understood that the best way to silence critics was through performance. With a slight smile, he cleared his throat and continued. That concludes the current standings of today's matches. Next, we move on to the final bout of the day, the climactic showdown of the second round, a 2-on-2 match. Are you all excited? Excited. The audience responded in unison. Nodding slightly, Xiao Gongping retracted his smile and passionately called out to the crowd. Now, please welcome the participating families for today's final round, the Mo family and the Sun family, to the stage for their duel. Hearing this, Qin Hao slowly rose, turning to glance at the somewhat anxious Mo He, offering him a reassuring smile. Mo He, let us ascend, Qin Hao said, slowly turning back to the stage. His gaze steady. All right, Mo He replied, lifting his head with newfound confidence as he surveyed the scene. He too had heard the murmurs and jeers from the audience. The only way to silence them was to let their strength speak for itself. Nodding in agreement, Qin Hao turned and made his way toward the stage, while the Sun family's seating area buzzed with anticipation. In the gentle rain, we find ourselves pitted against the Mo family. Had that young man named Qin Hao, who belongs to their clan, not participated yesterday, our task would have been considerably simpler. However, with his presence on the stage today, we must tread cautiously. The speaker was Sun Qingfeng, the son of Sun Xiang, the head of the Sun family. He was observing as Qin Hao and Mo He gradually ascended the platform, furrowing his brow as he spoke to his companion, Sun Qingyu. Oh, they are taking the stage already? It seems they hold our Sun family in high regard. Rest assured, brother, I shall exercise caution, and you must do the same, Sun Qingyu remarked, lifting her gaze to the approaching figures of Qin Hao with a hint of intrigue. It was indeed a show of respect for them, considering that he had not engaged with the Su family, but chose to confront theirs. Gradually rising, Sun Qingfeng nodded in acknowledgement to his sibling, and together they descended from the audience, making their way toward the stage. In a brief moment, Qin Hao, Mo He, and the siblings Sun Qingfeng and Sun Qingyu converged at the center of the arena. The murmurs of the audience ceased abruptly, as they sensed a palpable tension in the air, reminiscent of an impending storm. So, you are Qin Hao? Sun Qingyu inquired playfully, gazing at the tall and remarkably handsome figure before her. Indeed, Qin Hao replied, straightforwardly. No beating around the bush, and you clearly regard our Sun family with esteem. Based on these 2 points alone, I shall demonstrate my true abilities and learn from you today, Sun Qingyu responded, leaving Qin Hao momentarily speechless. Was it now a flaw to be succinct and avoid ostentation? It seemed he would need to rectify this perceived shortcoming in the future. Qin Hao felt a twinge of embarrassment. After all, he found the situation rather peculiar. Thus, after a few more inconsequential exchanges, the quartet fell silent. The host, Xiao Gongping, recognizing that the banter had concluded, stepped forward, cleared his throat, and addressed the audience with a resonant voice. Esteemed ladies and gentlemen, and all respected elders of Dongyu City. The competitors are now assembled. Are you ready to experience the grand visual feast of this final segment? Then do not blink. The excitement begins now. As the words left his lips, the host and his attendants gracefully retreated to the viewing area, mindful to avoid any unintended disruptions. The audience, initially taken aback, took a few moments before erupting into applause, stifling laughter at the host's playful demeanor. Yet, in an instant, their attention converged upon the 4 figures on stage. For wagers had been placed. Just follow my lead. Upon receiving the signal, Qin Hao swiftly turned to Mo He and uttered a directive. Mo He responded promptly, channeling his powers in an instant. Let us proceed as planned. Sun Qingyu glanced back at Sun Qingfeng and spoke. All right, you should also be cautious. Meeting Sun Qingyu's gaze, Sun Qingfeng replied with unwavering determination. Sun Qingyu understood that to decisively defeat Qin Hao and his companions, it was imperative to first unseat Qin Hao. Relying on Sun Qingfeng would not suffice. The only way was to rely on himself to vanquish Qin Hao. With a swift motion, his hands transformed into a tiger claw shape, gathering layers of suspended frost around him. After surveying the surroundings for a few moments, the frost gradually coalesced before him. His dark pupils were momentarily veiled by a thin layer of frost, casting this small realm into a wintry ambience. How could Sun Qingyu possibly wield such a technique? Does he truly hold that arrogant man in such high regard? In the rear of the stands, Lin Baozi, seated in the last row of the Lin family section, watched in astonishment as Sun Qingyu unleashed his power. Her large, expressive eyes widened in disbelief. She was well acquainted with this technique, having witnessed its might in the Lin family courtyard during Sun Qingyu's training. It was no exaggeration to say he had disciplined every disciple he sought to teach. Moreover, Lin Baozi was aware that this was Sun Qingyu's most formidable skill. What's wrong, little Lanyu? Did you not cry and fuss yesterday about wanting to teach that Qin Hao a lesson? Now someone else is doing it for you. And you're suddenly against it? Hearing Lin Lanyu's frustrated tone, Lin Zilin tilted his head, a smirk playing on his lips. Father, I did express my desire to personally deal with that little brat. How could I allow someone else to take my place? Besides, you know the potency of Sun Qingyu's technique. What if that scoundrel Qin Hao were to be seriously harmed? How could I seek my own revenge then? Lin Lanyu replied, somewhat uncertain of her own words, but feeling strongly that it was her responsibility to confront Qin Hao, not allowing Sun Qingyu to intervene. Unbeknownst to Lin Lanyu, her feelings toward Qin Hao had subtly shifted. Lin Zilin, upon hearing his daughter's analysis, furrowed his brow, regardless of other considerations. At least she was correct about one thing. This technique was indeed Sun Qingyu's strongest. Let us observe further. The situation on the stage was ever-changing. Lin Zilin, without saying much, held a favorable view of Qin Hao. However, if he could withstand this attack, it would reflect poorly on his judgment. If he failed to do so, then it would fall upon his old bones to rescue him. After all, for the sake of his daughter, he had to prioritize the matter. Thus, the father and daughter duo anxiously fixated on the stage, their emotions diverging in their own distinct ways. On the stage, Qin Hao acutely sensed the formidable power of Sun Qingyu's unleashed authority technique. Without a doubt, he was suddenly enveloped by an intense chill as he beheld the icy sculpture gradually taking shape before Sun Qingyu. Steadying himself, he slowly began to channel his own authority technique. Heavenly Authority Dragon's Breath. A roar echoed within Qin Hao's mind, yet it dissipated almost instantaneously. This last sensation was all too familiar to him. It was unmistakably the outcome of a failed activation of his technique. However, unlike his previous experience within the realm of authority, he was now in a competitive arena. If he were to falter again, would he not find himself in dire straits? Sigh. Failure is a commonplace occurrence. Hadn't he experienced numerous failures within the realm of authority? Qin Hao exhaled softly, offering himself a semblance of comfort. After all, anxiety bore no fruit and would only squander precious time. Heavenly Authority Dragon's Breath. Gradually, he detected the sound of deflation. Once again, he had failed. Sigh. Failure, and more failure. At that moment, Qin Hao's heart sank a little, regardless of his resolve to persist. The authority spirit within him would not permit such reckless expenditure. To the onlookers, he appeared as a mere jester, standing stationary, reminiscent of one resigned to capture. Unperturbed by the murmurs of the crowd, Qin Hao turned to Mo He and stated directly, Mo He, listen to me. I am facing some difficulties. You must retreat for now, and I shall find a way to secure victory. In truth, Qin Hao had no solid plan for victory. His only hope was to salvage one of them. If he continued to fail in releasing his authority technique, they both would face ruin. Mo He widened his eyes, taken aback by Qin Hao's declaration. Could it truly be possible to win under such dire circumstances? Yet, given the current predicament, if Qin Hao were to fail, he, too, would be finished. Since Qin Hao had urged him to withdraw, he saw no reason to disobey. After all, when Mo Deming inquired, he could simply attribute it to Qin Hao's insistence. Very well, Qin Xiong, but do exercise caution. If it becomes too much, do not force it. As his words faded, he leapt from the stage, heading towards the Mo clan's direction, much to the astonishment of the crowd below, including the Sun brothers. Even Qin Hao found himself momentarily speechless. What? He asked, just leaving without further ado? Though the battle had yet to commence, Qin Hao had already gleaned many insights since ascending the stage. Old man, I can't do this anymore. I need urgent assistance. Mo He's departure rendered an already precarious situation even more dire. After enduring numerous failures, Qin Hao found himself at a loss. Indeed, the path of cultivation could not be rushed. What he must do now is to swiftly summon reinforcements, and currently, the most effective method is to enlist the old man's help. Hey, I say, Qin lad, you didn't think of me during the good times. Yet now you remember me. In his mind, the old man Qin observed the outside scene with Qin Hao and chuckled silently. I asked, old man, are you frightened? Or is it that you cannot contend with him? I can see that you are indeed afraid. When it comes to dealing with the old man Qin, it is impossible to employ a strategy of pleading for mercy. This has been Qin Hao's experience over the years. Why do you still resort to such rhetoric? I have long since stopped falling for that. However, to prove you wrong, I shall reluctantly take action. As the words left his lips, suddenly, Qin Hao felt a surge of immense power within him, erupting forth. Heaven's dragon breath. A roar erupted from between Qin Hao's hands, charging forth towards the direction where Sun Qingyu unleashed his technique with eyes widening. Sun Qingyu stood frozen in shock at the unfolding spectacle, realizing at that moment he had lost Volume 2, the first glimmer of brilliance, Chapter 54, the terrifying power. Gulp. Whether it was the host on the viewing platform or the audience present, they all found themselves swallowing hard, the already silent venue becoming even more hushed. Is this the technique unleashed by that boy Qin Hao from the Mo family? Goodness. Truly, the reality is astonishing. The spectators below gazed up at the slender figure on stage, their expressions a blend of astonishment, most revealing an incredulous demeanor. It turned out that after Qin Hao harnessed the old man Qin's power to unleash the technique, Dragon Breath, aimed at the Sun brothers, he did so with a speed and force that was utterly destructive, defeating the Sun brothers with a single strike that sent them tumbling off the stage. Not only were the ordinary folks left in shock, but even the patriarchs from the 6 great families, observing from afar, were equally astounded and bewildered. How could this be possible? I distinctly sensed there was no fluctuation of power emanating from this lad earlier. The might of his technique is truly terrifying. The most astonished of all was the Sun family head, Sun Xiang. At first, when he saw his son Sun Qingyu unleash his technique, and he leap into the arena, he felt victory was assured. Who would have imagined that in less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, both Sun Qingfeng and Sun Qingyu would find themselves defeated? The rapidity of it all utterly unfathomable. The aura's fluctuation felt ephemeral, yet in that fleeting moment, it made one feel as though even an ant would seem insignificant observing the young man standing naturally on the stage. Lin Zilin from the last row of seats furrowed his brow and sighed. Just moments ago, as contestant Sun Qingyu unleashed his power technique, others may not have noticed, but he observed Qin Hao's predicament. Clenching his fists, he stood ready to rescue Qin Hao. However, the instant Sun Qingyu's technique approached within a meter of Qin Hao, it was as if water at 0 degrees Celsius surged to 120 degrees, erupting with a majestic and overwhelming force that surged towards Sun Qingyu's technique. In mere seconds, both Sun Qingyu and Sun Qingfeng were sent flying off the stage. Indeed, this young man, Qin Hao, is far from ordinary. A faint smile graced Lin Zilin's lips as he slowly closed his eyes, lost in contemplation. Consider yourself fortunate, otherwise I would have to rely on my father to save you. Beside Lin Zilin, Lin Lanyu gazed at the unscathed Qin Hao on the stage and inadvertently exhaled, puffing her cheeks as she mused, perplexed by her own heart's flutter at the thought of a man's well-being. This boy is hiding something. Not far from Lin Lanyu, the head of the Su family, Su Yuhan, sneered, his round face contorted in disdain. He was among the few who had been closely observing Qin Hao throughout the match. When he sensed the wave of power emanating from Qin Hao, his initial contempt vanished in an instant, replaced by a gravity that weighed heavily upon him. Yet, after merely sensing that moment of terrifying strength, he reverted to his usual demeanor, albeit now tinged with a seriousness he perhaps did not fully recognize. Increase the number of personnel and closely monitor this young man. I want to be informed of his every move. Turning to a cloaked figure in black, Su Yuhan commanded. Understood. The black-clad figure promptly acknowledged and vanished into the crowd. Little Hao. No, Master Hao, achieving a resounding victory while facing 2 opponents? Truly, encountering him is a stroke of great fortune for our Mo family. Ha. Gazing at the spirited youth on the stage, Mo Deming's tears flowed freely as he proudly addressed his fellow Mo family members, his voice brimming with boundless pride. I wondered why you so generously allowed me to retreat from the stage. Turns out you already knew you could handle it alone, wanting to savor this sweet victory for yourself. Bah. Although Mo Deming spoke with a smile, he felt a twinge of resentment towards Qin Hao for the first time. Initially, he had intended to keep his distance from Qin Hao, believing that as long as Qin Hao held no improper intentions towards Lin Lanyu, he would not bother with him. However, in Mo's eyes, what Qin Hao had just done was simply an act of selfish appropriation. Under normal circumstances, this might have been overlooked, but the critical factor was that Lin Zilin and Lin Lanyu from the Lin family were watching from behind. After all, they were his self-proclaimed fiancé and father-in-law. Such a display would undoubtedly leave a negative impression on them. Of course, this was merely his personal assumption. In reality, not even the 6 prominent families present had paid him any heed, and when he descended from the stage, only a few people in the front row noticed him. The Lin family, in particular, had not spared him a glance. Had he known this, it would have surely driven him to the brink of fury. If Qin Hao were aware of his thoughts, he would likely find them quite absurd. Here he was, trying to be kind by letting him leave. Yet instead of receiving a reward, he was met with a pile of disappointment. Nevertheless, even if Qin Hao were to discover this, He would merely scoff and soon forget it. If he were to dwell on every slight, he would hardly earn the title of king of retorts in that world. With a heavy sigh, Qin Hao cast his gaze towards the scene ahead, feeling a twinge of apprehension in his heart. Had it not been for the old man, he might have found himself in dire straits with that single blow. At that moment, a deep pit, extending half a meter into the ground just a foot in front of him, served as a stark reminder of the immense power unleashed by Sun Qingyu's technique. Qin Hao pondered that with his frail physique, a direct hit would have surely left him in ruins. Old man, I owe you a debt of gratitude, otherwise, today might have marked my end here. This certainly warranted thanks, not only for this instance, but also because after witnessing the old man's strength, there would surely be occasions in the future when it would come in handy. After such a long wait, you finally spoke a truth, my boy. However, you need not devise any underhanded schemes. Should such a situation arise again, I will not come to your aid. Even if Qin Hao were to let out a fart, the old man would discern whether it was loud or silent, let alone his little tricks. If the old man continued to assist him in such situations, Qin Hao might as well abandon his cultivation altogether. A life of comfort inevitably breeds laziness. Rest assured, how could that be? Qin Hao mused to himself, fully aware of the underlying truth. In other words, had he consistently relied on the old man, he would have perished of starvation during his time on Earth, living a life of utter misery. Were it not for this particularly embarrassing predicament, he would never have had the audacity to approach the old man, unless absolutely necessary. He could easily go a lifetime without any interaction with him. Gently brushing off the dust from his sleeve, he strolled towards the edge of the arena, approaching the still astonished host, Xiao Gongping. Hello, host. May I declare the results of this match? Qin Hao inquired politely as he reached the host's side. Oh dear, I apologize, I momentarily lost my focus. Of course, it's fine, haha, certainly. Upon hearing Qin Hao's inquiry, Xiao Gongping promptly regained her composure and hastily replied. Observing this, Qin Hao, devoid of any further thought, displayed an awkward yet courteous smile. However, in Xiao Gongping's eyes, that smile could very well be perceived as a dire threat, a countenance he reserved solely for moments of impatience. It could hardly be blamed on her. After all, how many instances had there been in which a comeback was achieved from such a significant disadvantage? Perhaps even the Su family had not witnessed such occurrences. The host pondered this internally, yet dared not show any sign of lethargy outwardly. Clearing his throat, he addressed the audience with a resonant voice. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed elders of Dongyu City, in the second round of the sixth match, the Mo family's Qin Hao has triumphed over the Sun family's Sun Qingyu and Sun Qingfeng. Therefore, I declare, the Mo family is victorious. This time, a scant few supporters of the Mo family erupted into fervent cheers, and even those who had doubted the Mo family and Qin Hao prior to the competition withdrew their comments, retreating into silence. If Qin Hao's prowess displayed in the first round had not been sufficient to win over the crowd, then the performance in the second round surely elucidated all doubts. Captivating a majority, with a single individual's might, he turned the tide. Were this in another realm, the adoring fans would undoubtedly be shrieking in delight. Upon hearing the desired outcome, Qin Hao, as if in a transitional phase, slowly turned and strolled away with a sense of freedom. Has the change of expression occurred so swiftly? Listening to the surrounding crowd continuously chanting his name, Qin Hao silently mused. He imagined that he should be indifferent to such matters. If there were anything he held dear, it would be wealth. Better to receive some silver than empty praises. He thought as he traversed the path to the Mo family's seating area. What can money accomplish? Money can even make ghosts grind the mill. Money is the only unwavering companion in Qin Hao's life in this world, his steadfast brother. How wonderful it would be if money could bloom. The more he pondered, the more Qin Hao chuckled inwardly, while in his mind, the old man Qin listened with a frown, gradually becoming speechless. Uncle Mo. Gradually, Qin Hao approached the designated position of the Mo family, and naturally, he was greeted by the family head, Mo Deming. Xiao Hao, you've arrived. Thanks to you. Quickly, take a seat, take a seat. You must be exhausted. The second volume, The Emergence of Brilliance, Chapter 55, The Terrifying Winning Rate. Has it begun already? It starts the moment I step down. I need a break. Observing Mo Deming's obsequious demeanor and tone, Qin Hao internally roared in silence. At that moment, if Qin Hao could possess any skill, it would surely be the ability to block out sound, or perhaps simply to transform into a deaf person. What does it mean to see and feel troubled? At this moment, Qin Hao realized that the old man Qin indeed possessed certain merits, the foremost being his lack of incessant nagging. At most, they maintained a relationship of mutual indifference. Uncle Mo, There is no need for such humility. This time, it was not solely my effort that defeated the Su brothers, but rather half the credit belongs to the Mohe brothers. What a farce that was. In Qin Hao's eyes, Mohe was nothing more than someone who excelled at one thing, fleeing from responsibility. Nevertheless, Qin Hao articulated his thoughts thusly, as he could no longer endure the flattery from Mo Deming. After a brief moment of contemplation, Qin Hao smiled and remarked, had it not been for the Mohe brothers feigning retreat, creating a semblance of astonishment for the Mo brothers, my release of power would not have been delayed, thus leading to their defeat. Hence, the crux of this entire endeavor and the key to success lies entirely with the Mohe brothers. Ha! I truly am quite the clever one. Qin Hao mused inwardly. Upon hearing Qin Hao's explanation, Mo Deming paused for a moment, reflecting quietly. He glanced at the equally astonished Mohe beside him and soon comprehended the situation. With a smile, he turned to Qin Hao and said, "It appears that little he has played an unexpectedly significant role in this round. You all are the great benefactors of the Mo family. Regardless of the outcome of this endeavor, I shall grant you 3 requests within my capacity, and little he shall certainly be rewarded handsomely." "Thank you, Uncle Mo." "Thank you, Uncle." Qin Hao and Mohe expressed their gratitude simultaneously, yet their emotions diverged in essence. Observing Mo Deming gradually settling into silence, Qin Hao exhaled softly, indifferent to any conditions. At least he no longer had to engage with him. Turning his gaze to the arena above, he noticed that Xiao Gongping had organized the day's battle results and was preparing to announce them publicly. Surveying the audience below, who had endured an entire day filled with discussions and debates, he smiled slightly, picked up the results from his attendant, and proclaimed aloud, "Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed elders of Dongyu City, good evening to you all." The audience erupted in a frenzy of cheers, a sea of passion enveloping them. After a day of competition, it was evident that not only were the contestants from each family physically exhausted, but the spectators were equally weary. However, I trust that the individuals you supported on the field are deserving of your fervent cheers. As the cacophony of applause swelled, Xiao Gongping paused momentarily before continuing. Well, every competition inevitably leads to a conclusion. The second round of the friendly match among the 4 families has now concluded, with all 6 rounds completed. I shall now announce the scores of each family in this round, as well as the total points accumulated by each family over the past 2 days. One of the 3 great families, the Su family, 2 points in the first round, 6 points in the second round. Total points, 8. One of the 6 families, the Duan family, 2 points in the first round, 2 points in the second round. Total points, 4. One of the 6 families, the Mo family, 2 points in the first round, 2 points in the second round. Total points, 4. One of the 6 families, the Su family, 0 points in the first round, 2 points in the second round. Total points, 2. Thus concludes the standings for the first and second rounds. Tomorrow, the third and final round of the friendly match among the 4 families will take place, featuring a one-on-many individual challenge. I am confident that tomorrow's competition will be even more exhilarating. Now, today's matches have come to an end. I encourage everyone to return home early to recharge and take a moment to relax. The audience below smirked, and in an instant, the burly men seemed to be stirred by interest, glancing at their petite and charming wives, imagining how they would vent all their frustrations and discontent from today's matches upon returning home, leaving their wives in a state of helplessness. Time slipped by, second by second. Before long, the audience began to disperse, and members of the 6 families started to leave as well. In Dongyu City, there exists an unwritten rule. The higher the status of a family or sect, the later they should leave, which showcases both the grandeur and humility of the family. Xiao Hao, Xiao He, Xiao Hai, let us depart. Observing the Duan and Sun families moving, Mo Deming turned to Qin Hao and his brother Mohe and spoke. MM. In response, Mohe pondered for a moment before finally replying, while Mohe and Qin Hao, along with Sha Xian beside them, echoed their agreement. Among them, Qin Hao appeared the most eager. After a day filled with tension, excitement, and awkwardness, Qin Hao finally recognized his various shortcomings. He particularly understood the significance of mastering his skills. In the realm of authority, success in cultivation does not automatically guarantee its manifestation in the real world. This was a lesson learned through his awkward and frightening experiences on the competition field today. If it were not for the old man as assistance, even though the competition has concluded, the mere thought of it sent beads of cold sweat down his back. As he contemplated the lover of her dreams, Lin Lanyu, who lingered behind her. She reluctantly decided to depart from this place. However, the absence of a suitable identity to face the situation compelled her to join the others in their exit. As they traversed the path leading to Qifeng Tower, Mo Deming and his companions exchanged light-hearted banter about the amusing anecdotes from today's competition, infusing the atmosphere with a delightful charm. Meanwhile, Qin Hao, in a bid to appease Mo Deming, forced a smile that only exacerbated his sense of awkwardness. Gradually, as they approached the imposing Qifeng Tower, the four of them stepped inside in unison. Observing the figures fading away at the entrance of the arena, Lin Lanyu, seated in the last row of the Lin family's section, pouted in discontent and let out a soft huff. "Daddy, let us go." Turning away, she noticed only the three prominent families remaining, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Zilin, the head of the Lin family, with her large, sparkling eyes. "Little Lanyu, do not fret. We shall depart only after that old fellow has left." Lin Lanyu, hearing her father's voice resonate in her ears despite his lips remaining still, tilted her head slightly to glance at Su Yuyan's position. Realizing the significance of this silent communication, she nodded thoughtfully and settled back into her seat. This was a secret shared between her and Lin Zilin. Whenever Lin Lanyu found herself in trouble or was unable to speak, her father would use this discreet method to convey messages to her. As she heard her father refer to Su Yuyan as that old fellow, she chuckled, understanding from whom she had inherited her mischievous nature. "Lin family head, are you not planning to return?" The tone of this inquiry elicited a bemused blink from Lin Zilin, who thought to himself, "Here we go again. Haha. What Su family head has said is amusing. I have been awaiting your presence." Lin Zilin remarked, "Firstly, allow me to congratulate you on securing the top position in this second round of the competition." Seemingly oblivious to the sarcasm woven into his words, Su Yuyan responded with a smile, "Haha, Lin family head, do not jest. This is quite embarrassing for me. Today is merely the second round of the competition." At this juncture, Su Yuyan paused, whether intentionally or not, revealing a thought of his own. Perhaps Lin family head is unaware that among the younger generation, there truly are hidden talents. Not to mention Sun Qingyu from the Sun family, who has made quite an impression in the Mo family. There exists a remarkable young man named Qin Hao among them. His performance in today's match was nothing short of stunning. Though the Mo family's current standing may not be impressive, Qin Hao's win rate is indeed staggering. 100%, I must say. As he spoke, Su Yuyan cast a sidelong glance at Lin Zilin, but upon seeing the unperturbed expression on his face, he sensed the awkwardness permeating the air, causing his own countenance to flush a deep crimson. There is no greater embarrassment in this world than such a moment. Hee. I presume that the head of the Lin family has little recollection of our prior encounters. Perhaps it is best for you to retire early, esteemed Lin, while I, Su, take my leave. With that, without waiting for any response from Lin Zilin, Su Yuyan promptly turned and strode towards the entrance of the venue, soon vanishing from sight. One could surmise that he had departed the arena, and Lin Zilin's previously tranquil demeanor increasingly darkened, his robust hands resting on his knees now clenching tightly in a subconscious display of tension. Heh, the old man can no longer restrain himself, can he? Observing the already vanished figure, Lin Zilin coldly chuckled to himself in resignation. "Fengji, little honor, let us take our leave." Turning his gaze towards Feng Xiaopeng, the young master of the Feng family, and then glancing at his beloved daughter in his arms, Lin Zilin spoke with a smile. Nodding in agreement, the group gradually exited the venue, and after a day filled with the clamor of the practitioners' arena, it seemed to grow ever more serene, akin to the tranquil stars in the night sky. Volume 2, The Initial Display of Talent Chapter 56. A woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea. Xiao Hao, after a day of competition, I believe you must be quite fatigued and hungry. How about I arrange a table of local delicacies from Qifeng Tower for you to sample? The stars in the sky twinkled incessantly as Mo Deming and his companions entered Qifeng Tower. Glancing at Qin Hao, he inquired with a smile. "Oh, Uncle Mo, that is unnecessary. As cultivators, we do not require food. Furthermore, during today's matches, I gleaned insights into the inadequacies and flaws in both my skills and attributes. I think it best to return now and make adjustments to prepare for the upcoming contests. Don't you agree?" Qin Hao replied, shaking his head in refusal, explaining his reasoning. He had no desire to relive the events of the afternoon in the arena and was eager to retreat to his room to rectify the issues he had encountered. "Oh, very well, Xiao Hao, take some time to rest then. I shall have my subordinates deliver a meal to Sha Xian shortly," Mo Deming said, casting a glance at Sha Xian, who had been quietly observing beside Qin Hao, as if seeking her approval. "Yes, that sounds fine." Without a moment's hesitation, Sha Xian agreed to Mo Deming's suggestion. Why would she even need to ponder? This arrangement posed no detriment to Qin Hao, only benefits, and thus she was more than willing to assist. Moreover, having observed Qin Hao's remarkable performance in the arena earlier, she had not only witnessed his dazzling displays, but also the awkwardness he endured without the assistance of the elder Qin. Brother Qin Hao, still trying to appear strong. I imagine you must be quite weary now. Watching as Qin Hao and Mo Deming continued to exchange polite refusals and engage in conversation, Sha Exine pouted, expressing her concern with a hint of exasperation. Ha ha ha, it is settled then. Since Miss Shaxin has agreed, Xiao Hao, you should not hesitate any longer. Even if you are a cultivator and do not require food, surely Miss Shaxin must eat. Upon hearing this, Qin Hao's brows twitched, and he suddenly realized his own oversight. Indeed, Shaxin is not a cultivator, it was my negligence. With this thought, Qin Hao lifted his head, a hint of embarrassment crossing his features, and smiled at Mo Deming, saying, Haha, I was careless. I apologize for the trouble, Uncle Mo. In response, Mo Deming swiftly waved his hand, signaling that there was no need for formality. It was too late for such niceties, and one should not dwell on trivial matters. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Qin Hao and Shaxin returned to their respective chambers, while the other three temporarily withdrew to their own rooms. Creak. The door to the room was slowly pushed open, and Qin Hao stepped inside, followed closely by Shaxin, who deftly closed the door behind them. Miss Shaxin, there is something I wish to discuss with you. Turning slowly, Qin Hao gazed at the petite figure of Shaxin, smiling as he spoke. Brother Qin Hao, please feel free to say what's on your mind. Startled by his voice, Shaxin quickly replied. Haha, Miss Shaxin, you need not be so cautious around me. Just relax. Observing Shaxin's demeanor, Qin Hao felt that she remained tense, which prompted him to address her in this manner. Of course, he had yet to arrive at the crux of the matter. He continued, furthermore, if you notice that I am not returning at night, there is no need to search for me. Simply remain in your room and wait for my return. As he spoke, he noticed her eyes welling up with tears, as though one more word from him might cause her to break down. Qin Hao inwardly cursed himself, realizing he had almost forgotten her past identity. Once a lowly servant in a family, she would undoubtedly be sensitive to such matters. In his previous life, he had often watched ancient court dramas, observing how the close attendants of princesses would overthink a single misstep from their masters. Looking at the girl before him, wasn't it precisely that kind of situation? With these thoughts racing through his mind, Qin Hao quickly reassured her, Miss Shaxin, please do not misunderstand. I harbor no ulterior motives. What I mean is, if you were to go outside and happen to encounter any ill-intentioned individuals, it would delay my ability to rescue you. Surely this clarification would suffice. Qin Hao thought to himself. However, what he envisioned and the reality unfolding before him were two entirely different matters. Upon hearing Qin Hao's explanation, tears began to cascade from Shaxin's eyes, as if a dam had burst. Unable to discern the true meaning behind Qin Hao's words, she mistakenly believed that he was implying she had burdened him, causing him some inconvenience. The memory of searching for him throughout the night only added to her sense of injustice, and tears began to flow unbidden. Thus, the heart of a woman is as elusive as a needle in the depths of the sea. Qin Hao found himself at a loss. Had it been a matter of his own skills or techniques, there would have been a way to navigate the situation, but this unfolding before him was perplexing. No wonder Miss Lin intended to leave him in a tight spot. Just as Qin Hao was at a loss for words, he suddenly heard Sha Exine, amidst her sobs, utter a poignant remark. What? Qin Hao widened his eyes in disbelief, staring at Sha Exine, doubting whether he had misheard. Wasn't this matter long settled? Why was it being brought up again? Right, I'm sorry. Miss Sha Exine, it was my mistake. But what did you just say? How did we suddenly drift to Lin Lanyu? The most prudent course of action was to admit fault. Reason could not prevail with an emotionally charged woman. This was one of the truths Qin Hao had gleaned over the years. With a soft laugh, hearing Qin Hao's apology, Sha Exine immediately brightened, her innocent demeanor contrasting with her previous tears. She pouted and murmured, Brother Qin Hao, you are not at fault. It's clearly my mistake. No. It is my error, my fault. Fearing the situation might spiral out of control, Qin Hao quickly interrupted. All right, if you insist, Sha Exine chuckled, unable to contain her amusement at Qin Hao's reaction. In truth, it was nothing significant. It was merely that when I called for you yesterday, and you didn't return, I searched room after room, inadvertently entering the Lin family's quarters. Upon hearing this, Qin Hao perked up, attentively listening. Sha Exine, amused by seeing Qin Hao gesture for her to take a seat, continued. At first, I was unaware it was the master of the Lin family's room. After knocking and receiving no response, I intended to move on to the next room. Just as I was leaving, the door swung open, revealing not the master of the house, but rather Miss Lin. At this, A hint of embarrassment crossed Sha Xian's face, and she continued. However, as a mere girl from the Mo family, I had never encountered even the Lin family master, let alone Miss Lin. I found myself face to face with a tear-streaked, exceptionally beautiful girl of similar age, and my initial thought was whether she had been bullied by the notorious villains of her family. I inquired about her situation. At this point, Sha Xian cast a glance at Qin Hao, and seeing no hint of discomfort on his face, she proceeded with her tale. Then she invited me inside. Upon entering her room, she initially appeared somewhat shy, but as our conversation flowed, she became animated, speaking with an unrestrained enthusiasm. It was then that I learned she was Lin Lanyu, the eldest daughter of the Lin family. Naturally, she recounted the events of the previous evening involving both of us. At this point, Shashin pouted at Qin Hao, seemingly adopting a playful tone of reproach as she continued. She mentioned a scoundrel named Qin Hao, who had the audacity to treat her in such a manner. She vowed to seek justice for herself. Observing Shashin's earnest demeanor, Qin Hao felt a mix of incredulity and amusement within. Was friendship among women truly this simplistic? To think they could become fast friends over a man. However, this was not the crux of the matter. From Shashin's words, Qin Hao discerned that Lin Lanyu harbored a profound animosity and desire for revenge against him. Their excursion the previous evening had made it abundantly clear that she was not to be trifled with, even without displaying any overt hostility. Yet now, this promised to be quite entertaining. He lightly tapped his forehead, internally lamenting his predicament. Had he known this, he would have refrained from his earlier remarks. Truly, he was the one who had shot himself in the foot. Did she mention any specific methods to deal with me? Qin Hao tilted his head, inquiring with a smile at Shashin. No, she replied succinctly, as if dousing Qin Hao with a bucket of cold water. It was unlikely she would divulge such information. Rolling his eyes, Qin Hao silently contemplated. Very well, then. Is there any recent intelligence you could share with me? After all, we are on the same side. This thought crossed his mind. Let me check, Shashin said casually while glancing at the ceiling. I can't believe this. Qin Hao muttered to himself, feeling a mix of frustration and disbelief. He moved to a corner, slowly settling into a cross-legged position. In the face of reality's disappointments, he sought solace in the power he possessed. Shashin, I need to assess my own issues. If anyone comes looking for me, please assist, he said. As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed Shashin lightly tapping her head, offering a faint smile before gradually closing her eyes. Old man, he thought. And then he heard the familiar voice of his mentor, Qin Laotu, echoing in his mind. Acknowledging this, Qin Hao allowed his thoughts to settle, gradually entering a state of tranquility. Volume 2, A Glimpse of Brilliance, Chapter 57, A Bold Idea. Knock, knock, knock. A hasty knocking reverberated from beyond a door. Head of the Feng family, I am Mo Deming, the head of the Mo family. Here to convey a message as per your request. The voice of Mo Deming resonated from outside the door. He then stood patiently, awaiting the sounds from within. Creak. Moments later, the door swung open. Upon seeing the familiar visage before him, Mo Deming smiled and gently nodded. Ah, it is indeed the head of the Mo family. Our young master has been awaiting your arrival for quite some time. Please, do come in. The one who had come forth to greet him was none other than Feng Yi, the chief steward of the Feng family. After hearing the knock, Feng Xiaopeng had dispatched him to open the door. Very well, Mo Deming mused. Shouldn't it be Feng Xiaopeng himself who comes to welcome me? Even though the Feng family was once one of the three great clans, they are not as formidable as they once were. And is this truly the demeanor one ought to exhibit when requesting a favor? Despite the discontent brewing within him, he did not allow it to surface. After all, he was the head of a family and could not afford to let his emotions govern his actions. Head of the Mo family, you have arrived. Regarding the matter I mentioned, he slowly stepped into the room, but before he could catch sight of the head of the Feng family, he heard an inquiry. Humph, is this the manner in which the Feng family treats its guests? I wondered how they had fallen to such depths. It is not difficult to discern the reasons. Mo Deming silently scoffed, pondering how, despite the events of years past, the Feng family had not declined to the point of being subjugated by others. Today's encounter had elucidated the matter for him. Ah, dear head of the Feng family, are you in such a haste? Do you wish for me to stand while conversing with you? While he could overlook many things, Mo Deming held great regard for etiquette. He would point out any family, be it the current Feng family or even the Lin family of old, if they failed to uphold basic courtesies. As a family head, he possessed enough courage and conviction not to let such matters slide. He had always adhered to a principle: you honor me by a foot, and I shall return the favor by a mile. Oh, how remiss of me. My sincerest apologies, Head Mo. I was too hasty. Please, come this way and have a seat. Uncle Lee, could you kindly prepare a cup of tea for Head Mo? Upon hearing Mo Deming's retort, Feng Xiaopeng slapped his forehead and quickly responded. Indeed, he had been overly eager, for this matter pertained to the Feng family's significant interests. In his carelessness, he had completely forgotten the most fundamental of courtesies. However, he could now surmise that there was a glimmer of hope regarding the matter at hand. If the external aid summoned by the Mo family were to decline his request, the envoy Mo Deming would naturally be indifferent to such trivialities. However, the current demeanor exhibited seems to suggest a tight grip over the Feng family, wielding immense influence. Nonetheless, Feng Xiaopeng remained indifferent. The pressing matter at hand was the Su family's attempt to seize control of the Qifeng district, which truly weighed heavily on his mind. He chuckled softly and remarked, "The request from the head of the Feng family has been duly communicated to Qin Hao, and he has responded." Sipping gently from the freshly brewed tea, he regarded Feng Xiaopeng with an unhurried demeanor. "Oh, what did young Master Qin have to say?" Although aware that his inquiry might be somewhat abrupt, he could not contain his excitement. After all, this issue was of paramount importance to the Feng family. Upon hearing this, Mo Deming was equally cautious. This matter undoubtedly bore significant implications for the Mo family, regardless of its eventual outcome. Given that Qin Hao had already agreed, there was no need for him to conceal anything further. Head of the Feng family, it may be fortuitous news for you. After I relay this to him, he will inform you that he will do everything in his power to assist the Feng family in thwarting the Su family's ambitions to seize the Qifeng district. Indeed, this was splendid news. Feng Xiaopeng's eyes widened, and a sense of glee bubbled within him. He turned to the chief steward, Feng Yi, who also appeared somewhat exhilarated. Did he propose any conditions? Despite his joy, Feng Xiaopeng remained composed, understanding that such an overtly beneficial offer could also breed resentment from the Su family. A person of cunning would not readily acquiesce. Thus, he posed the question. No, other than that, Qin Hao did not elaborate further. Upon hearing Feng Xiaopeng's response, Mo Deming's own doubts mirrored his concerns. Was this not akin to a pie falling from the sky? At that moment, the three individuals in the room shared the same thought. Observing the seemingly genuine Mo Deming before him, Feng Xiaopeng refrained from overthinking, contemplating that perhaps he was indeed a disciple sent by a prestigious sect. It was not unusual for someone of his stature to disregard the trifles of Dongju City, and it was entirely plausible that Peng Ha was assisting the Mo family without any expectation of remuneration. Very well, regardless of the outcome, our Feng family is indebted to the Mo family and Mr. Qin Hao for this significant favor. Should we encounter any troubles in the future, we shall certainly extend our assistance wherever possible. Rising to his feet, Feng Xiaopeng clasped his hands together and promptly expressed his gratitude. Hee. While I appreciate your words, I would find greater delight in tangible gifts, such as some gold or elixirs. Yet, to offer me a mere promise and speak of seeking help from your Feng family when you are currently struggling to maintain your own footing, such declarations might elicit laughter from others. Listening quietly, Mo Deming could not help but snort inwardly at Feng Xiaopeng's remarks. Grateful for your hospitality, I extend my heartfelt thanks to the esteemed head of the Feng family. Likewise, with a courteous gesture, Mo Deming addressed Feng Xiaopeng. The future is shrouded in uncertainty. This promise may indeed prove invaluable. Thus, I shall take my leave. Rising, Mo Deming spoke to Feng Xiaopeng and his companion, expressing that remaining here held little significance. And since matters had been broached, it was time to return. Safe travels, head of the Mo family, came the reply. Shortly thereafter, Feng Xiaopeng and his companion escorted Mo Deming to the entrance, exchanging a few pleasantries before he departed the Feng residence, making his way back to his own quarters. Young master, do you think there might be an underlying issue with Mo family's external aid? Qin Hao, who has so readily acquiesced without any stipulations. Inquiring after closing the door, Feng Yi, the family steward, pondered Mo Deming's earlier words and directed his question to Feng Xiaopeng. Sighing, Feng Xiaopeng shook his head. What issues could there possibly be? Even if there were, they are beyond our control, as well as that of the Feng family at present. Regardless, we shall proceed step by step. He lamented, acknowledging that had he possessed any viable alternatives, he would not have been so brazen as to seek assistance from others. Should the Su family seize the Qifeng district from the Feng lineage this time, the future would undoubtedly be fraught with greater challenges. Qin Hao, I must admit, you are the embodiment of hope for our Feng family, he murmured, gazing upward at the ceiling, exhaling softly. Gradually opening his eyes, he surveyed the familiar surroundings. Hello, little one, it is a pleasure to see you once more. Just as Qin Hao stood, he was greeted by warm and amiable voices from all directions. Greetings, Grandpa Ling. I have come to reassess the issues within my power technique. If such a situation were to arise during battle, my life could be at stake, Qin Hao replied, turning his head in response. Indeed, Qin Hao was correct. He had previously identified the issue with the assistance of the elder, and the opponent had not fully unleashed their power technique. A minor misstep could have cost him his life. Your power technique is flawless. Raising his head. Hearing the emotionless affirmation from Ling, Qin Hao raised an eyebrow, perplexed. Grandpa Ling, if my technique is without fault, then why was I unable to execute it consistently in the arena today? Familiarity breeds skill, came the succinct response, striking directly at the heart of Qin Hao's concerns. Before this, Qin Hao had persistently believed that the failure to release was due to an error in the authority technique itself or changes in the environment. He had never come to realize the turmoil within his own heart. He sighed, acknowledging his impatience. After a moment of contemplation, he murmured to himself that, ultimately, it was simply a matter of insufficient practice. Just like the previous dragon fist and the incantations for controlling the output of the spiritual authority, each of which required numerous repetitions to achieve even the slightest progress. The heavenly authority dragon breath, under the premise of succeeding in its cultivation at the first attempt, was indeed audacious to be compared with the effortlessly wielded techniques of others. Contemplating this, Qin Hao felt a twinge of embarrassment. Yet he couldn't help but admire his own courage. Grandpa Zero, I understand now. He nodded slightly and called out to the distance. For the time being, Qin Hao would refrain from using the authority technique, dragon breath, unless he had mastered it thoroughly or was faced with dire circumstances. In the first round, although he did not manage to release the technique, which was thwarted by Lin Zelin of the Lin family, the power contained within was not something to be underestimated. Furthermore, there was the recently extracted fire attribute element. Due to the competition, Qin Hao had not yet put his bold idea into practice. Now, he was determined to venture into the depths of the ocean to execute the plan he had contemplated for so long. Taking a deep breath, Qin Hao slowly settled into a cross-legged position, exhaling gently before gradually entering a meditative state, diving into the depths of the ocean. Volume 2, A Glimpse of Brilliance. Chapter 58, Fire Dragon Fist. Listening to the sound of flowing water, Qin Hao gradually opened his eyes. At this moment, he found himself atop a high wall amidst a sea of black and white spiritual authority. It seemed that the fusion of the fire attribute element needed to be prioritized. Qin Hao recognized that his second authority technique, Dragon Breath, was still far from being mastered. At present, the immediate task was to attempt a fusion of the recently separated fire attribute element with his first authority technique, Dragon Fist. Although it was merely a hypothesis, the technique infused with fire attribute elements, if successful, would undoubtedly elevate the power of the Dragon Fist to unprecedented levels. Gazing at the vast spiritual authority ocean beneath him, Qin Hao murmured to himself. In less than a month, he had transitioned from an ordinary inhabitant of Earth to a practitioner of yin-yang attributes in a different world. If other families were to hear of this, they would undoubtedly scoff in disbelief. How could it be possible? The strength level of a practitioner in the Void Mirror realm, let alone a spiritual authority practitioner, was something that could not be achieved in a lifetime of cultivation. Instead of being called a genius, he would be labeled a fool. Yet, in truth, Qin Hao had accomplished this feat. And apart from the previous day's embarrassing moment on the competition stage, he had performed remarkably well. In summary, he believes that the primary reason for his progress lies in his audacity to dream and act. Whether it is his understanding of the attributes of his cultivation techniques, the training of his elemental powers, or the separation of the 5 elemental attributes, it is evident that while he has received assistance from Elder Qin and Zero, it is ultimately his courageous and determined nature that drives him. Thus, he is filled with anticipation for this upcoming fusion of elemental powers. Regardless of the outcome, he has at least made the attempt. With a deep exhale, he released a breath of stale air, allowing his previously heightened excitement to gradually settle into tranquility. The mindset of a cultivator is of paramount importance during the training process. Fire Ion manifest. Slowly raising his left hand, Qin Hao suddenly shouted, his eyes widening as they became suffused with flickering flames. He had already discovered in the depths of the ocean that merely releasing a portion of the fire elemental attributes was insufficient to control all the other fire elemental counterparts. It lacked the ability to create a cascading effect. The fire ion, in many respects, represented the very soul of these fire elemental entities. Once he mastered the fire ion, wouldn't the fire elemental attributes be inexhaustible? Wouldn't the fusion of elemental powers come effortlessly? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, he summoned the fire ion he had fused within him. Observing the crimson sphere in his hand, which emanated a warm and vibrant energy, he smiled faintly. Although uncertain of success, He recognized that the endeavor had already progressed significantly. Celestial Dragon Fist. He paused with his left hand before him, while his right hand danced gracefully through the air, envisioning the key elements of the elemental techniques in his mind, subsequently invoking the Dragon Fist technique. 90% power. Qin Hao then bellowed once more, channeling the energy of the elemental spirit through the division of powers, pushing it to approximately 90%. He refrained from suppressing it to 70% or lower, considering the factors of his own safety. Although 90% power was indeed more formidable than 70%, it also required a greater expenditure of elemental energy. In that moment, he gently pushed the fire ion he had just summoned with his left hand onto the elemental energy released from his right hand. A surge of searing energy coursed through his meridians, flowing throughout his body. And Qin Hao felt as if all his fatigue had been instantly washed away by this invigorating current. Why does it feel so comfortable now? Aside from the slight discomfort during my initial understanding of the attributes, he mused internally, gritting his teeth and rolling his eyes, shaking his head vigorously. He redirected his focus to the elemental energy output from his right hand. At this moment, the sudden infusion of fire elements controlled by the fire ion resulted in an output entirely composed of fire elemental energy, with distinctly colored energies of red, black, and white streaming forth. There was no time to ponder further, for even though Qin Hao possessed an abundance of spiritual power within him, it could not be squandered frivolously. Suddenly, he thrust forward, unleashing a colossal fist of brilliant crimson hue, which soon descended into the distant ocean of spiritual energy, producing a resounding explosion that stirred a flurry of spiritual blossoms. Has this truly succeeded? Observing the transformed yet formidable dragon fist, Qin Hao exclaimed in astonishment. It appeared to possess greater potency than his previous iteration. For now, I shall dub you the Fire Dragon Fist, ha ha ha. As he gazed at the expanse of the spiritual ocean before him, Qin Hao excitedly mused to himself. Subsequently, he commenced the training of this new combined technique, the Fire Dragon Fist. After a while of practice, he discerned two significant drawbacks of this technique. Each activation required the preliminary release of fire ions as an inducement, and it demanded an immense amount of spiritual energy. He estimated that during his own void realm state, after about 4 to 5 releases, his spiritual energy would be nearly depleted. Despite these shortcomings, there were merits to be found, for the success rate of executing the Fire Dragon Fist far surpassed that of his second practice technique, the Dragon Breath. Tomorrow's competition would hinge on this Dragon Fist and Fire Dragon Fist. Gradually raising his hands, Qin Hao gazed into the distance and spoke softly. The Dragon Fist, the Fire Dragon Fist, and of course, the currently most challenging technique to master, the Dragon Breath, within this fleeting moment and confined space. Qin Hao trained methodically, akin to a diligent farmer laboring in barren fields, nurturing his crops with care. Time slipped by unnoticed as he halted the cycle of his next technique. Qin Hao stretched his limbs, and a series of gratifying cracks resonated throughout his body, echoing with a delightful sound. Bending slightly, he languidly remarked. Calculating the time, he realized it was time to emerge. Casting a glance at the sky above, Qin Hao murmured to himself. Sitting cross-legged, he listened to the resounding waves of spiritual currents on either side, and in that moment, his heart found tranquility. As the sound of the ocean currents gradually faded, Qin Hao understood he had reached the core of his spiritual power. At this moment, he no longer needed to consciously direct his energy throughout his body. Wherever his heart led, he would follow. Of course, this was contingent upon his own being. To teleport to a certain location like Old Qin was an aspiration yet to be realized, for with his current novice level, such a feat was unattainable. How goes it, little one? As he opened his eyes, the familiar voice of Zero resonated from afar. I have succeeded, Grandpa Zero, ha ha ha. Unable to contain the joy within, Qin Hao responded with excitement. Ha, that is splendid. The sky outside is about to brighten. You should return swiftly. Ling smiled as she spoke. All right, Grandpa Ling. I shall visit you again next time. Over time, Qin Hao realized that his confidence had become unbreakable, for he felt no embarrassment while uttering those words. He considered this a form of progress, as being bold would serve him well in many future endeavors. It was a certain spirit he was developing. Indeed, he nodded once more, reflecting on this audacious thought, as he gradually assumed a meditative position. I await you at any time, Ling remarked as usual. Suddenly, feeling a chill envelop him, Qin Hao recognized that he had returned to the realm of reality. Rather than opening his eyes, he first inquired about the situation from the old man residing in his mind. Oh, young Qin, you have emerged. There is nothing amiss outside. However, after you entered yesterday, a meal delivery arrived. only to be devoured by that insufferable girl. The old man responded promptly, his tone tinged with irritation. Well, if she ate it, so be it. After all, you are a cultivator and do not require sustenance in the same way. Besides, you are so amiable. Why would you stoop to quarrel with a mere child? Qin Hao felt a tinge of embarrassment, momentarily forgetting about the old man. If he made the elder pleased, it would mean losing a crucial lifeline at an important moment. Why would I bother with her? By the way, half an hour ago, that old fellow from the Mo family came by, but the little girl did not wake you. She merely informed him briefly and departed. Oh, Uncle Mo? I suppose he wishes to discuss the matters regarding today's final competition. Qin Hao mused thoughtfully. All right. As soon as he uttered those words, Qin Hao opened his eyes and turned to see Sha Xian sitting by the bed, propped up on one hand, her expression revealing exhaustion. Silly girl. He let out a gentle sigh, his heart warmed. In this world, no other young girl had stayed awake all night for him. Be it Lin Baozi on earth or any other girl. Slowly rising, he tiptoed to the edge of the bed. With utmost care, he extended his hands and gently laid Sha Xian's soft form down onto the bed. It seemed that he had touched a sensitive spot, for Sha Xian involuntarily let out an unusual sound. Upon hearing this, Qin Hao immediately withdrew his hand, his face flushing a deep crimson. Qin Hao, a quintessential bachelor, though adept at charming countless women, had never truly engaged with one. Faced with such a predicament, he found himself momentarily at a loss. Tilting his head, he discreetly glanced at Sha Xian, who lay on the bed with her eyes still closed, showing no signs of waking. He let out an involuntary sigh. Stepping quietly to the bedside, he picked up a nearby blanket, intending to cover her. Qin Hao Gij, I like you. I wish to be with you for a lifetime. Please accept me. Suddenly, Sha Xian awoke, her delicate arms wrapping around Qin Hao's robust arm as she shyly spoke. Volume 2, A Glimpse of Brilliance, Chapter 59, Youth is Truly Wonderful. Hey, wait, Qin Hao exclaimed, his eyes widening in terror, his hand holding the blanket frozen in midair. Although he was somewhat aware of Sha Xian's feelings for him, he had always regarded her with the seriousness of a brother. However, her unexpected advance caught him completely off guard. After all, he was a genuine novice in matters of intimacy. Sha Xian, please listen to me. I genuinely wish to see you as my sister. Faced with her unwavering grip, Qin Hao, feeling quite embarrassed, could only utter these words helplessly. Sighing softly, Sha Xian released her embrace. Returning to her previous position on the bed, turning her head away to avoid looking at him. Seeing this, Qin Hao was at a loss for how to proceed. If he were to face a formidable rival, he could strive to surpass and outdo them through diligent training. Yet, this scenario felt more daunting than death itself. He covered Sha Xian with the blanket once more before quietly turning away, preparing to leave. Qin Hao Gij. The head of the Mo family came looking for you earlier, but I saw you were in training, so I didn't wake you. He asked me to tell you to find him once you wake up. Just as he opened the door to leave, Sha Xian's voice, choked with emotion, reached his ears. It was clear she had been crying. All right, I understand, Sha Xian. You've had a long night. Rest well. We can go to the arena this afternoon. I'm leaving now. Qin Hao responded, pushing the door open and stepping out. Moments later, the sound of the door closing reverberated in the air. Oh, it seems Miss Lin was indeed correct. This insufferable Qin Hao has absolutely no interest in women. With her small hand gently wiping away the tears from her eyes, she stared blankly ahead, indignantly muttering to herself. Just last night, during her time with Lin Lanyun, the two had conversed for quite a while. Naturally, the conversation revolved around Qin Hao, with everyone exchanging remarks about him, soon erupting into fits of laughter. Among them, Lin Lanyu remarked, "This Qin Hao, it's not that he dislikes women. He simply shows no interest in them at all." Initially, Shashin held deep skepticism and expressed disbelief, stating, "Where could one possibly lack interest in women? At least, I have yet to encounter such a case." She pondered in her mind about testing the veracity of this claim. Previously, she had alluded to it, albeit subtly, yet today, with such boldness displayed. Qin Hao remained utterly unmoved. This compelled Shashin to reluctantly entertain Lin Lanyu's assertion. It appeared that I had indeed been rather uninformed. Turning back, she lay down on her bed, gazing at the ceiling above, and murmured to herself, "Ah, what on earth?" Gently wiping her nose, Qin Hao furrowed his brow, wondering, who was thinking of me? This was his third sneeze since leaving the house. Unbeknownst to him, at that very moment in his room, a graceful figure was berating herself on the bed. Even if he had known, he would have been at a loss for words. Observing the bustling waitstaff, Qin Hao swiftly emerged from his earlier awkwardness, feeling a wave of familiarity wash over him. He casually assisted a few busy servers. So, old man, can you still feel those who once stalked me? As he navigated through the crowd, he made his way toward Mo Deming, silently inquiring of the old Qin in his mind. Huh, you young rascal, I didn't dare to say it before, but you remain indifferent even after hearing what that young lady said. Don't say it's just her. Even I am beginning to question your inclinations. Without responding to Qin Hao's inquiry, the old man expressed his frustration. Come on, old man. One may indulge in food indiscriminately, but one should not speak recklessly. Qin Hao retorted, nearly leaping in indignation. For him, while he may falter in other aspects, he would not tolerate any slander regarding his prowess. He prided himself on being quite capable. He had discreetly measured himself and deemed himself among the elite of men. To label him a macho man would not be an exaggeration. Though he was reluctant to engage with those who lingered, they did not depart. However, after a while, a few would leave, presumably to report back on the situation. Upon hearing Qin Hao's furious explanation, the elderly Qin murmured a few words before languidly stating, "Oh?" Aware of this, Qin Hao chose to disregard the earlier remarks of the old man, contemplating instead the essence of his words. Well, since they have no intention of intervening, let them observe. I am not afraid of being scrutinized. After a brief moment of reflection, he boldly declared, when it truly comes to a matter of life and death, the old man would surely not stand idly by. With this thought in mind, he soon found himself standing before the door of Mo Deming, the head of the Mo family. With the competition approaching, he resolved to address this matter first. Knock. Knock, knock. Uncle Mo, it's me. You summoned me earlier, right? After gently tapping on the door, Qin Hao smiled as he spoke. With a creak, the door opened, revealing the familiar young man, who responded with a smile. Oh, it's little Hao. Please, come in, come in. As he spoke, Mo Deming welcomed Qin Hao inside. Indeed, I was looking for you earlier, but upon hearing Lady Sha Xian mention you were in the midst of your training, I decided not to disturb you. Listening to Mo Deming's explanation, Qin Hao nodded with a smile and inquired, So, Uncle Mo, you sought me out regarding today's third round of the competition, correct? Well, it's not solely about that. Taking a few steps forward, Mo Deming continued. Little Hao, I have informed the Feng family of your agreement to their request from yesterday, and they responded with this. Observing Qin Hao, Mo Deming pondered for a moment before stating. The Feng family expressed that should you encounter any troubles in the future, they will do their utmost to assist you. Despite the underlying motivations tied to the interests of the Mo family, Mo Deming remained pragmatic in his words. He understood that to maintain a peaceful relationship with this young man, it was imperative to convey such sentiments. Oh, Uncle Mo, I understand. Qin Hao nodded, acknowledging the information. Yet, internally, he remained unperturbed, mirroring the thoughts Mo Deming had from the previous day. If this were a promise from the Lin family, it would hold some weight. However, considering the current state of the Feng family, not only would they be unlikely to assist Qin Hao, but it would be a miracle if he did not end up aiding them instead. It was not that Qin Hao lacked vision or failed to recognize that the Feng family might one day rise again. It was simply, well, he did not know, nor did he care to know. This assistance from the Feng family was still a notion put forth by the old man. Now, Uncle Mo, the detailed rules for the final round of this competition must have been established by now, correct? Relative to the promise made by the Feng family, Qin Hao is currently more preoccupied with the specific rules of the upcoming competition. After all, victory in this contest is the only means to secure that rather modest promise. The regulations have been established, as I mentioned the day before yesterday. Each family must select 3 or more challengers to face the designated opponents. As long as they can withstand the onslaught of the adversaries and remain standing in the arena within the specified time, victory is assured. As he spoke, Mo Deming seemed to recall something and quickly added, By the way, Xiao Hao, I remember you once asked me if it's possible to challenge multiple participants simultaneously. I must solemnly inform you that 3 challengers are the absolute limit. Attempting to increase the challenge by taking on more competitors would undoubtedly involve immense risks. Upon hearing this, Qin Hao smiled slightly and nodded, reassuring, Rest assured, Uncle Mo, I am well aware of my limits. However, looking at Qin Hao's seemingly innocent and harmless visage, Mo Deming could not shake off his unease. Nevertheless, since Qin Hao had spoken confidently, Mo Deming felt it inappropriate to press further. He trusted that with Qin Hao's intellect, he would not engage in actions that would lead him into a predicament. Indeed, that should not be the case. Mo Deming consoled himself inwardly. Oh, by the way, where is Miss Sha Xian? Did she not accompany you? Mo Deming inquired, noticing the empty space beside Qin Hao. Ever since arriving in the Chiefing district, the two had been inseparable. Oh, she was rather fatigued yesterday, so I suggested she rest in her room. Qin Hao replied with a hint of embarrassment. Oh, fatigued? Oh, I understand. Mo Deming observed Qin Hao's awkward expression and, upon hearing his words, seemed to have unraveled a mystery, responding with a knowing smile. Uncle Mo, please do not misunderstand. I was cultivating last night, and she stayed beside me to protect my hair. She did not sleep a wink, which is why I allowed her to rest now. Sensing that Mo Deming had misunderstood, Qin Hao hurriedly clarified. Oh, it's fine, I understand. I understand, Mo Deming replied with a smirk. A solitary man and woman in the same room, without igniting some passionate sparks, would indeed be an affront to natural justice. However, he never expected Qin Hao to be so vigorous that he had rendered Sha Xian unable to rise from her bed. Youth truly is a splendid thing. Mo Deming thought to himself, a knowing smile gradually forming on his face as he regarded Qin Hao. Volume 2. A Glimpse of Brilliance Chapter 60, Strategies. I say, Uncle Mo, the competition seems to be commencing soon. Shall we go and summon the brothers Mo He and Mo Hai and prepare to head to the cultivator's arena? Feeling a shiver run down his spine under Mo Deming's gaze, Qin Hao realized that no amount of explanation could cleanse him of suspicion. He decided to change the subject, saying, well then, let us call them and prepare to set off. Upon hearing Qin Hao mention the matter at hand, Mo Deming quickly reined in his frivolity and nodded in agreement. The two then exited, making their way towards the chambers of the Mo brothers. After exchanging a few trivial pleasantries, the four of them proceeded towards the arena. Uncle Mo, given our current points, if we are to surpass the Su family, we must employ unconventional methods, Qin Hao remarked, glancing at the bustling crowd. Mo Deming, upon hearing this, paused in contemplation before nodding in slight agreement. Currently, the Su family held the lead on the scoreboard, having secured 2 points in the first round and an impressive 6 points in the second. This significantly outstripped both the Duan and Mo families, who were tied for second place with 4 points each. Who could guarantee that the Su family had not withheld some hidden trump card during the first 2 rounds? If the trend continued, their victory was merely a matter of time. Sigh. Xiao Hao, having discussed so much, if you genuinely intend to act as you wish on the arena, please be sure to prioritize your safety. Upon hearing Qin Hao's words, Mo Deming understood the unconventional methods Qin Hao was alluding to. A mix of helplessness and gratitude welled up within him. After all, the relationship between him and Qin Hao was one forged on mutual benefit and strategy. To put it plainly, once Qin Hao accomplished the task at hand, he might very well part ways with Mo Deming and the Mo family, each pursuing their own paths. Yet, here was Qin Hao, willing to assist the Mo family for the sake of their standing. This deeply moved the typically self-interested Mo Deming. Throughout their interactions over the past few days, he had recognized that Qin Hao was diligent, courageous, resourceful, and a man of his word. No matter what the future held, it was imperative to foster a strong alliance with this young man, Mo Deming resolved inwardly. Little did Qin Hao realize that his words had profoundly altered Mo Deming's perception of him. According to the rules of the third round, each family's contestant had one opportunity for a challenge. At this moment, Qin Hao contemplated how to maximize their points in this final round. Given the Su family's current standing, the difficulty of achieving victory without them scoring heavily in the third round was all too apparent. Each of the four harbored their own thoughts. Yet the most at ease were the Mo brothers. According to Qin Hao's earlier remarks, in this final round, the two brothers would not be participating. They expressed their willingness in this regard. Although it is for the benefit of the Mo family, it ultimately serves to secure a training opportunity for Mo Deming's son, Mo, within the Lin family. Long before, at the Mo family's assembly, the two brothers had already been granted this opportunity. Therefore, they were quite pleased with Qin Hao's decision regarding this endeavor, which entailed considerable effort with minimal personal gain. After all, they were all under Qin Hao's arrangements. This time, Mo Hai was indifferent, merely coming to witness the spectacle, assuming a role akin to that of a bystander. However, Mo He was different. His presence here held deeper significance. His motive was none other than Lin Lanyu, the eldest daughter of the Lin family. Unlike Mo Hai, whose affection was simple and uncomplicated, Mo He was fully aware of his own feelings, which he could not easily dismiss. His love for Lin Lanyu had grown to an almost obsessive level, becoming a source of deep-seated anguish for him. Should he win her heart, Mo He would willingly forsake the entire world. As they approached the nearby arena for the martial arts competition, each individual harbored their own thoughts. As was customary, upon reaching their seats, they found only a sparse audience within the arena. The 6 major families had yet to arrive. Qin Hao pondered to himself, could they not be a bit more diligent on this final day? Though a sense of helplessness lingered, he chose to refrain from further complaints. Recognizing the importance of maintaining the dignity of such a prominent family, he gradually closed his eyes, meticulously strategizing for the upcoming competition. For today, the spotlight of the Mo family rested upon him. "Old man, do you think my approach is feasible?" he inquired internally after sharing his insights with the elder Qin. Given the stakes concerning his own life and well-being, Qin Hao was acutely aware of the need for caution. "Although fraught with risks, it is indeed viable," chuckled the elder Qin after a brief contemplation. "To achieve victory, this is the only path we can pursue." At this juncture, with the arena a tempest of uncertainty, Qin Hao felt he had no alternative but to execute the perilous plan proposed by the elder Qin. The journey of a person must align with their intentions. Having endured this experience, Qin Hao learned a vital lesson: to think thrice before acting and to refrain from hastily acquiescing to others' requests. After the competition, "Do you understand how to address the request from the Feng family?" the elder Qin suddenly inquired within Qin Hao's mind. "What on earth? Old man, are you losing your wits? I'm still uncertain of victory, and you want me to contemplate matters beyond the competition," Qin Hao responded, a mix of exasperation and amusement coloring his tone. Although unaware of what schemes the old man Qin might be concocting, Qin Hao held a steadfast belief that the elder would not deceive him. However, the sudden outburst of seemingly nonsensical words from him was indeed astonishing. "Alas, young Qin, you err in your judgment. While the outcome remains uncertain and my confidence in you is exceedingly lacking, one must always calculate their steps and prepare for the future. Do you understand? Furthermore, what if by chance we were to win? Pray, is this the discourse befitting a person?" Upon hearing the elder Qin's perspective, Qin Hao felt a wave of frustration, wishing to disengage from the conversation. He silently pondered, despite his disdain for the old man. There was a kernel of wisdom in his words. It is not fear of the improbable that one should dread, but rather the consequences of victory against the formidable forces of the Su family. Sigh, what a busy day. Unbeknownst to him, since arriving in this world, a multitude of matters had incessantly presented themselves, ultimately stemming from his own lack of strength. If one were powerful enough to command the respect of others, would such trivialities even arise? With a deep exhale, he gradually quelled his restless heart, understanding that the path of cultivation must not be rushed. As he slowly opened his eyes, he observed that the audience had gathered in full, including many from the 6 prominent families. Turning to glance behind him, he was surprised to see even the Feng family, one of the 3 great clans, in attendance. Sensing the weight of a gaze upon him, Feng Xiaoping slowly lifted his head, locking eyes with Qin Hao for a brief moment. Both exchanged a smile before Qin Hao turned back to survey the surroundings. "Uncle, you were right. This young man named Qin Hao is indeed extraordinary. Just now, I attempted to gauge his level using our Feng family's techniques. Yet I could not discern his rank," Feng Xiaopeng remarked to Feng Yi, gradually shifting his gaze away from Qin Hao, his demeanor turning serious. "Alas, young master, you must not proceed in such a manner. Should Qin Gongzi catch wind of this, it may lead him to harbor other thoughts towards our Feng family, and that would be a grave miscalculation," Feng Yi replied, shaking his head in resignation. "Surely not. Even if I cannot perceive his level, he should not be able to detect my use of techniques," Feng Xiaoping responded with conviction, dismissing Feng Yi's concerns. Choosing not to pursue the topic further, Feng Yi turned his attention back to Qin Hao's position in the distance, inexplicably sensing a familiar aura emanating from him. Oh. The Feng family members remain as predictable as ever. Just as Qin Hao was scanning the scene below, the old man's disdainful voice echoed in his mind. "Oh, what troubles you, old man? Why do you say such things?" Upon hearing the words, Qin Hao responded with confusion. "Humph." Just as you turned to glance at that young man from the Feng family, he attempted to use his spiritual power to probe your strength. Fortunately, I had a trick up my sleeve. Feng Yi's conjecture was not in vain. Qin Hao had indeed failed to notice Feng Xiaopeng employing his authority. But the old man Qin had. Who is this old man, you ask? Just yesterday, he casually assisted Qin Hao in unleashing his abilities, astonishing even the head of the Lin family. In the words of the old man Qin, if he couldn't discern such a minor detail, then all his years would have been in vain. "Oh, let them look, it matters not," Qin Hao replied nonchalantly, displaying an attitude of indifference. "I must tell you, young Qin, you may not realize this, but if someone with ill intentions discovers the level of your own strength, it will undoubtedly bring you endless trouble. Moreover, you have so many enemies. Are you certain you want me to remove your protection and expose your meager abilities to the world?" Upon hearing Qin Hao's careless tone, the old man Qin felt a wave of frustration wash over him and replied coldly, "Is it really that serious? Then never mind, no need for worry." "Ha ha ha, old man. I was merely jesting. How could you take it seriously?" Qin Hao exclaimed, his voice tinged with mock indignation as he spoke of the Feng family, adopting a tone of feigned grandeur. Rolling his eyes, the old man Qin chose to ignore him, falling into a contemplative silence. After a prolonged moment of quiet, Qin Hao exhaled softly, realizing he had nearly lost a layer of protection. Turning his gaze once more towards the bustling entrance of the arena, he noticed a family entering the venue. Volume 2, The First Glimmer of Brilliance, Chapter 61, The Drawing of Lots. It was the Lin family. The head of the Lin family had arrived. Upon recognizing the group, the spectators at the entrances of the arena began to murmur among themselves. The arrival of the Lin family signified that the competition was soon to commence. Nodding slowly, Qin Hao scanned the crowd, momentarily taken aback. My heavens, what is happening? Qin Hao stared wide-eyed at Lin Zilin's daughter, Lin Lanyu, standing beside a striking figure, his forehead instantly adorned with dark lines of confusion. Why is she not resting peacefully in bed, but instead has gone to be with Lin Lanyu? Indeed, the person beside Lin Lanyu was none other than Sha Xian, who had just been sleeping on Qin Hao's bed. Seeing this, Qin Hao, filled with astonishment and helplessness, decided not to dwell on it any longer. A beauty is to be enjoyed, but one must also be deserving of such fortune. Lin Lanyu's allure was not something an ordinary person could withstand. While regarding Sha Xian, he intended to inquire thoroughly upon his return about how she found herself in the Lin family. However, now that Sha Xian was with the Lin family, Qin Hao could breathe a little easier, at least relieved from concerns about her safety. Leaving her alone in the room, Qin Hao felt a tinge of trepidation, fearing that those who sought to harm him might come knocking, inadvertently endangering Sha Xian. In light of the current situation, this could be deemed a clever strategy. The girl seemed determined to indulge in her whims. Observing the Lin family as they escorted Sha Xian, Lin Lanyu shot him a piercing glance as they passed by. Qin Hao shook his head, resigned to the thought. For a young girl to discover a companion who shares her interests, be it a confidant or a close friend, is indeed a stroke of fortune. Moreover, Sha Xian once held a similar status. Taking a moment to compose his emotions, Qin Hao recognized that the arrival of the Lin family signified the imminent commencement of the competition. Casting a glance around, he noted that the audience had swelled considerably compared to previous days. He spotted several small groups watching him, their eyes gleaming with excitement as they exchanged glances. Oh, who would have thought that one day Qin Hao would have fans? With a smirk, he withdrew his gaze, chuckling inwardly. Meanwhile, the host of the final match, the esteemed Xiao Gongping, ascended the stage with an air of solemnity. After all, this was the concluding round of the competition. Ladies and gentlemen, and esteemed elders from Dongyu City, good morning. I am Xiao Gongping, the host for the third round of the Four Great Families Friendship Tournament. Cheers erupted from the audience, eager for the event to commence. This was not the first round, and most attendees were already familiar with the host. As the crowd's enthusiasm surged, the host maintained a professional smile, continuing with a cheerful tone, having experienced the previous rounds of competition. The audience likely has a general understanding of the standings among the six great families. However, as per our regulations, we must announce the current scores before proceeding. Upon hearing Xiao Gongping's explanation, the crowd quieted, respecting the need for protocol. The audience displayed understanding, recognizing that this was part of the host's duties, and they were merely supporting his role. Acknowledging their cooperation, the host nodded appreciatively, aware of the spectators' sentiments. He understood that displeasure could lead to disruption, and no one wished to witness any mishap involving the staff and audience. Clearing his throat slightly, the host continued in a clear voice. From one of the three great families, the Su family, they earned 2 points in the first round and 6 points in the second round, totaling 8 points. One of the illustrious six families, the Duan family, accrued 2 points in the first round and another 2 points in the second round, culminating in a total of 4 points. Another prominent family, the Mo family, similarly garnered 2 points in the first round and 2 in the second, also achieving a total of 4 points. The Su family, however, faced a different fate, securing no points in the first round but managing to obtain 2 points in the second, resulting in a total of 2 points. As the host received another manuscript from the assistant, he continued, the third round of the friendly match among the four great families, which also marks the final contest of this competition, will feature a 1 versus many challenge. The rules are as follows. Each participating family must select at least one challenger from each of the 3 other families to face off against, within the designated time. If the challenger successfully withstands the assaults without being knocked off the stage, they will earn 3 points. Furthermore, for each additional opponent faced, 2 extra points can be accrued, with no upper limit on the number of challengers. A wave of astonishment erupted from the audience. This revelation was even more sensational than the previous announcements. This was not merely a matter of adding one more participant to the existing trio. It also served as an indirect measure of a challenger's limits, as well as the limits of each family. The competition was bound to become even more exhilarating. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Hao noted a discrepancy between the host's statements and those of Mo Deming. The latter had merely indicated that additional participants would yield more points, but had not specified the exact increment. In contrast, the host's announcement was more formal and detailed. Now, we invite representatives from each family to draw for their challenge order. Please note that each family has only one opportunity to challenge. Upon hearing the host's proclamation, the representatives of the various families made their way to the stage in succession. Xiao Hao, it's your turn. Mo Deming turned to Qin Hao with a smile. Huh? Me? Qin Hao responded in surprise. Mo Deming had taken the lead in the previous rounds, so why was it his turn this time? Yes, Xiao Hao. I truly hope you can take this round. Mo Deming's demeanor became serious as he gradually withdrew his smile. All right then. It's just a matter of making an additional trip. Although I can sense the small calculations in Mo Deming's mind, I am too indifferent to dwell on it. This is the final round, and after this, I intend to engage in further cultivation, perhaps in alchemy. Upon hearing Mo Deming's words, Qin Hao stood up and began to walk towards the arena. Old man. Qin Hao chuckled softly, speaking to the figure of the old man in his mind. As he reached the stage, the host, Xiao Gongping, was already prepared with the competition's specialized tags. Upon encountering the representative of the Mo family, Qin Hao, a flicker of surprise crossed his face. Although he swiftly regained his composure, let each family come forth to draw lots, he announced. As per the regulations, families ranked higher on the leaderboard will have priority in drawing. First place, the Su family. Second place, the Mo family. Third place, the Su family once more. And fourth place, the Duan family. Please approach in the order of your rankings. As soon as he finished speaking, the representative of the Su family gracefully ascended the stage. With a subtle smirk, he basked in the envious glances of those around him, emanating an air of pride as he approached the host. Casually, he picked up a tag, inspected it, and a broader smile spread across his face. Turning it over, he flaunted it in front of the other 4 participants, revealing a prominent 3-digit number. Well, this fellow has luck on his side, if not much else. Qin Hao mused silently as he watched the Su family representative stride confidently off the stage with his tag in hand. Next, please invite the representative of the Mo family to draw lots. With these words, Qin Hao slowly approached the small fairground, selecting a tag at random. Upon glancing at it, his heart soared with joy. He raised it for the host to see before turning and descending the stage with a leisurely gait. Ha ha, well done, old man. Truly remarkable. Qin Hao chuckled inwardly as he admired the fiery red numerals emblazoned on his tag. You sly little rascal, always making me do the heavy lifting. He imagined the voice of the old man in his mind. With a grin, he thought, with your golden touch, how could I not make the most of it? Earlier, when he had taken to the stage, he had inquired of the old man within his mind whether he possessed any abilities akin to X-ray vision, which would enable him to manipulate the outcome of the drawing. Who, after all, was the old man? Such trivial matters were well within his capabilities. Just moments ago, as the Su family representative had eyed the number 4 tag, Qin Hao had felt a twinge of anxiety. However, upon discovering that he had drawn a 3, he exhaled a sigh of relief. The order of the competition was of utmost importance, indeed, determining half the battle's outcome. The further back a family ranked, the better their preparations could be. Before long, Qin Hao returned to his position within the Mo family. Uncle Mo, I'm the 4th to take the stage, he exclaimed upon seeing Mo Deming. Mo Deming's face registered surprise, quickly replaced by delight, as he grasped the implications of the order. That is splendid news, Xiao Hao. Your luck truly brings fortune to our Mo family. As Mo Deming began to extol his praises, Qin Hao smiled and settled back into his seat, contemplating strategies for the impending contest. Meanwhile, the representatives of the other 2 families had also completed their draws and returned to their respective seats. At this moment, the arena's host, Xiao Gongping, began to announce the results. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed citizens of Dongyu City, the drawing of lots among the 4 prominent families has been completed. The order is as follows. The first family to compete is the Duan family. The second family to take the stage is the Sun family. The third family to enter the fray is the Su family. Finally, the fourth family to join is the Mo family. Pausing slightly, he passionately declared, "This is the final round of the competition and the last opportunity for each family to prove themselves. Show your true strength. Let us cheer." The fervor of the audience echoed his spirited speech. In the second volume, Chapter 62, titled Let Me Give It a Try, As the sounds of encouragement resonated from the audience, Xiao Gongping felt a deep sense of connection. As a witness to nearly 3 days of competition, he recognized the efforts each family had made. Yet, how regrettable it would be if anyone faltered in this final round. Now, let us welcome the first contestant from the Duan family to the stage to announce the number of challengers. As his words faded, Xiao Gongping quietly stepped aside, awaiting the arrival of the Duan family members. Qin Hao closely monitored the proceedings. This round was distinctly different from the previous two, one challenger against multiple opponents. Unless one possessed extraordinary strength, enduring such a challenge would be nearly impossible. It was time for each family to present their most formidable disciples. With a slight smile, Qin Hao thought coldly to himself, unless a family was disinterested in winning or securing a commendable rank in this competition. Gradually, a robust young man ascended the steps to the stage, and soon he stood before the audience. Qin Hao recognized him, even feeling a sense of familiarity. Wasn't he this the Duan family disciple, Duan Jiang, who had once bid against Sun Qingfeng at the auction? However, the brashness he had displayed at the auction was now replaced by an aura of composure and confidence. This individual was not as lacking as he had initially presumed. Qin Hao mused, acknowledging that first impressions hold significant weight, yet in this instance, mistaking him for a mere brute with brawn over brains would be a grave error. After all, having returned from the border guard camp, his intellect was certainly not to be underestimated. Duan Jiang, the representative contestant from the Duan family, announced his challenge against one selected contestant each from the Su, Sun, and Mo families, totaling 3 challengers. If the Duan family opted for the most basic trio, then regardless of the outcome, victory in this match would be unattainable. In truth, the upper echelons of the Duan family have already relinquished any hope regarding the outcome of the competition. It is not merely the unexpected prowess of the Mo family that has disheartened them, even when considering the Su family. It is inconceivable that such a modest clan could compare favorably. The decision to select 3 challengers was merely to prevent other families or the citizens of Dongyu City from having fodder for gossip. Now, let us invite the representatives of the other 3 prominent families to bring forth their chosen challengers to the stage for the contest. Observing that Duan Jiang was fully prepared, the impartial host, Xiao Gongping, cleared his throat and addressed the remaining families in the last row. Uncle Mo, let us allow the Mo Hai brothers to take this round, remarked Qin Hao, seated among the Mo family. Indeed, Xiao Hai, I must trouble you with this task. Mo Deming responded, turning to the slightly puzzled Mo Hai with a smile. Not a problem. Since Brother Qin has suggested it, I shall step forward. Though he outwardly accepted, inwardly he was cursing Qin Hao repeatedly. I knew this old rascal harbored ill intentions. Claiming this round had nothing to do with us brothers. Yet he solely intends to use us as laborers. Muttering under his breath, Mo Hai ascended the stage, while the representative from the Su family was none other than Su Hu, who had participated in the first round. And the challenger from the Sun family was the promising disciple, Sun Qingfeng. This arrangement, to some extent, was a concession to the Duan family. It was evident what the Duan family was thinking. Since this was the case, why not afford them a graceful exit? After all, they were all part of the 6 great families within Dongyu City, and one could not avoid encounters in the future. With all challengers in position, the host gently stepped aside and announced the commencement of the competition. The atmosphere was electric, with the audience brimming with excitement. According to the rules, the basic requirement for the 3 challengers was to endure for half an hour to achieve success in their challenge. As the match began, Duan Jiang unleashed his most formidable defensive technique, the Golden Mountain Shield. True to its name, although this technique was classified as a mid-level yellow tier skill, its defensive capabilities were unparalleled, rivaling the peak of the yellow tier and, when perfected, could stand shoulder to shoulder with the initial stages of the mysterious tier's defensive techniques. Starting off with a grand display, and under the tacit allowance of the other 3 families, Duan Jiang managed to hold his ground with remarkable ease. One cannot deny that having once served in the border city guard, he was indeed extraordinary, despite the deliberate concessions made by the others. His ability to endure and even laugh heartily revealed his exceptional prowess. As this round concluded, congratulations were in order for the Duan family representative, Duan Jiang, who successfully persevered and garnered 3 points. Amidst the enthusiastic cheers from the crowd, the host, Xiao Gongping, approached Duan Jiang to extend his congratulations. He then turned to the other 3 families and addressed them. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the challengers from the other 3 esteemed families for their enthusiastic participation in the competition. Now, I kindly ask you to descend from the stage. Nodding slightly, I bid farewell to a few departing individuals, then turned around to receive the hand signal from my assistant. Addressing the audience, I continued in a clear voice. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed elders and fellow townsfolk of Dongyu City, the first round of the third match has concluded. In 10 minutes, we shall commence the next round. I invite the Sun family to prepare. As my words resonated, a wave of passionate cheers erupted from the crowd below. Nothing brings greater joy than witnessing a thrilling competition. Indeed, 2 matches would be even more delightful. Observing my contestants and their respective families striving for victory, a sense of pride naturally surged within me. Perhaps this is the true allure of competition. Brother Imo, your efforts are greatly appreciated. As I watched Imo gradually make his way off the stage, I rose to my feet, clasped my hands together, and smiled. It's nothing, he replied, gently waving his hand before slowly returning to his seat. If I am not mistaken, he would also participate in another match as a challenger. With only 3 rounds in total, it was easy to count that only he and Imo remained, unless that old scoundrel Imo Ming decided to join. Imo silently lamented, thinking to himself that every encounter with Qin Hao seemed to bring misfortune. Brother Imo, among the challengers from the Su family in this round, it would be a pleasure for you to take the stage. I turned and smiled at the expressionless Imo, gazing at him for a prolonged moment without response. Imo Ming seemed to realize something and gently nudged Imo beside him. Xiao Qin Hao is speaking to you. Please join the match as the Imo family as challenger. Participate in the match? All right, I will take part in the next round. Suddenly jolted back to reality by the nudge, he nodded vigorously, eager to comply. What had he been daydreaming about? Nevertheless, Qin Hao understood. Everyone from the Imo family grasped the situation. This lad was likely infatuated, lost in thoughts of his dream girl. Long before at the Dongyu Grand Hotel, Qin Hao had heard from Imo Ming that his son, Imo, had an affection for Lin Lanyu, the daughter of the Lin family. The 2 brothers of the Imo family were overjoyed as well. Ever since Lin Lanyu's appearance, Qin Hao had noticed Imo's distracted demeanor, his eyes vacant, akin to someone in a daze. Truly a real-life case of unrequited love. Subtly turning my head, I observed Lin Lanyu on stage, seemingly oblivious as she chatted and laughed with Sha Xian. I couldn't help but reflect on the situation in my heart. Being too beautiful can have its drawbacks, drawing excessive attention and scrutiny from others. Most importantly, it can lead to fierce rivalry. Gradually reclaiming his focus, he realized that matters had yet to progress. There was ample time for frivolous sentiments. Besides, having treated Lin Lanyu in such a manner would be akin to delivering her a slap. It was fortunate she bore no resentment. Once this task was complete, he would earnestly contemplate his next steps. Upon arriving in this new land, Qin Hao felt as though everything was preordained, as if scripted, despite the daily unfolding of events. Shaking his head, he endeavored to dismiss such thoughts. Recognizing that his current abilities had not reached a significant threshold, any discussion would be in vain. How intriguing, young Qin. You have seamlessly transitioned from admiring the fairer sex to focusing on cultivation. One must admit, you are rather unique. Chuckled the elder in his mind as he observed the fleeting images of Qin Hao. Goodness, I ask you, old man, is it wrong for me to aspire to cultivate? Is that not a commendable pursuit? Does it not mirror the diligent study in that other world, aligning with the evolution of our times? Qin Hao retorted, perplexed by the elder's sarcastic tone, pondering whether such a distinction should be labeled as genius rather than oddity. After responding with a chuckle, the elder fell silent, leaving his intentions ambiguous. In any case, it did not bode well, Qin Hao mused, turning his gaze back to the arena. At that moment, Sun Qingfeng, the representative contestant from the Sun family, had taken to the stage. As Qin Hao had surmised, the Sun family had no intention of claiming this spot. The atmosphere alone made that evident. It appeared that the Imo family was genuinely intent on competing with the Su family. After all, in some respects, the Su family had usurped a position that rightfully belonged to the Imo family. The Imo family aimed to use this confrontation to demonstrate that, even if they ultimately fell short, they would not shy away from the challenge. Qin Hao chose not to linger on this second match, as victory seemed assured. What he was most eager to witness was how the Su family would gracefully conclude this affair. Soon, Imo descended from the stage, waiting silently for Imo to be called forth, yet the moment never came. Uncle Imo, allow me to try in the next round. After the host, Xiao Gongping, rendered his verdict, a flash of inspiration illuminated Qin Hao's eyes, a subtle smile curving his lips as he spoke. Volume 2, The First Glimmer of Brilliance, Chapter 63, Seed 1, The Terrifying Power. Xiao Hao, are you certain you wish to take the stage? Imo Deming inquired, rising to regard Qin Hao with uncertainty. Should he participate at this juncture? there was a considerable risk of revealing his hidden capabilities. This marks the final round for the Su family, and one can never be certain of the trump cards they may possess. If one were to assert that the 6 prominent families revealed their true strengths in the preceding rounds, it could be deemed reasonable. However, to suggest that the Su family, one of the 3 illustrious clans, lacks a hidden advantage would be utterly absurd. The Su family stands shoulder to shoulder with the Lin family. Their power and heritage are not to be underestimated. It is precisely this contemplation that prompted Mo Deming to pose his inquiry. Rest assured, Uncle Mo, I have my own plans, Qin Hao replied slowly, shaking his head. Moreover, having just enlisted the Mo brothers to battle, it would be unreasonable to call upon them again for the 3rd round. His intention was not to show undue consideration for the Mo brothers. He had observed that their performance on stage was merely a formality. Qin Hao sought to gauge the true strength of the disciples the Su family would dispatch for this climactic showdown. While such comparisons may contain a degree of inaccuracy, they nonetheless serve as a metric to assess the Su family's formidable prowess and depth of cultivation. Indirectly, should Qin Hao manage to introduce even the slightest impediment, it would certainly be advantageous. Very well, Xiao Hao, if that is your decision, then proceed, Mo Deming conceded, though he felt some reservations. Observing Qin Hao's determination, he refrained from further objections. As the host returned to the center of the arena, the audience gradually shifted their focus, the fervor from the previous match beginning to wane. Ladies and gentlemen, I truly empathize with your sentiments, the host announced, his voice ringing out. Although the rounds of competition draw to a close, our passion remains undiminished. His words revealed his seasoned experience within the arena. Amidst the cheers from the crowd, he continued, the 3rd round of the competition is now commencing. Let us welcome the representatives from the esteemed Su family. The mention of the Su family ignited excitement. They would undoubtedly unveil their hidden strengths in this single round. What do you know? Someone interjected. The Su family is one of the 3 great clans. Do they truly need to reveal their secrets to contend with the lesser 6 families? Absurd. Yet, one must not forget Qin Hao from the Mo family, another countered. I suspect the Mo family may very well retaliate this time. Regardless of the outcome, there was no denying that this match would be captivating. As the host's words lingered in the air, the audience buzzed with anticipation, discussing not only the impending appearance of the Su family, but also the involvement of the Mo family, particularly the external aid provided by Qin Hao. Informed the number 1 seed to take the stage. From the rear of the stands, in the designated area of the 3 prominent families, upon hearing the host's announcement, Su Yuan narrowed his eyes into a mere slit, gazing at the masked figure in black robes standing vigilantly beside him. As you command. As the words left his lips, the masked figure discreetly stepped back, vanishing into the throng of the crowd. Bang, bang, bang. Moments later, a deafening rumble resonated from beneath the ground, reminiscent of an earthquake. This young man is extraordinary, Qin Hao remarked, somewhat astonished, as he observed the imposing figure that resembled a towering giant. Though he had consumed the clavicle pill bestowed by the elder Qin, he considered himself to be of a relatively tall stature. However, in comparison to the colossal individual making his way toward the arena, he felt rather diminutive. Representative of the Su family, Su Qing. With a slow bow, Su Qing looked down at the host, who appeared as diminutive as a figurine, and spoke with a voice laden with gravity. Despite its subdued nature, his tone suffocated the host, Xiao Gongping, and enveloped the audience in an oppressive silence. Coughing a few times to alleviate his rising trepidation, the host looked up at the mountain-like figure before him and managed to utter, Su family contestant, Su Qing. May I inquire who you wish to challenge and the corresponding family? 6 contestants were to be challenged, with 2 representatives from each of the other major families. Without hesitation. Upon hearing the inquiry, Su Qing promptly replied. As his words resonated, an eerie stillness fell over the crowd, as if a ghost had passed through. Moments later, someone gasped. And suddenly, the entire audience reacted, directing their gazes toward the battlefield where Su Qing stood like a deity of war. How can this even be played out? Exclaimed one. Indeed, with this, the Su family surely has the upper hand. Many who had initially pursued their dreams, betting on the Mo family for potential victory, began to voice their frustrations. However, their sentiments were shared even by the families of Sun and Duan, who had already concluded their matches. The Su family, it seemed, was truly earnest in their endeavors. Sun Xiang and the higher-ups of the Duan family, upon witnessing this, silently mused. Thank goodness we were wise enough not to stubbornly confront the formidable Su family. Otherwise, we would not know how the onlookers would be laughing at our folly. Alas, has heaven denied me this opportunity? At the Mo family's position, Mo Deming gazed at Su Qing in the arena. especially upon hearing of the terrifying 6 challengers, feeling as though his life had reached a point of utter despair, devoid of hope. Mo Deming could not fathom that Su Qing, the contestant from the Su family, was merely boasting. Should he succeed in his challenge, it cannot be denied that the Mo family would have a significant chance of victory, albeit marginal, adding to the scores from the previous 2 rounds. If the Su family continues to triumph in this instance, they would accumulate a total of 17 points. It is this very tally that instills despair in Mo Deming. Casting a shadow over the future prospects of his son, observing the despondent countenance of Mo Deming beside him, Qin Hao was not naive enough to offer further consolation. The current situation had long surpassed his control. Initially, within his plans, the Su family would select 4, perhaps 5 challengers. He might even consider 6 or 7, with 8 being the utmost limit for attempts. However, with Su Qing's entrance, his prior strategies lay utterly shattered. Though there remained a chance for a comeback with an additional challenger, none would presume that it was as simple as 8 plus 1 equaling 9, least of all Qin Hao himself. Mo Hai, I require your assistance on stage. Qin Hao calmly addressed the somewhat stunned Mo Hai, consciously bypassing Mo Deming's grim visage. Very well. Mo Hai, keenly aware of Mo Deming's displeasure, preferred not to exacerbate the situation. When at home, he was shielded by his grandfather, but outside, he would not wish to be overwhelmed. Contemplating this, Mo Hai followed Qin Hao, making his way up to the platform. Observing from below was one experience. Standing upon the stage was an entirely different sensation. Why does this host appear so timid? It turns out this towering figure has cultivated a unique authority technique. Such occurrences were indeed rare. Qin Hao mused, overwhelmed by the imposing presence of Su Qing. As he stood at the center alongside 5 others, he felt an oppressive force emanating from the formidable Su Qing. Before Qin Hao could articulate his thoughts, the astonished voice of Elder Qin resonated in his mind. Pray tell, Elder, is this authority technique you speak of truly formidable? Despite recognizing Elder Qin's tendency for theatrics, Qin Hao could not restrain his eagerness to inquire. I anticipated your curiosity. Excluding yourself, have you ever witnessed 2 individuals with inherent attributes of the Yin type appearing simultaneously in one location? I, for one, have not in all my years. Elder Qin remarked, a hint of disdain in his tone. 2 Yin attributes. Pondering Elder Qin's words, Qin Hao furrowed his brow. If his deductions were accurate, the first individual with the Yin attribute mentioned by Elder Qin must be Su Hu, the Su family representative he faced in the initial round, while the second would be this imposing figure, Su Qing, before him. Indeed, there was an air of intrigue. If even Elder Qin found this peculiar, it surely warranted further investigation. Gradually regaining his composure, regardless of the circumstances, Qin Hao resolved to address the immediate challenge at hand. Heed my words, he murmured to the side, casting an unwavering gaze upon Su Qing. He continued to speak softly to Mo Hai. When the match commences, do not emulate the others by attacking Su Qing. If you possess any defensive skills, utilize them immediately. If not, conserve your internal energy as much as possible. Should the situation turn dire, retreat at once. Mo Hai, wide-eyed, turned to Qin Hao, sensing the gravity in his demeanor, and quickly nodded in acknowledgement. The audience below, while witnessing the emergence of the new talent from the Mo family, could hardly believe that anyone could withstand the presence of the man before them, akin to a beast. The participants were poised and ready. The competition was about to begin. As the words left the host's lips, he promptly vacated the arena. In such a multi-participant contest, especially with the weaker side appearing remarkably formidable, it was undoubtedly a clash of titans. Those who remained would surely face dire consequences. A bunch of worthless insects. Do not say I did not warn you. You have 3 minutes to prepare your safety measures. Su Qing remarked disdainfully, casting a scornful glance at the challengers who resembled children in his eyes. At his words, aside from Qin Hao and Mo Hai, the other 4 participants could not help but smirk. How laughable. They were all elite scions from their respective families and had never encountered such ridicule. 3 minutes had elapsed. A bunch of oblivious ants. Su Qing shook his head dismissively at the unchanged expressions of his opponents. Suddenly, with a swift motion, he raised his hands, and his pupils transformed into a deep shade of gray. A surge of formidable and terrifying power erupted from Su Qing's palms, crashing towards Qin Hao and his companions with relentless force.